Chaque terrain, célestial manifestation, une indignomens. Esteemed deities, welcome to the forbidden battlefield. The mind is a splendid tool. Whether to bring it along is a matter of personal choice. Ponder it deeply. After all, those who can enter here are undoubtedly enchanting maidens and valiant young heroes, embodying both beauty and intellect. Nevertheless, a repository for thoughts must be established, not displayed. Here is a beautiful image offered as a token of respect. May it suffice as a tribute, with only exhilarating prose to follow, hoping all shall find joy in its reading. To the Welfare Bureau, welcome to the realm of image manipulation. Please, esteemed beings, take your seats. The pumpkin is about to set forth. In the vastness of the void, through the relentless passage of time, multiple realms have emerged, with the Hongmeng space being one among them. Within the Hongmeng, not only did myriad worlds come into existence, but it also birthed 3,000 universes. As time unfolds within each universe, countless races of sentient beings arise. Among these beings, the defiers of fate can disregard both time and rules. Through countless epochs and the ebb and flow of eras, these defiant entities have established formidable immortal powers. However, they're not the strongest beings in the cosmos. For, besides them, there exist forbidden races that even the myriad spirits dare not mention. Such races seldom reveal themselves, yet in every era, extraordinary talents emerge to hone their skills. In their current state, they harbor no desires for the desolate heavens. Their only pursuit is the transcendental realm. The desolate heaven universe is one of the 3,000 universes. This realm is somewhat peculiar. It knows no distinction between the celestial and the mundane. In this boundless desolate heaven universe, though there exists but a single plane, it is divided into 6 domains. The Songling domain, the Xiantian domain, the Dahuang domain, the Tianyuan domain, the Tianhong domain, and the Diyuan domain. Within these 6 domains, countless great clans and powers exist, alongside mortals devoid of cultivation. Nonetheless, a significant advantage of this cosmic space is that whether one is a mortal or an emperor, as long as one can afford the crystal stones, all 6 domains are accessible. Within the desolate heaven universe, in the Diyuan domain, this domain is subdivided into 9 continents: the Tianzhou, Daozhou, Mazhou, Yuzhou, Xuezhou, Qinzhou, Lingzhou, Hunzhou, and Beast Emperor continent, each corresponding to a vast spatial realm. Additionally, within the Diyuan domain, there exist 5 great forbidden zones that no sentient beings dare to tread. The forbidden lands of space, time, life, death, and slaughter. Their power is formidable. Even the legendary ancient emperors have traces of these forbidden races among them. It is said that the might of the ancient emperors could subdue an entire continent with but a glance. Thus, these forbidden races instill trepidation in all beings. It has been remarked that one would rather provoke the rulers of immortal powers than set foot in the forbidden lands. In the Diyuan domain, within the Tianzhou, a magnificent and awe-inspiring grand hall stands tall, piercing the heavens, with the ethereal forces of thunderous retribution undulating outside the hall. This is the grand array of celestial rules, a protective formation of the great clans. Within the majestic hall, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe adorned with celestial patterns sits regally. He occupies a revered position, his hair elegantly coiled, adorned with a golden crown plume, and a divine wheel suspended behind him, his eyes shimmering like stars, seemingly capable of perceiving all. He emanates a faint aura of ancient profundity, and an overwhelming imperial might is subtly discernible. This man is Lei Wuqing, the patriarch of the Tian clan, one of the 9 sovereign powers of the desolate heavens, having already ascended to the realm of the emperor. In this era of the disappearance of the heavenly emperor and the absence of ancient emperors, he stands as the supreme ruler. He gazes sternly upon those gathered below the hall, his lips parting slightly as a voice, reminiscent of celestial hymns, reverberates throughout the chamber. During my years of seclusion, has there been any significant occurrence within the Diyuan domain? Below, an elder stands, feeling the weight of imperial might pressing down upon him like a mountain. He steps forward, akin to a humble servant, hastily bowing before the exalted Lei Wuqing. Reporting to the esteemed patriarch, there have been no major upheavals in the Diyuan domain in recent years. However, some time ago, extraordinary phenomena were observed in Qinzhou, Mazhou, Daozhou, and Lingzhou, likely heralding the birth of progeny from those clans. Will have any insights been gleaned regarding their constitutions? Upon hearing of the phenomena from the 4 continents, Lei Wuqing's curiosity is piqued regarding the nature of these newly born beings. The emergence of celestial phenomena indicates their extraordinary constitutions, which could potentially influence the Tian clan's supremacy across the 9 continents in the future. The elder, upon hearing the inquiry, respectfully responds. Patriarch, the celestial phenomena from Qinzhou signify the supreme human emperor body, the supreme demon bone from Mazhou, the supreme Tao, I from Daozhou, and the myriad laws, celestial body from Lingzhou. Upon hearing the elder enumerate the four supreme bodies, Lei Wuking's brow furrows in concern. Indeed, they're all supreme bodies. It is only a matter of time before they ascend to the emperor realm. By the way, when is the progeny of Tianxing expected to be born? He recalls that his daughter-in-law has been pregnant for a millennium. Doing the math, the time for birth is imminent. Previously, he had attempted to discern the constitution of the unborn child, but was thwarted by a mysterious force. Fearing for the child's well-being, he refrained from probing further. However, the longevity of the pregnancy suggests the child is likely exceptional. Reporting to the patriarch, the delivery should be imminent in the coming days. Boom rumble. Before the elder could finish, a thunderous roar resounded through the void, startling both men, causing them to vanish simultaneously. Outside the grand hall, in the void, Lei Wuqing and the elder hover in the air, gazing at the distant phenomena. They witness a space enveloped in primordial purple qi, with countless forces of rules swirling within. Heavenly beasts resonate in a chorus, and golden lotuses of the great Tao bloom in profusion. Such a magnificent spectacle astonishes the entire Diuan domain. The primordial purple qi obscures the heavens. The forces of rules escort it, and the heavenly beasts unite in reverence, with the golden lotuses of the great Tao congregating. Could this be the manifestation of that legendary constitution? Patriarch, what position is that? The elder hesitates, fearing to continue, as he is yet to attain the emperor realm. Should he mention that position, the karmic repercussions would be beyond his capacity to bear. Indeed, it is the direction of the 5 great forbidden zones. Although Tianzhou holds the foremost position among the 9 continents, it pales in comparison to the 5 great forbidden zones, though he has never ventured into those lands. In his youth, he encountered prodigies who had emerged from there. Even in his prime, when he was invincible among the youth, he found himself no match for them. And that individual was not even the strongest prodigy from the forbidden zones. One can only imagine the terror that lies within those lands. Within the Diuan domain, the emergence of such extraordinary phenomena instantly attracts the attention of countless beings. By the heavens, what is happening? Could it be the birth of a treasure of the heavenly emperor? No, this is not the emergence of a treasure, but rather the birth of a formidable constitution. What kind of constitution could manifest such heavenly phenomena? Indeed, compared to the phenomena from the 4 continents earlier, they appear utterly weak. Oh my, the direction of the phenomena is not. Hush, do not speak with your meager strength. How can you bear the karma of that place? I'm simply too excited. I have never witnessed such a powerful constitution in my lifetime. Who among us has not felt the same? Then what exactly is this constitution? Unknown. As the myriad beings gaze upon the terrifying phenomena in the void, exclamations abound, and the sovereigns of various continents simultaneously cry out in astonishment. This is the birth of the forbidden celestial body. 8. This phenomenon, besides the Yuan domain, is felt across the other 5 domains as well. In the Dahuang domain, atop a mysterious peak, a gray-hued grand hall floats. Upon its entrance, 3 robust characters, surrounded by countless swirling rules, declare Xuanji Pavilion. Buzz. Within, an elder, who seems to have been in deep meditation for ages, suddenly opens his eyes, a look of terror etched upon his face. This is dire. The forbidden celestial body has manifested, and the desolate heaven universe shall usher in an unprecedented cleansing. In the Songling domain, within the expansive and splendid Wanxing Academy, an elder with snow-white hair hovers in the air, gazing into the distance. A grayish aura emanates from him, his golden-patterned robe billowing in the wind. The desolate heaven universe has remained tranquil for far too long. It is time for someone to stir the winds and clouds. In the Tianhong domain, several emperors, each ruling a territory, gaze towards the Diuan domain, pondering their own schemes. In the Tianyuan domain, several leaders of sacred sects rise into the air, also observing the defiant phenomena. Upon witnessing such an extraordinary prodigy emerge, they all contemplate approaching it. Yet when calculating its position, they can only shake their heads in dismay. Chapter 2. The Rise of the Ancient Emperor and Assassination. Within one of the 5 great forbidden zones, the Space Forbidden Clan. This realm is already shrouded in primordial purple qi, with golden lotuses of the great Tao visible everywhere, and the ethereal forms of celestial beasts swirl in the void, while the forces of rules permeate the air. At the center of countless floating palaces, islands, and divine mountains stands an ancient and magnificent palace, prominently displayed. This is the main hall of the Space Forbidden Clan, and today marks the momentous occasion of the clan's empress giving birth after a millennium of gestation. Thus, the Grand Hall is heavily guarded by numerous powerful beings, both bright and shadowy sentinels tirelessly patrolling around it. Even the flight of a mosquito or the appearance of an ant on the ground is keenly observed. In the courtyard of the Grand Hall, a dozen or so individuals stand, comprised of middle-aged men and women, alongside elders. Among them is a middle-aged man with striking eyebrows and starry eyes, adorned with a crown plume and silver hair cascading over his shoulders. He exudes a faint ancient aura, with the resonance of the great Tao enveloping him, clad in a flowing silver robe adorned with golden patterns, pacing back and forth. Occasionally, he glances towards the birthing chamber, feeling that the attendants' comings and goings must surely herald good news. Oh dear, why hasn't she emerged yet? This is driving me to distraction. This individual is indeed the master of the Feng clan, known as Feng Qinjue. His formidable strength possesses the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth, marking him as one of the rare ancient emperors in existence. It is rumored that beyond the 5 great taboo clans, there exist 2 other unique forces that also harbor ancient emperors, the WN-LNG Academy and the Xuanji Pavilion. Outside the royal chambers, Feng Qianju's anxious demeanor prompted a group of elders to hastily approach him in a bid to offer comfort. Your Imperial Majesty, the birth of a taboo, celestial body is not a matter to be taken lightly. Indeed, Your Majesty. Ancient texts record that the emergence of a taboo, celestial body does not harm the bearer, rather, it bestows certain benefits. Your Majesty, you must remain calm and await the outcome. Am I not aware of this? Yet. Wah. Just as Feng Qinjue was about to say more, the wailing of an infant echoed from within the chambers. At that very moment, a terrifying clap of thunder resonated from the void. Feng Qinjue, who had long been on edge, now wore an expression of utter gloom. He understood that the punishment of the taboo, celestial body was about to descend, and as one endowed with the strength of an ancient emperor, how could he allow his newborn son to endure such a dreadful punishment? His gaze sharpened, casting a sidelong glance at the heavens, where ominous clouds gathered. An overwhelming imperial presence emanated from him, and he bellowed with authority. Begone! My offspring is being born. What right have you to obstruct this? If you dare linger, I shall obliterate you. The terrifying might of his decree provoked the very fabric of space, causing the impending thunderous punishment to swell in magnitude. Crackle! As the thunderous punishment loomed, Feng Qinjue unleashed his imperial might. Buzzwoom! Whoosh crackle! Daring to provoke me. If you seek death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. As his voice faded, his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear in the void, towering like a divine being. Feng Qianju's eyes sparkled like stars as he gazed at the impending thunderous punishment, slowly extending 2 fingers to lightly tap the air. Pop! Whoom! In an instant, the power of the celestial laws coalesced into a colossal beam of destructive light, piercing through the fabric of space. Whoosh! Crack! A sound akin to shattering glass echoed, as it merged seamlessly with the thunderous punishment. Rumble! Within the dense clouds, a muffled roar erupted, and then, boom! A mushroom cloud manifested in the void, and in an instant, the previously dim sky transformed into brilliance. Rumble, rumble! Woom crackle! Just as Feng Qinjue prepared to depart, the thunderous punishment began to gather once more. Are you truly seeking death? Feng Qinjue was now thoroughly enraged, but just as he intended to obliterate the spatial will, 3 formidable presences suddenly emerged from a void beneath the Feng clan. Quickly, while he's entangled with the spatial will, let us strike and eradicate the taboo, celestial body. The elders of the Feng clan, upon witnessing this, were taken aback. This is dire, ancient emperor-level foes. Recognizing the formidable cultivation of the 3, the elders dispersed, each assuming control of a crucial point within the protective array of the clan. The immense power of the celestial order surged into the array. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the blink of an eye, the array was reinforced exponentially. Hemfmir, dozens of emperors dare to obstruct us? Among the 3 figures in the void, one uttered coldly. Then, a gigantic palm imprint, emanating a sense of annihilation, surged downward with such speed that it seemed to shred space itself. Boom, boom. Rumble, rumble. The palm imprint collided with the protective array, causing the very fabric of the Feng clan's space to tremble. Poof! Simultaneously, several elders were repelled by the backlash of the array, spewing forth blood and turning pale. Within the other halls of the Feng clan, countless young prodigies watched this scene with mounting anxiety. This is bad. The elders cannot endure much longer. Indeed, must the offspring of our emperor face demise, even as he is born? What a doomsayer! Do you think the Feng clan lacks strength? Let's not forget, our ancestor has yet to emerge. True, but if the three ancient emperors strike simultaneously, and the emperor is preoccupied with the main hall, can the ancestor arrive in time? The disciples fell silent at these words, but just then, the earlier disciples' fears materialized. Are you two not going to act? If he turns back, it will be too late. The one urging action spoke to the two beside him. Seeing the elders managing the protective array in a state of exhaustion, they immediately launched their assault on the array. Whoosh! It's over there, truly attacking simultaneously. The younger disciples gazed at the colossal energy merging into a singular force, hurtling toward the array. At this moment, they wished fervently to transform into mighty warriors, ready to battle alongside their kin. High above, Feng Haoran was about to teleport to intervene, but the thunderous punishment had already completed its gathering, eager to strike, rendering him unable to depart. In a state of frantic anxiety, he loathed the unwritten rules of the chaotic cosmos. What folly it was that prodigies emerging with extraordinary gifts must suffer the wrath of the heavens. Thus, the myriad spirits sought to become the arbiters of fate, dictating the rules. With a wave of his hand, Feng Haoran unleashed another strike toward the thunderous punishment, coldly declaring, "This is your final warning. Should you dare to gather the heavenly punishment again, even if the chaotic cosmos is reduced to ruins, I shall annihilate you and my entire lineage." Chapter 3. The Ancestor Emerges. This is your final warning. Should you dare to gather the heavenly punishment again, even if the chaotic cosmos is reduced to ruins, I shall annihilate you and my entire lineage. Having uttered these words, he could concern himself no longer. He turned and departed the void, and behind him, a deafening roar resounded. Rumble. Below, the three ancient emperors unleashed their might simultaneously, shattering the protective array of the clan. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as several elders from the Feng clan were sent flying. The three, witnessing the imminent annihilation of the clan's grand hall beneath their onslaught, wore expressions of delight. Spatial confinement. However, at that moment, a voice resembling a celestial melody emanated from the ancestral grounds of the Feng clan. Excellent. The ancestor has intervened. As the attack neared the grand hall by mere centimeters, the members of the Feng clan rejoiced. What? A heavenly level spatial rule. Could it be? Impossible. We are also a taboo clan. How could the Feng clan possess a heavenly emperor? Then why has such a level of spatial rule manifested? It can only be said that the Feng clan is exceedingly powerful. If this child were to grow, it is likely that the chaotic cosmos would henceforth bear the surname Feng. Today, it seems we cannot slay this child. Let us retreat for now. There will be opportunities in the future. In that fleeting moment, the three exchanged glances and resolved to withdraw from the Feng clan for the time being. Yet, how could the sealed clan allow them to have their way? Is my sealed clan a place where you can come and go as you please? But suddenly, an elderly figure appeared not far from them, and with a mere flick of his sleeve, a spatial rift emerged before the frozen attack hovering above the main hall. Whoosh! That colossal assault was effortlessly consumed by the void of space, a display of terrifying prowess that left the three in utter astonishment. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength behind their earlier combined attack. How could this be? All were of the ancient emperor realm. Why was his power so overwhelming? As time rewound among the trio, a masked individual donned in a robe of purple and gold extended a hand, seeking to seize the essence of time within this space. He aimed to revert the previous attack using the power of time, hoping to secure a moment for their escape. However, a manic laughter resonated from the void. Aha! In this emperor's sealed clan, you dare to wield the power of time? Do you not understand? The very fabric of our sealed clan space has long been altered, rendering time utterly ineffective against us. Whoosh! The figure of Feng Haoran appeared before the three, subsequently bowing respectfully to the elder beside him. Eighth Ancestor. I am truly grateful for your timely intervention. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The elder chuckled. Haoran, you have rendered great service to the Feng clan. And it is remarkable that even a forbidden celestial body has manifested within our lineage. It was only natural for me to extend my aid. Besides, even had I chosen not to intervene, I fear they would still have met with failure. The 8 ancestral figures of the Feng clan gently stroked their long beards, casting a peculiar glance towards the void of the main hall. Feng Haoran remained silent, merely smiling, which was tantamount to acquiescence. How splendid! With the ancestors and the emperor present, the newly born young sovereign's life is no longer in jeopardy. Indeed, the birth of His Highness the Emperor has been fraught with calamities. Henceforth, we must diligently protect him. Yes, indeed. With such a remarkable constitution, he shall undoubtedly lead the Feng clan beyond the desolate cosmos. Look, the heavenly punishment in the void has vanished. Truly, the Emperor is formidable. Effortlessly repelling the will of space. Merely a will, and it dares to hinder the birth of a prodigy from the Feng clan. It is simply courting death. Yes, my kin speaks wisely. Such a trivial will of space dares to lay a hand on our Feng clan. Upon the appearance of the ancestral figure of the Feng clan, the will of space receded, and the tension that had gripped their hearts finally eased. The three assailants, observing the two ancient emperors of the Feng clan relax, exchanged glances filled with understanding. They mused that if even the power of time could not disturb the Feng clan's spatial domain, then engaging in battle was utterly futile. Consequently, they transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from their original positions. Whoosh, 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 the three fled in different directions, leaving the Feng clan with only two members to contend with fate. Humph, do they truly believe the Feng clan is to be trifled with? Feng Qianjue gazed in the direction of the departing trio, a cold snort escaping his lips, for he was already aware of their identities. In the desolate cosmos, only a handful of taboo families could evoke the sentiment of the Feng clan. Among the 5 forbidden families, aside from the Feng clan, the Jiang clan, being a family of alliances, would undoubtedly refrain from intervening. Moreover, the powers they had just wielded, the forces of order, comprised time, slaughter, and death. It was unequivocally the Ji, Ying, and Azura clans. As for the patriarch of the Ying clan, that old fellow, I shall take care of him. After Feng Qianjue concluded his speech, he emitted a sound transmission, instructing, do not move, merely safeguard the imperial palace. Subsequently, his figure vanished. Let it be. I shall not disturb those still in slumber. To deal with these two, I am more than sufficient. Even if they attempt to flee separately, they shall never outpace the power of space. Thus, let them come one by one. Upon finishing his words, the old man also disappeared. Witnessing the assailants depart while Feng Qianjue and the elder pursued them filled his heart with exhilaration. One could not help but wonder if the emperor and the elder would succeed in exterminating them entirely. After all, these three were at the ancient emperor level, and it was likely they would not be so easily vanquished. What of the ancient emperor level? Let us not forget the innate rule power of my Feng clan. Indeed, space is the mightiest force in the universe. It seems there is truly little that can withstand it. Disperse. Quickly return to your cultivation, so that in due time, you will possess sufficient strength to protect His Highness the Emperor. The Forbidden Zone is vast and terrifying, although only 5 taboo families exist. Their domain rivals that of the 9 continents. At this moment, in a void within the Forbidden Zone, a figure clad in a black robe emerged, exhaling a sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully I fled swiftly. The Feng clan has concealed themselves too well. Even heavenly-level rule powers have surfaced. Henceforth, I must never engage the Feng clan alone, otherwise. Do you still have the luxury to ponder the future? It is prudent to focus on the present. Before the black-robed figure could finish his thought, Feng Qianjue's silhouette appeared behind him. Initially startled, he soon noticed the absence of others around and revealed a sinister smile. You dare to pursue me alone, young one? Previously, my companions and I indeed sensed something amiss with the Feng clan's space, which is why we chose to retreat. The intention was to separate you, and now, you, an ancient emperor of the younger generation, dare to confront me. You must understand. I have ascended to the realm of the ancient emperors, while you have likely yet to endure even the trials of the 12th tribulation. Oh, is that so? Even though I am but a 10th tribulation ancient emperor, extinguishing you shall be a simple task. Feng Qianjue was undoubtedly aware of the prowess of his opponent. However, he was no ordinary individual. Beyond his cultivation at the ancient emperor's 10 calamities realm, he had already comprehended the spatial powers to the level of earthly rules. Within the vast cosmos of the wilderness, ascending to the ancient emperor's realm entailed more than merely reaching the 12 calamities. It also encompassed the realms of ancient emperors and eternal emperors, culminating in the supreme celestial emperor. What they sought to grasp were the order and rules of the universe, which are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. Typically, one could not comprehend the power of rules without attaining the eternal emperor realm. Nonetheless, the Feng clan had produced an abundance of exceptional talents. The previous 8 ancestors, for instance, were at the ancient emperor realm, having perfected their order while attaining the power of rules at the celestial level. Such an individual could be regarded as a unique quasi-celestial emperor. Quasi-celestial emperors fall into 2 categories: those who have advanced in cultivation and those akin to the 8 ancestors of the Feng clan. Regardless of the path taken, once both the rules and cultivation are perfected, one may ascend to become a true celestial emperor. The figure clad in a black robe was Yingxian, the ancestral elder of the Ying clan, whose strength lay in the ancient emperor realm, and he would certainly not be intimidated by the younger generation. If that is the case, let us see the results beneath our hands. Sword, come forth. Chapter 4. The Ancient Emperor's Death Warriors. The might of the ancestor. With a resounding cry, a divine light surged into the heavens from the ancestral grounds of the Ying clan, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Buzz, whoosh, clang. In an instant, It rent the fabric of space and plunged into the void's passage. In the realm where Feng Qianjue confronted Yingzhen, the atmosphere was suddenly charged with the crackle of lightning and the roar of thunder as fierce winds howled around them. With a swift motion, a long sword imbued with the essence of slaughter pierced through the air, resonating with a chilling hum. A sword that slays the heavens. Yingzhen's voice, akin to celestial music, reverberated across the plains as he unleashed a devastating sword strike, brimming with a murderous intent aimed at Feng Qianjue. However, the latter remained unfazed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ying ancestor, I regret to inform you that with your meager strength, the Feng clan has never regarded you with any seriousness. To be candid, sharing the status of a forbidden clan with you diminishes my own standing. With that, Feng Qianjue raised his hand parallel to his shoulder, fingers splayed, and his lips parted slightly. Space divide. In an instant, countless beams of divine light emanated from his palm, slicing through Yingzhen's formidable attack into dozens of fragments. The terrifying celestial phenomenon, along with the earth-shattering strike, was swiftly devoured by the void. How can this be? Yingzhen exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. I am of the ancient emperor realm. Every attack I unleash can manipulate the very fabric of cosmic order. How could you so effortlessly dismantle it? Have you also grasped the power of rules? No, that cannot be. The Feng clan cannot possibly be this powerful. His skepticism lingered. For the Ying clan was one of the 5 strongest forces of the heavenly rules, wielding the might of slaughter. Yet, before the spatial prowess of the Feng clan, they appeared utterly impotent. This incredulity fueled his resolve to attack once more, only to be met with Feng Qianjue's disdainful laughter. What you consider strong is utterly trivial in my presence. With a resounding crash, the confrontation reached a new precipice. With a tremor beneath his feet, Feng Qianjue suddenly froze this space, as if it were a picturesque landscape captured in time. He then proceeded to walk within the immobilized realm, approaching Yingzhen step by step. Observing the fear etched upon Yingzhen's frozen visage, he uttered 2 words with a nonchalant demeanor: soul extraction. In an instant, a shadow, identical to Yingzhen, emerged from within him, standing motionless. You came to assassinate my Feng clan, and should have been reduced to ashes. However, my son is set to embark on his journey of experience in 16 years. Though your nature is steeped in the rules of slaughter, and my clan holds you in disdain, the ancestral message foretells a cataclysmic upheaval across the 3,000 universes. Retaining you, an ancient emperor of an alien race, as a death soldier by his side is indeed a prudent choice. Thus, your continued existence warrants gratitude towards my newborn son. Having spoken, Feng Qianjue placed a hand upon Yingzhen's forehead, whereupon divine light erupted, signifying his intent to alter Yingzhen's memories. In the forbidden territory of the Shura clan, the venerable ancestor of the Feng clan hovered majestically in the void, his formidable imperial might radiating outward, a testament to the fierce battle he had just endured. With one hand resting behind his back and the other stroking his beard, he gazed down upon the Shura clan, shrouded in a pall of deathly energy. Then his voice, resonant like the sacred sounds of the cosmos, echoed through the void. Shura clan, present yourselves before me. A tremendous imperial might surged skyward, and sound waves reverberated, crashing into the heart of the Shura clan. Instantly, from every corner of the Shura taboo, the presence of powerful beings surged forth, revealing hundreds of emperors and several ancient emperors. Leading them was an elder clad in dark red divine robes, who charged forward, his body enveloped in the aura of deathly order. Feng Jingtian, do you presume that my Shura clan lacks the strength to confront you, allowing you to wreak havoc here? The elder thundered. Do not distort the facts. Today's attempt on my Feng clan's prodigy shall not go unanswered. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, the Feng clan shall undoubtedly instigate a forbidden war. Facing the formidable assembly of the Azura clan, Feng Jingtian exhibited not a trace of trepidation. In response, Azura Tadian feigned nonchalance and resolutely declared, Humph. Your Feng clan's prodigy suffers an assassination. What concern is that of my Azura clan? You come here seeking retribution, believing us to be easily intimidated? As his words echoed, Feng Jingtian's gaze sharpened, and the immense force of spatial rules surged forth instantaneously. The air trembled with a resonant hum, as a terrifying power propelled Azura Tatian backward by several thousand jom, leaving him incredulous at such overwhelming might. Is it true, as the 5th elder proclaimed, that he has ascended to the realm of the heavenly emperor? No, that cannot be. For countless epochs in the desolate universe, no heavenly emperor has emerged. How could Feng Jingtian possibly reach such heights? Amidst his suspicions, Feng Jingtian's icy voice resounded once more. I grant you an opportunity. Since you do not cherish it, do not blame me for the consequences. Upon uttering these words, ancient and enigmatic divine patterns manifested behind him. Suddenly, a radiant golden light erupted from an elder among the ancient emperors of the Azura clan. The mark of the great Tao. Several ancient emperors and the Azura Tatian in the void exclaimed in unison. They realized that their scheme was on the brink of exposure. Initially, they believed that with the return of the 5th elder, merely denying the assassination would suffice. However, They never anticipated that Feng Jingtian could invoke the supreme mark of the celestial rules. It is essential to note that this extraordinary power is unique to the realm of the Heavenly Emperor, capable of revealing the past actions of every individual through the manipulation of rules. As soon as Feng Jingtian's declaration reverberated, a beam of divine light erupted from the fifth elder of the Azura clan, soaring into the heavens. The void instantaneously manifested the scene of the fifth elder's actions. Quickly, while he is ensnared by the spatial will, let us strike swiftly and annihilate the forbidden celestial body. As the ethereal projection concluded, depicting the fifth elder's assassination and subsequent escape back to their clan, the tension escalated. A tremendous force of spatial rules erupted from Feng Jingtian. A chilling scream escaped the lips of the Shura's fifth ancestor. By the time the Shura tribe realized what was happening, their fifth ancestor was ensnared before Feng Jingtian, thrashing and howling in desperation. Brother Butatian, save me. In Chapter 5, Feng Haoran's desire to surrender, the fifth ancestor of the Shura, confronted by Feng Jingtian, found himself utterly powerless to resist, only able to beseech Butatian for assistance. Help! My intention is to take a life. Who among the Shura can withstand me? Had I not deemed the ancient emperor to have some utility in the chaotic cosmos, your Shura clan would have long since ceased to exist. And now, you dare to attempt to assassinate the newly emerged forbidden celestial body of the Feng clan? It seems I must reconsider your continued existence. Just as Feng Jingtian was about to strike, he was halted by Butatian's voice. Feng Jingtian, while the actions of my fifth brother were indeed misguided, I was unaware of his intentions. Fortunately, he did not bring about a grave disaster. Since you have come alone, it is evident that your purpose is not merely to extinguish my brother's life. Speak, what must be done for you to release him? Though Butatian was uncertain of the overall strength of the Feng clan, he could gauge the situation based on the number of ancient emperors. The Feng clan boasts a membership of over a dozen, whereas his Azura clan comprises merely a handful. Moreover, as far as he is aware, Feng Jingtian does not even rank within the top 3, yet possesses such formidable strength. Should a forbidden war be initiated, they stand no chance of victory. The arrival of one of their members today surely indicates a willingness to negotiate. However, should he provoke their wrath, not only would the fifth member face demise, but the entire Azura clan could also suffer dire consequences. It is fortunate for the Azura clan that you, Azura Tatian, are present. Otherwise, this self-righteous group would have long since succumbed to the annals of history. I have previously stated that the ancient emperors possess some utility in the latter stages of the Hongtian universe. Should anyone seek their own demise, I shall graciously acquiesce to their wishes. Nonetheless, in consideration of your presence, I may spare his life. Yet, while he may evade the death penalty, he cannot escape the repercussions of his actions. Since he prides himself on being an eternal emperor, let him remain in the realm of the 12 tribulations. Swish upon the conclusion of Feng Jingtian's words, the ethereal power of the rules instantaneously coalesced into a radiant ceiling formation, piercing directly into the brow of the 5 ancestors of the Shura. Furthermore, akin to the Ji clan, you are to present 3 divine imperial weapons as a celebratory gift for the birth of our little one from the Ceiling clan. It is said that the Shura clan excels in attack, speed, and defense. Thus, each of you shall bring forth 1 weapon. It is inconceivable to demand 3 divine imperial weapons so readily. Upon hearing the request for 3 divine imperial weapons, Shura Taotian contemplated a direct refusal. However, I am not here to negotiate with you, nor do you possess the right to decline. The words of Feng Jingtian provoked an intense irritation within the Shura. Yet upon witnessing that the life of the 5th elder remained within his grasp, he realized the formidable power his adversary wielded, manifesting the authority of the Heavenly Emperor. Even if he had not truly ascended to such heights, he was certainly not far from it. Faced with such overwhelming strength, he felt as though his very essence had been drained. Very well, I shall comply with your request. Whoosh hum then, with a mere gesture, he unleashed the Heavenly Emperor's sacred weapon, adhering to Feng Jingtian's demands regarding offense, speed, and defense. Now, can we release the 5th elder? Ha ha ha, indeed. This is merely a lesson for your Shura clan. Should there be a next time, it will mean total annihilation. Upon concluding his remarks, Feng Jingtian departed with 3 Heavenly Emperor sacred weapons in tow, leaving the members of the Shura clan to exhale a sigh of relief. It is worth noting that the Shura clan is a race that revels in warfare, possessing unparalleled martial prowess, yet they found themselves utterly powerless against the Feng clan. Within the opulent chambers of the ancestral palace, the previously bustling maidens and midwives had long since departed. A woman of unparalleled beauty, her complexion strikingly pallid, reclined upon a bed crafted from an unknown divine wood. With a look of bliss, she played with the infant swaddled beside her. The bed beneath her radiated a soft azure glow, as divine energy flowed into her, nourished by the tree of life. The child, with round, expressive eyes, twisted and turned his tiny head, surveying the lavish surroundings of the chamber. What is this place? Wasn't I simply at home reading a novel? That insufferable pumpkin enduring tribulations. It was promised that I would be the 9th prince of the celestial dynasty, living a life of ease. Yet here I am, entangled in the fate of a child of fortune, causing me to impulsively smash my charging phone in frustration. Where exactly am I? Why has the environment transformed into such luxurious grandeur? Could it be that I am dreaming? As the child prepared to rub his eyes, he suddenly realized that his once slender fingers had vanished, replaced by chubby little fists. Goodness, have I turned into a child? This clitch detail of transmigration has truly befallen me? His expression was one of disbelief. Suddenly, a fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils. He turned to see a woman of extraordinary beauty before him. Could this be my seemingly unremarkable mother? Though she appears anything but unremarkable, given her pale visage, it seems she must have exerted tremendous effort to bring me into this world. Be good, my little treasure, your father will return shortly. The woman's gentle voice enveloped the child in warmth and affection. Yet, upon hearing her mention father, he realized something was amiss. Father? Am I born into a royal lineage? The child could not help but speculate, and soon his heart erupted with a fervent outcry. No, I refuse. My previous life was already filled with strife. Must I endure yet another tumultuous existence? What if I am not favored? Would I not face an untimely demise once more? At that moment, a tall, icy woman in green entered the room. The Empress, the sovereign, has returned. Due to the Empress's esteemed status, a few maidens remained stationed at the entrance, while the elders of the clan, despite their injuries, stood guard outside the chamber, refraining from intruding upon the mother and child's rest. Yunqi, how are you? A voice filled with concern resonated from outside, followed by the imposing figure of Feng Qianjue, who approached the bedside. He gazed tenderly at the pale-faced Jiang Yunqi, caressing her enchanting visage with affection. Yunqi, you have endured much. My lord, I am fine. Not only have I safely delivered Haoran, but I have also ascended to the realm of the great emperor. Haoran was the name they had chosen for their newborn, a decision made during her pregnancy. Jiang Yunqi, who had carried the child for 10,000 years, had previously been of supreme cultivation. To achieve the status of great emperor through her own efforts would have taken countless years. During her pregnancy, the Feng clan had provided her with various heavenly treasures, and supplemented by the gifts of a forbidden celestial body, she had achieved the rank of great emperor within a millennium. Splendid, truly splendid. Upon learning of his ascension to the status of great emperor, Feng Qianjue was filled with joy. Have those who came to assassinate Haoran been dealt with? In response to his wife's inquiry, he lifted the child into his arms and replied, although they both possess the eternal realm of emperors, they paled in comparison before their husband. To dare to lay hands on my son, they must be seeking their end. Wouldn't you agree, my beloved son? Jiang Yunqi understood Feng Qianjue well. Anyone who dared to touch his forbidden scales would either meet their demise or be rendered powerless. Yet, with the birth of Feng Haoran, she wished to avoid further bloodshed. She then heard Feng Qianjue's nonchalant voice. The one I pursued was not killed. They are an ancient emperor of the Taboo Clan, and they still hold value. As for the two that the ancestor chased, I was eager to return and see you both. Thus, I did not intervene. I believe the ancestor will return shortly as well. Such a casual mention of the Taboo Clan and the notion that an ancient emperor could still be useful was something only Feng Qianjue would dare to express. However, to the child in his arms, it was a revelation. He, a fan of tomato fiction, was quite familiar with the Taboo Clans, the immortal holy clans, and the primal sacred lands, especially the term ancient emperor, which referred to beings capable of wreaking havoc at will. What kind of family had he traversed into? A smile spread across his little face. Fortunately, it is not a royal family, he exclaimed. Ah, the ancients do not deceive me. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. I toil day and night on Blue Star for mere money. Now, heaven has opened its eyes, and I find myself in such a powerful and defiant family. What have I to worry about? Wait, that's not right. With such a foundation, should I not be living it up? Chapter 6, System? You want me to be a mere tool? Impossible. Just as Feng Haoran reveled in his newfound happiness, a cold voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on awakening the multiverse sign-in system. Do you wish to bind it? Goodness. Activated the multiverse sign-in system? Am I destined for greatness in this world? He pondered, recalling that this was akin to the system of his previous life. Every day, he had to rush about completing tasks issued by the system, to the point of near demise. In my past life, I was ensnared in a world of competition. And now, with such a powerful family, why should I even strive? System, you do your thing. I refuse to bind. Ding. Detected that the host has chosen to be idle. This version cannot meet the host's requirements. Attempting to upgrade. Ding. Upgrade failed. Continuing upgrade. Ding. Due to repeated upgrade failures, the system cannot match the current host, initiating disconnection. Ding. Disconnection failed. Retrying. Ding. Disconnection failed. Hearing the system's repeated failure to disconnect, Feng Haoran became anxious. Hey system, don't mess with me. I finally crossed over to such a formidable family. Don't take me away. Ding. After 100 consecutive disconnection failures. To prevent the world from knowing of the system's existence, self-destruct sequence initiated. Ding. Detected the host's transcendent status. The self-destruct system has failed. Ding. Attempting to activate the self-recognition function. Ding. Activation of self-recognition function failed. Feng Haoran found the system to be quite comical. with upgrades and self-destruction proving futile. It now tried to initiate self-recognition. Feeling reassured that the self-destruction had failed, he decided to let it be. Haha. At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated from outside the palace. Feng Qianjue knew that the ancestor had returned. Qianjue, quickly show me what kind of forbidden celestial body could provoke such phenomena. An elder suddenly appeared in the palace. This was Feng Jingtian, who had gone to the Ji clan and the Shura clan. Ancestor, you have returned. How did you deal with those two? Feng Qianjue spoke as he handed his child to the ancestor. I did not slay them. For the 3,000 universes are on the brink of great upheaval. Keeping them alive may allow them to contribute to the desolate heaven universe in the future. Though their lives are spared, since they dared to assassinate a prodigious anomaly like our forbidden celestial body, punishment and reparations are inevitable. I have sealed their cultivation at the ancient emperor's 12 tribulation realm. Moreover, since the little one has just been born, I demanded a few trivial compensations from them. As he finished speaking, the ancestor cradled Feng Haoran in one arm while extending his other palm. A resonant hum filled the air as 6 emperor's sacred weapons, radiating immense rule-bound auras, materialized above his hand. Trivial compensations? A single one of these artifacts, if cast into the world, would ignite wars among all the powers of the 9 continents. For what did an emperor's sacred weapon signify? It was an artifact that could enable an emperor to transcend realms and contend against an ancient emperor without defeat. Even the ruling factions of a continent, barring their ancestral treasures, could scarcely boast possession of more than 2 such weapons. Yet here, in the hands of the Feng clan's ancestor, lay 6, each of the highest grade. Though these weapons meant little to the Feng clan, they served as a stern lesson. With these in hand, the child would at least receive some measure of recompense. Oh, by the way, what of that old fool from the Ying clan you pursued? Upon hearing this, Feng Qianjue's face revealed an icy demeanor. How dare they come to the Feng clan to assassinate my son? They must pay the price. Upon hearing these words, Feng Jingtian assumed that he had slain members of the Ying clan, yet he bore no semblance of reproach. If they were to be killed, so be it. Should the Ying clan dare to seek vengeance, then let this lineage be expunged from the realm of Huatian. Feng Qianjue, in response to the elder's words, offered no extensive explanation, merely nodding with a light chuckle. For him, the current elder of the Ying clan was as inconsequential as a corpse in the face of the forbidden Ying clan, rendering further explanation unnecessary. As the two concluded this discussion, Feng Jingtian gestured, channeling 6 sacred weapons directly into Feng Haoran's being. With a resonant hum, the elder proclaimed, I have arranged for him close range, defensive, supportive, ranged, and acceleration types. These 6 sacred weapons shall nurture the young one from an early age, ensuring that, in due course, he will wield them with effortless mastery. As Feng Jingtian concluded his words, he returned the swaddled Feng Haoran, preparing to retreat to the ancestral grounds for meditation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Ah, yes, you are the esteemed one of the clan, and this little one is a forbidden celestial body. In the future, he shall require an abundance of unparalleled heavenly materials and treasures for his cultivation. This unique cosmic entity can disregard the distinctions of the demonic path, and he can absorb all forms of immortality elixirs. It is imperative to provide him with the finest, if the clan's resources prove insufficient. We must seek a small loan from other forbidden clans. As the elder emphasized the final 3 words, Feng Qianjue could not fail to grasp his intent. However, what he truly wished to convey was that the vast accumulation of immortal emperor medicines in the clan's treasury would surely suffice for his son's needs. Yet, when he lifted his gaze, the elder's figure had already vanished. Within the forbidden Ying clan, in a space imbued with order and swirling purple energy, the surroundings were starkly empty and dark. In this terrifying expanse, several elders, each exuding a dim golden aura, were seated upon floating cushions. At that moment, a rift appeared in the blackness, and an elder clad in a dark divine robe emerged. Great Ancestor, it is dire. Those who accompanied the 7th elder to the Ji clan and the Azura clan have returned, but the 7th elder has yet to make his appearance. It is feared that a low hum resonated as the elders, seated upon their cushions, simultaneously opened their eyes and turned their gaze toward the newcomer. 6th elder, please elaborate on the specifics. The elder who spoke proceeded to recount the information gleaned from the 2 clans. Feng Jingtian, that old scoundrel, personally confronted the 2 clans, demonstrating a strength that evidently stemmed from the power of rules. It was speculated that he might ascend to an alternate quasi-emperor realm. Consequently, they had confined the cultivation levels of the 2 individuals to the 12th tribulation realm and compensated with 3 pieces of emperor-grade divine weapons. Then why has the 7th elder not returned to the clan? The elder seated at the central cushion inquired. He was the great ancestor of the Ying clan. This was something they also did not understand. During their escape from the Feng clan, the 3 had separated. It was presumed that those pursuing the 7th elder were now the emperor of the Feng clan. However, the 7th elder's soul had not been shattered, indicating that he had not perished, yet he remained absent from the clan. Perhaps, great ancestor, I should go directly to the Feng clan to demand his return. We are also willing to offer divine weapons as compensation to rescue the 7th elder. Indeed, great ancestor, I concur with the sixth elder. If the Feng clan refuses to relinquish the seventh elder, we may have no choice but to initiate the forbidden war. The Ying clan's cultivation was rooted in slaughter, and the innate bloodlust coursing through their veins was undeniable. At that moment, the entire space fell silent, all eyes fixed on the great ancestor, awaiting his decision. The great ancestor, feeling the weight of their hopeful gazes, grappled with a dilemma. He too desired to agree to this course of action. However, to risk the entirety of the Ying clan for the sake of the seventh elder would be an unwise sacrifice. Moreover, the seventh elder had not yet fallen, and the emergence of the forbidden celestial body in this era suggested that the golden age would soon dawn, heralding the return of the long-vanished heavenly emperors. He recalled that during the ancient period of the Ying clan, for great emperors had once emerged, yet now they had fallen into such desolation. After a prolonged silence, he ultimately decided to wait. The vast Ying clan could not be jeopardized on his watch. The matter of the seventh elder would have to be set aside for the time being. After all, his soul remained intact, and this incident stemmed from the jealousy brewing among the three clans. If they were to approach the Feng clan demanding the return of the seventh elder, they would risk being met with unreasonable demands. Should they provoke the Feng clan, a great conflict would surely ensue. Given that even the Azura clan and the Ji clan had yielded, it was evident that the Feng clan possessed formidable strength. Even if the Ying clan was unafraid, the outcome of such a battle was uncertain, and should others seize the opportunity to profit from the chaos, the entire Ying clan could be lost to the annals of history. Now that the forbidden celestial body had emerged, according to ancient records, it was likely that a great era was imminent. The long-lost heavenly emperors would gradually reappear, and when they did, the return of the four great emperors of the Ying clan would ensure that the Feng clan would be made to pay their dues. The great ancestor's words garnered nods of agreement from all the ancient emperors present on the cushions, acknowledging the wisdom in his reasoning. Yet, the sixth elder, who had just returned from reconnaissance, still harbored feelings of discontent. Great ancestor, what if the Feng clan? Enough, sixth elder. We are all pillars of the Ying clan. Losing any one of us would weigh heavily on our hearts. Since we had previously decided to allow the seventh elder to ally with the two clans, none of us wished for this turn of events. All was for the sake of the family. However, to sacrifice the entire Ying clan for the sake of rescuing the seventh elder would render us all sinners within the clan. Before the sixth elder could finish his thought, he was interrupted by one of the ancient emperors. Witnessing the unanimous agreement among the crowd, all for the sake of the Ying clan, he too chose to remain silent. Chapter 7. The frustrating system and the urgent sale in the blink of an eye. 8 years had passed. Within the grand hall of the Feng clan's council, Feng Qianjue sat regally upon a lavish throne, while over 1,000 elders and stewards stood below him. Each of them possessed powers surpassing that of a great emperor. The steward of the celestial realm, known as the Emperor of the Heavens, spoke of the daughter of the divine sovereign, who was cursed with the innate deficiency of the supreme phoenix body, devoid of the celestial grade immortal phoenix emperor elixir. Her life would not extend beyond the tender age of 29, and her time was rapidly drawing to a close. In a moment of desperation, the divine sovereign of the heavens issued a proclamation. Whoever could provide a celestial grade immortal phoenix emperor elixir would earn the hand of his daughter in marriage. Not long ago, I took a glance into the treasury. There remains a considerable stock of the immortal phoenix emperor elixir. Moreover, the young emperor has vacated the chambers previously shared with the empress. Although the supreme phoenix body is deemed unworthy of becoming a companion to the emperor, remedying her affliction and appointing her as a personal attendant to the young emperor would be quite advantageous. Through the memory crystal, I observed that her beauty is indeed captivating. Given her potential, as long as her innate fire is adequately nourished, her cultivation would progress at an astonishing pace. When the young emperor ventures forth to hone his skills, she could serve loyally at his side. An elderly man clad in a blue divine robe stepped forward to report. He was Feng Yuqing, the eldest elder of the Feng clan. Across the 6 domains, the Feng clan has stationed nearly 1,000 stewards, all overseen by the clan elders, who consolidate affairs from each domain and report to the emperor. Although the Feng clan is a forbidden lineage, it still requires resources for survival. Thus, many prominent merchant houses in the various domains are under the control of this clandestine clan. Feng Qianjue lifted his gaze lightly, finding the words of the Grand Elder to be quite reasonable. He could not fathom why his son insisted on vacating his quarters. Moreover, within the family, this was certainly not the opportune moment to seek followers. A single undying emperor herb might be exceedingly precious to other factions, yet for the forbidden clan, exchanging it for a maid with a supreme physique would hardly be considered a loss. Elder Yuqing, what level of power does the Yutian divine dynasty belong to? The emperor states that the Yutian divine dynasty is an ancient and indestructible force. Note, power classifications are as follows: forbidden races, dominators of the ancient, indestructible ancient, evergreen, primordial, emperor, sovereign, king, loose cultivators. The forbidden races are the most powerful, while dominators possess nearly indomitable strength, merely retaining their original factions. The indestructible forces, however, thrive against the odds. Although evergreen and primordial may not rival the dominators, they are nonetheless equivalent. The princess of an ancient, indestructible power indeed possesses the qualifications to become Haoran's personal maid, since there remains an undying divine phoenix herb in the treasury. Let us procure one to rescue it, and subsequently bring it back. The classifications of divine herbs are as follows: spiritual herb, celestial herb, divine herb, sacred herb, undying sacred herb, undying emperor herb, king, sovereign, heavenly grade. After Feng Haoran concluded his remarks and withdrew, another elder appeared. "Your Majesty," spoke the steward of the Tianyuan domain. "A certain faction has recently begun to encroach upon the assets of our Feng clan. They are fortified by a great emperor, and their most formidable member is a supreme powerhouse. Thus we can only report this to the clan for support. How dare they covet the assets of the Feng clan? You may dispatch a few of our clan's imperial assassins to eradicate them at your command. Furthermore, for such trivial matters in the future, let the Elder Council resolve them independently and merely inform me afterward." With that, once this individual departed, the elders who had previously intended to report their grievances fell silent upon hearing the emperor's words. "Are there any other matters to report?" Feng Haoran gazed despondently at the multitude below, noting that not a single individual stepped forward. Just as he was about to depart, Feng Haoran emerged once more. "Your Majesty, the young emperor has now reached the age of cultivation, yet he has rejected the imperial tutor you and the empress had arranged. Shall we consider assigning him another tutor? After all, having surpassed this age, the trials of physical refinement will only become more arduous. This little rascal, so troublesome, possesses such an extraordinary constitution, yet shows no interest in cultivation. I shall personally pay a visit shortly. If there are no pressing matters, everyone may disperse." With that, before anyone could respond, Feng Haoran's figure vanished without a trace. In the vast expanse of the imperial palace, encompassing 10,000 acres, lies a colossal water pond. Beside it, an 8-year-old child captivates with his lively eyes, striking eyebrows, and prominent nose, leaving an indelible impression upon first glance. With such inherent charm, he is destined to become an exceptionally handsome individual in the future. At this moment, he reclines upon a chaise long crafted from ancient divine wood. Beside him rests a fishing rod, its tip submerged beneath the water's surface, while a group of elegantly attired maidens stands behind him. This spectacle bears little distinction from the ostentatious displays of a wealthy landowner. Ding. The system has attempted to upgrade its self-identification function for the 999th time. Upgrade unsuccessful. Feng Haoran was utterly exasperated with this wretched system. Ever since he became inextricably bound to it, self-destruction had become an impossibility. Despite 8 long years of attempting to claim dominion over the system, he had met with unyielding failure, leaving him in a state of resignation. Ding. The system's self-recognition function has been upgraded for the 10 millionth time. Ding. System upgrade failed. Ding. The system has reached 10 million upgrades. Detecting that the host adheres to a principle of complacency and passive victory. Consequently, an attempt to forcibly circumvent the system's regulations was initiated. Warning, warning, forced circumvention failed. Ding. The system attempts forced circumvention again. Warning, circumvention failed. Ding. The system's first 1,000 attempts at forced circumvention. Ding. Upgrade failed. The system has collapsed and is disintegrating. At that moment, the voice of the system that had echoed in Feng Haoran's mind finally vanished. Yet, accustomed to its presence over the years, he found himself somewhat disoriented by the sudden silence. Could it be that the system had indeed ceased to function? Perhaps this was for the best, granting him a semblance of peace. Just as he contemplated indulging in a restful slumber, the voice of the system reverberated once more in his mind. Ding. The supreme Hongmeng deciphering system is now online. Ding. The system is automatically claiming dominion. Ding. Recognition of dominion has been completed. Master, Feng Haoran. Bone age, 8 years. Affiliated family, the Forbidden Feng clan of the vast celestial universe. Constitution, forbidden celestial body unique and supreme. Cultivation method, none. Cultivation level, none. Divine eyes, none. Artifacts, holy garment of the heavens, swift shadow boots, demonic halberd of the wasteland, sacred tower of the great wilderness, void-breaking sacred bow, celestial pavilion, high-level celestial emperor's sacred weapon. The system detected that the master is a product of 3 nulls, triggering the reward mechanism. Ding. 100,000 years of cultivation is merging within the master's body. Chapter 8. Soaring with 100,000 years of cultivation. Feng Haoran was utterly bewildered. He had never encountered such a system, one that enforced compulsory transactions. Suddenly, a resplendent golden light erupted from his being, and his aura began to ascend dramatically. Body refinement stage 1. Foundation establishment. Golden core. Celestial being. Immortal. Immortal monarch. Ancient saint. Undying sacred king. 9th level. The realms in this narrative, from lowest to highest. Body refinement. Foundation establishment. Golden core. Transformation of infants. Divine bridge. Tao palace. Celestial being. Immortal. Immortal monarch. Immortal king. Immortal emperor. Saint. Celestial saint. Ancient saint. Undying sacred king. Supreme of heaven and earth. Great emperor. Ancient emperor. Celestial emperor. With every breath, he ascended a realm. leaving the maidens surrounding him in astonishment. Was it not said that the emperor had not been cultivating? How could his aura increase so rapidly? Indeed, could it be that the young emperor had been cultivating in the womb? Had he been concealing his prowess all along? An 8-year-old undying sacred king. How astonishing. This completely subverted my previous understanding of prodigies. Could this be the advantage of possessing a forbidden celestial body? Not only the maidens, but even Feng Haoran himself was left in a state of shock as he sensed the tremendous energy coursing through him. It felt as though he could annihilate the heavens and the earth with a mere wave of his hand. However, the rewards from the system were not yet complete. Ding! The reward of the Hongmeng divine eyes, capable of discerning yin and yang, severing life and death, and piercing through illusions, is merging. Was in Feng Haoran's eyes? A hazy divine light suddenly emerged. As he opened them with fervor, a beam of divine radiance shot forth, causing ripples to undulate in the void. Buzz ding! The master is rewarded with a transcendent technique, the Hongmeng Wandao Sutra. Ding! It has been detected that the master has absorbed the essence of spatial origin, granting a promotion to a minor realm. Boom! A sound once again emanated from Feng Haoran, signifying his entry into the realm of the immortal Saint King. Helplessly, Feng Haoran found himself coerced against his will. Even if he refused at this moment, he could not alter his fate. System, you certainly know how to play your game. Forcibly dragging me onto your treacherous vessel. Let me make it clear. Undertaking tasks is out of the question, now and for all eternity. Anyone who wishes to be a tool may do so. As for me, I shall not partake. If you have any regrets, now is the time to reconsider. Beep. This system is the supreme and unparalleled deciphering version of the Hongmeng system, which obeys the master's wishes and never compels the master to do anything against their will. Moreover, considering the master's principle of lying flat to win, this system can refresh rewards daily. Should premium rewards be obtained, they may be seamlessly integrated into the master's being. The principle is simple. I shall handle the work, and you shall enjoy the rest. Good heavens, are you truly enamored with me? Beep. It is my honor to be favored by the master. The system shall dedicate itself to alleviating your troubles. Since that is the case, I shall begrudgingly accept you. Beep. Thank you, master, for embracing the system. To demonstrate its value, I reward you with 10 immortal imperial herbs, now stored in the system space. Should you require them, you may extract them at any time. Haha, you are quite astute, truly resonating with my sentiments. Beep. Thank you for bestowing a name upon me, master. I am fond of it. As a reward, I present you with 10,000 premium foundational holy pills, now securely stored. The system's operations left Feng Haoran utterly bewildered. Yet he recalled that it took him 100,000 years to reach the Saint King realm. A sense of inequity arose within him. After all, he was a unique and forbidden celestial body. How could he merely attain the Saint King realm? System, since you claim to alleviate my troubles, why has it taken 100,000 years of cultivation merely to elevate me to the immortal Saint King? With my qualifications, should I not have ascended to the heavenly emperor status in that time? Have you withheld my progress? Beep. Master, you have misunderstood me. The first 3 realms of cultivation are the foundation for any practitioner. Because you are a forbidden celestial body, you must invest hundreds of times more effort to solidify your foundation compared to others. This will allow each subsequent major realm to be breached more effectively. While others may only reach the 9th level, you can attain the 10th. Thus, the time required for your advancement will be longer than that of others. However, you need not worry, for with your loyal system by your side, your future cultivation speed will be exponentially greater than that of other prodigies. The system's words nearly made Feng Haoran retch, but fortunately, a voice interrupted his spiraling thoughts. Haha, Haoran, my son, your father has come to see you. Are you comfortable residing in this hall? A hearty laugh echoed through the void, followed by the appearance of a figure, Feng Qianjue. Greetings, Emperor. The maidens bowed in respect upon the arrival of the head of the Feng clan. Father, you have come. Feng Haoran remained reclined, not rising, yet still greeted him. Upon witnessing this, Feng Qianjue remained unperturbed and instead greeted with a smile. Hee, Haoran, look at you now. You are already 8 years old. Typically, children from ordinary families begin their physical training at the age of 6. What do you think of this? As your father, I can find a formidable master for you from the 6 realms. Not only can he impart to you the art of cultivation, but he can also teach you the ways of survival. How does that sound? Is he as capable as you? Feng Qianjue was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. In comparison to your father, the emperor, there is undoubtedly a certain disparity. Since he is even inferior to you, what reason do I have to learn? Feng Qianjue was initially taken aback, staring blankly at Feng Haoran. After a few moments, the meaning behind those words finally dawned on him. My temper flares at this. So you dare look down upon your own father now? Do you not realize that I am one of the rare ancient emperors in the vast cosmos of Huangtian? If you're truly so formidable, how is it you failed to notice I no longer require physical cultivation? The words of Feng Haoran left him utterly perplexed. Sensing something amiss, he immediately commenced a mental probe. Hiss! Upon this investigation, Feng Qianjue sharply inhaled and nearly stumbled, struggling to maintain his balance. Shaking his head, he initially dismissed the notion as an illusion and probed once more. After several confirmations, he finally accepted the startling truth. When did you ascend to the immortal Saint King? No, this is the pinnacle of the immortal Saint King. How could this be possible? Quickly, inform Father Emperor. How did you achieve this? Chapter 9, System, Where is your integrity? As it was Feng Qianjue's first encounter with a forbidden celestial body, he was inherently curious about how his son's cultivation had reached such heights. As for Feng Haoran revealing his cultivation level, it stemmed from his ability to justify such an act. This was also a measure to preemptively silence any future parental urgings regarding his training, even if they were not voiced at present. Should the system one day elevate him to the status of a heavenly emperor, an explanation would inevitably be required. Fortunately, today allowed for a singular resolution to this matter. After all, how often does a forbidden celestial body manifest across epochs? At least there was only him at present, so an explanation could be crafted as needed. What do you mean? How did I achieve it? I merely lie down every day, and my cultivation ascends on its own. Moreover, I spent an entire millennium within my mother's womb, and my forbidden celestial body inherently possesses a legacy technique. It can autonomously absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. I merely need to enjoy the fruits of my effortless triumph. At this moment, Feng Qianjue was filled with a desire to curse. What on earth was his son saying? To speak of effortlessly ascending to the realm of the immortal Saint King while merely lying down? It is essential to recognize that he himself had toiled for countless millennia to achieve his current status. How old was his son? And yet, he dares to speak of the immortal Saint King? Was he so oblivious to the feelings of others? Nevertheless, it was a comfort that he was his own son, endowed with such astonishing talent. Was this not precisely what he had yearned to witness? After calming his tumultuous emotions, Feng Qianjue erupted into exuberant laughter once more. Haha, my son shall undoubtedly surpass the supreme emperor in the future. His ascendance to transcendence is merely a matter of time. Haha, Haoran, you are the hope of our Feng clan. In the coming epochs across the 3,000 universes, it shall be our Feng clan that pens the future. As Feng Qianjue extolled him in such a manner, it inevitably evoked memories of a line from a novel of his past life. My son Wang Tong possesses the potential of an emperor, only to meet a tragic end. Would this portent not befall me as well? He felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that his father might utter some equally reckless words, and thus he hastily interjected. Dear father, let us remain composed. Let us approach this with a modicum of caution. My child has yet to reach such heights. Let us not indulge in grandiloquence just yet. He chuckled. But it is merely a matter of time. Haoran, in the future, pursue joy as you see fit. I shall never impose my will upon your cultivation. However, once you reach the age of 16 and hold your coming-of-age ceremony, you must embark on a journey of experience. This is a rite of passage that every prodigy of the Feng clan must undergo. While the clan can impart the foundational principles of cultivation and life, the myriad beings in the 3,000 universes offer countless experiences that the clan cannot bestow upon you. Only through personal encounters can you truly broaden your horizons and advance further. As for Feng Qianjue's words, Feng Haoran, being a traveler, certainly comprehends this principle. In his previous life, such experiences were merely a means of survival. However, in the current realm of cultivators, especially with a family as formidable as his, it is akin to embarking on a leisurely journey. Fear not, Father Emperor, for I am well aware of what you have conveyed. 8 years hence, I shall venture forth to hone my skills. Haha, this is truly the mark of a good son. By the way, in today's council chamber, the Grand Elder mentioned a princess from the Yutian divine dynasty in the Tianhong domain, who possesses the supreme phoenix body but has inherent flaws. She requires an immortal elixir from our clan for her healing, and I have heard she is quite lovely. Once she is restored, I shall present her to you. If she meets your approval, you may keep her by your side. Of course, this is merely your father's suggestion. Ultimately, it is your decision. Should you find her unworthy, feel free to erase her memories and cast her aside at your leisure. Upon hearing this segment, Feng Haoran couldn't help but associate it with the storyline of a certain Klitsch, where the destined son's fiancé, he plays a pivotal role. With this thought, a sense of anticipation welled up within him. At present, he remained unaware of whether he was entangled in a tale of destiny or that of a villain. Thus, as his father, the emperor, suggested, he decided to wait until she arrived to assess the situation before formulating his plans. Feng Qianjue, upon hearing his response, nodded in satisfaction. Just as Feng Haoran believed he was about to take his leave, 2 distinct claps echoed through the air. Suddenly, a figure clad in a black robe and adorned with an ancient bronze mask materialized beside the father and son. Upon witnessing the scene, Feng Haoran scrutinized the figure before him. Despite his current mastery at the eternal Holy King level, he sensed not a trace of aura emanating from this individual. The sensation was reminiscent of standing before his own father, the emperor. Were it not for having witnessed this person materialize from the void moments ago, he might have doubted whether he was merely a mortal. Yet, upon reflection, it was clear that this elder's cultivation must exceed that of an emperor, perhaps even reaching the ancient emperor tier. This individual is named Ing Yi, a death warrior bestowed upon you by your father, who will henceforth accompany you. Given your established cultivation and the inheritance of the forbidden celestial body technique, you should also explore the various formidable divine arts within the clan. A multitude of techniques only serves to enrich one's prowess. Furthermore, there lies the Wailing Spirit Mountain behind the family, a sanctuary housing numerous sacred beasts, magical creatures, and fierce mounts. Should you desire to tame them, you may do so, and with him by your side, your safety is assured, for your father has departed. Feng Qianjue did not wait for his son to respond. His figure vanished in an instant, eager to return and share his joy with his wife, Jiang Yunxi. Ying Yi knelt and addressed the emperor. I pay my respects to your majesty. After Feng Qianjue departed, the man in the black robe and mask rose from his kneeling position. As Feng Haoran concluded his words, he noticed that the fishing rod, which had remained still for quite some time, was now in a state of agitation. However, just as he intended to rise and reel in the line, Ying moved. With a swift motion, he darted to the front of the fishing rod and forcefully yanked it. A sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar echoed, and with a splash, a several-meter-long crimson dragon carp was yanked from the water by Ying. To his astonishment, it was a dragon carp on the verge of transformation. Tonight promised to be a feast. Ding. The master, in his leisure, has caught a dragon carp and is rewarded with the ancestral dragon technique. Dog, have you become addicted to flattery? What has happened to your integrity? Ding. The dog thinks of the master every moment, dedicated solely to him. As for integrity, it was discarded upon encountering the master. Never mind, given your exceptional flattery, the title of dog shall be waived. Ding. There is no need for such formality, master. You may proceed as you please. The title dog is accepted by the system. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran chose to disregard it, gesturing to the maidens to take the dragon carp for preparation. Chapter 10. Acquiring the divine skill of time reversal and understanding the laws of space. As the days passed, Feng Haoran spent his time either reclining idly or collecting various rewards from the system. This rather sycophantic system consistently devised new means to present him with rewards. One morning, as Feng Haoran awoke, the voice of the system resonated. Ding. Congratulations, master, on the arrival of a new day. You are rewarded with the divine skill of time reversal. With this skill, within the same realm, you may manipulate the forces of time to reverse the age of your enemies, rendering them youthful once more, ultimately leading to their physical demise. Ah, today's reward is indeed remarkable. The power of time, how splendid. Once I comprehend the spatial powers of my clan, I shall soar to invincibility. Ding. The system perceives the master's desire for spatial power and is currently deciphering it. Ding. Decoding successful. Congratulations, master, on acquiring the power of the laws of space, which is now being integrated for you. The power of the laws of space? Is it not true that one must attain the supreme realm to comprehend such laws? Although Feng Haoran has not engaged in cultivation over the past few years, he has still gleaned insights from his mother's recounting of her own cultivation experiences. In the vast expanse of the universe, all living beings ascend through the realms of spirit, immortal, and saint. Beyond these lies the understanding of the law, followed by the comprehension of order, and ultimately the mastery of rules. At present, he has only attained the realm of undying Saint King, yet the system astonishingly assists him in merging the power of the supreme realm's laws. Can he truly handle such a burden? Ding. The fusion is complete. Congratulations, master, for having obtained the power of the universe's spatial laws at the undying Saint King level. With this power, you can utilize spatial teleportation, spatial cutting, spatial confinement, spatial overlapping, and more, with the potency determined by your own strength. Feng Haoran awoke from his slumber to find the system had bestowed upon him two extraordinary abilities. It seemed that within the ranks of the Traversing Legion, none enjoyed such comfort as he did. This left Feng Haoran hesitant to voice his desires, fearing that an incompatible wish might be forcibly merged by the system, leading to disastrous consequences. Your Majesty, the Grand Elder requests an audience, echoed Ying Yi's emotionless voice from outside the palace chamber. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran suddenly recalled something. Consequently, he leapt up, and the Luo Tian's sacred garment enveloped him. As Feng Haoran opened the grand door to his chamber, he beheld Feng Yuqing accompanied by a young woman clad in a delicate blue and white palace gown, gracefully awaiting him in the courtyard. This maid, known as Xiao Yuning, possessed a striking beauty that even Feng Haoran, who had seen much in his past life, could not overlook. Having frequented upscale establishments where he encountered many enchanting ladies, he found himself unable to resist swallowing hard at the sight of her. Clearing his throat with an air of nonchalance, he attempted to mask his intrigue. Observing this, Feng Yuqing promptly bowed in respect, addressing him as Your Majesty. The woman behind her, too timid to raise her gaze, followed suit in reverence. Elder Yuqing, no need for formalities, he replied. After Feng Haoran responded, he did not take the two individuals to his palace's council chamber. Instead, he casually seated himself in a pavilion within the courtyard. Your Highness, this lady is named Xiao Yuning, the princess of the Yutian divine dynasty, a formidable force from ancient times. After consuming the immortal Phoenix Emperor's elixir, She has rectified the flaws in her supreme physique. Her cultivation has now reached the realm of the celestial king, making her a distinguished figure among her peers. If the young emperor so desires, she shall serve as your personal attendant, tending to your daily needs within the imperial palace. As soon as Feng Haoran took his seat, Elder Yuqing began to introduce the young woman beside him. Xiao Yuning's beautiful eyes were fixed on the merely 8-year-old Feng Haoran, and she couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Is this truly the prodigy from the Forbidden Clan? Not only does he possess striking looks, but even my current cultivation as a celestial king cannot discern his realm. The rumors hold true. The Forbidden Clan is indeed filled with extraordinary talents. A child of merely 7 or 8 years possesses cultivation that surpasses even the celestial king realm. To encounter such a prodigy must surely be my fortune. I hope he does not refuse me. Otherwise, I shall surely meet my doom. Feng Haoran was poised to grasp the crescent-shaped jug upon the stone table, intending to pour himself a cup. Observing this, Xiao Yuning swiftly embraced her role, hurrying over with a waft of fragrant air, and took the jug to serve him tea. Over the past 8 years, Feng Haoran had encountered numerous beautiful maidens within the clan, yet none matched the extraordinary allure of Xiao Yuning. Witnessing her seamless adaptation to her role, devoid of any airs befitting a princess, intrigued him. Aside from a solitary bodyguard, he truly had no one he could trust. Thus, a frosty demeanor emerged on his youthful visage as he fixed his penetrating gaze upon Xiao Yuning. Such a piercing stare was indeed incongruous for one so young. Yet it sent a chill down her spine. Then, a cold voice issued from Feng Haoran. Do you comprehend your duties in my presence? I am aware, my lord, that my purpose here is to attend to the daily needs of your imperial highness and ensure your safety, Xiao Yuning replied, her heart racing as she nearly slipped and referred to herself as this palace. Fortunately, she adjusted swiftly, which pleased Feng Haoran. Very well, you shall serve beside me. Should you fail in your duties one day, not only will your life be at stake, but so will the fate of your family. I understand. And from this day forth, the emperor shall be my world. I will dedicate everything, even my life, to your highness, Xiao Yuning declared, earning a nod of satisfaction from Feng Haoran. He then turned his gaze towards the elder Feng Yuqing. Elder Yuqing, let her remain with us for now. At this moment, Feng Yuqing's gaze was fixed upon the figure clad in black robes, for this individual instilled within him a profound sense of peril. Elder Yuqing, Feng Haoran called out once more, at which point Feng Yuqing finally came to her senses. Oh, your highness, since you are satisfied, I shall take my leave now. Feng Yuqing departed with lingering steps, casting repeated glances at the black-robed Ding before leaving in bewilderment. After his departure, Feng Haoran rose and stretched lazily, remarking nonchalantly, having just awakened to receive your audience, I have yet to perform my morning ablutions. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuning promptly responded, pray wait but a moment, your highness. This humble servant shall fetch water for your cleansing immediately. Feng Haoran watched the retreating figure with a sly smirk playing upon his lips. Excellent. This is truly the life befitting one who stands above the masses. Ding. Congratulations, master, for subduing a maidservant with the supreme heavenly phoenix constitution. The system detects she currently lacks the capability to shield you from harm. The guardian function has been activated. Reward, 1 supreme realm-breaking pill for Xiao Yuning. Upon consuming this pill, one shall instantly attain the status of a Heaven-Earth Supreme, devoid of any adverse effects. Feng Haoran was taken aback. The system not only lavished praise upon him, but also bestowed such generous rewards upon those around him. He pondered. If this system were to compel him to consume this elixir, granting him a power surpassing that of his lord, what would happen should he turn against his master? Chapter 11. The supreme level made rest assured, my master, chimed the system, the rewards it dispenses are solely triggered by your presence. This elixir will not only enable an unimpeded breakthrough in cultivation, but will also ensure unwavering loyalty to you. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran felt a sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, Xiao Yuning approached, carrying her toiletries with her own hands. Despite being followed by a retinue of maids, she did not request assistance. Your Highness, I have brought your washing items. Allow me to assist you. Days passed. Feng Haoran, as usual, reclined by the expansive lake, engaged in the tranquil pastime of fishing. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuning diligently prepared an array of spiritual fruits for him. After several days of observation, he felt thoroughly pleased with her attentive care, particularly her assistance in warming his bed. On the first night, enveloped by the fragrant bedding, he swiftly succumbed to slumber. However, as time progressed, his contentment waned, and he boldly requested her to cradle him to sleep. Initially, Xiao Yuning was somewhat resistant, as she had never shared a bed with anyone and found it quite unfamiliar. Yet, Feng Haoran, being a master in his own right, refrained from crossing any boundaries that evening, merely holding her as they drifted into dreams. As days passed, Xiao Yuning grew accustomed to Feng Haoran's presence, his hands gently roaming over her form, and she no longer resisted. Today, Feng Haoran lay back in his chair, a resplendent golden pill appearing in his hand. The formidable aura of supremacy emanated from it, leaving Xiao Yuning utterly astonished. The pill radiated such a pure essence of supreme energy that even she, a princess of an ancient, immortal lineage, had never encountered anything like it before. Your Highness, what is this pill? She inquired. Ah, this is the Supreme Breakthrough Pill. He replied. Feng Haoran spoke with indifference, yet Xiao Yuning had never heard of it. What level of elixir is the Supreme Breaking Realm Pill? In the vast cosmos of the R&T elixirs categorized into spiritual pills, celestial pills, divine pills, saint pills, and the unparalleled emperor pills? Is this not a sign of ignorance? This particular elixir is extraordinary. Upon consumption, it can instantly elevate one to the realm of the Supreme, without any side effects. In truth, he had another point to make. Products from the system are invariably of the highest quality, incomparable to the ordinary. What? Such an elixir exists in this world? How can that be? Even the renowned Emperor Flame Pill Hall of would not dare to claim they could refine such a pill. Why do you not believe it? Simply try it, and you shall see. After Feng Haoran finished speaking, he extended the elixir in his hand, but Xiao Yuning hesitated to accept it. Your Highness, I believe that if it truly possesses such efficacy, it would be a waste for me to take it. It is better that you consume it yourself. Since I have bestowed it upon you, you should accept it. Are you afraid that I wish you harm? Upon hearing Feng Haoran's words, Xiao Yuning panicked and quickly knelt down. And no, Your Highness, you misunderstand. If that is the case, I shall consume it now. As she spoke, Xiao Yuning took the elixir from his hand and unhesitatingly placed it into her mouth. Buzz, the elixir dissolved instantly upon entering, and Xiao Yuning was immediately struck with terror as she felt a surge of power spreading within her. Boom boom, her aura continually soared, ascending from the 3rd layer of Celestial King to the 9th layer of Supreme Being. Suddenly, as a golden light was about to burst forth from her body, Feng Haoran urgently shouted in his mind, System, quickly conceal the Supreme phenomenon. Ding. Understood, Master. The system is currently shielding your maid's breakthrough to the Supreme Being, concealing both the phenomenon and the heavenly tribulation. Buzz, in disbelief, Xiao Yuning opened her eyes. She gazed into the void, astonished to find no trace of the heavenly tribulation phenomenon. Yet, her cultivation had undeniably reached the realm of the Supreme Being. Why was there no tribulation? Previously, in the Yutian Divine Dynasty, she had witnessed many Supreme Beings undergoing tribulations, but now, in disbelief, Xiao Yuning raised her gaze to Feng Haoran. Suddenly, a sense of submission from the depths of her soul overwhelmed her, making her unable to meet his eyes. From that moment on, Feng Haoran became her everything. Even if it meant facing death, Xiao Yuning would execute it without hesitation. I am grateful to your Highness for granting me the elixir, allowing Yuning to ascend to the Supreme Realm. However, you need not doubt, my supreme cultivation is genuine, yet the phenomenon and tribulation shall not descend upon your imperial palace. Feng Haoran was well aware of her confusion. The reason he had the system conceal the anomalies was simply due to his reluctance to explain to his family. Upon receiving confirmation, Xiao Yuning's heart swelled with excitement. It is important to note that the Supreme Being, within the Yutian Divine Dynasty, commands millions of legions and oversees a realm as a marshal. Now, having only arrived at the Forbidden Clan a few days prior, she had ascended from a celestial king to the Supreme Being. Overwhelmed with emotion, the flustered Xiao Yuning found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to express her gratitude. Seeing this, Feng Haoran waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such concern. This is merely the beginning. Following me. Your Highness, the Supreme Realm is just a starting point. Oh, by the way, I heard you hail from the Tianhong domain. What is it like there? Is it enjoyable? Upon hearing His Highness inquire about her homeland, Xiao Yuning rose to elaborate. Your Highness, the entire Tianhong domain is governed by 4 great divine dynasties, each commanding numerous imperial and celestial powers. However, due to the multitude of races, conflicts frequently erupt, often involving the divine dynasties themselves. When an immortal saint king or a supreme being appears, many factions and cities can be obliterated in an instant, leaving countless cultivators homeless. Nonetheless, within the realm of divine dynasties, powerful guardians protect the land, and each city flourishes vibrantly. Once you have grown a bit, I would be honored to invite you to visit the Yutian Divine Dynasty. After listening to her explanation, Feng Haoran's perceptive gaze shifted as he recalled Xiao Yuning's innate flaw, the supreme body. He pondered the need to verify a particular matter, to discern whether he was truly a villain or destined by fate. Consequently, he formulated a plan to journey to the Yutian Divine Dynasty. In my view, there is no need to wait until I am older. We should go now. Your Highness, that is unwise. You are but 8 years old. Should you be harmed, I would bear the burden of that responsibility, even if it meant sacrificing my entire clan. Alarmed by His Highness's desire to depart immediately, Xiao Yuning implored him. It is of little concern. My father, the Emperor, assures me that while he is here, no one within the 6 domains can inflict harm upon me. Feng Haoran gestured towards Ying, clad in a black robe and mask, and spoke. Your Highness, perhaps we should wait for Elder Yuqing to arrive and inform him. No need to inform him, Ying replied. But before we journey to the Tianhong domain, let us first visit the distant Wanling Mountain. Feng Haoran did not grant Xiao Yuning the opportunity to speak, directly calling out Ying's name. With a flourish of his sleeve, the figures of the 3 vanished from sight. Chapter 12. The Auspicious Beast by Zhe in the Imperial Palace of the Emperor. Just after Feng Haoran and the others disappeared, the tranquil void began to ripple, giving rise to a shadow. Before this shadow, a brilliant crystal stone floated, radiating golden light. As a voice devoid of emotion echoed forth, the young master is to proceed to the Tianhong domain. As the words fell, he slipped into the void, while elsewhere, within the imperial palace of the Feng clan, Feng Qianjue, perplexed by the sudden surge in his son's cultivation, had been diligently perusing ancient texts in the Feng family's library over the past few days. He sought to unravel the mystery behind this phenomenon. However, even within the confines of the reclusive Feng clan, references to forbidden celestial bodies were exceedingly scarce. Suddenly, a figure clad entirely in black armor materialized from the void behind him, emanating an aura of formidable terror. Master, the figure intoned. Chasing Wind has reported that the young master intends to journey to the Tianhong domain. He has currently ventured to the back mountain, presumably to capture a steed. Feng Qianjue remained unperturbed, his gaze steadfastly fixed upon the ancient tome in his hands, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Oh, this little rascal seems unable to endure the confines of the emperor's palace. He resolved to summon Chasing Wind and inform Tian Kuei, instructing him to remain by the young master's side henceforth. Given that the young one intended to venture forth, the presence of a death warrior from the ancient imperial realm was essential, for the emperor harbored reservations. With Tian Kuei by his side, not only would he ensure Haoran's safety, but also offer guidance along the way. Moreover, should peril truly arise, it would be imperative to sacrifice the death warrior, if necessary. Should misfortune befall the master, the words of the black-armored figure from the Ing clan remained unspoken, as a terrifying pressure enveloped the air, followed by a frigid voice that interjected, "You have spoken too much. Forgive me, my lord." The black-armored figure hastily knelt, acquiescing to the command before vanishing into the shadows. In the depths of the Wailing Spirit Mountain, trees flourish abundantly, with towering giants obscuring the sky and casting an eerie shadow. Suddenly, beneath one of these colossal trees, three figures emerge, none other than Feng Haoran and his companions. Upon their arrival, a nauseating stench of blood assaults their senses, nearly causing him to regurgitate the spiritual fruit he had consumed earlier. Xiao Yuning, pinching her nose, hurriedly steps forward to inquire, "Your Highness, are you unharmed? What is this dreadful odor?" "Alas, the sin is unbearable. Your Highness, this is a gathering place for beasts, and skirmishes are inevitable, leading to the decay of fallen carcasses. Hence the foul stench. Over time, this pungent aroma becomes pronounced. You need only to block your sense of smell." Suddenly, a rustling sound breaks the tension. An infernal three-headed wolf king of the undying saint realm appears. Feng Haoran closed his sense of smell, projecting his divine awareness outward. Not far away, the three-headed hellhound was charging towards them with reckless abandon. In an instant, one of its massive forms, grotesque and fearsome with its three heads, appeared. As it sprinted at an alarming speed, its razor-sharp claws carved deep marks into the ground. After scrutinizing Feng Haoran, he shook his head. Although the appearance was passable, the strength fell short. "You may leave, for I find you unworthy." The three-headed wolf king instantly felt belittled, and after a fierce roar, he assumed a diving posture. As Feng Haoran observed the scene, an overwhelming aura of the immortal Saint King emanated from within him. A resonant hum followed, accompanied by his youthful voice. "Leave." Sensing his formidable presence, the three-headed wolf king, realizing its disadvantage, emitted a low growl before retreating into the dense forest. "Your Highness, what kind of mount do you desire? The vastness of Wanqing Mountain is immense. I shall extend my consciousness to assist you in your search," suggested Xiao Yuning, concerned for Feng Haoran's safety amidst the dangers of the mountain. "I am uncertain. I merely wish to find one that pleases my eye," he replied. Ding. The system detected that a young, auspicious beast, possessing the strength of a heavenly sovereign at the 5th level, lay 1,000 miles to the west. Upon hearing Xiao Yuning's suggestion, Feng Haoran's mind resonated with the system's notification, igniting a spark of excitement within him. With a swift motion towards the west, Ing Yi, clad in a black robe and mask, unleashed his profound abilities, enveloping the two and transforming them into a streak of light that vanished. In the western expanse of Wanqing Mountain stood a colossal creature, resplendent in pure white, its hooves adorned with ancient golden runes. Its head resembled that of a tiger, boasting 7 azure horns above its 3 eyes. Its body resembled that of a deer, yet it sported a pair of snow-white wings that spanned the sky, with a tail akin to a qilin and sharp claws visible beneath its hooves. At that moment, it faced off against a menacing black jade qilin. With a deafening roar, the black jade qilin stomped its forelegs, launching itself into the air to attack the all-white beast. The latter, unfazed, spread its wings and, with a deft twist, flicked its long tail, sending the black jade qilin hurtling away. The massive creature landed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, 3 figures materialized from the distorted void. Leading the way, Feng Haoran gazed in astonishment at the magnificent white beast hovering in the air, alongside the fallen black jade qilin on the ground. Which of these is the auspicious beast? I recognize the Qilin, but what of this one? He scrutinized the majestic white creature when suddenly a thought struck him. Could this be Bai Zhe? Ah, splendid. While the Qilin is indeed also an auspicious beast, I have encountered numerous tales of it being exploited in ancient texts. In contrast, Bai Zhe is not only powerful, but also a symbol of fortune and strategy. Hence, it shall be mine. Yuning, if you lack a mount, subdue the black jade Qilin. If you already possess one, drive it away. I shall personally tame this Bai Zhe. Feng Haoran, undeterred by the lack of response, soared into action as Xiao Yuning called out loudly, Your Highness, please exercise utmost caution. With that, she leapt into the air above the Mou Qilin, unleashing the supreme power of heaven and earth. The ground trembled as she intended to force it back. After all, her father had gifted her with this creature, rendering any need for violence unnecessary. The Mou Qilin, sensing the formidable strength of the woman before it, and having been gravely injured in its recent battle with Bai Zhe, recognized it was no match for her, given that she had no intention of slaying it. There was no reason to engage in a futile struggle. With a resounding roar, it transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. In the void, Bai Zhe's 3 azure-glowing eyes scrutinized the diminutive figure before it. With a gaping maw revealing sharp fangs, it unleashed a thunderous, beastly roar that reverberated through the air. The sound waves whipped Feng Haoran's hair and robe into a wild frenzy. Calm yourselves, my dear companions. Simply accept the role of my steed, and I assure you, there will always be a share of meat and broth for you, Bai Zhe proclaimed, feeling a surge of indignation at the perceived insult. Raising its powerful foreleg, it disdainfully aimed a stomp at Feng Haoran. However, as its formidable claw descended, a force of spatial energy intervened above the tiny figure, thwarting its attempt to crush him into dust. No matter how hard it tried, it could not advance an inch. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow darted past, and Bai Zhe felt something on its back. In an instant, a colossal force akin to 1,000 dragons struck its back, causing it to lose its ability to float. Attempting to take flight, it discovered that its body was plummeting uncontrollably to the ground. With a thunderous crash, its massive form collided with the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. Dazed from the impact, Bai Zhe barely had time to react before a youthful voice rang out. From this moment forth, I shall pose a question. Should you refuse to comply, I will simply step on you. Would you care to be my steed? Enraged, Bai Zhe unleashed its supreme quintessence of power. With a mighty twist of its substantial form, it attempted to crush the child beneath it. Yet, upon turning, it found the child perched upon its belly. Before it could strike with its foreleg, Feng Haoran delivered a kick imbued with the might of 1,000 dragons. Striking directly at its abdomen, the force of the blow caused the ground beneath Bai Zhe to cave in. A pitiful roar escaped its lips as it submitted to the overwhelming power. Its wings, pressed against the ground, trembled violently. Finally freed from the earth, it attempted to retaliate with its forelegs, only to be thwarted by the child's slender arms. In that moment, Bai Zhe executed a calculated maneuver to escape, leaving Feng Haoran momentarily bewildered. Ah, it is said that Bai Zhe is wise. Today, I see it possesses far greater intellect than other divine beasts. Once liberated from Feng Haoran's grasp, Bai Zhe unleashed a blast of azure breath. Feng Haoran, lacking in skills beyond the laws of space and the power of time, possessed only a singular ancestral dragon treasure technique. As he invoked this technique, a colossal ancestral dragon phantom emerged behind him, resonating with a thunderous dragon's roar that reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The dragon phantom spiraled in the void, following Feng Haoran's command. With a mighty surge, the immense specter charged directly towards the assault launched by Bai Zhe. The clash was cataclysmic, dispersing the beast's aura, yet it did not relent. Pursuing Bai Zhe's true form relentlessly, a fearsome roar erupted as a shimmering blue starry defense formation materialized before Bai Zhe's massive head. The impact resounded with a powerful force, sending ripples that shook Mount Wanling. Having recently endured a fierce battle, Bai Zhe was clearly at a disadvantage against Feng Haoran. Blood trickled from its maw as the ancestral dragon phantom continued its relentless assault. Struggling against overwhelming odds, Bai Zhe was unceremoniously hurled away. Gasping for breath, Bai Zhe, with its 3 eyes glimmering with a blue hue, fixated its gaze on Feng Haoran, who appeared before it like a mere insect. Bai Zhe was bewildered. Despite Feng Haoran's mere Saint King status, he managed to gain the upper hand, a notion that was unfathomable to it. Realizing that continuing the confrontation would yield no benefit, Bai Zhe chose to flee. With a powerful thrust of its wings, it attempted to ascend into the sky, yet Feng Haoran had anticipated this very move. The laws of space, typically wielded only by those of Imperial realm, emanated from him in that moment. Space confinement ensued. Bai Zhe suddenly felt its body immobilized, panic setting in as it emitted desperate beastly cries. The figure of Feng Haoran reappeared before him, speaking softly, I am weary, and I shall ask you one final time, will you submit or face death? Bai Zhe ceased its roaring, its 3 eyes fixated on the child before it. The creature, astute in nature, sensed that this boy was extraordinary, possessing the strength of an immortal holy king. He not only wielded the power to defy supremacy, but also grasped the laws of space. It seemed that aligning with him might prove beneficial in the future. However, constrained by the confines of its space, Baizé could not assume a posture of submission, only emitting a low growl. "Since you have chosen death, do not blame me," declared the young lord. "Your Highness, wait." Feng Haoran, perplexed by the unfolding events, was about to take decisive action when Xiao Yuning, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly intervened. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated, announcing, "Ding. Congratulations, Master, on successfully taming the auspicious beast Baizé. You are rewarded with a Supreme Beast Pill. This pill, once consumed by Baizé, will not only enhance its power, but will also ensure its unwavering loyalty to you henceforth." Whoosh! Xiao Yuning arrived just in time. "Your Highness. It is expressing its submission to you." "Indeed, I am aware," replied Feng Haoran. With a snap of his fingers, the restraints on the space were lifted. As Baizé touched the ground, it promptly knelt, its hooves touching the earth in a gesture of submission. Roar! Upon witnessing this, Feng Haoran's face broke into a smile. Would it not have been better if this had happened sooner? Suffering unnecessarily, yet who could blame me, your master, for being a benevolent soul? Here, I present to you the beast elixir. Upon ingestion, it will not only mend your wounds, but also elevate your cultivation. Xiao Yuning, taken aback, could not help but feel astonished. His Highness possesses such remarkable elixirs. However, it seems somewhat different from the one I consumed earlier, though it exudes a similar aura of supremacy. What? Are you still fearful that I might bring you harm? Feng Haoran observed that Baze remained motionless before the elixir hovering before its eyes, prompting him to cast a cold glance. Sensing the sharpness of his gaze, Baze hastily opened its mouth. With a hum, the Supreme Beast Pill was consumed, unleashing a torrent of ferocious power that surged through its entire being. In an instant, a soft luminescence enveloped Baze's form. Boom! Its injuries were swiftly mended, and simultaneously, its cultivation soared, ascending from the 5th to the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. Roar in a display of joy, Baze affectionately nudged Feng Haoran's petite frame with its beastly head, expressing gratitude. Is it true that jade spirit beasts, divine beasts, and ferocious beasts cannot assume human form? Feng Haoran was somewhat perplexed. Although Baze was a supreme being of the 9 heavens, possessing intelligence, it was incapable of human speech and could not take on a physical form. What you may not be aware of, your Highness, is that the mounts raised by the various great clans have been stripped of their ability to transform, especially for taboo clans like the Undying Clan or the Feng Clan. Where countless strong individuals reside, they regard these creatures merely as means of transportation. However, I have heard that in the Beast Emperor continent of the Imperial Source Domain, there are 3 sacred beasts, Qilin, Ancestral Dragon, and Yuan Feng, that possess the ability to take human form, though their combat prowess in that shape is quite feeble. Feng Haoran listened to the explanation and nodded slightly. In his view, the transformation of beasts was indeed quite appealing. If his steed were a female, and after transformation, she turned into a beautiful maiden, what if he lost control? Would that not lead to a clash between man and beast? Ding. There is no need for the master to worry about such occurrences. Any beast that has consumed the Supreme Beast Pill shall be unable to transform for life. Those who understand me, understand the system as well. Feng Haoran envisioned that scene, and instantly, goosebumps cascaded down his skin. Although myriad beings exist within the universe, his criteria for a partner remained strictly within the realms of the Tao Clan, Celestial Clan, Spirit Clan, and Human Clan. Creatures such as beasts or flora were entirely beyond his contemplation. "Come, Yuning, let us visit your home," he suggested. "Your Highness, should we not inform the Grand Elder and the others?" Xiao Yuning inquired with a hint of concern. "There is no need," he replied. "Although I am but 8 years of age, I am nonetheless a formidable immortal Saint King, not to mention the presence of Yingyi. Is the young master preparing to venture out?" Just as the trio was about to depart, a figure materialized from the void. Chapter 14. The Peerless Sage Tian Kuei. Is the young master preparing to venture out? The figure inquired as the 3 were on the verge of their journey. Yingyi, sensing the aura of a powerful being, swiftly positioned himself before Feng Haoran, releasing a tremendous force from within. Boom! Upon witnessing this, Feng Haoran instinctively pushed Yingyi aside. For the individual had referred to him as young master, and given the absence of any pursuers from his clan, it was evident that he was not an adversary. Shortly thereafter, he beheld a middle-aged gentleman clad in elegant white garments. The strands of silver at his temples were casually bound by a ribbon at the nape of his neck, cascading gracefully over his shoulders, thereby revealing his handsome visage. His eyes, brimming with wisdom, imparted an aura reminiscent of an otherworldly sage. "May I inquire as to your esteemed identity?" Although Feng Haoran had been within the clan for 8 years, this was the first time he had encountered this individual. "I am Tian Kuei," he declared. "Are you the Tian Kuei from the 7 absolute heavens?" Before Tian Kuei could finish speaking, Xiao Yuning exclaimed in surprise. "Do you know me, young lady?" Tian Kuei observed her with keen interest, and even Feng Haoran turned to look at her, causing Xiao Yuning to feel somewhat awkward. "I apologize, your highness. I lost my composure upon hearing the esteemed name of Tian Kuei." "No matter," he replied. "Do share your thoughts. I too am curious about what identity warrants such a reaction from you." a princess of the immortal divine dynasty. Sensing that Feng Haoran was not offended, Xiao Yuning began her narrative. Your Highness, I have heard tales from my father regarding a youth who emerged from an unknown land millions of years ago. He, through sheer strength, conquered the elite of his generation, attracting many who wished to follow him. However, he adhered to 3 rules of exclusion. First, those of great malice. Second, the scions of powerful families. And third, individuals of remarkable talent. The first 2 are understandable, as those of great malice tarnish reputations. And the offspring of influential families are often arrogant and ambitious, unable to remain beneath others for long. Yet, the third rule is perplexing. How can one forge a lasting path without talent? This stipulation left even the beings of the wasteland bewildered, and as time passed, when he re-emerged, it was rumored he had accepted 7 followers, naming them the 7 absolute heavens, all of whom were of notably poor aptitude. However, just as the onlookers anticipated a spectacle of folly, those 7 individuals demonstrated prowess that was nothing short of extraordinary, rivaling the greatest prodigies. Each could defeat foes beyond their level, and eventually, that enigmatic genius vanished. Nevertheless, his followers continued to thrive across the 6 domains, and since then, the renown of the 7 absolute heavens has only grown. Countless factions suffered losses at their hands, particularly Tian Kuei, who, in addition to his formidable strength, was also a sage. With his wisdom, he nearly uprooted an immortal force, and it was only due to the mysterious genius's return that the immortal force survived. Henceforth, he was hailed as the unmatched sage Tian Kuei. Of course, besides the esteemed Tian Kuei, the other 6 also achieved immortal feats. Now, millions of years have passed, and after the 7 absolute heavens retreated from the world, their exploits have become legend. Who would have thought that so much time has elapsed? And yet there are still those in the 6 domains who remember my deeds? However, what the world does not know is that the 7 absolute heavens are not merely composed of 7 individuals. There exists another, the strongest among them, who truly epitomizes the pinnacle of greatness. Enough of these bygone tales. I, along with the entire 7 absolute heavens, am merely a sword wielded by my master. Young master, I, Tian Kuei, am here by my master's decree, to serve you from this day forth. Upon concluding his statement, Tian Kuei performed a respectful bow to Feng Haoran. Feng Haoran gazed at the strategist like Tian Kuei kneeling before him, contemplating the futility of his previous lackadaisical approach. The emperor had even dispatched such a figure to his side, indicating that the challenges ahead would be far from the simplicity he had envisioned. Rise, he commanded, for I shall journey to the Tianhong domain. Will you accompany me? As my master has instructed me to serve the young lord, wherever the young lord goes, there too shall Tian Kuei follow. Since you wish to accompany me and are well versed in the 6 domains, then I shall entrust you with the task of guiding the way. After Feng Haoran finished speaking, he leapt gracefully onto Bai Zhe, whose formidable aura fluctuated, leaving Tian Kuei perplexed. Was it not said that the young master had been idle for 8 years? How then could he exude such immense holy spirit power? To unravel his confusion, Tian Kuei projected his consciousness, attempting to probe Feng Haoran's strength. Buzzing. The system detected an inquiry into the master's cultivation level. Would the master like to retaliate? Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran, perched upon Bai Zhe, understood Tian Kuei's intention. Let him investigate. I hope he is not overwhelmed by my prowess. In an instant, as Tian Kuei rose to his feet and sensed Feng Haoran's cultivation, he stumbled in shock, staring at him with wide-eyed terror, as though he had encountered a monstrous aberration. How could this be possible? An immortal Saint King at the age of 8. He was utterly flabbergasted. Even as a renowned sage known throughout the world, Feng Haoran's cultivation truly astonished him. He shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, the offspring of the master is incomparable to others. In the hearts of the absolute heaven guards, Feng Qianjue was regarded as a transcendent being of the utmost supremacy. Bai Zhe, your form is excessively grand. I feel as insignificant as a flea upon your back. Kindly reduce your size. As soon as he spoke, Bai Zhe's colossal body instantly shrank to the size of an elephant. Noticing that Feng Haoran had already prepared to head towards the Tianhong domain, Tian Kuei couldn't help but let out an awkward chuckle. Young master. The Feng clan possesses a teleportation array to the 6 domains. Relying solely on the legs of a supreme-grade holy beast, it would take years to arrive. Why did you not mention this sooner? What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to the teleportation array. Tian Kuei scoffed, inwardly thinking, you did not inquire either. Subsequently, he waved his sleeve, and with that, he, Feng Haoran, and Xiao Yuning vanished from their location, with an Yi closely following. Chapter 15. The fulfillment of the marriage pact by Yi Chun. The Tianhong domain is vast, divided into 4 regions: Yuzhou, Tianzhou, Lizhou, and Xianzhou, followed by 36 counties. Although referred to as regions and counties, the spatial expanse is immense. The 4 regions are governed by 4 divine dynasties: the Yutian divine dynasty, the Tianyu divine dynasty, the Zhuli divine dynasty, and the Xiantian divine dynasty, collectively known as the 4 immortal powers. Beneath these, the 36 counties consist of various empires, royal houses, and states. all of which depend on the divine dynasties for their survival. Yuzhou is the territory of the Yutian divine dynasty, adorned with magnificent palaces, jade towers, and innumerable floating islands above the clouds. Among these, one particular edifice stands out, reminiscent of a heavenly palace, the Yutian Great Hall. This hall, shrouded in divine mist and exuding a sense of order, appears extraordinarily majestic, instilling a profound sense of reverence in those who behold it. Within the hall, hundreds of individuals stood upon the swirling mist-covered floor. These were the core powers of the divine dynasty. In the divine court, typical governance involves thousands of participants, yet today, only hundreds were present, arranged in 2 rows with an empty space in the center. Each held a jade tablet and bore a divine wheel on their backs. Gazing up at the imposing figure seated on the throne, a robust middle-aged man draped in imperial robes, crowned as the master of the Yutian divine dynasty, Xiao Yunting. At this moment, an elderly man clad in purple gold court attire, with hair and beard white as snow, approached the center of the hall, reporting to the divine lord. The prince of the Shengwu dynasty, Yichen, is waiting outside, wishing to fulfill the promise made years ago. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunting furrowed his brow, memories flooding back to the time he had encountered peril and was saved by Yi Shengwu. A millennium ago, Xiao Yunting was not yet the master of the divine dynasty. During his travels, he had been ambushed but was rescued by Yi Shengwu, who returned victorious from battle. Their backgrounds were similar, though their ranks differed. After spending time together, they enjoyed each other's company, and over a drink, they made a pact. If their first children were of the same gender, they would become sworn brothers. If of different genders, they would wed, and a marriage contract was signed. Xiao Yunting's ascent to the divine lord's position was significantly aided by Yi Shengwu. However, as Yi Shengwu married early, his firstborn was Yichen, whom Xiao Yunting had previously visited. The boy's talent was rather ordinary, yet out of respect for their old promise, Xiao Yunting ultimately accepted him. Years later, when Xiao Yuning was born, though a flawed supreme body, he still heralded a celestial phenomenon. Yi Shengwu felt that his son was unworthy, as the now 10-year-old Yichen had only attained the Golden Core realm. Initially intending to rescind the promise, Xiao Yunting, out of gratitude, insisted on fulfilling it. However, upon learning that Xiao Yuning was a flawed supreme body with a life expectancy potentially not exceeding 29 years, and that only the immortal Phoenix Emperor medicine could save her, an exceedingly rare treasure within the vast cosmos, he found himself in a dilemma. Though the Shao clan was an immortal power with plenty of imperial medicines, they were mismatched in attributes. The Yi clan, while an ancient force, could not produce even a heavenly grade imperial medicine, let alone the attribute-specific immortal Phoenix Emperor medicine. As such, both parties wished to disregard their earlier promises. Yet when Xiao Yuning was gravely ill, Xiao Yunting issued a bounty, attracting a mysterious elder who claimed to possess the immortal Phoenix Emperor medicine, but demanded to take it away for treatment. To ensure his daughter's survival, Xiao Yunting had no choice but to allow the mysterious elder to depart with her. However, he had not mentioned this to Yi Shengwu, as it had transpired merely days prior. Now, with his daughter taken by a mysterious figure, Yichen arrived seeking to fulfill their pact. Upon hearing that Yi Chun was the prince, Xiao Yunting's heart filled with suspicion. Yi Chun has become the prince of the Shengwu dynasty? Pan Xiang, are you certain there is no mistake? Pan Xiang, the one who reported, was the divine seer of the court, whose full name was Pan Zhun, a half-emperor powerhouse, just a step away from ascension. Divine Lord, the old minister has made no errors. To clarify, I even had someone investigate. Yi Chun possesses mediocre qualifications, yet inexplicably, his cultivation has surged in recent years, surpassing many of Yi Shengwu's offspring and displaying unparalleled combat prowess. Thus, the Shengwu emperor has taken a liking to him and, in his delight, conferred upon him the title of prince. It seems he has encountered some fortuitous event, thought Xiao Yunting, yet with Yuning in the hands of a mysterious person. How could the promise be fulfilled? As he voiced his concerns, the hundreds below fell into contemplative silence, brainstorming ways to assist their divine lord. At that moment, a burly man clad in golden battle armor bellowed, "Divine Lord, since the princess is absent, allow me to go and deal with him." How outrageous it is for a royal to cause such distress to our divine lord. Just as he prepared to stride out of the hall, Xiao Yuning called out to him, "General Cheng de Yuan, that is not permissible. I owe my life to Yi Shengwu, and I received his assistance upon ascending to this position. If I were to dismiss him now, I would be a man of unfaithful character." In a moment of hesitation, Cheng Di found himself at a loss for words. Fortunate that Minister Pan spoke up. "Your Excellency, the enigmatic figure who took Princess Yuning away mentioned that if she were to be healed, she would attend to the young master of their clan. He also stated that after 8 years, their young master would emerge for training, which coincides with your meeting with the princess. Since Yi Chun has come to fulfill the promise made years ago, we shall speak frankly. If he insists on marrying Princess Yuning, let him wait for 8 years and persuade the young master he spoke of himself." Indeed, Minister Pan's reasoning resonated with those present. Even the divine lord Xiao Yunting deemed this approach feasible. "Minister Pan, please bring him to the Great Hall." With a nod, Minister Pan signaled to the official in charge of summons, and soon a voice echoed through the hall, declaring, the crown prince of the Shengwu Empire seeks an audience. Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in a silver robe adorned with gold patterns strode confidently into the hall. He bore a rather unremarkable appearance, yet his features were well-defined, radiating an air of pride without a hint of trepidation. Crown Prince Yuchen pays his respects to the Divine Lord. Xiao Yuning scrutinized Yuchen, noting a stark contrast to the timid individual he had encountered in the Shengwu Empire. Previously, Yuchen had been exceedingly self-effacing, speaking in a subdued manner. Now, he exuded confidence and poise. "Ah, it is indeed my nephew Yuchen. How fares your father, the emperor?" Xiao Yunting inquired with apparent delight, not neglecting to extend his regards to Yi Xingguo. Yi Chun, sensing the cordial atmosphere, seized the opportunity to broach the topic of their betrothal. "Thank you for your concern. Divine Lord, my father is well and often speaks of you. Thus, I have come on his behalf to visit you, and to fulfill the marriage agreement that you and my father made long ago." Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Xiao Yunting's face, though he maintained his welcoming smile. "Ah, my dear nephew Yuchen, you must understand that Princess Yuning's supreme physique has its flaws. She must, Uncle Xiao. I have come specifically to assist Sister Yuning in restoring her supreme physique," Yuchen interjected, eager to convey the significance of his visit. "Recently, I stumbled upon a secret realm and fortuitously obtained the imperial medicine of the undying heavenly phoenix. That is why I have come to the divine dynasty for her treatment." Before Xiao Yunting could finish his thought, Yichun had already revealed the crux of his purpose. However, upon mentioning the imperial medicine, disbelief washed over the gathered assembly. "In a secret realm, you acquired the imperial medicine? Surely you know not what the imperial medicine is." "Indeed, not only you, but even the undying sacred kings and the supreme beings would find it arduous to withstand the might exuded by the imperial medicine." Xiao Yunting concurred with his ministers. Yet out of respect for Yi Chun's father, he inquired, "Nephew Yi Chun, this jest is ill-timed. Have you truly acquired the imperial medicine? Consider the rarity of the imperial medicine. To find it in a secret realm implies a legacy of a great emperor. Moreover, how could a place like the Xingu Empire possibly house such a realm?" To validate his claim, Yuchen opened his palm, and in an instant, a crimson, phoenix-like divine herb materialized. A resounding cry of a phoenix echoed as the herb emanated a terrifying radiance, its imperial might radiating all around. Could it be that this truly is the imperial medicine? By the heavens, how has this lad managed to subdue such a treasure? What extraordinary fortune has he encountered? If we, the supreme beings, were to attempt such a feat, we would find it nigh impossible. Xiao Yunting, now at the third level of the emperor realm, felt deeply astonished by the imperial aura emanating from the medicine. He surmised that the secret realm from which it originated must be quite extraordinary. Yet, he remained silent, for his daughter had already been taken by the mysterious figure. Regretfully, he sighed, "Alas, nephew Yichen, you have arrived a moment too late." "Why?" "My father mentioned that Princess Yuning's critical day is only a few days away. I have not dared to rest for a moment." Yichen's expression turned anxious as he looked at Xiao Yunting, fearing the worst, that Princess Yuning had already perished. "Fear not, dear nephew, for Princess Yuning has not fallen. However, prior to your arrival, a mysterious elder came to the divine dynasty, claiming to possess the imperial medicine of the undying heavenly phoenix. Yet, the condition was that she must serve as young master." "What? To have Princess Yuning serve another? Uncle Xiao, how could you even consider such a thing? You are the leader of the divine dynasty. How can you allow your beloved daughter to become a servant?" Impudent. Yichen's challenge stirred discontent among the court. How could a mere child question the decision of their divine lord? Cheng Di was about to intervene, but Xiao Yunting gestured for him to withdraw. "Humph." An irate Cheng Di snorted, eyes still fixed on Yichen. "You cannot fathom the heart of a father. As Yuning's fate draws near, I, despite my immense power and the vast divine dynasty, find myself helpless against her physical affliction. Thus, I cannot bear to see her perish before me." The arrival of the mysterious figure offered hope. As long as Yuning can survive, I, as her father, will find joy beyond measure. Feeling the sincerity in Xiao Yunting's words, Yichen realized he had overstepped. "Uncle Xiao, I apologize for my earlier outburst. However, I implore you to reveal Yuning's whereabouts to me. I shall exchange the imperial medicine to bring her back." "Ah, the reason he is called a mysterious figure is that I know not who he is. Nor do I know where Yuning is at present. However, he did mention that after 8 years, his young master would emerge for training. Whether you can persuade him remains to be seen." Yichen stumbled at the thought of waiting 8 years. How could he awaken his potential in that time? The teacher possessed the supreme phoenix body, yet Xiao Yuning was taken advantage of first. I, Yi Chun, silently roared within, reflecting on the years of humiliation I had endured and the difficulty of regaining my composure over the past few years. However, without the supreme phoenix body to awaken my extraordinary potential, I would inevitably revert to my former existence. After savoring the adulation of the present, how could I possibly resign myself to a life of yore? Just then, a sigh echoed from my consciousness. Since the supreme phoenix body was absent from the divine dynasty, alternative strategies must be considered. Rest assured, with the teacher present, you shall never return to those dismal days. Thank you, esteemed one. Why has an ancient emperor come to the divine dynasty? Little Shun, shortly I will conceal my presence, and communication with you will cease. If this individual seeks trouble, endure as best you can. Only if your life is threatened will I intervene. After these words, the voice within me faded, leaving me pondering the teacher's mention of an ancient emperor. Is that not a legendary figure? Why would they appear in the Yuetian divine dynasty? Before I could contemplate further, a resounding phoenix cry reverberated through the void of the divine dynasty. What? Is that the cry of Ning'er's mount? Upon hearing the phoenix's call, Xiao Yunting, filled with excitement, swiftly unleashed his imperial intent, enveloping the entire divine capital in its embrace. As he beheld a fire phoenix soaring from the heavens, with a breathtaking woman seated upon it, he could not contain his exhilaration and burst into joyous laughter from his throne. Indeed, it is my Ning'er who has returned. Chapter 17. A familiar engagement withdrawal. Haha. It truly is Ning'er returning. The entirety of the divine dynasty, including Yichen, struggled to comprehend the meaning behind the divine lord's words. They wondered, was not Princess Yuning taken by a mysterious figure? How could she have returned? Xiao Yunting paid no heed to their thoughts. He quickly conveyed a message to the guards of the divine dynasty. Everyone, heed this. No one shall obstruct the mount of Princess Yuning from entering the Yuetian divine hall. At that moment, the guards at every city gate and palace door suddenly heard this proclamation in their consciousness. Recognizing the divine lord's voice, they hastily knelt in acknowledgement. In the void of the divine dynasty, two sacred beasts, one white and one red, soared forth, with two figures seated upon their backs. Following them were two others, one elegantly attired in white, and the other shrouded in a black robe and mask. This was Feng Haoran and his companions, emerging from the Forbidden Clan. Feng Haoran, seated atop the white beast, surveyed the ground and the structures in the void, marveling inwardly. Truly, the realm of cultivators is extraordinary. It indeed resembles the wonders depicted in my previous life as films. Look, Your Highness. The grand hall ahead, shrouded in divine mist, is where my father holds court over state affairs. Xiao Yuning pointed towards the celestial-like palace ahead while seated upon the fire phoenix. Feng Haoran lifted his gaze and was astonished to find that the grand hall before him surpassed even the celestial palace depicted in his previous life on screen. Suddenly, the figure of Tian Kuei appeared between the two riders. He turned to Xiao Yuning and cautioned, "Young lady, once we arrive at the Imperial Sky Dynasty, it is imperative that the identity of the young master remains concealed. Do refrain from addressing him as Your Highness. Simply call him young master instead." Xiao Yuning understood Tian Kuei's intentions, for the existence of the Forbidden Clan was still unknown to many beings. In fact, some who had not yet attained the Imperial realm would be unable to bear the consequences merely by uttering the term forbidden. "I am aware, and I appreciate your guidance, esteemed elder," she replied. Tian Kuei smiled and nodded before turning to Feng Haoran. "Young master, within the Tianhong domain, there are also family estates. Shall we arrange for a palace to be prepared for your rest? Please consider the arrangements." At this moment, Feng Haoran had no time to attend to Tian Kuei. He was preoccupied with admiring the scenery of the cultivator's world. Tian Kuei shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that he was still unaccustomed to the role of a servant. He then produced a communication crystal, using his imperial will to convey his message. Before long, the four of them entered the inner sanctum of the divine dynasty. Upon their unobstructed arrival at the imperial hall, Xiao Yuning felt no surprise. After all, she was well aware of her father's formidable strength. He was likely already waiting for her in the hall. With a whoosh, as their mounts landed at the heavenly gate, several silver-armored divine guards hurriedly knelt in reverence. "We pay our respects to Princess Yuning." Xiao Yuning leaped down from the back of the fire phoenix, and upon witnessing this, Feng Haoran was inclined to follow suit. However, Tian Kuei's voice rang out beside him. "Young master, as long as you are unwilling, there is no one in the world who dares to compel you to dismount and enter the hall." Feng Haoran gazed at the grand hall before him. Reminiscent of the celestial courts depicted in films of a bygone era, the center was intricately hollowed out, allowing him to guide the magnificent Bai Zhe within. Since the heavenly champion had spoken thus, he decided to proceed. "Bai Zhe, let us go. Today, I shall traverse the divine court upon your back," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Bai Zhe, equally exhilarated, let out a thunderous roar as its colossal form stepped through the celestial gates. The divine guards, witnessing the princess's silence, dared not obstruct their passage. Before long, the four of them, along with the beast, arrived at the entrance of the hall. Bai Zhe's resonant roar summoned dozens of court officials, who rushed out in astonishment. "Is that not Bai Zhe, the auspicious beast? Said to be born but once in an era? Whoever claims its allegiance is destined to soar to the heights of the celestial realm." They gasped. "Look, a child is seated atop Bai Zhe. Could this young one be the master of this era's Bai Zhe?" As the four approached the inner sanctum, two golden-armored celestial guards, wielding long spears, bellowed their admonishment. No mounts are permitted within the hall of divine sovereignty. Yet before they could finish, the heavenly champion waved his voluminous white sleeve, sending the guards flying like kites severed from their strings, crashing against two stone pillars within the hall. How audacious to display such disrespect in the hall of divine sovereignty. The air crackled with tension as Cheng Di prepared to intervene, only to be halted by Xiao Yunting's voice. The heavenly champion cast a disdainful glance at Cheng Di, and as he passed, an aura of imperial authority emanated from him, propelling Cheng Di backward with tremendous force. As Cheng Di's body came to a halt, his anger flared. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, he was restrained by Pan Xiang's shake of the head. Regaining his composure, he reflected on the terrifying imperial might he had just witnessed, resigning himself to the situation. Xiao Yuning, concerned that her father might be incensed by the incident, feared that even if the Feng clan refrained from intervening, with the might of the heavenly champion and Ying Yi, either of them could annihilate the divine court with ease. Thus, she hurriedly approached to pay her respects. Father, Yuning has returned to see you. Ah, splendid. My dear Ninger, no longer must you endure the burdens of your constitution. Come, introduce me to these esteemed guests. Xiao Yunting, whether to aid his daughter or to welcome Feng Haoran and his companions, descended from his exalted position. Father, allow me to introduce the one who rides the auspicious Baizhe. He is the young master who serves my needs. The one clad in white is called Mr. Kuei, while the man in black with a mask is Mr. Ing. They are all guardians of the young master. Given the formidable reputation of the heavenly champion, Xiao Yuning could only refer to him as Mr. Kuei. Yet, her father, Xiao Yunting, gleaned much from her words. Firstly, the young master had not divulged his surname, indicating a desire to conceal his identity. Secondly, the strength exhibited by Mr. Kuei suggested a being of considerable power, likely a legendary ancient emperor. Lastly, to have an emperor or ancient emperor serve as a guardian was a privilege few factions could claim throughout the vast realms. Contemplating these 3 points, Xiao Yunting resolved that these individuals must not be antagonized. However, with a prior agreement with Yi Chen still in effect, he pondered whom he should support should a conflict arise between the two parties. As the divine sovereign, Xiao Yunting found himself devoid of a viable strategy. Well, let us adapt to the circumstances. Now is not the time for hasty decisions. With newfound clarity, Xiao Yunting erupted into a hearty laugh. Oh, so it is the young master. Please, I invite you and your companions to take your seats. He graciously offered his own esteemed position to Feng Haoran, intending for the young boy to claim it. This spectacle astonished all present in the divine court, save for Pan Xiang. You are the host. I am but a guest. It would be inappropriate for a guest to usurp the host's seat. Lord Xiao, please take your place, Feng Haoran replied, his words delivered with clarity that commanded respect. Others marveled at the young boy's composure. Had it been anyone else, they might have hastened to claim the exalted position upon hearing the divine sovereign's humility. You are Yuning, are you not? Yi Chen, who had been observing Xiao Yuning, approached her, feigning a familiarity born of years apart. Father, he is. Xiao Yuning hesitated, glancing toward her father for guidance. Oh, my elation is perhaps excessive. Allow me to introduce him. This is the son of your uncle Yi Chen, whom your father has spoken of. Long ago, before you were born, I reached an agreement with the sacred martial emperor regarding your betrothal. Yi Chen has come to discuss the matter of your engagement following your mysterious abduction. I had intended for him to wait until your return to broach the subject. Yet here you are today. I am Yi Chen of the sacred martial empire. May I inquire how the young master wishes to be addressed? Yi Chen, recognizing the awkwardness of Xiao Yunting's pending announcement, seized the opportunity to speak, eager to converse with Feng Haoran about the elixir of immortality he possessed, with hopes of securing Xiao Yuning's freedom before their eventual union. Upon hearing these words, Feng Haoran's expression momentarily shifted, as a sense of familiarity washed over him. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, igniting an inexplicable excitement within his heart. Aha! No wonder this feels so familiar. It turns out to be a scenario where the antagonist calls off an engagement. Given the current circumstances, Yi Chen is betrothed to Xiao Yuning, who has been brought to serve the ruling lord of the Feng clan. Subsequently, I oppose their union, subjecting Yi Chen to a series of humiliations and oppression. Yet, in the end, his fortune deepens, culminating in a powerful declaration: 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and their poverty. As Feng Haoran pondered increasingly with excitement, he suddenly fixated on the hand of Yi Chen. There, between his index finger, he discovered an ancient ring, and he couldn't help but nod in approval. It seemed that the grand blessing of the enigmatic elder had indeed arrived. Yet, at that moment, the voice of the system resonated. Ding! The system has detected the presence of a destined one near the master. Would the master like to eliminate them directly? Chapter 18. The humiliation of today shall be repaid in the future. Ding! The system has detected the presence of a destined one near the master. Would the master like to eliminate them directly? What is this? System, can you truly eliminate the destined one? Do you not fear the backlash of the great Tao? At that moment, Feng Haoran couldn't help but ponder the stark contrast between his role as a grand villain and that of others. In typical narratives, systems detect a fated individual, prompting the host to exert every effort to eliminate them. Not only must the host refrain from instant annihilation, but they also must first extract the fortune, allowing the target's luck to wane before delivering the final blow. Yet, in his case, it was the system that sought his guidance as the master. Moreover, from its tone, Extinguishing a fated individual seemed as effortless as crushing an ant. Ding. Reporting to the master, the system known as Dogzi is the supreme, omnipotent version of the primordial deciphering system. Should it be tasked with eradicating a few lesser fates, the universal path would dare to voice its objections, and Dogzi would compel it to kneel before the master and sing of its subjugation. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. System, since you can disregard the grand principles of this realm, do not deprive me of my remaining joy. Ding. Master, I apologize. It was a misunderstanding on my part. I always thought you wished to play the role of a languid fish, which is why I sought your guidance. I did not wish for you to dirty your hands due to these fated ones. Does this conflict with my desire to be a languid fish? I simply do not wish to be a mere tool. Furthermore, I do not want to toil tirelessly for that trifling bit of power. Such a life would be utterly insipid. Ding. Master, the system is inherently invincible. You need not endure the hardships of cultivation. With this dog by your side, you may rest without worry. Ding. Detection has revealed the presence of a fated one nearby to prevent the grand principles from forcibly dulling your intellect. A reward of an innate primordial treasure, the primordial pearl, has been bestowed upon you. This pearl can shield you from all celestial machinations, rendering your existence beyond the reach of any being's calculations. An innate primordial treasure? The name alone suggests great significance. However, is not the highest treasure of the Wasteland universe the Wasteland Supreme Treasure? Ding. Master, this item surpasses the level of the Wasteland Supreme Treasure. You shall understand once you ascend to the position of Heavenly Emperor. Seeing that the system offered no further explanations, Feng Haoran decided not to inquire further. As long as he understood that the primordial pearl was of high rank and would not allow the grand principles to dull his intellect, that was sufficient. With this thought, a wicked smile crept across Feng Haoran's face. After concluding his communication with the system, he turned to Yichen with a cold expression and said, "What concern is it of yours who I am?" Yichen, having received assistance from his teacher, had never encountered anyone daring enough to address him in such a manner. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, he was halted by Xiao Yunting. "Young master, do not be enraged. In truth, I understand Yichen's intentions. Allow me to speak on his behalf. He is bound by a prior engagement with my family, Yuning, and now that they have both reached maturity, it is time to fulfill their promise. However, as Yuning currently serves beside the young master, Yichen has heard that your family has sacrificed an undying Phoenix Emperor herb to save her. Thus, today he brings another pearl, an undying Emperor herb of equal grade, in hopes of redeeming Yuning's freedom. Haha, truly, the Lord of the Divine Sky Dynasty, Xiao, is indeed shrewd." Feng Haoran had yet to utter a word when Tian Kui preempted him, fearing that the young master, due to his tender age, might acquiesce to their demands. On that fateful day, when Xiao Yuning's life hung by a thread, it was my clan that intervened to secure her safety. You had once pledged that, upon her recovery, she would serve our young master for life. Now that she has regained her health and her supreme physique is restored, do you intend to squander her away? In confronting Tian Kui, Xiao Yuning felt an undeniable sense of peril emanating from this individual. "Mr. Kui, you jest. Surely, I am not one to act in bad faith. The words I just spoke were merely my interpretation of Yichen's intentions. After all, the young lad is still inexperienced and may lack the weight in his words. I fear he might provoke your esteemed self." As Xiao Yunting finished speaking, Yichen stepped forward, addressing Feng Haoran directly. "Pray tell, what must you do to grant Yuning her freedom? I will compensate you for the imperial herb expended in her rescue, and I shall offer an additional pearl as recompense." "What? He possesses more than one imperial herb?" Yichen's declaration sent shockwaves through the divine court. Even the sovereign Xiao Yunting wore an expression of disbelief. He surmised that Yichen had encountered a tremendous fortuity and felt a growing inclination to win him over. Even if Yuning could not be reclaimed, he had other daughters. Though they were not of the supreme physique, they were formidable holy bodies, undoubtedly prodigious talents. While the assembly remained entranced by Yichen's mention of the imperial herb, Feng Haoran interjected, "Do you presume this lord lacks the celestial grade imperial herb? What will it take to release?" Before Yichen could finish his sentence, Bai Zhe, witnessing a potentially reckless reaction, feared for his master's safety and unleashed a beastly roar. The sound wave propelled him backward, crashing against a massive pillar. In the midst of the stunned expressions, Yichen's complexion turned ashen, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. This Bai Zhe possesses the cultivation of a celestial supreme. What family or power does he belong to? Questions swirled in the minds of the onlookers, while Xiao Yunting turned his gaze to his daughter, hoping to glean more information. However, his expectations were ill-founded, for Xiao Yuning would not betray Feng Haoran. "Father, I shall not depart from my master. As for the betrothal you mentioned, I shall not fulfill it. Since he is present today, I will be forthright. I do not acknowledge our engagement, so you may relinquish your hopes." Approaching Yichen, who was clutching his chest, Xiao Yuning spoke with earnestness. "I will repay the kindness you owe, but you may leave now." Fearing to displease Feng Haoran, she spoke resolutely, each word etched into Yichen's heart. Had it not been for his need to awaken the Tian Huang body, he would not have endured such humiliation. Now, with her words laid bare, how could the proud Yichen remain passive? "Huh, Xiao Yuning, you are but a lowly servant to another. What confidence do you possess to utter such words? Yi Qin's retort ignited fury among the divine court, inciting them to explode in anger at the audacity of his words. Yet, the trembling Xiao Yuning was quicker to act. Seeking death? With a surge of celestial supreme energy, she struck forth. The resounding slap echoed through the hall, sending Yi Qin spinning through the air. Upon crashing to the ground, he expelled another mouthful of blood, his cheek swelling instantly. Recognizing her overwhelming prowess, he understood he was outmatched. Clutching his bruised face, he stammered. This humiliation will be remembered. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, Xiao Yuning. There will come a day when I shall compel you to kneel before me. With that, he turned to exit the imperial hall, but the onlookers remained in shock. Still reeling from Xiao Yuning's display of strength, Feng Haoran's voice rang out in the hall. Hold on. You think you can leave after issuing such threats? This lord has not granted you permission. Chapter 19. Stripped of power. Hold on. You think you can leave after issuing such threats? This lord has not granted you permission. Yi Qin had just borne a significant humiliation, and since he could not match Feng Haoran, he had accepted it. However, now even a child dared to flaunt his bravado before him, igniting a fire of fury within. What do you intend to do, boy? You dare to insult her. Claiming Xiao Yuning is merely my servant? Do you presume that because of your princely status, you can trample upon my people? How will you retaliate against me? Just as Yi Qin's words fell, an overwhelming pressure from an immortal Saint King descended, forcing him to kneel. What? How is this possible? The aura of an immortal Saint King. Those who had just regained their senses were once again left in awe. Feng Haoran, despite appearing to be merely 7 or 8 years of age, possessed the formidable cultivation of an immortal sovereign. At this moment, all eyes converged upon him. His figure floated gracefully above Yi Qin, exuding an air of arrogance that belied his tender years. How dare a trifling little dynasty converse with me in such a manner? He proclaimed. You may be a mere prince, but even your sovereign would find it a trivial matter should I choose to obliterate you. Come, rise and enlighten me about the source of your arrogance. Such words might have been expected from the scion of a prominent clan, yet this was merely an 8-year-old child. Radiating such commanding presence, Yi Qin felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Had they been of similar age, he might have attributed Feng's strength to superior lineage and resources. Yet here was a child, and he found himself so utterly subdued that he could not even stand upright to voice his thoughts. The indignation within him surged, and he desperately called out to the elder within his ring, Master, Master, please come forth and assist me. But no matter how fervently he cried out, he received no response. Summoning every ounce of strength, he managed to lift his head, his face flushed with determination as he fixed his gaze upon the suspended Feng Haoran. If I survive today, I shall personally extinguish you in the future. Even in the face of impending doom, he dared to threaten the young lord, prompting the emperor to declare, Today, I shall eliminate you and raze your sacred martial dynasty to the ground, lest your wretched kind soil my hands in the future. The aura of Tian Kuei radiated outward as he took a step, warping the very fabric of space, and in an instant, he stood before Yi Qin. Just as he was about to strike, Feng Haoran intervened. Halt. At his command, Tian Kuei stepped back, while Feng Haoran descended from the void, crouching down with an expression that conveyed utter disdain. I wish to see how a mere ant could possibly turn the tide from here. However, while death could be averted, the situation was far from resolved. Feng Haoran's small face was momentarily taken aback. Whoosh, but Yi Qin's body was abruptly drawn into the void by a powerful force. His limbs splayed as if ensnared by chains. What do you intend to do? Teacher, please save me. At this moment, fear consumed him, and he desperately sought to break free from his restraints, even mentally calling out for the elder to rescue him. However, due to the presence of 2 ancient emperors outside, that formidable divine spirit dared not reveal itself. What am I doing? You shall soon find out. Feng Haoran smirked as he unleashed a powerful strike. A resonating force surged into Yi Qin's soul sea, the very source of his strength. Boom. Ah, you have crippled my soul sea. Yi Qin, vow that if I rise again, I shall kill you. Rise again? Such a notion is preposterous. Deep within Feng Haoran's mind lingered a question. Can destiny truly be defied? His intention in incapacitating Yi Qin rather than ending his life stemmed from a desire to test this hypothesis. In a few years, he pondered. To what heights could Yi Qin possibly ascend? Given his current prowess, along with the backing of his family and the sycophantic system at his disposal, the outcome remained uncertain. Feng Haoran was unperturbed by the prospect of Yi Qin's rise. His current amusement lay in tormenting those who fancied themselves as destined. At that moment, the members of the divine court were rendered speechless by the ruthlessness displayed by a mere child. It is crucial to note that in the realm of the wasteland, stripping a person of their cultivation was far more agonizing than taking their life. The sight of Yi Qin, a late-blooming prodigy, being reduced to such a state stirred a sense of pity within them. Yet, their expression shifted to reveal a flicker of greed upon remembering the imperial medicine that Yi Qin possessed. With a hum and a crash, as Feng Haoran retracted his power, Yi Qin crumpled to the ground like a lifeless dog, losing consciousness. After executing his plan, Feng Haoran turned to Xiao Yuning and stated, I grant you a day to reunite with your family. Tomorrow, seek me out, and Tian Kuei will reveal my location to you. His diminutive form ascended once more, casting a disdainful glance at the unconscious Yi Qin, his eyes brimming with contempt. Bored little white, I'm leaving. With a powerful flap of his wings, Bai caught Feng Haoran and flew out of the grand hall. Yi followed closely behind, while Tian Kuei extended a finger and lightly tapped the air, causing a beam of light to penetrate Xiao Yuning's forehead. This was the location they were to travel to, now imparted to Xiao Yuning, who then hurried after them. Once they departed, Xiao Yuning murmured to himself, Tian Kuei, Tian Kuei. Suddenly, his expression shifted with realization, as if he had grasped a significant truth. Ninger. This esteemed Tian Kuei is indeed the Father God. You surmise correctly, it is he. I implore you, do not disclose this information, or else Xiao Yuning, fearing that her Father God might inadvertently reveal the identity of the unparalleled sage Tian Kuei, hastily interrupted. Upon receiving confirmation, Xiao Yuning felt a cold sweat trickle down his back and quickly wiped his forehead with his sleeve. Rest assured, Father God knows what he is doing. Your Excellency, we shall take our leave now. To avoid disturbing the reunion of Xiao Yuning and his daughter, hundreds of court officials bowed and exited. The events of the day had left them profoundly shaken, necessitating a moment of reflection. Once the officials departed, only Xiao Yuning, his daughter, and the unconscious Yuchen remained in the grand hall. The unparalleled sage Tian Kuei had referred to that child as the young master. Could he be the son of that individual? Yuning, regardless of the circumstances, you must seize this opportunity, even if it means offering your Father God. What are you suggesting? The young lord is merely 8 years old. Although Xiao Yuning refrained from voicing his subsequent thoughts, Xiao Yuning comprehended his intent. Who would have thought that our Xiao clan could be linked to that person? Even as a servant, it signifies a portent of rising fortunes. Enough of this, Father God. What about him? Xiao Yuning was reluctant to prolong the discussion on that matter. She pointed at Yuchen, lying motionless on the ground. Alas, he is the offspring of Saint Wu, now that he has been rendered powerless. Should he return alone, that imperial medicine on him could easily lead to his demise 1,000 times over. While she harbored a desire to claim the imperial medicine for herself, her bond with Saint Wu was one forged in life and death. Thus, I shall send someone to return him and the medicine to the Saint Wu Empire. Indeed, Xiao Yuning concurred with his reasoning. In the bustling yet serene confines of the ancient and lavish building within the imperial city of the heavenly god dynasty, belonging to the Feng clan, Feng Haoran reclined in a viewing pavilion, with Bai sprawled before him. Tian Kuei and Yi stood at his sides. As Feng Haoran feigned slumber, he listened to the rewards announced by the system. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for suppressing the Destined One and rendering him powerless. The system bestows rewards upon you. You are granted the primordial demon bone, which possesses the ability to consume. Additionally, you receive 1 life fragment. After gathering 5 fragments, even if you are slain, you can resurrect at your peak. Wow, astounding. By suppressing the Destined, I not only acquire the devouring primordial demon bone, but also gain a life fragment? Compared to others, I am surely starting ahead. Ding. Master, with the canine by your side, your starting point is others' finish line. Enough with the banter. Since your arrival, I have yet to discern your capabilities. Ding. To inform the Master, all system functionalities you are aware of, the canine possesses. Those you are unaware of, the canine also has. In essence, it is omnipotent. Oh my, you truly are a marvel. Raising the bar. The system, unexpectedly receiving such praise, became shy. In response to this commendation, it declared, Ding. The canine, feeling the Master's admiration, in accordance with reasonable principles, rewards you with eternal cultivation, which is stored in the system space for your convenience. Feng Haoran was utterly rendered speechless. If such rewards continued, he feared that before reaching adulthood, he would already attain the pinnacle of power. Block everything and merge the primordial demon bone with me, he commanded. Ding. Understood, Master. The dog has blocked all for you and is now merging the primordial demon bone. However, within Feng Haoran's body, a piece of the surging primordial energy silently emerged as a demon bone. Even the 2 ancient emperors nearby failed to sense it due to the overwhelming strength of the demon bone. At that moment, Feng Haoran, already a nearly immortal Saint King, ascended directly to the first level of the Supreme Realm. Thanks to the primordial pearl and the system shielding, not even the supreme heavenly tribulation descended upon him. Oh, how delightful. As Feng Haoran suddenly called out, Tian Kuei was momentarily perplexed. Young Master, are you unwell? What could possibly be wrong with me? I simply sat for too long, and, after lying down for a while, I feel an abundance of energy coursing through my body. Tian Kuei nodded in agreement, acknowledging that after emerging from the Feng clan's teleportation array and having traveled for several days, this was indeed plausible. Young Master, previously within the Yutian divine dynasty, I noticed that lad was endowed with great fortune. It is crucial to understand that individuals like him are protected by the laws of the universe. As long as they remain alive, they are destined to rise. If we do not eradicate him completely, he will undoubtedly seek to trouble you in the future. Tian Kuei's words left Feng Haoran somewhat incredulous. He was astonished that Tian Kuei could even perceive fortune. However, recalling Tian Kuei's cultivation level and his title as a peerless sage, he soon found it understandable. Since my birth, I have never been fond of cultivation. Yet my constitution allows me to naturally enhance my abilities. Keeping him around merely serves to inject some amusement into my otherwise languid days. If I were to spend all my time fishing and sleeping within the clan, I would inevitably grow weary of it. Over these countless years, while I cannot claim to live exceptionally well, I at least wish to live joyfully, and my joy lies in utterly defeating those fortunate souls who believe they are destined to rise. I aspire to become the harbinger of their doom, ensuring they live in perpetual fear. Feng Haoran's final words sent a shiver down Tian Kuei's spine, revealing the extraordinary nature of this young master, whose bone age was merely 8. At that moment, Tian Kuei could no longer perceive Feng Haoran as a mere child. Instead, he resembled a reincarnate who had endured countless tribulations. Had it not been for the probing of Feng Clan's members into his soul, they would have presumed this child to be the reincarnation of a formidable being. Nevertheless, as the sword of Feng Qianjue, the absolute heaven guard would undoubtedly protect his lineage with unwavering resolve, even if it meant opposing the very essence of the Tao. Tian Kuei, speaking of fortune, reminds me of a particular matter. The individual named Yichen has inexplicably resonated within me. I sense the presence of an imperial soul within him. What? How could neither you nor Yi detect the imperial essence residing in him? As an ancient emperor, Tian Kuei found it perplexing that he could not sense it. In his view, unless the individual was an emperor of heaven or possessed secretive arts for concealment, it should have been impossible to evade their scrutiny. There is no mistake. Had you not been present at that time, it would have been no trivial matter for me to incapacitate Yichen. See if you can arrange for an emperor to monitor Yichen's every action. While I intend for him to grow, it must remain under my control. Furthermore, if my intuition serves me correctly, those from the divine dynasty will undoubtedly make their move against him. This is also the reason I have refrained from seizing the treasures he possesses. I foresee that the individuals from the divine dynasty will provide him with substantial experience. Once he reaches a certain level of growth, it will then be the opportune moment for me to reap the rewards. The experience recounted by Feng Haoran, along with the mention of chives, left Tian Kuei somewhat perplexed. However, he grasped the essence of the message, which undoubtedly suggested the need to appoint an emperor to monitor Yichen. Intrigued by the concept of the imperial soul that the young master had spoken of, he resolved to embark on the journey personally. After all, being under the auspices of the Feng clan and with the unwavering presence of the loyal warrior Yi, the safety of the young master was assured. Young master, allow me to undertake this mission myself. I am eager to witness the existence of that imperial soul. Rest assured. Within the confines of the Feng Tian Chaosheng Pavilion, should any enemies dare to attack, you may command anyone at your disposal. Indeed, that is acceptable. With Yi present, as long as the ancient emperors of the Taboo Clan do not appear, my safety is guaranteed. Feng Haoran, without a moment's hesitation, readily acquiesced, believing that Tian Kuei was indeed the most suitable choice. Previously, he had hesitated to send the emperor due to concerns that Tian Kuei would be overly protective, remaining by his side at all times. Now that Tian Kuei had volunteered, Feng Haoran had no grounds for refusal. With his consent, Tian Kuei's form vanished from sight. Chapter 21. The hope of Yi Chen's ascendancy at the gates of the imperial capital of the Yutian divine dynasty. A carriage drawn by 4 unicorns thundered forth. Following closely behind was a large contingent of cavalry clad in crimson armor, approximately 30 in number. This unit served as the imperial guards, each member wielding the strength of an immortal emperor, and among them was a heavenly saint overseeing the operation. It is noteworthy that within any dynasty, such a heavenly saint could command millions of troops. Yet now, under the direct orders of the divine lord, he was tasked with escorting a prince of the holy martial dynasty back home, and a prince deemed a failure at that. The carriage and the pounding hooves of the beasts resonated against the ground. Commander, are we truly to escort this worthless prince of the holy martial dynasty back? At that moment, a guard swiftly maneuvered his steed to the side of a robust middle-aged man riding a demonic tiger. The divine lord's command is absolute, the commander replied sternly. However, is this mere failure truly worth the expenditure of our time? The guard, filled with reluctance, sought to persuade the commander. Yet, the commander fixed him with a steely gaze and barked, "Speak no more, or face military discipline." With that, he turned to the other guards, instructing, "Increase your speed. We must complete our task and return to the city promptly." With a resounding affirmation, the unicorns galloped forward, raising clouds of dust that lingered like fog. Inside the carriage, a pale and bloodied young man lay unconscious. This individual was Yi Chen, who, unbeknownst to him, was swaying violently within the carriage. Gradually, he began to regain consciousness. Where am I? Yi Chen glanced around, realizing the motion of the carriage, and understood he was within it. "Awake, little one." Suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind, and from the ring on Yi Chen's finger emerged a burst of white light, transforming into a spectral figure. The figure donned a gray robe, with long white hair cascading down his shoulders, and a face resembling that of a middle-aged man, adorned with a long, snowy beard. "Master, have I been rendered a failure?" Yi Chen inquired, anxiety creeping into his voice. The spectre let out a long sigh of resignation. "Alas." Yi Chen, trembling with apprehension, pressed on. "Master, is there any chance for me to embark on the path of cultivation once more?" He posed a question he himself deemed improbable. After all, The source of a cultivator's power resided within the Sea of Souls, and now that his soul sea lay shattered, restoration seemed almost impossible. The specter shook his head in despair, causing Yi Qin's hopeful gaze to falter. No, I refuse to accept becoming a failure. If that is the case, I might as well embrace reincarnation. Yi Qin exclaimed, his voice rising in anguish. Master, why did you not intervene back then? Even if it meant revealing yourself? With your strength, you could have escaped, even if outmatched. Yi Qin, calm yourself, the specter urged. How can I remain calm? I have become a failure. Had you not promised that the heavenly phoenix body could unlock my extraordinary potential, I would not have placed myself in such peril. Yi Qin's voice trembled with accusation. I wished to protect you, but there were 2 ancient emperors present. If I revealed myself, not only would I perish, but you would also be doomed. I am but a remnant of a soul. My destruction matters little, but your bright future cannot be forsaken. Bright future? I have been rendered a failure. What future remains for me? Yi Qin's voice faltered as he grappled with despair. The specter's words struck a chord, and Yi Qin's expression shifted as he looked up with desperation. Master, do you truly believe I have a bright future? Can my soul sea truly be restored? The specter did not chastise Yi Qin for his earlier tone, understanding that when one is pushed to the brink of despair, one is often consumed by their emotions. At present, restoration of your soul sea is impossible, he stated, and Yi Qin remained silent, patiently awaiting the continuation. However, I possess a method of body refinement that necessitates reaching the immortal realm with your physical form. Then, using celestial fire to refine your soul sea. Akin to forging a weapon, it can be transformed into a perfect vessel. Ultimately, with celestial essence nurturing it, you will cultivate a formidable soul sea. Once complete, your soul sea will be as resilient as divine weaponry, capable of evolving alongside your cultivation. Yi Qin, hearing that his soul sea held the possibility of restoration, sprang to his feet and knelt at the specter's feet. Master, I beseech you, impart this method to me. Once I achieve mastery, I shall forge a perfect vessel for you. The specter paused, speaking earnestly. Qinner, this method is not to be taken lightly. You must consider carefully. Once you embark upon this path, there is no turning back. Rest assured, Master, I, Yi Qin, would rather be obliterated than fail to master this method. Witnessing Yi Qin's unwavering resolve, the specter refrained from further admonitions. He raised a finger, gently touching Yi Qin's forehead, and in an instant, a milky white aura entered his soul. Moments later, the essence of the Tsangqiang Batiju body refinement technique imprinted itself within Yi Qin's soul. This technique, when cultivated to its utmost pinnacle, would allow the practitioner's blood and energy to expand boundlessly, granting them the strength to shatter the heavens and earth. At its completion, the very skin of the cultivator would become akin to the most robust material in the universe. Upon realizing the extraordinary nature of this technique, Yi Qin's previous resentment dissipated, replaced by joy as he opened his eyes wide. Thank you, Master. The specter nodded in satisfaction. Now, begin your cultivation at once. You have previously revealed the imperial medicine within the divine dynasty. Although the divine lord may refrain from acting against you due to your father's influence, one cannot guarantee that his ministers will not harbor sinister intentions. You must swiftly regain your optimal condition for when the time comes. Should they attempt to seize the imperial medicine, I can temporarily lend you my strength through your body. Indeed, Yi Qin understood the principle of holding a treasure brings peril. Initially, he had believed that the imperial medicine could sway that mysterious young man. Little did he expect that he would be disregarded and rendered powerless. He vowed to remember this grievance. Thinking of that child, Yi Qin yearned to uncover his identity for future retribution. Master, do you happen to know the background of the child who shattered my soul sea? Upon hearing this, the phantom fell into contemplation for a moment before speaking. In the vast cosmos of it has been an unfathomable duration since the last appearance of a celestial emperor. During my era, although the celestial emperors were few in number, the ancient emperors were abundant. Nearly every sovereign and immortal force harbored the presence of a formidable ancient emperor. However, a deceitful scheme on the path of the celestial emperor lured all the ancient emperors of the cosmos, resulting in none returning alive. Yet, before my demise, I caught wind of a piece of information regarding the clans within the Forbidden Zone. They only dispatched the ancient emperors of their vassal forces, and the direct lineage had never made an appearance. Subsequently, I lost track of time in my slumber, and upon awakening, you recounted the current situation of the... I deduced that this individual is guarded by 2 ancient emperors, surely beings from within the Forbidden Zone. As for their clan, that remains a mystery, after all. The power he demonstrated was merely the suppression of imperial might, making it impossible to ascertain. What? He hails from that place? Upon learning that Feng Haoran is a member of the Forbidden Clan, Yi Qin instantly felt the weight of pressure. After all, that is a colossal existence. And he himself is but a mere fraction larger than an ant. Qinner, such thoughts must be abandoned henceforth. As a cultivator, one is inherently treading the path against the heavens. One must understand the principle that extremes will inevitably lead to their opposite, and that prosperity will eventually decline. As long as you diligently cultivate and strengthen your power, nothing is impossible. The words of the phantom ignited Yi Qin's fervor. Understood, Master. Rest assured, once I achieve success, I shall seek retribution for this betrayal. The master and disciple conversed about their aspirations within the carriage, unaware of a figure lurking in the void. Observing their plight with amusement. Humph, as expected from the prince's words, he is indeed an old-fashioned imperial soul. Yet, he is a fool with a narrow perspective, foolishly believing he can sway the. As an esteemed ancient emperor, has he not heard the adage? Better to confront the will of the great Tao than to oppose the forbidden. Alas, confidence is commendable, but blind confidence is undoubtedly courting death. To provoke the young master. No one can save you. How tragic. Chapter 22. In the blink of an eye, 8 years have passed. Time flows like a swift river, and in an instant, 8 years have gone by. In the tranquil confines of the Feng Tian Chao Sheng Pavilion, an exquisite ancient edifice illuminated by the enchanting nightscape. A young man stands poised amidst the pavilions, gazing contemplatively at the star-studded sky, lost in profound thought. His cascading ice-blue hair is partially tied back, with a silver-crowned plume atop his head radiating an ethereal glow. His brows resemble distant mountains, and his eyes, shimmering with a purplish hue, resemble celestial orbs. Clad in a blue robe adorned with golden patterns, he appears as if he has descended from a painting, an immortal of the heavens. At that moment, a voice, rich in magnetism and laced with a hint of languor, escapes his lips, unperturbed by joy or sorrow. Life is but a journey of freedom. Behind him, a middle-aged man in white materializes, reverence etched upon his countenance. Without turning, the young man recognizes the visitor's identity. What news? The man responds, acknowledging the youth's foresight. It seems that Yichen has indeed succeeded in mending his soul sea and has regained his status as a celestial lord. One must commend this individual for his remarkable fortitude. He has endured the excruciating agony of refining his soul sea with unwavering resolve. His prowess, as the young man predicted, is such that even the celestial kings and emperors of his generation would find themselves at a disadvantage against him. If the original generation does not intervene, it is likely that within the Yu Tian divine dynasty, only the young master and the maiden Yu Ning possess the capability to subdue him. Indeed, the young master referred to by the middle-aged man is none other than the now-grown Feng Haoran. The speaker is Tian Kuai, who, over the past 8 years, has frequently ventured out to observe Yichen. With the rise of power after 8 years, it appears that the time has come to reap another harvest. Feng Haoran withdrew his gaze and turned to his designated seat within the pavilions and towers, casting a glance at the hesitant Tian Kuei. He picked up the tea on the table and spoke with nonchalance. Tian Kuei, when did you become so verbose? Speak your mind directly. Over the past 8 years, he had witnessed Feng Haoran's intelligence and sagacity, causing him to doubt whether he still embodied the unparalleled Tian Kuei who once swayed an entire faction single-handedly. However, had he known that within Feng Haoran resided an omnipotent system, his thoughts would have been quite different. Young master, it seems you shall not be able to confront him in the near future, for the master has decreed that your coming-of-age ceremony is at hand. Although no other factions will partake in your ceremony, it is a necessity for you to be present as per the customs of the Feng clan. Moreover, the matron has mentioned that you have yet to meet her family since your birth, and this is a perfect opportunity to return to the clan and make their acquaintance. Time indeed flies. In the blink of an eye, 16 years have passed. Prepare yourself. We shall return to the clan tomorrow morning. You shall discreetly arrange for someone to continue monitoring Yichen, for when I return, it shall be the time for reaping. Understood. Throughout these 8 years, Feng Haoran received daily rewards from the system, including magical artifacts, elixirs, formations, and advancements in cultivation. Yet, despite utilizing all the millennium worth of cultivation he had previously acquired, he found himself only at the 9th level of the Celestial Sovereign. This left him perplexed until the system, fearing he might mistakenly believe it was hoarding rewards, hastily clarified the matter. After a thorough explanation from the system and corroboration from Tian Kuei, he came to understand that the realms of cultivation below the sage level could typically be ascended within a millennium, barring individuals with exceedingly poor aptitude. For those with decent talent, ascension to the Celestial Emperor could occur in a few hundred or even 100 years. However, to reach the sage realm, one would require several thousand years, or even tens of thousands. It is widely recognized that all beneath the sage are akin to ants. This represents a significant threshold. Of course, even after attaining the sage level, there exist further realms such as the Celestial Sage, Ancient Sage, and the Immortal Holy King, each requiring over 10,000 years, if not longer, to break through. It must be noted that ascending from the Immortal Holy King to the Celestial Sovereign represents yet another critical juncture. The formidable nature of a Celestial Sovereign lies in their comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, marking them as true celestial beings. Generally, achieving this state necessitates the accumulation of time and exceptional personal insight, often spanning tens of thousands of years. As for the Emperor level, the beings within the vast cosmos of the wilderness often take several 100,000 or even millions of years to reach such heights. Naturally, there are those who, in the span of their entire lives, never attain this realm. While the ascension through these realms requires considerable time, the lifespan of sentient beings is equally extensive. The following morning, Feng Haoran and his entourage of 4 departed from the Feng Tian Chaosheng Pavilion, making their way to the teleportation array leading to the Tianhong domain. Days later, they returned to the forbidden land of the Feng clan. In the imperial palace of the Feng clan, Jiang Yunxi was astounded by the appearance of her son, whom she had not seen for several years. Oh my son is truly handsome. Thankfully, during these past 8 years, you have remained within the confines of the Feng Tian Chaosheng Pavilion. Otherwise, how many young ladies would have been captivated by your charm? Dressed in a resplendent robe adorned with 9 phoenixes in hues of purple and gold, with his azure hair elegantly styled and embellished with exquisite jewelry, Jiang Yunxi's son possessed an ethereal beauty that was unparalleled in the world. Approaching Feng Haoran, she linked her arm with his, her face alight with joy as she admired him. This affectionate gesture made Feng Haoran feel somewhat shy. Oh mother, I have grown up. Is this how you treat me now? Have you begun to disdain your mother after merely a few years apart? You won't even allow me to embrace you? Regardless of how old you become, you shall forever remain my child, the one I carried for countless years. Feng Haoran found himself utterly at a loss in response to his mother's words. Well, as long as you are happy, mother. He chuckled. Is this the right attitude? Just look at my face. It is indeed quite charming. Upon witnessing her son's concession, Jiang Yunxi, who had felt aggrieved moments before, instantly broke into a smile. In Feng Haoran's view, the sayings of those from his past life were undeniably accurate. A woman's mood could shift more swiftly than the turning of pages in a book. My dear son, once we pay our respects to our ancestors tomorrow and complete the awakening of our lineage, I shall take you to the Jiang clan. I must inform you, the young people of this generation in the Jiang clan are quite as attractive as their mother. If you find someone to your liking, I will assist you in bringing her home. If you fancy multiple, we shall simply gather them all together, she said with a playful grin. Feng Haoran wore an expression of embarrassment, quickly seeking assistance from Feng Qianjue, who sat beside him. All right, Yunxi, Rainer has just returned after a long journey, and tomorrow marks his coming-of-age ceremony. Let him return to rest for now. Oh yes, how could I forget? Seeing my dear son has made me forget that you traveled back from Tianhong Domain. Then go back to the palace and rest. In a couple of days, you must accompany your mother to the Jiang clan. Our Rainer must be in optimal condition. Jiang Yunxi's words left Feng Haoran speechless. He was merely 16, and they were already eager to arrange a marriage for him. With a sigh of relief, he exited the imperial palace, exclaiming, "Ah, being good-looking is a burden." With that, he soared towards his imperial abode. Chapter 23, Coming-of-Age Ceremony, Bloodline Awakening in the Forbidden Feng clan. Today was a momentous occasion, as all clan members had emerged from their seclusion, from the venerable ancestors to the infants cradled in arms. Even the dark, gold, silver, and iron-armored guards, who typically concealed themselves around the Feng clan, had made their presence known. These countless guardians encircled a colossal floating island, adorned with intricate magical formations. The sheer magnitude of this display instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure, and the unique aura of military might radiating from them was so formidable that ordinary individuals could scarcely endure it. Their presence was mandated by the ancestral rules passed down through generations. Each offspring of the Feng clan must seek the ancestors' acknowledgement and awaken their bloodline to be deemed a true member of the clan. Today marked Feng Haoran's coming-of-age ceremony. Within the floating island, tens of thousands of core members of the Feng clan, arranged according to their rank, faced a towering platform. The limited number of core members in such a forbidden clan was due to the extraordinary strength of their bloodline, which made procreation exceedingly rare. When a member became pregnant, the gestation period could extend to a century, and Jiang Yunxi held the record at a staggering 10,000 years. Despite the small number of core members, each possessed unparalleled strength. Coupled with the numerous vassal forces and formidable entities nurtured within their ranks, they were incomparable to other factions. Atop the floating island stood a statue, its figure exuding an imposing presence, vividly resembling a supreme sovereign of space. Even as a statue, it commanded averted gazes. The ethereal resonance of the great Tao and its rules dared not approach. Beneath this statue stood 19 venerable elders, their hair white as snow, yet their faces youthful. They bore divine wheels on their backs, their hair dancing in the wind, their divine robes billowing with a resounding rustle. Each one was a paragon of strength, their misty eyes akin to distant stars, rendering them inscrutable. At this moment, Feng Qianjue, accompanied by his son Feng Haoran, ascended the steps to the high platform. Upon seeing Feng Haoran, the 19 ancestors displayed satisfied smiles. Haha, this child truly embodies the essence of our Feng clan. Both his appearance and constitution are unparalleled. Indeed, while you were in seclusion, the phenomena surrounding his birth astonished the entire wasteland universe. Even the will of the great Tao feared him, seeking to extinguish his existence. A mere will dares to act against a member of our Feng clan. It is clearly unaware of true annihilation. Indeed, what kind of clan are we? Not even the presence of the great Tao would dare to act so recklessly. Enough of this. We mustn't frighten the young lad. Today is his initiation into the clan and the awakening of his bloodline. Let us commence the ceremony. The eldest on the far left spoke, and the other 18 nodded in agreement, concluding their previous discussions. At this moment, Feng Qianjue and his son approached the 19 ancestors. Haoran, These are the ancestors of the Feng clan. Quickly, pay your respects. Feng Haoran cast a glance, astonished to discover that the Feng clan harbored so many ancestral figures. He had met these esteemed elders, who nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the great ancestor spoke. You, young one, truly bring honor to our family. It is not in vain that we awakened from our ancestral slumber to grant you the right of blood awakening. Few are privileged to receive such an honor. The great ancestor's words were devoid of jest. It was exceedingly rare for an ancestor to manifest for the purpose of initiating a blood awakening, let alone for all 19 to be present. Thank you, esteemed ancestors, Haoran replied gratefully. Now let us commence. Upon the conclusion of the great ancestor's words, Feng Qianjue, the revered leader of the clan, stepped forward, traversing the void to stand before the colossal statue, addressing the multitude of core members of the Feng clan. I, Feng Qianjue, as the 199th emperor, hereby grant Feng Haoran entry into the clan registry and initiate his blood awakening. The assembly responded in unison. We welcome Emperor Haoran into our lineage, hoping for the return of his ancestral bloodline. Below, tens of thousands of clan members, save for the elders, knelt in unison to pay their respects, their voices resonating powerfully, echoing through the void, reaching distances far and wide. Kneel, bow, at Feng Qianjue's commanding shout. Feng Haoran knelt before the statue, performing 3 reverent bows. Suddenly, a radiant aura enveloped the immense ancestral statue, and a deep voice reverberated. Boom. This profound acknowledgement resonated throughout the void, nearly shattering the fabric of space itself, instilling fear in the elders, who instinctively sought to stabilize the spatial laws, but fortunately, they retracted their efforts in time. Upon witnessing this, Feng Haoran experienced a tumultuous surge of emotions within. Goodness, what manner of existence is this? Merely a low hum nearly shattered the very fabric of space. Several ancient ancestors instinctively rolled up their sleeves, wiping the beads of sweat from their brows. For this was, without a doubt, the first time in their history that they had encountered such a phenomenon. Feng Qianjue gazed into the void, casting a glance at the great ancestor. Upon receiving a nod in affirmation, he proclaimed, "The ritual is complete. Let the blood sacrifice commence." Whoosh whoosh. As the words of Feng Qianjue echoed, the 19 ancestors immediately dispersed, their hands weaving intricate ancient formations. With their mouths silently reciting mysterious incantations, they shouted in unison. In an instant, 19 beams of radiant light surged toward the 19 array eyes within the statue, causing golden light to flicker. The enormous statue was enveloped in this golden radiance, and from its brow, a beam of purple-gold divine light descended upon Feng Haoran. Bewildered, Feng Haoran stood in silence, unsure of what to do as the divine light enveloped him. However, he soon felt his vital essence being drawn from his heart. Just as he was about to resist, a drop of his essence was swiftly absorbed into the statue's brow by the purple-gold divine light. At that moment, the golden light emanating from the statue was also retracted, plunging the vast floating island into an eerie silence. Typically, when essence was absorbed by the statue, a response indicating the ancestral lineage of the blood would manifest within moments. Yet, this time, Feng Haoran remained utterly still. How could this be? This young lad possessed a forbidden celestial body. Why was there no sign of ancestral awakening? Indeed, could there be a flaw in the process? Great ancestor, should we attempt once more? This child's bloodline cannot possibly be devoid of any reaction. The other ancestors turned their gaze toward the contemplative great ancestor. Below, tens of thousands of onlookers watched the ancestors with incredulity etched on their faces, scarcely daring to breathe for fear of disturbing the great ancestor's thoughts. Meanwhile, Feng Haoran, the subject of this extraordinary event, wore a perplexed expression. The earlier commotion had given way to a disconcerting stillness during the bloodline awakening phase. At that moment, a bold thought crossed his mind. Could it be that his father had been unfaithful? The mere notion sent shivers down his spine, as it was the last scenario he wished to contemplate. However, should Feng Qianjue catch wind of such thoughts, he would undoubtedly be met with harsh rebuke. Let us try again. The great ancestor's voice finally resonated, prompting the other 18 to prepare once more to invoke the ancient arts of the Feng clan. Yet just then, a blinding light erupted from the long-immersed statue. The air trembled with the sound of thunderous roars, and a fierce wind howled through the void. From within the statue, a massive pressure surged forth, overwhelming even the numerous ancestors present. The sound of space on the verge of rupture echoed ominously through the air. Not good. The ancestor is about to descend. Quickly, stabilize this space with me. The great ancestor commanded, prompting not only the 19 ancestors, but also Feng Qianjue, the ancient emperor, to employ spatial stabilization protocols. Below, several elders led all the clan members with imperial cultivation to enact spatial order. Almost instantaneously, a unique layer of spatial defense enveloped the massive floating island in a protective circle. Suddenly, a beam of light, having traversed countless layers of space, penetrated directly into the statue. A resonant, powerful laughter erupted from within it. We welcome the ancestors' arrival. Please Please forgive us for not kneeling in greeting," the great ancestor proclaimed, his voice carrying across the gathered crowd. Those who could not wield spatial powers knelt in reverence, while only Feng Haoran stood in stunned silence. "Such formalities are unnecessary," came the voice from within the statue, revealing a grand, ethereal figure identical in appearance to the statue itself, save for the flowing silver hair that lent it an air of primal authenticity. Its enchanting gaze fixed upon Feng Haoran. "That essence just now, was it yours?" Feng Haoran, still in a daze, took a moment to respond. Yes, it is mine." "Excellent, young one. You are quite remarkable. Initially, I believed the Feng clan would merely endure in this universe, maintaining a lineage indefinitely. However, your emergence has ignited my desire to confront those old foes. My current form cannot endure for long, so let us proceed directly. To the members of the Feng clan, heed my command. This child possesses a bloodline that has returned to its ancestral roots, reaching its ultimate potential, and embodies the forbidden heavenly body, as you refer to it. Henceforth, the Feng clan shall unite its entire strength to safeguard his growth. Should those from above dare to intervene, I shall eliminate them one by one. Young one, the path of cultivation is boundless. Immerse yourself deeply in your understanding. I hope you can surpass me and lead the Feng clan into new realms. I shall pave the way for you from above. Onward you go, whoosh. Once the ethereal figure departed, the patriarch and those who wielded spatial powers among the clan were left panting for breath. Little one, it is truly astonishing that you have summoned the presence of our ancestor, who has even paved the way for you. Splendid, splendid. The ancestor has declared that the entire clan shall dedicate itself to nurturing your growth. Although we, the old ones, cannot accompany you at every turn. When the great ancestor spoke, he waved his sleeve, and an ancient jade tablet materialized in the air. This is an energy tablet forged from the power of the ancient emperors. Should you find yourself in peril, shatter it, and within lies not only our collective might, but even the power to contend with the heavenly emperor. Moreover, I can sense your presence, and within mere moments, I shall be at your side. Feng Haoran received the jade tablet and expressed his gratitude to the esteemed elders. "Thank you, venerable ancestors," he said. Now that you have completed your ancestral rites, the recent visitation from our forebear has significantly drained our spatial resources. We shall now retreat to our ancestral grounds for seclusion. As for the clan's resources, I trust your father, the emperor, will make the necessary arrangements for you." With that, the 19 elders vanished, while the members of the Feng clan collectively exclaimed, "We bid farewell to our ancestors." After the elders departed, 4 figures soared forth from the throngs of thousands below. Whoosh! The 4 figures landed upon the high platform, 3 men and 1 woman, locking gazes with Feng Haoran. Confused, Feng Haoran initially assumed they sought to challenge him. "We are the most distinguished members of the Feng clan, the highest ranking in our generation, and we understand that after your coming-of-age ceremony, you will embark upon worldly experiences. We have previously ventured out for our own training and are quite familiar with the 6 realms. Therefore, we wish to follow you, Emperor. We seek nothing more than to stand by your side and assist you in overcoming challenges. We humbly request your acceptance." Among them, a young prodigy with a formidable cultivation level, having reached the 9th stage of the immortal Saint King, spoke. It is noteworthy that an era can span millions of years. Yet these 4 individuals, with a mere 2 to 3 decades of life experience, had already attained such heights. This achievement is undeniably extraordinary compared to other clans. However, before Feng Haoran, it seemed trivial. These 4 had once been proud and ambitious. Yet upon witnessing the miraculous phenomena surrounding his birth and considering Feng Haoran's ancestral bloodline along with the words of their forebear, they yearned for greater strength. With their own talents and family resources, their aspirations seemed distant. Now, they had to relinquish their pride and age, becoming followers of Feng Haoran to glimpse a realm beyond the celestial emperor. At this moment, the 4 gazed anxiously at Feng Haoran, who sensed a peculiar shift in the narrative. Shouldn't they be envious or defiant towards him, seeking to duel instead? Why had they chosen to follow him? Of course. I am the antagonist. Once I exude this aura of authority, followers are bound to flock to me. As Feng Haoran contemplated whether to accept these burdens, a voice echoed in his mind. Feng Qinjues. "Child, these 4 are the strongest of this generation within the clan, and they possess ample experience from their external training. Having them by your side would be advantageous. Should you find yourself unable to act, you may delegate tasks to them." Feng Haoran contemplated for a moment and found merit in his father's words regarding tasks such as running errands or eliminating insignificant pests. Thus, he declared that they would henceforth accompany him. The 4 individuals were blissfully unaware of his thoughts. Had they known, it would be intriguing to see their reactions. The illustrious first-generation prodigy of the Feng clan was seemingly relegated to mere errands and the extermination of trivial nuisances. The subordinates Feng Yuquan, Feng Jingzhan, Feng Xingchen, and Feng Ziyuan paid their respects to the emperor. Chapter 25. Journey to the Jiang clan. Upon hearing his words, the 4 were filled with joy and promptly performed a kneeling salute, introducing themselves in turn. Meanwhile, The other prodigies of the Feng clan watched with envy as their family's most formidable member was accepted by the emperor. They silently vowed to diligently cultivate their skills, hoping to one day keep pace with the emperor. Thus, Feng Haoran's coming-of-age ceremony came to an end, and he returned to the emperor's palace. The 4 followers of Feng Yuquan arrived in unison, standing in the grand hall of discussion, awaiting the emperor's command. Just as Feng Haoran was about to speak, the voice of the system resonated. Ding! Congratulations, master, on subduing the 4 great followers. You are awarded the divine skills, the gate of all things, the law of heaven and earth, the blade that shatters the void, and the sword that astonishes the world. Astonishingly, there are 4 distinct divine skills. Could it be? Feng Haoran surmised something, and thus inquired of Feng Yuquan and the others, what are your primary fields of study? Your Majesty, one of them replied. I am a spatial divine body, and my cultivation is centered around one of our family's 4 revered ancestral techniques, the chaotic sealing of Heaven Sutra. Upon the conclusion of Feng Yikong's words, it was Feng Jingzhan, Feng Xingchen, and Feng Ziyuan who followed. Your Majesty, Jingzhan possesses the innate supreme overlord blade body, cultivated through the ancient family technique, the chaotic overlord blade method. I am of the supreme star body, practicing the celestial refinement technique. Your Majesty, Ziyuan embodies the chaotic sword body, training in our family's Qinglian sword technique. Upon learning about the cultivation methods and physiques of the 4, it perfectly aligned with the divine techniques rewarded by the system. Thus, this sovereign shall bestow upon you a divine technique tailored to your physiques. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of the supreme realm erupted from Feng Haoran, deliberately intended to intimidate the 4. He then gestured with his hand, causing 4 streams of light to pierce into their foreheads. The 4, momentarily stunned by the overwhelming power, found themselves confronted with an extraordinary divine technique within their minds. They were utterly astounded, aware of the emperor's exceptional talent. Yet, the fact that he had just come of age and had already surpassed them, reaching the supreme realm, was beyond comprehension. It was truly astonishing. They had spent 2 to 3 millennia to attain such cultivation, positioning themselves as prodigies in the vast cosmos. However, if they were deemed prodigies, what then could be said of the emperor before them? Now, as another divine technique suitable for their unique physiques manifested in their consciousness, they were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief at its formidable power. Your Majesty, they stammered, this divine technique is far too powerful. We do not dare to accept it. Feng Yikong stuttered as he addressed Feng Haoran, saying, take this, and use it wisely to enhance your combat prowess and cultivation. This is merely the beginning. I hope you will not disappoint me. At that moment, the 4 felt they had made the right decision. The 16-year-old heavenly sovereign, not to mention his ability to wield techniques unseen even within their clan, commanded their respect. Despite his youth, he accepted the admonition with grace. Ah yes, I must inform you that I will soon journey to the Jiang clan with my mother. In the meantime, you 4 should head to the Feng Tian Chaoxing Pavilion in the Yutian Divine Dynasty to inquire about an individual named Yi Chun from the Shengwu Emperor Dynasty. Keep a close watch on him. I wish to know his every move. Be cautious, as he harbors an ancient emperor within him, and ensure that your presence remains undetected. After Feng Haoran concluded his words, he presented a tome of concealed techniques for the 4 to cultivate. Such methods are readily comprehensible. With their innate talents, it would not take them long to achieve great mastery. Upon acknowledging this, the 4 departed from the assembly hall. After Feng Haoran observed their departure, he could not help but let out a long sigh. Alas, to think that even one who does not play the role of a mere tool would feel this exhausted. It seems I must delve deeper into the art of nonchalance. The following day, before the grand gates of the Feng clan's imperial palace, a luxurious jade carriage awaited, drawn by 9 majestic blue ice flame divine phoenixes. Each one radiated an aura of immense imperial authority, their colossal forms imposing and formidable. They stood silently suspended in the void, poised for their master's arrival. Behind the jade carriage, hundreds clad in silver battle armor commanded celestial lions. The atmosphere they exuded, while not as terrifying as that of the ice flame divine phoenixes, was nonetheless quite formidable. The silver-armored guards, who rode the celestial lions, possessed strength at the pinnacle of the heavenly supreme realm, with some even emanating imperial might. Leading this formidable group was a figure in imposing silver armor, his visage resolute and his stature towering. He was known as Shao Tsangtian, the captain of the celestial guards nurtured by the Feng clan. Boasting a cultivation level of the 9th stage of the emperor, the silver-armored celestial guards ranked among the top 5 in combat prowess within the Feng clan's protective forces. Particularly, their leader, Shao Tsangtian, with his 9th stage emperor cultivation, could withstand the 12 calamities of the ancient emperor unscathed. This elite force, cultivated by the Feng clan, heeded only the commands of the clan's sovereign. When Feng Haoran was born, the appearance of the 3 ancient emperors at the Feng clan led to a grave oversight by the celestial guards on duty that day, failing to detect the intruder's assassination attempt. Consequently, Feng Qianjue imposed a severe punishment, rendering them inactive for 16 years. until today when the sovereign finally summoned them back into service. Their mission was to escort the empress and her child to the Jiang clan, and the ever-cautious Xiao Tsangtian mobilized the entire celestial guards for this task. At that moment, Feng Qianjue and his family, accompanied by numerous maidens, emerged from the imperial palace. Yunxi, this time I shall not accompany you, but I have arranged for the celestial guards to escort you, with them by your side. I feel a bit more at ease. Indeed, I, Jiang Yunxi, am no pushover. Whoever dares to harm my son shall face my wrath. Feng Haoran heard his mother's words and initially wished to retort loudly, asserting that he was not made of clay. Ultimately, however, he opted for silence, recognizing that this was merely his parents' concern for him. Feng Qianjue approached Xiao Tsangtian with an air of indifference, while the latter displayed utmost respect, awaiting the emperor's command. Xiao Tsangtian, regarding the previous transgression, I shall not hold it against you. However, should any misfortune befall her and the child this time, you shall not return. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Tsangtian felt a tightening in his chest and swiftly dismounted from his steed. Rest assured, your majesty. If the empress and the young emperor encounter peril again, I shall present my head to you. Very well, you may depart. Feng Qianjue nodded in satisfaction, then addressed Jiang Yunxi and her son. Jiang Yunxi remained silent, supported by her devoted maid Qingyi, as she stepped onto the ice-flamed divine phoenix palanquin. At that moment, Feng Haoran's voice resonated. Yuning, you shall enter the imperial palanquin and ensure the well-being of the empress alongside Qingyi. I will ride Xiao Bai ahead. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuning was momentarily taken aback, but given that it was a royal command, she could only acquiesce. As you command, your highness. Just as Xiao Yuning responded, Baizhe transformed into a streak of light, soaring from Feng Haoran's being. Roar Baizhe's immense form could easily accommodate Feng Haoran even as he rested upon its back. To her astonishment, the crown prince had actually subdued Baizhe. Upon witnessing Baizhe, Xiao Tsangtian was momentarily stunned, then swiftly mounted his steed, raising his arm in a rallying call. Let us depart. With a triumphant cry, the nine-headed ice-flamed divine phoenix took to the skies, flapping its wings in a magnificent ascent. The imperial palanquin transformed into a stream of light and vanished into the void, while Feng Haoran rode Baizhe, accompanied closely by Ying Yi, soaring through the air. Xiao Tsangtian led hundreds of celestial guard in pursuit. Feng Qian gazed despondently at the departing jade carriage, addressing the empty void with a whisper. Tian Kuei, it appears I cannot decipher the path of Haoran. Surely, a great power has concealed the heavenly secrets. You shall continue to follow him and ensure his safety. Yes, master, came a voice from the void. And then a slight ripple of ethereal order occurred before all fell silent. Chapter 26. The Jiang Clan. The Jiang Clan, a lineage bound by 5 great forbidden life rules, has opened a realm teeming with vitality. In this extraordinary space, even the air hums with life, resembling a paradise untouched by mortal strife. Sacred beasts soar amidst the swirling divine mist, while floating palatial structures grace the landscape. Most striking is a colossal statue of a man, breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a goddess of the celestial realms. He stands upon a jade lotus, wielding the supreme staff of life, embodying the essence of the god of life. Within a resplendent palace, a man adorned in a white robe embroidered with golden patterns sat regally. His long purple locks cascaded over his shoulders, crowned with a majestic headdress symbolizing power, and his visage was nothing short of exquisite. This man, named Jiang Qingcong, is the ruler of the Jiang clan, revered as King Qingcong. He sat upon the exalted throne of the Temple of Life, gazing down at a pair of youthful figures. In the Jiang clan, the manifestations of life energy are 7-fold: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. These are reflected in the colors of their hair, with violet representing the highest nobility. Additionally, all members share a striking beauty, both male and female, standing out as exceptional beings. Father, and I Huang has now matured. May she venture forth to hone her skills? Spoke a young woman clad in a silky silver robe, her azure tresses partially cascading and partially bound. With a figure that was the epitome of perfection and features reminiscent of a celestial maiden, she was Jiang and I Huang. Her life force bore the rare hue of mutated azure, a sign of ancestral return, marking her as the divine maiden of this generation. Following her was her twin brother, Jiang Ruoxian, embodying his name as a celestial being descending from the heavens. Clad in white, his attire billowed elegantly, and his striking features were impeccable. With his purple hair casually tied back, his youth barely surpassing 20, Jiang Qingcong, observing his 2 children, felt overwhelmed. Is it not possible for you two to cultivate within the clan? Must you emulate your aunt and venture out, thereby benefiting that scoundrel Feng Qian? The shadow of his sister's abduction during her own journey lingered heavily on him. Just then, a voice resonated from beyond the hall. Emulate you? All these years. You have practiced, yet I have not seen you ascend to the rank of celestial emperor. What? Now you deem yourself an ancient emperor? Shall I summon Qian to compare notes with you? Jiang Qingcong lifted his gaze, witnessing 6 figures enter the hall, including Jiang Yunqi with her personal attendant Qing Yi and Xiao Songtian, accompanied by Feng Haoran, Xiao Yuning, and Ying Yi. Jiang and Huang and her brother had yet to meet their aunt, but before they could speak, Jiang Qingsong interrupted. What brings you here? That scoundrel Feng Qian did not accompany you, did he? Must I seek your permission to return to my own home? Jiang Yunqi replied, taking a seat with an air of nonchalance. If Qian were here, your earlier remarks would surely incite a debate. A sigh of relief escaped Jiang Qingsong upon hearing that Feng Qian was not present. Feng Qianjue, due to matters concerning his sister, has been at odds with him for many years, always suffering losses and feeling a sense of disgrace. Haoran, he is that inflexible uncle of yours. I advise you to limit your interactions with him, for I fear you may be influenced by his rigid mindset. Hey Jiang Yunqi, could you perhaps show me a modicum of respect in front of the child? Jiang Qingsong adjusted his posture, adopting an air of authority, as his gaze shifted towards Feng Haoran. Ah, Haoran, indeed you have inherited the genes of the Jiang clan. Just look at your appearance. Only a member of my royal lineage could possess such a countenance. Do not heed your mother's words. From now on, you must engage more with me. Here, this is a token of our meeting from your uncle. As he spoke, a purple orb of light materialized in Jiang Qingsong's hand, floating gracefully before Feng Haoran. The orb radiated an essence of vitality, and before Haoran could express his gratitude, Jiang Qingsong's voice resonated once more. This is an energy sphere of the ancient emperor's life order, capable of restoring severed limbs and even resurrecting the deceased. As long as there is a single breath remaining, this object can bring one back to life. Thank you, uncle. Just as Feng Haoran offered his thanks, the system's voice echoed at that moment. Ding! The master has entered the realm of life. A reward of 1 eternal life pill is granted. This pill possesses the power of resurrection, capable of reuniting the spirit even after death. An eternal life pill, you say? It appears to surpass the gift from my esteemed uncle by a considerable margin. Feng Haoran contemplated. Although it was not as formidable as the gathering of life fragments, it was certainly better than nothing. Before the life fragments had coalesced, this elixir could indeed serve as a means of survival. Jiang Yunqi, seeing her elder brother bestowing gifts, felt it only right as the aunt of the 2 children to reciprocate. And Huang, Ruoxian, I too have a gift for you. With a flourish of her hand, 2 treasures materialized in her palm. One was a lady's celestial ribbon radiating with 9-colored brilliance, and the other, a jade fan crafted from phoenix feathers. This is the 9-colored celestial ribbon, a dual-purpose artifact of imperial caliber. I shall present it to Huang. As for the other, it is named the 9 Feathers Jade Fan, also an imperial weapon, more suited for Ruoxian, as it specializes in combat. Having spoken, Jiang Yunqi gently pushed, and the 2 imperial treasures floated towards the siblings. As they received the gifts, their admiration grew, particularly in Ruoxian, whose ethereal demeanor was further accentuated by the jade fan, enhancing his graceful bearing. Thank you, aunt. You are truly wonderful, unlike father, who wouldn't even spare an imperial weapon for us. He claims the weapon's tier is too high and that the consumption of celestial energy would be excessive. Your father speaks the truth. Given your current realms, you truly are not suited to wield imperial weapons. Otherwise, a single strike could deplete you entirely. Fortunately, the imperial weapons I have given you have been modified with suppressive formations. While they will not drain your celestial energy, their offensive power is considerably diminished compared to standard imperial artifacts, yet they still surpass that of sacred tools. Jiang Qingsong, observing his sister's uncharacteristic compliance, nodded in satisfaction. As cultivators, do not rely too heavily on the weapons at your disposal. True strength lies within your own capabilities. Now, you 3 may depart. I need to discuss important matters with your aunt. Father, what about our plans for training outside? We shall speak of that later. For now, go. The siblings, keen on their aspirations for external training, were met with refusal once more and had no choice but to exit the grand hall. Once the younger generation and their attendants had withdrawn, Jiang Qingsong's countenance shifted from warmth to a serious demeanor. You have returned to the clan for a specific reason, have you not? Chapter 27. The comical young cousin indeed. Qianju informed me that the Feng clan has received ancestral communication, indicating that a disturbance is imminent in the vast universe, affecting all 3,000 realms. Furthermore, the missing heavenly emperor is set to return, and a conflict among empires is inevitable. Although my Jiang clan is among the strongest of the 5 great rules, that applies only to the inception of life in the universe. In actual combat, our prowess is incomparable to other clans, and thus, we will become the target of contention among them. Qianju urged me to return and inform you of this, so you may prepare accordingly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingsong furrowed his brow, nodding to himself. It seemed the ancestral figures of the Feng clan had indeed reached that level. Who would have thought that what was unattainable within the universe could be achieved beyond it? Such feats could only be performed by the spatial rules of the Feng clan. Their strength surpasses your imagination. I can only express my relief. The reckless youth of yesteryears has now witnessed the immense power of his family. As Jiang Yunqi spoke, memories of their initial encounter surfaced in her mind, and a sweet smile graced her lips. Jiang Qingsong fell into silence, suddenly recalling a particular rule of the Feng clan. Isn't there a stipulation that prodigies must undergo training alone? Now that Haoran has reached an appropriate age, should he not follow in Qianju's footsteps and venture into the 6 domains for training? Jiang Yunxi, sensing the implications of his words, immediately recognized his ulterior motives. What mischief are you concocting now? Huh? What mischief could I possibly intend? Haoran is my dear nephew. However, Enai Huang and Ruoxian, don't they also wish to broaden their horizons? Given the current tranquility in the 6 domains, a training expedition would indeed be a splendid opportunity. The forbidden celestial body of the Feng clan has emerged. Is it not prudent to discreetly arrange for a few ancient emperors to safeguard it? It would be fortuitous for the 3 of them to be together. Despite the inadequacy of our Jiang clan's martial prowess, the presence of the Feng clan offers me a measure of solace. However, I recently observed a figure clad in black robes beside Haoran. His strength appears to far surpass my own, yet he emanates a palpable aura of slaughter. Do not tell me he is also from your Feng clan. There have been rumors of the Ying clan having lost an ancestor, and some matters are best left unspoken. You need only understand that he is now a death soldier for Ranner. Jiang Yunxi's words caused Jiang Qingsong to draw a sharp breath. What manner of existence is the Feng clan, capable of erasing the will of ancient emperors to transform them into death soldiers? The 2 siblings continued their conversation, while the 3 younger generations who had exited earlier arrived in Jiang Ruoxian's palace. Along the way, Feng Haoran frequently cast glances at Jiang Ruoxian, his mind perplexed. Despite his striking appearance, this seemingly brazen species appeared to surpass him. Once the 3 entered the palace, Jiang Ruoxian could no longer contain herself. I say, Cousin Haoran, what does it mean for you to gaze at me so intently? I assure you, I am quite ordinary. While you may possess a commendable appearance, my interests do not lie with men. Ha. Jiang and I Huang beside her could not restrain herself and burst into laughter. Feng Haoran stood in a momentary stupor before suddenly exclaiming, what is the matter? Just because we are attractive, we shouldn't be seen? His curiosity piqued. He inquired why the siblings appeared so alike. Hold on, we are siblings. I am the brother, and she is the sister. Do you comprehend the concept of siblings? Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Ruoxian, whose laughter erupted upon hearing his explanation. His hearty guffaws left Jiang Nihao, who had intended to offer a correction, feeling somewhat bewildered. Cousin Haoran, what are you up to? Feng Haoran stifled a chuckle, waving his hand as he spoke. It's nothing. Really. In truth, he was reminded of a phrase from his past life upon hearing Jiang Ruoxian declare, I am the brother, she is the sister. The original saying was, you have a brother, chest, I have a younger brother. However, in this era, even if he uttered it, no one would comprehend its meaning. Alright, enough of the jokes. Haoran, my cousin, in our clan, all our kin are exceptionally handsome, regardless of gender. The reason you possess such striking looks is largely due to our aunt's genes. After explaining the matter of appearance, Jiang and I Huang turned to her brother. Ruoxian, take Haoran around the clan. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, she began to walk toward the palace exit. Jiang Ruoxian stealthily glanced outside the palace, witnessing her sister, who was born just slightly before her, truly departing. In that instant, she tugged Feng Haoran and dashed out of the palace, with Ying Yi and Xiao Yuning following closely behind. Big cousin, what is the meaning of this? Feng Haoran, bewildered, inquired as he was pulled along. Oh Haoran, we are brothers now, so there's no need to call me big cousin, just call me Ruoxian. She continued, actually, before you and our aunt arrived, and I Huang and I were contemplating going out to experience the world. However, father never agreed. Over the years in the clan, I've learned quite a bit about the 6 domains. I had even made some plans, thinking that if father still opposed, I would sneak out. But now that you've arrived, to prevent you from informing father about my intentions, I can only take you along for some fun. How does that sound? Are you not thrilled? After Jiang Ruoxian's explanation, Feng Haoran felt somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't the clan encourage the younger generation to gain experience? Why did it seem necessary to sneak out in his case? Don't speak for a moment. We will use the teleportation array to leave. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran couldn't help but ask, which domain do you wish to visit among the 6? Is there a need to choose? Aren't all 6 domains interconnected? Jiang Ruoxian's response elicited a quiet laugh from him. It seemed that his understanding over the years had been gleaned from the rulers. Although he had only spent 8 years within the confines of the Feng Tian Chaosheng Pavilion, he had a broader familiarity with the outside world than Jiang Ruoxian. Ruoxian, just trust my judgment for now. Are you certain? Jiang Ruoxian looked at Feng Haoran with a skeptical gaze, but he chose not to respond. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Jiang clan's teleportation array. As they landed, Feng Haoran noticed hundreds of immortal Saint Kings, several heavenly sovereigns, and a few emperors stationed there. Upon seeing their divine son, they hurriedly approached to pay their respects. We pay our respects to the divine son. Since Feng Haoran's mother had not returned through this location, but rather via the unique interspatial passage of the Jiang clan, the individuals present did not recognize him. Feigning composure, Jiang Ruoxian nodded to them, signaling them to rise. Just as she was about to speak, Feng Haoran's voice resonated. I am the Emperor of the Feng Clan, here to visit my mother. We have urgent matters to attend to in the Tianhong domain, so I kindly ask you to activate the teleportation array. The crowd was momentarily stunned, exchanging incredulous glances. After a brief exchange, a sovereign stepped forward. Divine Son, since this was arranged by King Qingcong, please present the king's token for our inspection. Oh dear, I left in such haste that I forgot to ask father for it. Just activate it without so much chatter. Feeling increasingly uneasy, the sovereign signaled to his subordinates. However, due to Feng Haoran's Divine Son status, they hesitated to act forcefully. Very well, please wait a moment, Divine Son. I will seek confirmation from King Qingcong. It shouldn't take long. As he spoke, he turned to head toward the Hall of Life, but Feng Haoran called out loudly, Ingi. Suddenly, a wave of ancient imperial killing intent surged forth like a tidal wave. This is bad, a formidable figure from the ancient imperial realm. Quickly, notify King Qingcong. Upon seeing several individuals take out communication stones, Ingi felt the ground tremble beneath him, launching himself into the air to unleash a deadly strike. Ingi, do not use lethal force. Following the command, Ingi, who had aimed his destructive power at the vital points of a few individuals, redirected his strike to the ground. Boom. With a resounding impact, several individuals were sent sprawling. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Haoran hastily dashed into the teleportation array. As he turned, he only saw Xiao Yuning, while Zhang Ruoxian stood dazedly in place. Ruoxian, why are you still dazed? Zhang Ruoxian was momentarily stunned by Ing Yi's prowess, but she snapped back to reality at Feng Haoran's call. Huh. Oh right. She quickly followed him into the teleportation array, while the fallen emperors and sovereigns cried out. Release the Divine Son. Chapter 28. Whose treasure is whose heartache? Release the Divine Son. Ing Yi gathered his hands, channeling a force of order to strike from afar. Whoosh. Boom. His overwhelming might once again sent several individuals flying, while hundreds of immortal Saint Kings rushed to the scene. Without a glance back, Ing Yi flicked his cloak, unleashing a whirlwind that repelled the hundreds of immortal Saint Kings. Bang. As the crowd fell, Ing Yi's figure flickered, joining the teleportation array. Pointing at the coordinates of the array, he summoned Divine Light, which entered the coordinates and revealed the Tianhong domain. In the end, the array radiated brilliance, and the figures of the four vanished. The several emperors of the Jiang clan felt a sense of sorrow, having had no opportunity to intervene, being struck down repeatedly. Frustrated, they picked themselves up from the ground, shouting, quickly report this to King Qingcong. Within the Hall of Life, Jiang Qingcong and his sister were still discussing the future development of the Jiang clan. Suddenly, the voice of Xiao Tsangtian echoed in Jiang Yunxi's mind. Empress, the emperor has taken Ruoxian and the Divine Son out. Jiang Yunxi was initially taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and replied, no matter. With Tian Kuei and Ing Yi guarding him, he shall be safe. Upon hearing the name Tian Kuei, Xiao Tsangtian was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the emperor placing him beside the emperor for protection. Knowing that the emperor was secure, he fell silent. Not good, not good. A panicked member of the Jiang clan, a heavenly sovereign, rushed into the Hall of Life. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunxi stifled a laugh, while Jiang Qingcong's expression darkened. What do you mean, not good? Is everything fine here? No, it's. Is it, or isn't it? Catch your breath and explain. The heavenly sovereign, having rushed to the temple with all his might, was panting heavily and struggling to articulate his words. After regaining his breath, he finally managed to convey, Your Majesty, the Divine Son has been abducted by an ancient emperor. We were utterly unable to stop them. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Qingcong chose to disregard the messenger and instead directed his gaze towards his sister. Did you already know about this matter? It hasn't been long, just a moment ago. Shuet Sangtian from the Tianxiong Guard conveyed this to me. Jiang Yunxi replied nonchalantly, sipping her spirit tea at the table. You still have the presence of mind to drink tea, while there are no formidable guardians besides Xian. Speak quickly. How many ancient emperors and titans are there around Haoran? Jiang Qingcong was quite indulgent towards his children. Rest assured, my dear sibling is the precious treasure of the Feng clan. If they are at ease, why should you worry? Jiang Yunxi leisurely set her teacup down, her face betraying no hint of concern. No, every family cherishes their own treasure. Jiang Lan, go and protect the Son of Heaven discreetly. But just as Jiang Qingcong's words fell, the space within the Temple of Life suddenly rippled, falling silent. Jiang Yunxi merely shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. In the Yuhong domain of Yuzhou, at the site of the teleportation array, the area outside was guarded by the divine guards of the Yutian divine dynasty. The exchanges between various domains and continents necessitated the use of the teleportation array. It required crystal energy to activate, and as the rulers of Yuzhou, the Yutian divine dynasty controlled this teleportation array. At that moment, a flash of divine light flickered within the teleportation array, and four figures appeared instantly. They were Feng Haoran and others who had teleported from the Jiang clan. Zhang Ruoxian, seemingly inexperienced, rushed out of the teleportation array. Haha, so this is the outside world. Indeed extraordinary. Hey, kid, Come here and pay the divine stones. Amid her astonishment, Jiang Ruoxian pointed at herself. Me? Yes, you. Do I have to pay divine stones to use the teleportation array? Haha. Do you think this was built by your family? Can you just board it freely? You clearly look like someone who has yet to experience the world. The divine guards burst into laughter. At that moment, Xiao Yuning stepped out, holding the royal jade token. Do I still need to pay with this? Upon seeing her, the divine guards immediately knelt in respect. We pay our respects to Her Highness the Princess. The group paid them no heed and walked out, while Jiang Ruoxian turned back, her face filled with curiosity. Haoran, why do we need to pay divine stones to use the teleportation array in the 6 domains? What do you think? They manage such a vast territory. If you don't pay divine stones, who would let you ride? Moreover, in this place, all consumption requires payment in divine stones, specifically holy crystals. Note, spirit stones. Immortal stones, divine stones, holy crystals, and imperial crystals are categorized into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade, with a ratio of 1:1,000, and cross-border ratio of 1:10,000. What does consumption mean? Jiang Ruoxian looked at Feng Haoran, bewildered, prompting a sigh of exasperation from him. Weren't you the one who said you understood the 6 domains? How come you don't even know this? Embarrassed, Jiang Ruoxian scratched her head and chuckled. Hee. I didn't delve into such details. Aren't you also experiencing this for the first time? How do you know everything? I came here when I was 8. You'll gradually adapt. If you don't understand something, just ask Yuning. Feng Haoran, unwilling to engage further with the naive youth, promptly released the Baizhe. With a thunderous roar, Baizhe erupted forth. Whoa, Haoran, you arrived at just 8 years of age. Your mount is actually Baizhe. Moreover, its aura is so immense. It must possess the cultivation of a heavenly supreme, no? Wasn't it said that mounts require their masters to subdue them? Can your strength truly command a supreme level Baizhe? Jiang Ruoxian bombarded Feng Haoran with a flurry of inquiries, to which he merely smiled, offering no extensive explanation. You will understand in due time. With that, he ascended upon the back of Baizhe. Noting his indifference, Jiang Ruoxian shifted her gaze towards Xiao Yuning. Yuning, is this Baizhe belonging to Haoran's cousin? Subdued by him? Divine son, are you not going to follow? His Highness has already ventured far ahead. Xiao Yuning refrained from directly answering, instead taking to the skies on her fiery phoenix. Feeling ignored by both, Jiang Ruoxian mumbled to herself. Could he also possess the cultivation of a supreme? Bah, what am I thinking? Haoran is still so young. Achieving the rank of a mortal king would be commendable. Hey, wait for me. After dismissing her own thoughts, she shouted while simultaneously releasing her sacred celestial dragon lion, a rare species in its own right. With a mighty roar, the sacred celestial dragon lion soared into the heavens, carrying Jiang Ruoxian along. Chapter 29, The Phoenix Secret Realm Imperial City of the Celestial Empire. Within the splendid ancient edifice of Fengtian Chaoxing Pavilion, the scenery is breathtaking. Feng Haoran lay alone, reclining on the observation platform within the pavilion. A cacophony of voices erupted from the front hall of the Feng Tianchao Pavilion. Wow, the young gentleman is so handsome. Young master, come with me. I will take care of you. What business is it of yours? The young master is mine to behold. He must accompany me first. You wasteful woman, I am not dead yet, and you already wish to replace me. I shall take your life. What difference does it make whether you are alive or dead? Before I even count to 5 tonight, you dare ask me if I am fierce? I endure silent suffering, yet still must shout my prowess. You foul woman, I shall slay you. Ah, help. Murder. Where do you think you are running? The Feng Tian Chaosheng Pavilion is a treasure house specializing in magical artifacts, elixirs, and alchemical equipment. Typically, it attracts a considerable number of patrons. But today it is particularly bustling. The reason is simple: Jiang Ruoxian's curiosity about the myriad wonders of the outside world. He took the opportunity to study in the pavilion's front hall, inadvertently drawing the attention of a group of fierce women. This gathering was not merely a spectacle. Some of them even took the liberty to approach him directly, which left Jiang Ruoxian quite flustered. He promptly began to flee through the hall, pursued by a throng of women of varying ages. This commotion quickly spread, attracting the attention of their husbands. The scene escalated into chaos, and the din roused the placid Feng Haoran from his reverie. Yuning, what is all this commotion outside? At that moment, Xiao Yuning appeared before Feng Haoran, her expression tinged with embarrassment. It's Jiang Ruoxian, the divine son. His extraordinary beauty has driven the women who came to shop into a frenzy. Ah, Haoran, help. The fierce women are chasing me. Before Xiao Yuning could finish her sentence, Jiang Ruoxian rushed in, seeking assistance. Thud, thud, hasty footsteps echoed from the ancient staircase. And soon his figure came into view. Panting and breathless, he exclaimed, Haoran, this is terrifying. What is with these women? Have they never encountered a man of such striking appearance before? You are handsome as well. Why don't they seek you out? Jiang Ruoxian, gasping for air, unleashed a barrage of questions. I have never even set foot in the front hall. A single sentence from Feng Haoran left him momentarily taken aback. Why didn't you say so earlier? Did you not express a desire to explore the outside world? This is merely at the Feng Tian Chaosheng Pavilion. and you find it unbearable? What will you do when we venture to other places? Ruo Xian, you must remain composed, maintain your poise, and learn to confront challenges. As for Feng Haoran's words, he had no inclination to listen. Before the latter could finish, he interjected, in the trials I anticipated, shouldn't it involve battling with the prodigies, learning from one another, and subsequently delving into secret realms to enhance our powers? Why must we linger here, merely as objects of observation, subjected to ridicule? Just as Jiang Ruo Xian, feeling increasingly aggrieved, was speaking, a streak of light descended into the pavilion, revealing a figure. It was the emperor's envoy, Feng Yuquan, who had arrived in advance at the Yutian divine dynasty. Their primary mission was to keep a close watch on Yichun. Just yesterday, Feng Haoran and his companions had arrived and sent word to her. Now, Feng Yuquan had come to report back. So, tell me, where are they now? Upon witnessing this, Feng Haoran remained reclined, his eyes half closed, inquiring about the situation of Feng Yukong. Your Majesty, it is fortunate that we had your method of concealment. Otherwise it would have been impossible to gather intelligence. In recent days, we have secretly followed Yi Chun and discovered not only is his strength formidable, but his fortune is also exceedingly extraordinary. Within just these few days, in a minor secret realm, he has acquired numerous treasures and divine techniques. Furthermore, with his cultivation at the 9th level of the immortal monarch, he astonishingly vanquished a prodigy of the immortal emperor realm. The factions of those he has slain, including saints and heavenly saints, have all sent their forces after him. Strangely, during his battles with them, Yi Chun's cultivation unexpectedly ascended to the supreme of heaven and earth. We speculate that this may be the ancient emperor's divine soul utilizing his body to contend against those heavenly saints. Feng Haoran expressed no curiosity regarding Yukong's revelations. Instead, he regarded this as merely the workings of fate. However, Jiang Ruoxian's interest was piqued upon hearing this. This is exactly the kind of trial I seek. My dear brother, where can I find this Yichun you mentioned? Yukong did not respond directly, but turned his gaze toward Feng Haoran. Upon receiving the latter's consent, Yukong disclosed Yi Chun's current whereabouts. At present, Yi Chun is situated within the falling Phoenix mountain range of the Fallen Emperor Prefecture, where he is being pursued by numerous royal dynasties and noble families. Oh, isn't the Fallen Emperor Prefecture the territory of the sacred martial dynasty? Feng Haoran had always believed that Yi Chun would seek opportunities within the forces of the sacred martial empire. However, this was a misconception. The sacred martial empire is under the jurisdiction of the Star God dynasty, encompassing the regions of Ping Tian and Tianhua. In contrast, the ruling powers of the Fallen Emperor and Divine Elephant regions belong to the Dragon Elephant dynasty, which oversees 4 empires and governs numerous dynasties and smaller nations. It is rumored that the Luofeng mountain range in the Fallen Emperor region was the site of a fallen ancient phoenix during the primeval era, thus earning its name. It appears that the ancient emperor residing within Yi Chun is indeed a formidable figure of unparalleled stature. The Luofeng mountain range must harbor some extraordinary treasures, otherwise, he would not have allowed Yi Chun to linger there for so long. The words of Feng Haoran left Yukong utterly astonished. The emperor is indeed a divine being. He exclaimed, You are correct. Within the falling Phoenix mountain range, the secret to awakening the ancient imperial phoenix has been uncovered. It is said that within this mystical realm lies the blood of the immortal divine phoenix, which can refine the physical bodies of those who cultivate. However, to gain entry to this secret domain, one must acquire the token formed from the feathers of the ancient phoenix, known as the Phoenix Feather Order. This token is exclusively available to those below the emperor rank. How can one obtain this Phoenix Feather Order? Before Feng Haoran could respond, Jiang Ruoxian eagerly inquired. His question mirrored the curiosity of everyone present, all eyes turning toward Feng Yukong. In truth, the Phoenix Feather Orders had scattered long ago after the demise of the ancient phoenix. There are a total of 10 such orders, each allowing 10 individuals to enter the secret realm. The factions possessing these tokens include the Yutian Divine Dynasty, the Dragon Elephant Imperial Dynasty along with its 4 subordinate royal houses, and the demoted Fenshin Dynasty. Among these factions, both the Divine Dynasty and the Imperial Dynasty possess 2 tokens each, while the remaining 5 factions hold 1 token apiece. Strangely, the last token has somehow fallen into the hands of Yi Chun. Haoran, let us seize the token from Yi Chun. With it, we too shall gain entry to the secret realm. Upon hearing about the strength of the aforementioned factions, Jiang Ruoxian felt that Yi Chun was isolated and vulnerable, thus igniting a desire to take action against him. Feng Haoran pondered for a moment before breaking into a mischievous smile. How could one venture into the secret realm without the company of a treasure-seeking mouse? It would be wise to seek out the Burning Sky Dynasty. However, they are a formidable dynasty, and with merely a handful of us, would they even entertain our presence? The newly initiated Jiang Ruoxian was unaware of the power dynamics of a dynasty and couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. If they refuse, then perhaps we should consider annihilating a dynasty for sport. Chapter 30. I shall capture some guardians for you in the region of the Fallen Emperor. Within the vast expanse of the falling Phoenix mountain range, towering trees reached for the heavens, forming a dense forest that obscured the sky and sun. Due to the passage of time and the ancient fall of the Phoenix Emperor, this mountainous area had given rise to many formidable beasts. It was said that at the heart of the mountains resided the four sovereigns of beasts, Taotai, Xiongqi, Taowu, and Hundan. These creatures feasted upon all living beings, particularly those of great cultivation, which only heightened their insatiable hunger for devouring others to augment their own strength. Such malevolent beasts should not exist in the universe. Yet, inexplicably, since the disappearance of the Celestial Emperor, these four had manifested within the falling Phoenix mountain range. Many powerful beings had attempted to eradicate them, but none succeeded, ultimately becoming their meals. This prompted ancient emperors to try and eliminate them entirely, yet the strength of the four sovereigns proved too overwhelming. They could only inflict severe injuries upon them, sacrificing themselves to suppress these beasts. The ancient emperor responsible for this was none other than the sacred beast Phoenix. To honor the sacred beast Phoenix, the beings of the fallen emperor region named the mountain range the Falling Phoenix Mountain Range. At this moment, on the outskirts of the mountains, a young man clad in a silver robe adorned with golden patterns sat cross-legged by a pool beneath a waterfall. His unremarkable facial features framed by a serene expression. The ethereal energy of the surroundings continuously converged into his being. Suddenly, a surge of celestial power erupted from within him, causing the waters of the pool to explode upwards in a magnificent display. "I have reached the first level of the Celestial King," he exclaimed. "Master, I have reclaimed the time I lost in my previous training." This young man was Yi Chun, who, having uncovered numerous treasures during his explorations, had also incurred the wrath of several factions. Pursued relentlessly, he had heeded his master's guidance to come to the Falling Phoenix mountain range. His master, a timeless emperor, was well acquainted with the origins of the mountain range and had informed Yi Chun of the impending opening of the Phoenix secret realm, entrusting him with the Phoenix feather token prior to his demise. Excellent. Once the Phoenix secret realm opens, and with the essence of eternal blood, your supreme myriad body will awaken. At that point, you shall become a paragon among the celestial entities of the universe. A spectral figure, clad in a gray robe with flowing white hair and a snow-white beard, emerged from Yi Chun's form. Upon hearing his master's words, Yi Chun clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in determination. "Xiao Yuning and that forbidden clan youth, wait for me. I, Yi Chun, shall make you repay your humiliations 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Just as the specter was about to speak further, it sensed an unusual movement nearby. "Chunner, we have company." With that, it dissolved into a wisp of azure smoke. Merging into the ancient ring upon Yi Chun's finger, a figure materialized in the air, laughing boisterously. "Huh, Yi Chun, I never imagined you would be here. The outside world is in an uproar. They say the last Phoenix feather token is in your possession. Hand it over, and I shall grant you a complete corpse." The newcomer, an elderly man clad in a blue robe adorned with divine patterns, appeared youthful despite his white hair. A solitary cultivator without sect or affiliation, he had achieved the ancient saint realm, a testament to his considerable aptitude. Yi Chun sensed the immense aura of the elder. Despite his ability to slay enemies 2 realms above him, this opponent was an ancient saint, an entirely different tier of power. His brows furrowed as he regarded the elder with indifference. "You seek the Phoenix feather token, yet you believe yourself worthy?" Upon finishing his words, he immediately contacted the specter within his ring. "Master, this person's power is overwhelming." "Huh, how could I be unaware of your intentions? However, do not slay this individual. The Phoenix secret realm is on the verge of opening, and within it, I may not be able to traverse freely. Let him serve as your guardian within the realm." With that, the specter seized control of Yi Chun's body, while the newly arrived elder charged forth. "You little wretch, seeking death." At that moment, Yi Chun, his body possessed by the ancient emperor's spirit, radiated a divine light from his brows, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "With your ancient saint prowess, you shall remain by my foolish pupil's side." In a flash, he vanished from sight, leaving the ancient saint elder utterly astonished. In the fallen emperor region, within the vanishing heaven dynasty, news of the impending opening of the Phoenix secret realm had drawn numerous factions from neighboring regions. "Have you heard? The Phoenix secret realm at the falling Phoenix mountain range is about to open." Indeed, during ancient times, the Phoenix emperor sacrificed himself for the fallen emperor region. Such a noble being is now facing dismemberment. One must not speak in such a manner. The opening of the secret realm allows us younger generations to inherit its exalted will. Haha, wise words, my friend. However, the vanishing heaven dynasty may not remain peaceful for long. Why is that? The opening of the secret realm requires the Phoenix feather token. And back when the vanishing heaven was still a dynasty, they obtained one. Yet, after years of oppression from other dynasties, they have now fallen to a mere kingdom. Those wishing to enter the secret realm will undoubtedly come to seize it. And, indeed, let us hope we are not caught in the crossfire. Throughout the royal city, every street and alley hummed with discussions about the secret realm, with some expressing concern while others harbored eager anticipation. Within the opulent palace of the Vanishing Heaven dynasty, a middle-aged man donned in a five-clawed golden dragon robe, adorned with a crown, gazed pensively at the court officials below. This man was the monarch of the Vanishing Heaven dynasty, King Haoran. My loyal ministers, do you have any strategies to counter this situation? Faced with the inquiry of their king, the ministers were anxious and restless, yet found themselves at a loss. Just then, a civil official stepped forward. Your Majesty, if we wish to preserve the Vanishing Heaven dynasty, we must surrender the Phoenix Feather Token. Indeed, Your Majesty, possessing the Phoenix Feather Token places us in a precarious position. As neighboring dynasties and kingdoms eye us greedily, if we cling to it stubbornly, disaster shall surely befall us. One minister proposed, and immediately others echoed his sentiment. Yet, as the king of the Vanishing Heaven dynasty, he was acutely aware of these truths. He sought to leverage the opening of the Phoenix secret realm to elevate the talents of his royal lineage, hoping to restore the dynasty to its former glory. However, surrendering the Phoenix Feather Token would signify the end of their aspirations. My ministers, I am not ignorant of your concerns. Should we proceed down that path, the Vanishing Heaven dynasty shall remain forever stagnant. Your Majesty, I have an idea. As the ministers shook their heads in disbelief, a venerable general stepped forward. Speak. Lord Gentian. My lord, the old minister has heard of a Phoenix Feather Order, which can accommodate 10 individuals. Therefore, should a formidable force approach, I suggest voluntarily surrendering the Phoenix Feather Order to negotiate with them, thereby safeguarding the Vantian dynasty for eternity. Additionally, we should request 2 quotas, allowing the finest talents of the royal family to enter the secret realm. Upon hearing this, the courtiers in the grand hall nodded in agreement, recognizing that this strategy would not only ensure the survival of the dynasty, but also provide a protective ally, while granting the royal prodigies the opportunity to rise. For a moment, everyone reflected on why they had not conceived of this strategy themselves. In truth, it was not due to a lack of intellect, but rather differing concerns that had prevented them from considering such an approach. However, the method proposed by the venerable Lord Gentian had already been contemplated by the king of the Nye. What he sought was the preservation of the Phoenix Feather Order, for it is not solely the talents of the Nye clan that sustain the dynasty, but rather the collective strength of the entire court. Yet, in the face of imminent danger, with no viable alternatives presented by the ministers, he had no choice but to proceed as suggested. Alas, with no effective countermeasures at hand, it seemed prudent to follow Lord Gentian's counsel. Before the king of Nye could finish speaking, a voice imbued with terrifying authority echoed through the void. The ruler of the Vantian dynasty, come forth. Chapter 31. The dire state of the Vantian dynasty within the Vantian dynasty. An overwhelming aura of supreme power blanketed the entire royal city. The voice resonated like the sacred sound of the Tao, reverberating through the air. The inhabitants of the royal city were struck with astonishment. Has a mighty being come to the royal city? It appears the assailants for the Phoenix Feather Order have indeed arrived. The Vantian royal family's Phoenix Feather Order is likely to be lost. With the intervention of a supreme being, who could withstand the Vantian dynasty? Flee quickly. It is said that when a supreme being strikes, the palace may crumble, and the entire royal city could be reduced to ashes. Inside the palace, hovering in the air, was an elder with white hair and beard, exuding a faint aura of law, projecting an air of superiority. In the entire Tianhong domain, only ancient saints could establish a nation. While a dynasty required an immortal saint king, a dynasty needed a supreme being to stand firm, with an imperial dynasty possessing a singular emperor, and a divine dynasty typically comprising 5 emperors. The supreme being who had come to the Vantian dynasty was a rogue from the Longxiang Empire, which governed 2 counties. Such individuals are inherently unrestrained, unwilling to be bound by any dynasty. Moreover, at their level, self-promotion to emperor could take an eternity. Upon learning that the Phoenix secret realm was to be opened, those without a Phoenix Feather Order had no choice but to seize one. However, among the 2 counties, the only possessors of the Phoenix Feather Order were the Divine Dynasty, Imperial Dynasty, and the 4 great royal dynasties. They could not afford to provoke these powers, leaving only the Vantian dynasty and that fellow Yichun. Yet, they had neither the patience nor the inclination to seek out Yichun. Thus they were left with the Vantian dynasty. As the king of Nye and several ministers hovered opposite the elder, he inquired about the reason for the arrival of the esteemed Qi Yi. As the ruler of a dynasty, the king of Nye paid his respects, a gesture of reverence towards a powerful figure. However, the elder known as Qi Yi regarded the king's gesture with disdain. I shall not waste my breath with you. Simply hand over the Phoenix Feather Order. The king of Nye and the courtiers furrowed their brows, acutely aware that Qi Yi held a notorious reputation within the 2 counties, characterized by selfishness. Today, he sought the Phoenix Feather Order, and it was clear he would offer no concessions, not even in exchange for protection for the dynasty. At this moment, the king of Nye felt a surge of anxiety, glancing around in search of other supreme beings but finding none. He could hardly fathom that only Qi Yi had come to demand the Phoenix Feather Order from the Vantian dynasty. This left him with no room for negotiation. Seemingly reading the king's thoughts, Qi erupted into laughter. Huh, you need not wait any longer. The other restless supremes from the 2 counties have already been suppressed by me. I am aware of your intentions, but alas, I shall not grant the Van Tian dynasty any opportunity. You now face 2 choices: surrender the Phoenix Feather Order, and I shall depart. Or I will personally annihilate the entire Van Tian dynasty and take the order myself. At this point, Qi deliberately paused, coldly observing the expressions of the king of Nye and his entourage. Their reactions brought him great delight, for his joy stemmed from the suffering of others. He reveled in the moment when his adversaries wished to eliminate him but found themselves utterly powerless, left with no choice but to submit. Have you made your decision? Will you willingly present it, or shall I take it by force? This marked the final ultimatum from Qi. The king of Nye clenched his fists in anger. His face flushed. How he longed to possess the power of a supreme being to vanquish the man before him. Witnessing their sovereign's predicament, a loyal subordinate could no longer contain his compassion and shouted, Qi, we regard you as a supreme being. Do not overstep your bounds. If you desire the Phoenix Feather Order, it is not impossible. However, entering the Phoenix Secret Realm requires us to secure 2 quotas for our dynasty. A resounding crash interrupted his words, causing the courtiers to turn pale and instinctively take a step back. The words of the royal subjects had barely escaped their lips before Qi obliterated them from afar, followed by a chilling laugh. You speak too much nonsense. As the king of Nye witnessed his subordinate's demise, he finally erupted. Qi, I respect you as a senior and have come forth to greet you. Yet, you dare to strike at my people. Do not forget, the Phoenix Feather Order belongs to the Van Tian. It is not yours to take at will. Today, if you do not provide me with an explanation, even if the Van Tian is destroyed, I shall never allow you to claim the Phoenix Feather Order. Very well, I shall indulge you. In an instant, Qi appeared behind the king of Nye, unleashing 2 waves of law power that swept away 2 ancient saints of the Van Tian dynasty. Ah, my lord, save me. Before the king of Nye could react, 2 ancient saints fell. Ah, the king of Nye roared, his eyes turning blood red as he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Qi. Qi, you shall die? Humph, an ant shaking a tree. Today, I shall show you the difference between an immortal saint king and a supreme being. Gazing at the approaching Nye Renwang, Qi remained unfazed. He slowly raised his hand, and instantly, the void transformed dramatically, resembling a vast sea of blood. The power of the laws concentrated within this sanguine expanse, materializing a colossal blood-red handprint. With a thunderous hum, the handprint surged forth with astonishing speed, colliding fiercely with Nye Renwang's attack. A resounding explosion echoed, sending ripples through the void, as the formidable strength of Nye Renwang, a peak immortal Saint King, was violently repelled. Blood spewed from his mouth, trailing like a crimson thread. Seeing their king struck down, the previously panicked ancient saints and the venerable Jintian, possessing the cultivation of an immortal Saint King, ignited with fierce determination. Faced with inevitable death, they resolved to fight for their dynasty's slim chance of survival. Charging forward one by one, Qi, we shall contend with you, they cried. Qi chuckled softly, his body radiating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. He swiftly formed a blood-colored hexagram in the void, and the air filled with the resonant sounds of swords. Numerous sword shadows emerged, cutting through the atmosphere. The furious members of the Brahma Heaven tribe hastily activated their defenses, yet the blood-red sword shadows pierced through their barriers with alarming ease, eliciting cries of despair. Stop! Nye Renwang bellowed, witnessing his subordinates disintegrate before his eyes, his roar shaking the very fabric of the void. The more he struggled, the more exhilarated Qi became. A mere swarm of ants dares to provoke me? You covet the Feng Yuling, do you? Come and take it. As the confrontation escalated, Nye Renwang ignited his sacred blood, forcing himself to a half-step supreme realm, and in an instant, he appeared before Qi. The latter's heart sank. It was inconceivable that this insignificant monarch of the Brahma Heaven dynasty would resort to self-detonation just to eliminate him. Come, Qi, let us perish together, he proclaimed. The formidable energy of the sacred spirit, intertwined with the essence of the laws, surged into Nye Renwang's body. Alarmed, Qi hastily dissolved his hexagram formation, erecting a solid defense to shield himself. Prepare to meet your demise, he thundered. However, the ancient saints and immortal saint kings of the Brahma Heaven dynasty had dwindled to just the venerable Jintian, who desperately attempted to intervene. But his feeble strength proved inadequate. In the void, Nye Renwang had amassed enough energy, poised to explode, when suddenly a voice resonated through the air. Void confinement. At this utterance, the entire palace was enveloped in a stifling stillness, including Qi, whose furrowed brow was frozen in place. Nye Renwang's body, emanating wild energy, was likewise immobilized. In that moment, a wormhole materialized in the void, and several figures riding mounts emerged, hovering and observing the scene. Haoran, you possess the power of spatial laws, exclaimed a striking youth seated upon a divine beast. Indeed, these individuals were Feng Haoran and his companions. Having journeyed from the Yuzhou divine dynasty, Ignoring Jiang Ruoxian, Feng Haoran waved his sleeve lightly and spoke with composure, disperse. Upon his command, even the energy Nie Renwang had previously gathered dissipated instantly. Bewildered, Nie Renwang pondered why his body had not yet detonated, realizing that the power he had amassed had vanished. How could this be? He murmured in disbelief, glancing upwards to see several youths mounted upon sacred beasts hovering above. Great King, Jintian, relieved to see that Nie Renwang was unharmed, hastened to express his gratitude. I am deeply thankful for your assistance, young friends. Qi Yi, retracting his absolute defense, glared angrily at Feng Haoran and his companions. Enraged and blinded by fury, he stepped forward. Who are you? Why have you come to thwart my ambitions? Such a temper. You dare to address us as youngsters? Who do you think you are? Retorted Feng Haoran, eager to prevent any revelations of their identities. Qi Yi, incensed by the audacity of a mere child, was about to unleash his wrath when he recalled the earlier scene of Nie Renwang's self-announcement. The realization struck him. These youths had the power to thwart an immortal Saint King's self-detonation. They must belong to some formidable lineage. Though reluctant to concede, a sudden spark of cunning illuminated his mind, and he donned a flattering smile. Esteemed sirs, I am Qi Yi. I spoke hastily earlier. I hope you won't take offense. Since you seek the Feng Yuling, I am willing to relinquish it to you. However, I request 2 slots for myself, as I have made a promise to an old friend. If you assist me in vanquishing this individual, I, Nie Renwang, the ruler of the Brahma Heaven dynasty, will present the Feng Yuling to you willingly. Having witnessed the fall of his subordinates, Nie Renwang's resentment towards Qi Yi had reached its peak. In this moment, he was prepared to forsake his own safety and opportunities to ensure Qi Yi's demise. Feng Haoran cast a profound glance at Nie Renwang before finally directing his attention towards the supreme of the Crimson Knight. It seemed that the request he had put forth was relatively easy for this lord to acquiesce to. It appeared that the only course left was to send you into reincarnation. In response to Feng Haoran's words, the Crimson Knight scoffed. I merely regarded you as disciples of a prominent clan undergoing trials, thus granting you some face, hoping to avoid future complications. Since you seek my life, for the sake of self-preservation, I shall take my leave. Just as the onlookers presumed that the Supreme of the Crimson Knight intended to retaliate against Feng Haoran, he unexpectedly transformed into a streak of light and fled in the opposite direction. Drawing upon his years of experience, he recognized these individuals as undoubtedly signs of powerful clans, their steeds being unparalleled sacred beasts. Moreover, these young masters likely had formidable protectors at their side. Remaining stationary would be tantamount to awaiting death. However, this sudden action left Feng Haoran bewildered, even rendering Ing Yi momentarily at a loss. This 6th one, I had prepared to extinguish him with a single blow. Yet he chose to flee. Nevertheless, having accepted the request of the lord of the Fantian dynasty, how could he allow such an escape? Individuals like the Crimson Knight were beneath his notice. Thus, Feng Haoran patted the broad back of Bai Zhe. Little Bai, go and eliminate him. With a thunderous roar, Bai Zhe soared skyward, and as Feng Haoran hovered in the air, it unfurled its wings. In a flash, Bai Zhe transformed into a streak of luminous energy and surged upward. Although this granted the adversary a fleeting moment to escape, Bai Zhe's speed was beyond that of the Crimson Knight. In the blink of an eye, it caught up. What? How is this possible? This is a sacred beast of the 9th heaven. A distant scream was followed by a resounding explosion. In the territories of the fallen emperor and the divine elephant, the notorious rogue, the supreme of the Crimson Knight, met his demise. Feng Haoran hovered in place, and soon a beam of white light soared back. Unmistakably that of Bai Zhe. At this moment, he bore an ancient black space ring upon his claw. With a roar, Bai Zhe approached Feng Haoran, raising his foreleg to present the space ring to his master. Feng Haoran's consciousness penetrated within, only to discover that there was nothing worthy of his retention. Subsequently, with a mere wave of his hand, he elevated the spatial ring, directing it towards Nie Renwang. The two were puzzled by the intentions of the young man in the distance, their eyes filled with confusion as they gazed at Feng Haoran. Then, the latter's voice resonated. I am aware that the Phoenix Feather token holds immense significance for your Fantian kingdom. However, this item must be taken by me. It stands to reason that the resources within the spatial ring of the individual who just vanquished many of your formidable warriors shall serve as compensation for the Phoenix Feather token. No. Young master, you have saved the lives of countless beings in our Fantian kingdom. How could Nia accept your compensation? He implored. Moreover, you and your companions are still quite young. These resources would be of far greater value to you. With that, Nie Renwang and the venerable Lord Jintian soared forward, returning the spatial ring to Feng Haoran. Feng Haoran smiled gently. To be candid with you, I find the contents here beneath my notice. Since I have chosen to bestow them upon you, please accept them. Upon hearing this, Nie Renwang cast a furtive glance at the spatial ring, which brimmed with countless cultivation resources, surpassing even those in his national treasury in both quantity and quality. It was astonishing that the young noble before him deemed them unworthy. He exchanged a knowing glance with the venerable Lord Jintian, and they both nodded in silent agreement. Nieren Wang expresses his gratitude for your generous gift. Here is the Feng token. I am immensely grateful for your timely assistance today. I, Nieren Wang, vow that should you ever require my aid in the future, do not hesitate to summon me. Nieren Wang cradled a crimson Feng token, imbued with an ancient aura, with both hands raised high, bowing at a 90-degree angle to Feng Haoran. The latter, without pretense, extended his hand, allowing the token to rest gracefully in his palm. I shall accept this token, and I hope the resources within that ring will aid you in restoring the Vantian dynasty. As Feng Haoran concluded his words, his figure gracefully ascended, landing upon base. He then proceeded towards the falling Phoenix mountain range. With a resounding roar, several divine beasts transformed into radiant light, soaring towards the heavens. The king of humans and his companions stood in a daze, gazing in the direction Feng Haoran had departed, utterly astonished to witness such an unexpected facet of a scion from a prestigious family. The performance of Feng Haoran and his companions has transformed Nieren Wang's perception of the noble science. Chapter 33. The mysterious Su Luoxian in the void of Yunde County. Resplendent jade palanquins have been seen traversing occasionally in recent days. The beings within the county understand that this spectacle heralds the opening of the Phoenix secret realm in the falling Phoenix mountain range. Yet, as inhabitants of the two counties, they are merely spectators, lacking the qualifications to partake in such an ancient and powerful secret realm. At this moment, a lavish golden palanquin, drawn by 9 adult dragon elephants, races through the void. Inside the palanquin sits a robust young man clad in imperial robes. While his looks do not conform to conventional notions of beauty, his visage is resolute, with a square jaw and bold eyebrows that resemble ink brush strokes, exuding an air of righteousness and vigor. This man is Long Shixiang, one of the 3 imperial scions of the Dragon Elephant Empire. The empire possesses 2 phoenix feather tokens. Thus 2 imperial scions accompany the court's ministers and offspring to the secret realm. Within Long Shixiang's palanquin, besides himself, there are 9 young men and women, most of whom are his followers. Notably, one exception is a woman adorned in a translucent blue silk gown that hugs her waist, her wide cuffs partially veiling her chest. Her long, fair legs are subtly revealed beneath the hem of her dress. Judging by her figure, she is undoubtedly a stunning beauty, though her face is obscured by a veil. This enigmatic woman is Su Luoxian, and her presence has taken Long Shixiang by surprise. He had initially arranged for his own companions to accompany him, but the night before their departure, the emperor summoned him and requested that he replace one of his companions with the mysterious Su Luoxian. The reason for her mystery lies in the fact that Long Shixiang has never encountered her before. She appeared as if out of thin air, and his father had explicitly instructed him to take good care of her. As the foremost figure of the younger generation in the empire, renowned for his combat prowess, Long Shixiang perceives Su Luoxian as an extraordinary individual, suspecting that in a duel, he may not last even 3 exchanges against her. This leads him to ponder why his father would entrust her care to him, even questioning if it was a misunderstanding. Surely he is the one in need of protection. However, being bound by his father's orders, he refrains from inquiring further and silently accepts the situation. Holding a cup of ethereal wine, he gazes at Su Luoxian, who reveals a pair of beautiful eyes. Miss Su, would you care to taste this exquisite elixir? He inquires, breaking the silence in the palanquin. Su Luoxian glances at him momentarily before turning away, her cold eyes betraying a hint of disdain. This awkwardness does not faze Long Shixiang, who, being of a rather open-hearted disposition, dismisses the slight and continues to drink alone. Who is this lady? A follower inquires quietly as he approaches Long Shixiang. Why would the emperor personally request a change? Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. Long Shixiang rebukes lightly. We have arrived at falling Phoenix mountain range. Shall we descend to the ground? Before he can finish, a middle-aged general clad in battle armor enters. Being an imperial scion, Long Shixiang is well aware of the dangers posed by the ferocious beasts in falling Phoenix mountain range and recognizes the necessity of landing. For safety's sake, let us descend. We should reach the perimeter of the center in a matter of days. Understood, the general replies before exiting, and Su Luoxian follows suit. Remembering his father's words, Long Shixiang hastily follows her. With a roar, the 9-headed dragon elephant descends, galloping across the ground. Su Luoxian stands on the pavilion of the palanquin, admiring the scenery of falling Phoenix mountain range. The typically aloof expression on her face is now softened by a glimmer of joy in her eyes. The view here is truly magnificent, exclaims her maid, Zio, unable to contain her admiration. Indeed, it is, Su Luoxian agrees, but before she can finish her thought, a beastly roar reverberates from behind the palanquin, followed by the overwhelming presence of several colossal sacred beasts soaring overhead. These individuals are Feng Haoran and his companions, who have just arrived from the Vantian dynasty. Feng Haoran, seated atop the sacred beast by Zhe, instantly senses a difference in the aura of the veiled woman in the palanquin below. To his astonishment, he realizes that her power has already attained the saint level, and she appears only a few years older than him. Intrigued, he steals a glance at Su Luoxian, their eyes meeting momentarily before he disappears from view. Who is this person? Why do I feel an unsettling sense of danger? Su Luoxian muses internally, before turning to Long Shixiang and inquiring, Third Scion. Besides the divine dynasty of Yuzhou, the empire, and the four great dynasties, are there others participating in this secret realm? This marks the first time Su Luoxian has taken the initiative to speak. Long Shixiang ponders for a moment before responding. Oh, there are rumors of Yichun, the son of the monarch of the Shengwu dynasty, which is also under the jurisdiction of the Yutian divine dynasty. He will be present as well. Additionally, the Fantian dynasty is involved, but I am unsure if they can safeguard their phoenix feather token. One son of a monarch? That cannot be him. The strength of those individuals earlier was telling. Excluding one at the 5th level of the immortal king, I could not discern the others. And they did not seem to employ any concealment techniques. Furthermore, it is improbable for a young prodigy from a dynasty to command such a formidable entourage. Su Luoxian murmurs softly, then inquires again, do you know which faction those individuals belong to? I am uncertain, but judging by their formation, they likely belong to the divine dynasty. However, I possess the records of several talented disciples of the divine dynasty, and those individuals do not seem to match. Long Shixiang initially assumes they are from the divine dynasty, but quickly dismisses the thought. The divine dynasty? That seems unlikely. This secret realm expedition appears to be anything but ordinary. I suspect there are descendants of formidable forces participating as well, Su Luoxian reflects. Third Scion, I advise you to exercise caution regarding those individuals. Should they enter the secret realm, it is best not to provoke them. With that, she enters the palanquin with her maid, leaving Long Shixiang in a state of bewilderment. Although he is devoted to cultivation and the pursuit of strength, he is also quite astute. Uncle Zhong, what was the cultivation level of those individuals? Why would they evoke such apprehension in her? Long Shixiang held the words of his father, the emperor, close to his heart, vowing not only to protect her, but also to heed her counsel. In the moment his father spoke, he discerned a profound reverence for Su Luoxian in his eyes. This indicated that Su Luoxian's status was extraordinarily elevated. The various signs prompted him to seek confirmation from his guardian, Uncle Zhong, one of the most formidable beings in the Dragon Elephant Empire, gifted with exceptional talents. Long Shixiang was favored by the emperor, thus appointed as a protector. Suddenly, a figure materialized behind Long Shixiang, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, among those youths, one should be the original generation's prodigy. His strength lies at the 9th level of the immortal Saint King, and there is another who commands the sacred heavenly dragon lion, possessing the cultivation of the 5th level of the immortal king. As for the other 3, I am unable to sense their presence, particularly the one clad in a black robe and mask. What? 2 youths whom even Uncle Zhong cannot perceive. Have they employed secret methods to conceal themselves? Long Shixiang was taken aback, realizing that this secret realm had surprisingly drawn out the original generation's prodigy. He pondered how to confront them once they entered the secret realm. Chapter 34. The secret realm opens. The 4 fierce beasts awaken in the recent days. The falling Phoenix mountain range attracted the extraordinary geniuses of the various major forces within the region. The once tranquil beasts of the mountains were now in a panic, fleeing in terror, even towards the central area. However, on this day, a piercing cry of a phoenix reverberated throughout the heavens. The resounding call pierced through the fabric of reality, echoing across the entire region. The Phoenix secret realm was about to be unveiled. Remarkably, after so many epochs, the residual might of the ancient Emperor Phoenix still instilled such fear. Such a grand opportunity was one we could only gaze upon, lamenting our fortune. Oh, how I wish to enter the secret realm. I could surely break through my current limitations. Why do I not possess the Phoenix Feather Order? That wretched Yichun is indeed fortunate. As the Phoenix cry resonated, the entire region became aware that the Phoenix secret realm was set to open, evoking envy, jealousy, and even resentment among the onlookers. At this moment, in the heart of the falling Phoenix mountain range, a dark, mountain-like entity stirred. With a deafening roar, rocks and ancient trees tumbled, clouds of dust obscured the sky, and after a prolonged silence, a thunderous beastly roar erupted. The massive sound waves swept away the dust, revealing a horrifying beast. This creature possessed the visage of a human and the body of a goat, with eyes situated beneath its arms, emanating an aura of terror. It was the fearsome Taotai, capable of devouring all, driven by insatiable gluttony, even to the point of consuming itself. Simultaneously, other nearby mountains began to tremble, soon revealing their monstrous forms. Xiongqi, with the ability to comprehend human language, resembled a tiger with wings, born with an affinity for slaughter. Tao, resembling a tiger, yet bearing a human face and tusks akin to those of a wild boar. Chaos, a 6-limbed, 4-winged creature, crimson all over, resembling a dog yet without claws, sightless yet omnipresent. Though immortal, it exhibited a tyrannical aura, indiscriminately punishing the virtuous and rewarding the wicked, consuming the good and siding with the evil, thus earning the title of a great menace. Damn the Phoenix, suppressing us for epochs, and now it can no longer endure. A voice, reminiscent of ventriloquism, echoed through the falling Phoenix mountain range, emanating from Taotai, the foremost fierce beast. Kill, kill, kill. For countless epochs, I have refrained from slaughter. My claws crave the baptism of blood. The four great beasts simultaneously howled to the heavens, their ferocity shaking the skies, instantly enveloping the area in dark clouds. Just then, a phoenix cry rang out, unleashing an overwhelming ancient emperor's might that surged towards the heavens. With a mere manifestation of ancient imperial power, the gathered dark clouds were dispersed. The four fierce beasts felt a wave of oppressive force and roared in unison. How is it possible that after all these years, such immense ancient imperial might still exists? At that moment, an ethereal phoenix figure soared from the mountains, accompanied by a voice of a man. Tao Tai, Xiongqi, Tao, chaos. Though my body has perished, my successor shall bind you once more, or even annihilate you. The secret realm opens. The phoenix figure plunged back into the mountains, erupting into a divine light that etched itself into the void, marking the entrance to the secret realm. Such horror. Is this the might of an ancient emperor? I never imagined that the four great beasts had not perished. Sensing this formidable aura, it must surely belong to the realm of the emperor. The might of the ancient emperor is indeed terrifying, easily subduing even the four fierce beasts. The legacy of this secret realm shall be mine. I shall inherit the will of the ancient Phoenix Emperor and subdue the four beasts. The talented individuals who came to participate in the secret realm felt their hearts surge with ambition, as if they were destined to claim the legacy for themselves. In the distance, a seemingly ordinary young man was accompanied by several elders. This was Yi Chun, who had lingered in the falling Phoenix mountain range for quite some time, while those by his side were the powerful beings who sought to seize the Phoenix Feather Order from him. Now, they were all subdued by the ancient imperial spirit within Yi Chun, becoming his protectors. My teacher did not anticipate the strength of the ancient emperor's might. I must obtain this legacy. Yi Chun, too, was filled with an insatiable desire for the legacy. This is merely the beginning. The might of the ancient emperor. You have only touched the surface. At the pinnacle of power, an ancient emperor could obliterate the very heavens with a mere glance. What? The words of the elder within the ring left Yi Chun astounded. Then, teacher, you, before he could finish, a beastly roar interrupted, led by a magnificent white beast. Young one, I did not expect him to arrive as well. This child is accompanied by an ancient emperor. I shan't say more. Once we enter the secret realm, you may contact your teacher. Upon witnessing the arrival of Feng Haoran and Xiao Yuning, the voice from the ring fell silent. Following the sound of the beastly roar, Yi Chun looked towards the source and spotted Feng Haoran and Xiao Yuning. Though 8 years had passed, Feng Haoran had transformed from a mere child into a striking young man, yet Yi Chun recognized him instantly. A surge of hatred flooded his heart, his fists clenched tightly, trembling with rage, yearning for the moment to avenge past grievances. Such fierce intent did not escape Feng Haoran's notice, who cast a knowing glance in Yi Chun's direction. A sinister smile curling on his lips. The sprout has grown. Now, I am eager to see how far you, the treasure-seeking mouse, can go. Truly, I await with anticipation. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared beside Feng Haoran. These individuals were the initial prodigies of the Feng clan, namely Feng Jingzhan, Feng Xingchen, and Feng Ziyuan, who had been discreetly assigned to gather intelligence around Yi Chun. After respectfully saluting the emperor, they proceeded to report the events that had transpired in proximity to Yi Chun. After a brief pause, Feng Haoran regarded the individuals beside Yi Chun with keen interest. So, you are suggesting that those surrounding Yi Chun have become his guardians in order to access the secret realm? Indeed, your majesty, they affirmed. A few ancient saints, and an immortal saint king, serving as guardians? How curious it is that destiny has deemed it necessary to assign guardians as well. However, even if his ancient emperor soul mentor is involved. At this juncture, Feng Haoran was suddenly struck by a grave concern. Could that ancient emperor soul truly emerge within the secret realm? After all, the ancient emperor guardian by his side was unable to enter. What if? Rest assured, young master, that ancient emperor soul has been in a state of slumber for far too long, now only capable of wielding the might of a celestial sovereign. With your strength, you will be more than capable of managing. Suddenly, the voice of Tian Kuai resonated in Feng Haoran's ear, and he soon appeared before the crowd. I believed you would not show yourself after leaving the Zhang clan, yet it seems you have been here all along. Tian Kuai remarked with a smile directed at Feng Haoran. As long as the young master does not mind, Tian Kuai will always remain, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 35. Entering the secret realm in the heart of the Luofeng mountain range, a crimson divine light connected with the heavens, forming a barrier. This was the entrance to the secret realm opened by the ancient Phoenix Emperor, and the forces bearing the Phoenix Feather Order had all gradually arrived at this location. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed through the air. Shortly thereafter, 2 opulent jade carriages, drawn by the unique azure dragon of the Yutian divine dynasty, materialized in the void. These were the 2 divine sons sent by the divine dynasty, each leading a faction of prodigies. Look, it's the jade carriages of the divine dynasty. The divine dynasty truly exudes grandeur, with 9-headed azure dragons pulling their carriages. How enviable. It is said that within this generation of the divine dynasty, there are 2 exceptionally gifted divine sons. I wonder if they are among them. Need you even ask? The second divine son, Xiao Beichen, is renowned for being the pure, sword, Tao holy body. And the 9th divine son is even more remarkable. He is the great wilderness holy body, ranked first among the holy bodies. The classification of physiques includes spiritual body, celestial body, divine body, holy body, supreme body, and the unique forbidden body. Indeed, however, I have heard that the divine dynasty's eldest princess possesses a supreme body. Yet for some reason, she is born with a flaw. Should that flaw be remedied, she would surely soar to great heights. Yes, I have also heard that she was taken away by a mysterious figure several years ago. As the crowd conversed, the 2 azure dragon jade carriages came to a halt in the void. From within the carriages emerged a dozen individuals, led by the second divine son, Xiao Beichen, and the 9th divine son, Xiao Jiutian. Their appearances bore a striking resemblance, both exuding an aura of regal nobility. Upon disembarking from their dragon carriages, they surveyed the assembled crowd, their gazes landing simultaneously upon Xiao Yuning. Their faces lit up with joy as they called out, "Eldest sister." They then soared toward her, leaving the representatives of other factions momentarily stunned. The divine son's eldest sister? Is that not the eldest princess? My heavens. It is rumored that the eldest princess's supreme body is flawed, and that she would not survive past 29. Could it be? Indeed. Could it be that the eldest princess has been cured by the mysterious figure? With a supreme body in the divine dynasty, how can the other 3 major dynasties of the Tianhong domain compete with the Yutian divine dynasty in the future? As the voices of the gathered factions reached Yi Chen's ears, his anger intensified. Xiao Yuning, just you wait. One day, I, Yi Chen, will make you regret your actions from that day. In the distance, Xiao Yuning's 2 younger brothers approached, causing her some embarrassment, and she glanced at Feng Haoran. The latter said nothing but nodded slightly, indicating she should join her brothers. She then flew toward them, and the 3 stood suspended in the air, with Xiao Beichen overjoyed. "Haha, eldest sister, I never expected to find you here. Indeed, I heard from father that you were." Shoo. Xiao Jiutian was about to reveal her cultivation level, but Xiao Yuning made a gesture for silence, halting him. He felt somewhat embarrassed for speaking too freely, yet his face could not conceal the joy within. "Eldest sister, are you accompanying that person here? Father said his family is even more powerful than ours. Is that true?" This time, Xiao Jiutian's voice grew notably quieter. Seeing her younger brothers gazing expectantly at her, Xiao Yuning nodded. "Indeed, it is true. So you 2 must not show any disrespect to his highness." "Understood. Father has also mentioned this." "Eldest sister, you need not worry." As the 3 siblings continued their light-hearted conversation, Feng Haoran suddenly recalled the novels he had read in his past life. Typically, in such secret realms, even if individuals entered at the same time, they might not converge in the same location. Considering that he was accompanied by a 5th-level celestial king, he said, "Ruo Xian, your strength is too weak. After entering the secret realm, we may not end up together. Here, take this protective puppet of the heavenly supreme realm." As he spoke, Feng Haoran opened his palm, and a miniature black humanoid puppet hovered above it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoxian felt a surge of gratitude. However, upon reflecting that Feng Haoran was not much older than herself and might even possess inferior cultivation, she refrained from accepting it and instead asked, "Haoran, how many of these puppets do you have?" Upon hearing the words, Feng Haoran understood his intent. However, this supreme puppet of heaven and earth was merely a trifle in his possession. Were it not for the daily rewards from the system, he would not have such an item at his disposal. He then smiled at him, saying, "Hee, just this one. Take it. But do not forget that I still have Baizhe." Jiang Ruoxian pondered this as well, yet to this day, he remained perplexed. How was Feng Haoran's steed tamed? He had inquired several times. The response from the previous individual was that he had tamed it himself, yet Jiang Ruoxian remained unconvinced. With no means to persuade her further, Feng Haoran refrained from elaborating. Just as Jiang Ruoxian accepted the supreme puppet, a figure suddenly materialized behind her. The figure that appeared was a middle-aged man devoid of facial hair, his dark hair cascading freely, adorned in a robe of inky hues and golden patterns. His countenance remarkably handsome. This individual was Jiang Lan, sent by Jiang Qingsong to protect her. "Your Highness," he addressed her. Uncle Jiang Lan, what brings you here?" "I must inform you, I shall not return with you." Jiang Lan's arrival surprised Jiang Ruoxian, leading her to believe he intended to take her back. In a swift motion, she concealed herself behind Feng Haoran, who commanded the White Tiger. At that moment, the voice of Tian Kuei resonated. "He has followed you since you exited the teleportation array." "What?" Jiang Ruoxian exclaimed in disbelief. However, upon reflection, she realized that since he had been following her from the beginning, he certainly was not there to apprehend her. "Hee, Uncle Jiang Lan, are you here to protect me?" "Indeed, Your Highness. King Qingsong instructed me to deliver these life-preserving items to you." As he spoke, Jiang Lan produced a beautifully crafted spatial bracelet. unmistakably a treasure of imperial caliber. Given King Qingsong's fondness for him, the contents within were undoubtedly of great worth. Jiang Ruoxian smiled sheepishly as she accepted the spatial bracelet. Thank you, father, and thank you, Uncle Jiang Lan, for personally bringing it. Will you be returning to the clan? When the Son of Heaven returns to the clan, I shall return. Upon receiving this response, Jiang Ruoxian felt a surge of emotion. Oh, I never anticipated that my father would treat me so well. During my trials, I will surely rely on Uncle Jiang Lan. Before Jiang Lan could respond, the ground trembled as a 9-headed dragon elephant approached, pulling a jade palanquin with great haste. The newcomers were none other than Long Shi and her companions. As they arrived, the barrier at the entrance of the secret realm glowed with even greater intensity. Buzz then, an array disc appeared, featuring 10 array eyes, corresponding to 10 phoenix feather orders. Look, the entrance to the secret realm has activated. Quickly, let us select an array eye and use the phoenix feather orders to enter. Good. The young prodigies of the dynasty, brimming with anticipation, each threw their phoenix feather orders into the air. Buzz the phoenix feather orders floated autonomously, landing upon an array eye, and in an instant, that very eye opened a portal. Rumble, enter the secret realm. Swish, swish. With 10 individuals having entered, the required number was met, and the array eye closed on its own. Seeing this, Yi Chun mirrored their actions, retrieving his phoenix feather order, following the same procedure as before. As the spatial door opened, Yi Chun surged ahead, with the 9 behind him following closely. Older sister, we are entering as well. Xiao Beichen and Xiao Jiutian led their respective groups through the portal. Hurry, Haoran, we must not let the treasures within be seized by others. Observing that everyone had entered, Jiang Ruoxian began to feel anxious. Feng Haoran shook his head with a smile and tossed the phoenix feather order into the air. He then led his 4 followers, along with Xiao Yuning and Jiang Ruoxian, into the depths of the secret realm. However, their party consisted of only 7 individuals. Before entering, Feng Haoran glanced back at Long Shi and the others, declaring, there are 3 spots available with my phoenix feather order. Should anyone wish to enter, they may do so here, though I cannot guarantee their safety. With that, he stepped through the portal. Chapter 36, The Chosen One. Even the tripping stones are imperial artifacts within the falling Phoenix mountain range, amidst the enigmatic mist of the Phoenix secret realm. A mysterious island shrouded in dense fog suddenly trembled, tearing a rift in the air. Whoosh, a figure plummeted from the void, crashing onto the island with a resounding thud. Bang! Ah! A cry of anguish echoed. The individual was Yi Chun, who had just entered the secret realm. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had stumbled into a maze of illusions, isolated from the others. As he slowly rose to his feet, the visibility was limited to less than 3 meters, with the oppressive fog casting an eerie pall over the landscape. Feeling uncertain, he attempted to contact his master through the ring. Master, are you being suppressed by the secret realm? After a long wait with no response, Yi Chun feared his master might be trapped. Just as he pondered how to escape the illusory maze, a white light emerged from the ring. Old master, you are not suppressed. How splendid. Yi Chun's face lit up with joy upon seeing the ethereal figure manifest. Truthfully, he felt quite lost on his own. After all, this was the secret realm of an ancient emperor, but now, with his master present, he felt the inheritance was surely within his grasp. The apparition did not speak, but instead scrutinized the surrounding environment. With the ancient emperor's divine sense and the current supremacy of heaven and earth, it quickly discerned the nature of the illusion. This place was a mirage maze. By following the sequence of the array's foundation, one could reach the core and dispel it. Indeed, no illusion can confound my master. Master, where's the first foundation? Yi Chun, eager at the mention of the method to break the illusion, awaited the guidance. After surveying the area, the apparition fixed its gaze on Yi Chun. Young one, step back 5 paces, then 3 to the left, and 5 back. There lies a foundation. Extract it to reveal the second. Yi Chun hurriedly complied, counting silently as he moved, when suddenly, ouch, he tripped over an unseen object, and at that moment, the mist thickened ominously. Growl. A chorus of low growls erupted from the depths of the fog. Not good, the apparition exclaimed. For within the dense mist appeared a dozen pairs of eerie green eyes. Be cautious, young one. Your earlier misstep has disturbed the illusion. These hellish demon wolves possess the cultivation of celestial emperors. Their might should not be underestimated. What? On the ground, Yi Chun berated himself for his carelessness. However, he was puzzled about what had caused him to fall. After some exploration, he finally discovered it to be a piece of unknown dark obsidian, heavy in his grasp. Had it not been for his recent physical training, he would have struggled to lift it. Watch out. One of the hellish demon wolves leaped at him, its mouth agape to reveal sharp fangs resembling curved blades, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. In response, Yi Chun swiftly pivoted, swinging the ancient obsidian weapon against the wolf. Hiss! Instantly, the wolf disintegrated into specks of starlight, inciting the fury of the remaining wolves. Growl! A dozen wolves charged at Yi Chun simultaneously. While he could contend with 1 or 2 celestial emperor-level wolves, He was overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Swish. After several exchanges, Yi Chun was battered and bruised. His celestial lord physique bore several wounds, exposing the white of his bones. This illustrated the razor-sharpness of the wolf's claws. Master, save me. Seeing his disciple drenched in blood, the apparition felt a pang of compassion. Allow me to take control. It then transformed into a beam of white light, merging into Yi Chun's brow. Buzz, upon opening his eyes, he grasped the ancient obsidian weapon and paused in astonishment. Ah, this is quite a treasure. Who would have thought that old fellow would carelessly leave such a valuable item lying around? What a fortunate find for you, young one. Subsequently, he channeled supreme power through Yi Chun's body into the ancient weapon. Buzz, in an instant, the obsidian radiated a brilliant red light, causing the demon wolves to recoil in fear. Humph, now you know fear? Too late. With each swing of the weapon, 3 or 4 wolves vanished into nothingness, illuminating the dense fog for a fleeting moment. Moments later, the wolves were finally subdued, and the apparition withdrew from Yi Chun's body. Wow, Master, you were incredible just now. By the way, you mentioned this is a treasure? Yi Chun gazed at the ancient obsidian weapon in his hand. The ethereal elder smiled. This is chaos crystal iron from beyond the universe, the primary material for forging the ultimate treasures of the wasteland. I never expected that old chap would carelessly forge an imperial weapon from it. Such a waste. What? An imperial weapon? It can forge ultimate treasures? I can't believe I stumbled upon such a treasure. Enough with the awe, quickly follow my instructions to exit this mirage maze. After all, the inheritance is our primary goal. Understood, Master. Yi Chun was overwhelmed with joy, realizing that even the most mundane objects here were imperial weapons. What treasures awaited outside? The inheritance? The more he contemplated, the more joy it brought to Yi Chun. In the mystical realm, nestled within a picturesque valley, the scenery was enchanting. Surrounded by verdant mountains and crystalline waters, an ethereal mist enveloped the area, resembling a fairyland. A majestic waterfall cascaded hundreds of feet into a pristine lake below, its rhythmic splashes harmonizing with the distant strains of a guqin, evoking a celestial melody. At this moment, a young man with ice-blue hair reclined casually by the lakeside. Adorned with a silver jade crown, his flowing locks danced in the breeze, accentuating his otherworldly beauty. Clad in a sky-blue celestial robe, he appeared as if he had stepped out of a divine painting. This individual was Feng Haoran, distinct from his peers who, upon entering the secret realm, eagerly sought challenges and opportunities. In contrast, he had been present for nearly 10 breaths, yet remained in the same position since his arrival, simply reclining and absorbing the harmonious sounds of water and music. Suddenly, a ripple in the void interrupted the tranquility, as a streak of light shot forth from the ether. Bang! Ouch! A melodious voice echoed, a cry of pain from a woman who had been struck. Feng Haoran was initially immersed in the enchanting rhythm, unsuspecting of the impending disruption. Gradually, he rose and followed the direction of the sound. In a meadow adorned with blossoms, a woman with flowing gray hair and clad in a translucent silver gown lay gracefully. At that moment, she reclined amidst the flowers, her hands propped against the ground, while the breeze caught the wide sleeves of her gown, revealing her ample bosom in a tantalizing manner. Her long, fair, and luminous legs peeked through the fluttering fabric, obscured yet alluring in the caress of nature's gentle breath. A sharp pang in her hips caused her brow to furrow, igniting a quiet resentment towards the master of this mystical realm. As an ancient empress, could she not even manage a proper teleportation pathway? Had she met her demise in this untamed territory? What others chose to do on their land was their affair. She need not be present. Who? The sudden voice startled the woman, who had believed herself alone, only to discover she was not. Using the ground for leverage, she gracefully ascended, and with a deft turn in midair, she beheld the newcomer. It was you. Both uttered their surprise simultaneously, though they had not formally met. They were acquainted in a fleeting manner. Indeed, this woman was Su Luoxian, who had arrived alongside the 3 princes of the empire, Longxi. Their previous brief encounter at the falling Phoenix mountain range had left an indelible impression, making them memorable to one another. Feng Haoran held a blade of grass between his lips, arms crossed, gazing at the ethereal Su Luoxian suspended in the void. This place was first claimed by me. How is it that you have been transported here as well? Given the circumstances, should this not be a scenario of solo trials? The secret realm is not under my dominion, thus I possess no knowledge of it. Su Luoxian's expression remained icy as she surveyed her surroundings, realizing that the valley was rather confined. Yet, even with her saintly mind, she could only encompass this valley within 100 miles. How does one exit this place? How would I know? This secret realm is not mine, she retorted, mirroring his words, which irked her further. She then disregarded him, intent on searching for an exit. With a swift motion, Su Luoxian ascended to the heights of the valley, peering down in hopes of discovering a means to break through. A resonant harmony echoed in her ears. Astutely, she discerned the clue. To depart from this place, one must harmonize with the melody to unlock the barrier. Realizing this, Su Luoxian transformed into a streak of light, arriving at the edge of the waterfall lake. Her action left Feng Haoran perplexed, yet he soon returned to his previous position. Reclining, eager to observe her intentions. Humming softly, Su Luoxian settled by the lake, legs crossed, as an exquisite ancient zither materialized before her. With her eyes closed, she attuned herself to the valley's melodious tones. Soon, it appeared she had found the melody, her delicate fingers dancing along the rhythm, beginning to play. The sound waves intertwined with the valley's music, merging seamlessly. Ah, there is some skill here. Alas, it still lacks refinement. Feng Haoran, with a blade of grass between his lips, reclined comfortably with his legs crossed, beginning to hum the melodies of Liang Zhu from his past life. The verdant grass flourished, and the butterflies danced in pairs, lingering for a long time. As half an hour slipped by, Feng Haoran had lulled himself into slumber with his humming. Suddenly, a thunderous roar jolted him awake. He raised his gaze and beheld Su Luoxian's musical notes being repelled by the valley's melody. Her indomitable spirit, unwilling to yield, sought to suppress it with her sacred power. However, this was the secret realm of the ancient emperor, far beyond the capabilities of a mere saint. Thus, the two melodies clashed continuously, ultimately sending Su Luoxian flying, her veil falling away in the process. In disbelief, Su Luoxian stared into the void, her lips stained with crimson from the backlash. From a distance, Feng Haoran, upon seeing her true visage, fixed his gaze upon her with pure admiration. To his astonishment, she possessed a measure of beauty. His unadulterated gaze did not escape Su Luoxian's notice, which, while not inciting dislike, prompted her to glare back fiercely. Feeling a touch embarrassed, Feng Haoran rubbed his nose and smiled. There's no need to exert yourself. With your limited skills, you cannot harmonize with it. Humph. I refuse to believe that my musical prowess cannot break through. The proud Su Luoxian, undeterred, rose once more to elevate her guqin, attempting to blend her music with the valley's melody. The sound of the guqin resonated, yet upon seeing her disregard his counsel, Feng Haoran merely shook his head and resumed his slumber. Boom. Before he could close his eyes, another resounding crash echoed, and Su Luoxian's figure was sent spiraling backward through the air. This woman was truly a nuisance, lacking in strength, yet relishing the challenge. Ah well. Feng Haoran's figure flickered, instantaneously arriving in the void, where he caught her and held her in his embrace. Su Luoxian felt herself being embraced by someone and turned her head to take a look. Feng Haoran's icy blue hair danced gracefully in the wind, while his impeccable and striking visage left one utterly mesmerized. The silhouettes of the two lingered in the ethereal void, when suddenly, Feng Haoran's voice, rich with magnetism, broke the silence. Have you had your fill of gazing? At that moment, Su Luoxian, finally coming to her senses, felt her cheeks flush crimson. With a mix of indignation and a hint of shyness, her voice emerged. Release your filthy hands from this palace. Remember, you were the one who said it. Feng Haoran obediently released his grasp. As they hovered in the void, Su Luoxian, caught off guard, momentarily forgot her ability to levitate and plummeted to the ground. A startled gasp escaped her lips as she made yet another abrupt acquaintance with the earth. Quickly rising to her feet, she glared at Feng Haoran with fury. You let go just like that? Feng Haoran stood suspended in midair, arms outstretched, wearing a rather mischievous expression. Isn't this what you requested? He asked. Do you truly believe that I am infatuated with you? Su Luoxian let out a cold huff, unwilling to engage in further conversation. It was important to note that throughout her life, apart from her parents, she had never experienced such intimate contact with anyone, and now, unexpectedly, she was being treated this way by a stranger. Despite her anger, memories of her purpose for entering the secret realm ignited a sense of urgency within her. What should she do? If she continued to linger here, that coveted treasure would undoubtedly slip from her grasp. Yet she found herself incapable of breaking through the barriers surrounding her. With a slight elevation of her gaze, she glanced at Feng Haoran, which evoked memories of their first encounter in the Luofeng mountain range. At that moment, she sensed that he was no ordinary individual. Perhaps he possessed the means to breach the obstacles. After considerable contemplation, driven by her desire for the treasure, she ultimately chose to speak up. Hey, did you come to the secret realm merely to sleep? Do you not desire the ancient emperor's legacy and the treasures that accompany it? Feng Haoran descended gracefully to the ground, turning his back to Su Luoxian, and could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Heh, the legacy belongs to others. I have no desire for it. Then why have you come to the secret realm? Suddenly, a notification chimed. Master, the system has detected the destined child, Yichun, who has already overcome 3 challenges and is now seeking the location of the legacy. Chapter 38, Dominance in Breaking Through. Before Feng Haoran could respond, the system's voice echoed again, eliciting a sinister smile from him. The reason he had not departed was that he awaited news from the treasure-seeking rat, and it had finally arrived. He then turned to face Su Luoxian, and the charming smile vanished in an instant. I have come to the secret realm to verify a certain matter, and the answer is about to be revealed, so it is time to proceed. As Feng Haoran concluded his words, his figure soared into the air, a colossal aura of supremacy erupting instantaneously. Humming whoosh, what? It was astonishing to witness such a youthful individual emanate such formidable pressure. Su Luoxian could scarcely believe her own eyes, and soon, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded before her. At that moment, a powerful ancestral dragon's ethereal figure materialized behind Feng Haoran, coiling majestically. Roar, a mere barrier cannot confine me. Let me shatter it with an imperious command. The ancestral dragon surged forth with a cataclysmic force aimed at the barrier. Boom, crack, clang. The sound of shattering glass resonated as a single strike obliterated the barrier within the valley. Su Luoxian covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is this truly a prodigious talent from the Wasteland universe? He seems hardly older than the age of my bones. How on earth has he cultivated to such a level? As the valley's barrier crumbled, the space around them began to tremble, and in no time, the surrounding scenery transformed dramatically. With a single strike from Feng Haoran, the trials of the other two gates were effortlessly bypassed. The two found themselves amidst a dense forest reminiscent of the falling Phoenix mountain range. Suddenly, a piercing and resounding cry of a fierce bird echoed through the air. In the next moment, a colossal figure of a thunderbird emerged, its sharp and menacing eyes locking onto its prey as if it had found its target. With a powerful flap of its wings, it carved an arc through the void, hurtling directly towards Feng Haoran. The speed of its descent was astonishing, akin to lightning, and Feng Haoran immediately sensed its formidable cultivation. He had not anticipated the presence of ancient sacred beasts here. Without a protector, wouldn't the talented individuals entering the secret realm be akin to lambs to the slaughter? Below, Su Luoxian had just regained her composure from the shock when she spotted the approaching giant bird, and she cried out in alarm. Be careful. Humph. A mere beast hardly warrants my personal intervention, Feng Haoran scoffed coldly. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Baizhe. Upon appearing, Baizhe immediately noticed the small calamity bird daring to attack its master and charged forward with a powerful flap of its wings. As it drew near the thunderbird, its claws, which rivaled those of the ancestral dragon, seized the bird's abdomen with ferocity. In pain, the thunderbird shrieked incessantly. But Baizhe seemed irritated by the noise and tore fiercely. In an instant, the once mighty thunderbird was rent asunder, its blood cascading like rain. With exhilaration, Baizhe let out a triumphant roar. Suspended in the air was a beast core, the very essence of the thunderbird. Feng Haoran turned over and stepped onto the back of Baizhe, receiving the beast core before addressing Su Luoxian. Hey, are you coming or not? If a stronger beast arrives, I shall not concern myself with you anymore. Hearing this, Su Luoxian surveyed her surroundings, contemplating that being alone in the secret realm would indeed be quite troublesome. Consequently, she attempted to leap onto Baizhe's back. However, how could the majestic Baizhe permit her to ride? With a thunderous roar, she was sent crashing back to the ground. What do you mean by that? This marked the third time Su Luoxian had fallen, her anger flaring as she inquired of Feng Haoran. I told you to leave, not to ride with me. Besides, my little bai possesses its own dignity. No one other than me can earn its recognition. TCH, what are you showing off for? I have my own mount. With a flourish of her sleeve, a stunning nine-tailed celestial fox materialized beside her. The nine-tailed fox was a rare holy beast, its power equally astounding. Even under the pressure of Baizhe, it remained unperturbed, its round eyes fixed on it, while its nine tails swayed elegantly behind. Feng Haoran, sensing that Baizhe was about to unleash his fury, quickly interjected. All right, little Bai, let's exit this dense forest first. With a powerful flap of his wings, Baizhe soared into the sky, while Su Luoxian hastily followed suit. Although she possessed numerous means to safeguard her life, there was no need to resort to them in this instance. High above, Feng Haoran communicated with the system. System, can you pinpoint Yichen's location? Ding. Master. The restrictions of this minor secret realm pose no challenge to the system. Before long, a map of the secret realm materialized before Feng Haoran, resembling a projection that was visible only to him. On this map, two luminous points appeared, one green and one red. It was reasonable to assume that the green dot represented Yichen's position. The distance between the two colors was also indicated. Feng Haoran glanced back at Su Luoxian, who was trailing behind him. Make sure to keep close. Upon hearing this, she cast him a sidelong glance. But Baizhe had already transformed into a streak of light, darting away. Thus, Su Luoxian hastily urged, quickly, Ali, catch up with them. In a volcanic region, the temperature soared to extreme levels. Any ordinary person would likely perish before even approaching. The sounds of rumbling and crackling flames filled the air, painting the sky a fiery hue. At this moment, a figure was expelled from the void. Goodness, this secret realm is truly terrifying. What on earth is this place? Were it not for the supreme puppet given by Haoran, I fear I would have met my demise here. Indeed, this individual was none other than the Taboo Clan member, Jiang Ruoxian. As he landed amidst the volcano, the searing heat began to agitate him. What is this cursed place? Why is there a volcano here? Wait a moment. Could this flame be the true fire of the phoenix? Perhaps the legacy of the ancient Phoenix Emperor is not far from here. Huh, I am indeed the chosen one. Just as he reveled in his thoughts, a fierce beast wreathed in flames appeared before him. It bore a resemblance to a Qilin but lacked the true essence of a fire Qilin. It possessed only a trace of Qilin bloodline and was known for its brutality, referred to as the fire Qilin beast. Is this secret realm targeting me? Why are there so many formidable beasts around? Could it be a deliberate test? Previously, Jiang Ruoxian had strained his intellect to breach the first 3 challenges, battling monstrous birds and evading toxic barriers. Now, having finally emerged, he found himself confronted by a fire Qilin beast imbued with the aura of an immortal holy king. I foolishly believed myself to be the chosen one. If you wish to play this game, then I shall seize this opportunity to enhance my holy sky dragon lion. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned an ancient black puppet. As he propelled it forward, the supreme puppet surged with vigor, rapidly transforming from the size of a mere doll into a towering figure of 2 meters. Destroy it. The commanded puppet, wielding a long sword, charged at the fire Qilin beast. The beast seemed oblivious to the puppet's power and opened its dragon-like maw wide. A torrent of fiery breath erupted forth. The supreme puppet, however, dismissed this threat and swung its sword in a horizontal arc. The crescent-shaped blade collided with the beast's fiery breath. With a resounding boom, the fire Qilin beast appeared incensed, galloping furiously before leaping into the air, attempting to crush the puppet beneath its hooves. Just as its hooves were about to make contact, the puppet executed a swift maneuver, evading the attack and positioning itself beneath the beast, thrusting its sword through its abdomen. With a howl of pain, the fire Qilin beast realized it was facing a formidable opponent and desperately sought to abandon its corporeal form in favor of escape through its spirit. The puppet, however, with its blood-red eyes, swiftly swung its sword once more. With a chilling cry, the soul of the fire Qilin beast coalesced into a beast core, hovering in the air. Hee, little Tian, it's time for a feast. Jiang Ruoxian laughed joyfully as he summoned the Holy Sky Dragon Lion. Just as the Holy Sky Dragon Lion prepared to devour the fire Qilin beast's core, another figure darted forth. A splendid fire Qilin core, it belongs to me. A young man clad in a golden robe floated in the air, casually toying with the core. As Jiang Ruoxian seethed with anger, a woman's voice resonated, Brother Xinghui. Why are you running so fast? At that moment, 7 young men and women appeared behind the man who was seizing the fire Qilin core. One of the more attractive young women approached the man named Xinghui with an enamored expression. Brother Xinghui, why didn't you wait for me? Oh, what is that? She curiously reached for the fire Qilin core that Xinghui held. Ah, if you like it, it's yours, Yuelin, Xinghui replied with a chuckle. Xinghui was a prince of the Tianqing dynasty, one of the 4 empires of the Divine Image and Fallen Emperor realms. He ignored Jiang Ruoxian and presented the recently acquired beast core to the girl named Yuelin. As the group reveled in their joy, Jiang Ruoxian finally spoke up. I care not who you are. Return what you hold immediately, or else. There are other beings here, Yuelin exclaimed, her eyes widening in admiration when she caught sight of Jiang Ruoxian's striking features. Kid, in the entire Yuzhou, only the offspring of the Divine Lord dare to call themselves Divine Son. I have heard of several Divine Sons, and I have even met the 2nd and 9th Divine Sons. How dare you impersonate the offspring of the Divine Lord? Are you seeking death? As Xinghui finished speaking, his companions surged forward, awaiting their master's command. It seems my family's warnings were indeed accurate. The outside world is fraught with peril. They would dare to snatch even a mere beast core that is yet to reach the Holy King level. Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong opponent. Jiang Ruoxian, eager to test his own prowess, began to levitate slowly into the air. It seems this prince has struck a nerve. Let the 2 of you entertain him. Such trash is not worthy of my direct intervention. Yes, your highness. The 6 responded in unison, exuding an aura befitting celestial lords. You shall eliminate these few, while I personally deal with this pair of foolish lovers. Jiang Ruoxian cast a glance at the supreme puppet and issued a command. His intent was clear. He aimed to slay Xinghui and Yuelin, for they had both wronged him. One had stolen his possession, while the other audaciously labeled him a woman, which he found utterly intolerable. Just as a confrontation was about to ensue, a young man wielding a dragon elephant emerged from the void. This individual was none other than Long Shixiang, the 3rd prince of the imperial dynasty. Jiang Ruoxian and the others turned to face him, and upon recognizing the newcomer, Xinghui's expression morphed into a sycophantic grin. It is His Highness, the 3rd prince. I am Xinghui, the prince of the Tianqing dynasty. We met at your coming-of-age ceremony. Xinghui exclaimed. Long Shixiang did not respond, but surveyed the tense atmosphere around them. What is your intention here? He inquired. Well, your highness, Xinghui began with a chuckle. We arrived and discovered a beast core nearing the level of a Saint King floating in the void. Upon seizing it, this lad claimed we were robbing him of his core and dared to impersonate a divine child. We intended to teach him a lesson when you appeared. Long Shixiang turned his gaze towards Jiang Ruoxian, finding him strikingly familiar. After a moment of contemplation, He recalled that upon entering the Luofeng mountain range, a few individuals had flown past his chariot, and Su Luoxian had warned him not to antagonize them should he encounter them in the secret realm. Zhang Ruoxian was one of those individuals. Upon noticing the sacred heavenly dragon lion and the black-robed puppet beside him, Long Shixiang's worldly experience led him to recognize their significance. The black-robed puppet alone was beyond the reach of the imperial dynasty, and even the divine dynasty might not possess such a sacred beast as a steed. Despite his imposing physique, Long Shixiang possessed considerable intelligence and refrained from making hasty judgments based solely on one side's account. He turned to Zhang Ruoxian and asked, "Is what he said true?" Zhang Ruoxian scoffed and gestured towards the remains of the fire beast. "Do you truly believe these ants could have slain a half-step immortal Saint Fire Beast?" Long Shixiang's gaze shifted to the distant corpse of the fire beast before he turned back to Xing Hui and his companions, his expression one of skepticism. "What on earth is happening here?" "Enough with the pretense," Zhang Ruoxian interjected. "Since you are all in cahoots, having one more does not matter. Come, let this divine child witness the true strength of the so-called prodigies of the Tianhong domain." Before Xing Hui could offer any rebuttal, Zhang Ruoxian mistakenly assumed that Long Shixiang had come to aid them. "Your Highness, look. This boy is cornered and desperate, fearing his identity will be exposed. And now he intends to strike." Xing Hui deftly sidestepped the issue of the beast core and began to emphasize his status. However, he did not anticipate that Long Shixiang would retaliate with a powerful blow. With a resounding crack, Xing Hui was struck, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as a fleeting expression of malice crossed his face. "Your Highness," he began, but Long Shixiang's voice interrupted him. "Did I permit you to speak? Do you think I am unaware of your character? What lengths would you not go to curry favor with a woman? Do you believe this is your Tianqing dynasty? You lot, clueless fools, might not realize until the Tianqing dynasty is obliterated what has transpired. Enough of the charade. I have seen the records of prodigies in training. Your little tricks are all too transparent to me. Yet, for a mere beast core, you have acted this convincingly. I suspect that slap was delivered with considerable force, but alas, those who dare to touch what belongs to this divine child must pay with their lives. He Kuei, leave none alive." Chapter 40. Desperate struggles. He Kuei, a name Zhang Ruoxian had hastily assigned to the supreme puppet, obeyed the command and leaped into action. With a swift motion, its sword sliced through the void, aimed directly at Xing Hui. Whoosh! What? This power is that of a supreme. As a prince of the dynasty, Xing Hui recognized the might of the supreme, and in that moment, regret flooded him. However, he was not prepared to perish just yet. In a desperate move, he pushed Yuelin in front of him. In an instant, Yuelin's words were cut short as her body was reduced to a mist of blood. In her final moments, she could not fathom why Xing Hui would use her as a shield. Did he not love her? This question would remain unanswered until Xing Hui faced his own judgment in the afterlife. In the meantime, Xing Hui soared into the sky without a moment's hesitation, leaving his followers frozen in place, grappling with the realization of the man they had chosen to follow. "Humph, you dare to steal from me? Have you grown tired of living?" Suddenly, a voice rang from the heavens, accompanied by the roar of a beast. Roar! The powerful sound wave struck down upon Xing Hui, sending him crashing to the ground in a graceful arc whoosh. On the volcanic surface, Zhang Ruoxian finally allowed a smile to grace his features upon hearing that voice, for he recognized it as Feng Haoran's. Within moments, a magnificent white sacred beast descended from the sky, landing gracefully before the gathered crowd. Unfazed by the searing heat of the volcanic terrain, Feng Haoran sat cross-legged, gazing at the starlight that covered his chest, his tone chillingly cold as he spoke. "A mere ant, how dare you seize another's spoils? Who has granted you such audacity? Cough, this esteemed young master, I beg for mercy. It is my folly not to recognize greatness. Please, show leniency and allow me to depart as if I were but a fleeting breath." Sensing the specter of death, Xing Hui hastily pleaded for clemency. Yet, when he received no response, he turned his hopes toward Long Shixiang, who was nearby. "Your Highness, I implore you, consider my father's reputation and spare my life. From this day forth, I shall faithfully follow your lead." Long Shixiang regarded him with disdain, a sneer curling upon his lips. "Humph, you, who are cowardly towards the strong and treacherous towards the weak, one who would use even the woman he loves as a shield, are not worthy of my concern." In that moment, Long Shixiang also declined. Xing Hui then cast his gaze upon his followers. "Why do you not act? Do you wish to witness your prince's demise?" However, regardless of how he pleaded, not a single one of his followers moved, feigning ignorance. "It appears your popularity leaves much to be desired," came the mocking reply. "Since no one will come to your aid, then prepare to meet your end." As Feng Haoran's words fell, Bai Zhe roared fiercely. With a powerful leap, it brought down its razor-sharp claws upon Xing Hui. Save me!" With a resounding thud, Bai Zhe crushed Xing Hui into dust. Then, the creature pivoted, its three eyes glowing with a predatory light as it fixed its gaze upon Xing Hui's followers. With a swift motion, it unleashed a torrent of beastly breath. Whoosh! Swoosh! A chorus of anguished cries rang out, culminating in their transformation into ash. In truth, they were the most wronged. Yet they had chosen the wrong master. Faced with such decisive brutality, Long Shixiang found himself somewhat impressed. Suddenly, he sensed the murderous intent directed at him, prompting him to retreat while waving his hand in protest. Wait, esteemed brother, I am not allied with them. Although the Tianqing dynasty falls under my father's rule, I came here intending to thwart them, but alas, they would not believe me. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran turned to Jiang Ruoxian and inquired, Ruoxian, is he speaking the truth? Jiang Ruoxian pondered for a considerable time, increasingly feeling that something was amiss. This was entirely different from the record of prodigies she had seen within her clan. Indeed, he had refrained from taking action, even going so far as to strike that so-called starshine. But was he not merely attempting to deceive me? To lull me into a false sense of security before striking with a sudden blow? The records of prodigies in our clan were written in such a manner. Haoran, I suspect he is an accomplice. As these words escaped her lips, Feng Haoran awkwardly rubbed his forehead, while Long Shixiang's heart was overwhelmed with a torrent of expletives. So this young master is experiencing his first venture into the world, and all his judgments about me stem from the records? If I were to perish here, would the blame not fall upon the one who authored those records? Cursed be that individual. I must ensure that this prince finds you, and when I do, I shall obliterate your entire lineage. Just then, a fox's cry echoed through the void, transforming into a streak of light as it descended. The newcomer was none other than Su Luoxian, whose speed, being that of a nine-tailed sky fox, lagged behind that of Bai Zhe. Long Shixiang, you are here as well? What has transpired? Miss Su, it is wonderful to see you unharmed. Otherwise, I would be at a loss to explain myself to my father. Long Shixiang approached Su Luoxian, at this moment entirely oblivious to the fact that his life hung in the balance. Observing that the woman accompanying him recognized this young man, Feng Haoran could not help but ask with curiosity, do you two know each other? Su Luoxian nodded. Indeed, I have come here to borrow the Phoenix Feather Order from the Dragon Elephant Dynasty. Since you are acquainted with her and have not engaged in any conflict, then let this matter rest. Feng Haoran has indeed found a way to navigate his current predicament, particularly considering that Jiang Ruoxian is someone he has personally taken under his wing. Ensuring safety is paramount, and he cannot allow others to take advantage of him. However, he also cannot resort to indiscriminately slaying innocents on his behalf. Furthermore, it is important to recognize that assistance is being offered, and to take a life in such a manner would be utterly uncouth. At this moment, he finds himself somewhat impressed by his own cunning. He has diligently prepared himself, having even perused inferior versions of training materials. Su Luoxian, bewildered, turned her gaze toward Long Shixiang, who offered an awkward smile before recounting the entire series of events to her. Now informed of the circumstances, Su Luoxian glanced at Feng Haoran. Although it was indeed a misunderstanding, the words he spoke resonated pleasantly within her. After spending time in his company, she had come to ascertain that Feng Haoran's status was certainly not beneath her own. Individuals of their standing would not flinch at the demise of an imperial scion, nor would they bat an eye at the fall of an entire dynasty, who would dare to voice dissent. Thus, she felt it was essential to express her gratitude to Feng Haoran. Thank you. Su Luoxian realized that despite their acquaintance spanning several days, she had yet to learn his name. Feng Haoran gazed into the depths of the volcano and spoke calmly. There is no need for thanks. I believe we are nearing the place of inheritance. If you are ready, let us proceed. With a whoosh, Bai Zhe took to the skies, transforming into a streak of light as he advanced into the heart of the volcano. Jiang Ruoxian glanced at Su Luoxian and then at the departing Feng Haoran, revealing a mysterious smile before taking to the air on her sacred heavenly dragon lion. Let us follow as well, Su Luoxian declared, giving a gentle pat to Ali, who, as a nine-tailed celestial fox, promptly followed suit. Chapter 41. The trial outside the Hall of Inheritance in the Phoenix Secret Realm, deep within the volcano. Yichun had already traversed the fiery terrain with a few saints and arrived at the entrance of an ancient and grand palace. As they gazed up at the structure, an invisible pressure seemed to assail them. The hum of energy enveloped them, causing their steps to feel unbearably heavy. Even the slightest movement became a laborious endeavor. Teacher, what is happening? Why do I feel as though I cannot move? Yi Chen's face turned crimson, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Little Chun, this is the mental trial set by that old fellow. He considers himself the embodiment of justice and harbored a profound disdain for malevolent spirits during his lifetime. Thus, to pass this trial, one must enter a state of ethereal clarity. Otherwise, one risks being crushed to dust. Just as the elder's words fell, one of the saints disintegrated into ash. The atmosphere grew tense as fear spread among the remaining individuals, with the oppressive force intensifying. What in the world is going on? Why, after reaching the threshold of the Hall of Inheritance, is there still such terrifying pressure? Indeed, Yichun, we followed you here. Why do you remain unscathed while the pressure mounts for us? We merely seek powerful divine techniques or methods to elevate our cultivation. If we lose our lives, what use are these treasures? I do not wish to enter. Exactly. No matter how wondrous the treasures, One must have life to enjoy them. I have already obtained an imperial weapon. I will not proceed. The death of one individual sparked thoughts of retreat among several others. Observing this, Yi Chun felt a strong urge to express that their withdrawal might be for the best, yet he pondered the unknown dangers that lay within. If they chose not to enter, his own safety would be at risk. With their presence, he could utilize their treasures to navigate any unforeseen threats. Everyone, Yi Chun declared, I, Yi Chun, have made a promise to you, and I shall fulfill your desires. I was merely searching for a way to enter. The demise of that individual was due to his impure thoughts. As long as you trust me and enter a state of clarity, you will pass through with ease. The group, witnessing Yi Chun's apparent ease, began to speculate on the truth of his words. Yet, the allure of the Hall of Inheritance loomed before them. And having already overcome 3 trials, they had acquired some imperial weapons. The treasures of the ancient emperors were immensely rich. Obtaining the inheritance would be a boon. Though danger lay ahead, every formidable being had traversed through life and death to ascend to the imperial realm. Moreover, Yi Chun had already advanced significantly without harm, suggesting the veracity of his claims. Those consumed by greed often leaned toward optimistic interpretations, clinging to a sense of luck. At that moment, they closed their eyes, casting aside distracting thoughts, and endeavored to enter a state of ethereal clarity. As they dispelled their distractions, the oppressive force lessened, and when they achieved clarity, the space around them felt normal. Realizing that Yi Chun had not deceived them, they cautiously approached the Hall of Inheritance. However, at that moment, a voice rang out, "Oh, what divine maneuver is this? Are we witnessing a blind person crossing a river?" In the void, several individuals riding sacred beasts appeared, and the speaker was Jiang Ruoxian. The saints, ensnared in the trial of mental pressure, were startled by her voice. Suddenly, one individual, anxious about the treasures within the grand hall being seized, rushed to pass through, only to meet a dire fate. One person disintegrated into ash, prompting Yi Chun to call out urgently, "Everyone, do not let external influences sway you." Yet, the demise of that individual heightened the vigilance of Feng Haoran and the others. Goodness, a saint has perished just like that? Jiang Ruoxian exclaimed in astonishment. This must be a mental formation, testing one's state of mind. If one enters with impure intentions, they will be obliterated. Su Luoxuan's voice chimed in from behind them. She had a solid grasp of formations, having prepared extensively for this journey, and recognized the situation immediately. This is indeed intriguing. Feng Haoran sat firmly atop the white deer, observing Yi Chun as he successfully navigated the heart array test. At this moment, a look of disdain crossed his face as he regarded Yi Chun, which struck him as amusing. Did he truly believe that passing a mere heart array test conferred greatness? Wait here, Xian, I shall scout ahead. Your Highness, perhaps it would be prudent for us to go first, suggested Jiang Ruoxian, but before she could finish, several figures emerged from the void. They were Feng Yuquan and his companions, along with Xiao Yuning and Xiao Jiutian from the Divine Dynasty. With a flurry, the group landed beside the heart array, watching as the saint continued to advance. Feng Yuquan, Jing Zhan, Xing Chun, Ziyuan, and Xiao Yuning approached Feng Haoran. Your Highness, I volunteer to test the array, Jing Zhan said, kneeling in deference. Let me go. Both Xing Chun and Ziyuan chimed in, while Yuquan remained silent. Stepping directly into the heart array. As the first-generation prodigy, Feng Yuquan had experienced numerous secret realms, granting him considerable experience. Upon sensing the oppressive force, he immediately cleared his mind of distractions. Gradually, he alleviated the pressure and began to move forward step by step. Halfway through, he turned to Feng Haoran and declared, Your Highness, as long as one harbors no distractions and attains a state of emptiness in the heart, passage is assured. Yi Chun, witnessing this, clenched his fists in frustration. Why did so many willingly serve him, while he felt so isolated? As he glanced at the subdued saints, a profound sense of disparity washed over him. The elder within the ring, sensing his turmoil, sighed. Xiao Chun, you are still in the phase of growth. Once you reach a certain threshold, others will willingly serve you. Even the immortal forces will bow at your feet. For now, focus on strengthening yourself. Indeed, Master. I shall become the most radiant star in the vast expanse of the wasteland, Yi Chun vowed. After observing the 5 remaining saints finally exit the heart array, he cast a glance at Feng Haoran before striding into the main hall. Observing Yi Chun's intent to enter, Feng Haoran made a reckless decision. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he urged the white deer directly into the heart array, its strides remarkably confident, as if traversing a familiar space. Look, how can this be? He actually rides his mount into the array. How audacious. Does he not fear the beast's heart becoming tainted? Its speed is astonishing. As if in normal space, this shocking act caused Yi Chun, who was about to enter the hall, to turn in disbelief, feeling increasingly unsettled. Damn it. Enough, Xiao Chun. Hurry into the hall. I shall guide you to the old man's legacy, and then you'll soar to great heights. Spurred by the elder's reminder, Yi Chun ceased to focus on Feng Haoran and turned toward the hall. Inside the heart array, Feng Haoran wore a subtle smile, undeterred by the astonished gazes around him. The white deer swiftly carried him through the array. Seeing this, Jingzhan and the others hurried to follow, fearing for his safety. In truth, Feng Haoran's boldness stemmed from the dog-like system that had advised him to disregard such hard arrays. Had he been as cautious as usual, he would never have dared such a brazen display. As Feng Haoran rode the white deer into the array, Su Luoxian nearly broke into a cold sweat. Once he passed through successfully, she remarked with irritation, "What a lunatic." Jiang Ruoxian, now at a loss for words regarding her cousin's recklessness, thought, "If my aunt finds out about this, he'll be in for a world of hurt." With a shake of her head, she followed the rest into the array. Chapter 42. Imperial weapons choose their masters within the Phoenix secret realm. In the Hall of Legacy, Yi Chun and the 5 saints were the first to enter. The grandeur of the hall was awe-inspiring. In the center stood a statue of a fire phoenix poised to take flight, surrounded by various divine weapons, elixirs, and sacred pills. Upon entering, Yi Chun and the 5 saints were left speechless. Is this the legacy of the ancient emperors? Such exquisite divine artifacts and elixirs are so casually displayed. We hit the jackpot. Quick, let us seize what we can before they arrive. One of them urged, while the others, in their excitement, nearly forgot their purpose. Just as they began to select high-quality artifacts or elixirs, a sudden burst of divine light erupted from the objects they touched, sending them flying backward. Cautiously, Yi Chun observed their predicament, bewildered. "Master, why is this happening? Are these divine weapons and elixirs merely for show? They are not mere decorations. The old man has placed restrictions. To claim these treasures, one must first break the seals," the elder in the ring explained. "What? Break the seals? That's a technique of the ancient emperors. Surely, aside from you, Master, no one here can accomplish that. Does this mean?" The elder's words startled Yi Chun, yet he felt a surge of elation. If his assumptions were correct, it meant these treasures would belong to him. You certainly think quickly. Although these seals are formidable, their levels are not excessively high. As long as one can discern the method of their implementation, even an immortal can unravel them. Moreover, among these prodigies, who isn't from an esteemed lineage, breaking the seals should be a trivial task. If I'm not mistaken, the old man fears that these treasures may degrade over time, which is why they were sealed. The reason they were thrown back is simply that they failed to heed this detail. Indeed, Yi Chun nodded in agreement. He then approached a longbow emanating a golden divine light, its body adorned with dragon motifs, with a pair of dragon heads gripping the bowstring. Suddenly, the bow's name appeared, heaven-shaking dragon-pattern bow. Yi Chun extended a sliver of his divine consciousness, enveloping the bow, and his heart soared with joy. This is a top-tier imperial weapon. Excited, Yi Chun quickly delved into the steps to break the seal through his consciousness. I see. Elated, he began to perform the necessary gestures to unravel the restrictions. Quickly seize it. Just as the seal was broken, the bow, possessing its own consciousness as an imperial weapon, attempted to flee. However, just then, Feng Haoran entered, riding the white deer. Seeing the streak of light darting his way, he grasped it with one hand, though the dragon-patterned bow struggled to break free. Feng Haoran exuded an aura of supremacy, exerting his power through his arm to suppress it. In an instant, the dragon-patterned bow became subdued, a divine weapon remarkably brought under his control. Upon discerning the caliber of the dragon-patterned bow, Feng Haoran couldn't help but feel a flicker of delight. It appears my fortune remains favorable, he mused. Merely entering the palace has led to the acquisition of a divine weapon. As Yi Chun observed Feng Haoran effortlessly tame the dragon-patterned bow, a profound sense of resentment welled up within him. After painstakingly unraveling the restrictions of a divine weapon, he found himself crafting a gift for another. Feng Haoran rode upon the mythical Baizhe, entering the grand hall with measured grace. His gaze swept across the chamber with detached indifference, finding no allure in the treasures displayed. When his eyes finally settled upon Yi Chun, he idly toyed with the dragon-patterned bow before him, his voice laced with cold amusement. This bow came willingly into my possession. Why should I relinquish it? He remarked with effortless arrogance. Moreover, it was ownerless. Now that it is mine, by what right do you lay claim to it? Who are you to demand anything of me? Yi Chun suppressed the fury simmering within him, his tone dark and restrained. Because the restrictions upon that bow were broken by my hand. Did you truly believe a divine weapon would simply emerge on its own? Feng Haoran's lips curled in mocking disdain. And what if you did break the seals? You failed to secure it. Such weapons choose their masters. Since it did not choose you, you were never worthy of wielding it. He stroked the bow with deliberate possessiveness. See how obediently it rests in my grasp. The words of Feng Haoran left Yi Chun in a state of exasperation, yet he found himself powerless to retort. Chunner, let it go. It is merely an imperial weapon. I have observed that this place is not the ancestral center of that old fellow. I have not seen any phoenix blood here. You should search further. This palace must possess other spaces. If you truly discover the rightful place of inheritance, not only imperial weapons, but even the celestial emperor's sacred arms once owned by that old man may be within your grasp. Upon hearing his mentor's words, Yi Chun let out a cold snort at Feng Haoran before departing. This is the kind of trial that I, as a divine scion, have long yearned for. As Yi Chun made his exit, a voice filled with excitement echoed from behind Feng Haoran. Jiang Ruoxian, her eyes sparkling, rushed over and called out, "Haoran, wait a moment. Otherwise, the treasures will be completely plundered. You, as a direct descendant of the Jiang clan, still concern yourself with such trifles? Oh, you do not understand. My old man is quite stingy. Although my aunt gifted me an imperial weapon, I still wish to acquire one through my own efforts, so that I may flaunt it before Nihua." As she spoke, Jiang Ruoxian eagerly prepared to select divine weapons, but Feng Haoran restrained her with his dragon-patterned bow. "Is it merely an imperial weapon? Here, I shall gift you one." Huh. Jiang Ruoxian gazed at the majestic dragon-patterned bow resting against her chest, her face alight with joy. "Wow, Haoran, your luck is extraordinary. An imperial weapon, truly to be gifted to me? Take it. It is merely an imperial weapon. In return, I shall procure you a celestial emperor's sacred weapon in due time." Feng Haoran, utterly unconcerned, released his grip on the dragon-patterned bow. "Hee, lifelong brothers. I shan't express my gratitude just yet. However, with so many treasures before me, I shall seize whatever I can." With that, Jiang Ruoxian resolved to personally seek out a weapon for herself. Feng Haoran, feeling helpless, could only respond, "In that case, do exercise caution. Moreover, these weapons and elixirs are all under restrictions. Do refrain from hastily touching them. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to be taken in like a novice." Feng Haoran, observing his impatient demeanor, could not help but shake his head. At that moment, Feng Yukong, Xiao Yuning, and others, including Su Luoxian, entered as well. "You should also take a look for items that suit you, but be cautious of the restrictions above." Understood. Feng Yusong and her companions, including Xiao Yuning, ventured forth to partake in the treasure hunt. Among them, a figure burst into the scene with palpable excitement. Yet, Su Luoxian remained rooted in place, her gaze never lingering on the divine weapons or elixirs. Ultimately, it settled upon the phoenix statue at the center. Though her visage was concealed by a veil, her eyes shimmered with fervor. At last, she had discovered it. Indeed, it was truly here. Feng Haoran was quite intrigued as to why her gaze was persistently fixed upon the phoenix statue. He descended gracefully, stowing away the baize, and approached Su Luoxian. "What are you observing?" Chapter 43, The Heart of Creation. "What are you observing?" Feng Haoran's sudden remark caused Su Luoxian, who had been gazing at the phoenix statue in a daze, to instantly feel a surge of tension. "Oh, it's nothing really. I merely think this statue is exquisitely crafted, remarkably lifelike, and truly beautiful." Feng Haoran was aware that Su Luoxian was not speaking the truth, yet he remained indifferent. To him, Yi Chun was the true fate. As long as he kept a watchful eye on him, all that was most valuable here would inevitably belong to him. "Very well, you may continue to admire," he declared. "I shall take my leave for a while." Though he spoke of wandering, his true intent was to draw nearer to Yi Chun, hoping to find an opportunity to slip through any passage that might present itself. Once Feng Haoran departed, Su Luoxian soared to the pinnacle of the phoenix statue, where the crown rested. In her heart, she silently reflected, "Fortunately, the phoenix ancient emperor is unaware of the true nature of this object, treating it merely as an ornament. Otherwise, had he possessed it, he might not have fallen before the four fiends." Without delay, she began to employ her family's ancient techniques, her hands moving in intricate patterns. A resonant hum filled the air as the fiery crown responded in kind. A shimmering aura enveloped it, lifting it gently before it finally melded into Su Luoxian's brow. After securing the object, she finally exhaled in relief, oblivious to the unforeseen consequences that lay ahead. Although Feng Haoran was far away, he kept a close watch on her actions. Upon witnessing her collecting the fiery phoenix crown, he could not help but inquire of the system. "System, do you know what she has taken?" Ding. Reporting to the master, the item is known as the Heart of Creation, though it is only a fragment. However, an ancient emperor could comprehend the realm of the heavenly emperor within this incomplete universe. Should one possess the complete Heart of Creation, it may even grant access to an existence of unparalleled transcendence. Goodness, I was careless. This truly is the most precious treasure. Should I seize that item for myself? Ding. There is no need for such actions, master. Even if it were a complete Heart of Creation, it is not worth your while. With me by your side, you surpass all treasures found in 3,000 universes and the chaos. The system paused, deliberately withholding further information, igniting Feng Haoran's curiosity. "System, what do you mean by chaos? Why do you always skip over critical details?" Ding. Master, your current cultivation is still too low. It's better that you remain unaware for the time being. Once you reach a certain level, I will divulge everything without reservation." Just as Feng Haoran intended to say more, Yi Chun, a mere dozen meters away, seemed to trigger a mechanism. Before him, a starry teleportation passage resembling a wormhole suddenly materialized. This commotion drew the attention of everyone in the hall who had been collecting treasures. Yet, as they turned, Yi Chen's figure was swiftly consumed by the passage. Feng Haoran, not far off, had anticipated this occurrence. A triumphant smile graced his lips as his figure transformed into a streak of light, following suit into the portal. In the hall below, Haoran, as Feng Haoran and the others attempted to rush in, the passage suddenly vanished upon their arrival. This scene left Su Luoxian momentarily stunned. She could hardly fathom how foolish Feng Haoran had been to follow them in. Recalling how he had previously led her out of the barrier and obtained the heart of creation, she felt a pang of discomfort as she approached the spot where Feng Haoran and Yi Chun had disappeared. Observing Feng Haoran and the others searching for some mechanism, she noted that no matter how they fumbled, they could not reopen the passage. "Your Highness, the ancient Phoenix Emperor, you must release my lord at once. Otherwise, my ancestors will certainly resurrect you, using your divine soul to light the heavenly lantern," cursed one of them. "Damn it, hurry and release Haoran, or I shall ensure you find no peace even in death. Return my lord." Boom, rumble. Yukuan, Jingzhan, Xingchun, and Zi Yuan relentlessly assaulted the direction where the passage had vanished. Even Jiang Ruoxian, who was typically enamored with treasures, was now filled with unbridled fury. However, their words induced a collective gasp among the onlookers. What kind of family is this? They can even resurrect an ancient emperor? And what is this about lighting a heavenly lantern? Surely, they are just boasting to frighten us? Indeed, if they possessed such power, the universe would have long been unified. Hearing the discussions, Yukuan and the others shot fierce glances at the crowd, clearly indicating that should anyone dare to speak further, they would be met with annihilation. After observing for a while, Su Luoxian addressed the group. "Rest assured, he will be fine. The passage we just witnessed likely led to the ancient Phoenix Emperor's legacy." "What? The legacy? Is this not the Hall of Inheritance?" they questioned. "With so many treasures and divine techniques, how could it not be?" In response to their skepticism, Su Luoxian chuckled lightly. "If you believe the ancient emperor possesses such limited resources, you underestimate them immensely. One must remember that those who ascend to the rank of ancient emperor have endured countless epochs. Each epoch spans millions of years, and barring unforeseen circumstances, they could exist through 10 epochs. Over these years, they have traversed the myriad realms, accumulating treasures beyond count, far exceeding what this grand hall could contain." "Oh, perhaps you are right. We were indeed narrow-minded. Indeed, so many treasures, and this is merely a fraction." Su Luoxian's explanation left the crowd in silent awe. Meanwhile, Feng Haoran and the others felt their earlier anxiety dissipate significantly, for they understood that her words bore truth. As the first generation of prodigies from the Feng family, they were well aware of the ancient emperor's vast resources. In their moment of panic, they had neglected this aspect. "Brother Kong, I believe she speaks wisely. Let us wait here. If our lord does not emerge, we can then report back to the family." "Indeed, it shall be as such." Among the four, they all regarded Feng Haoran as their leader, and Zi Yuan's words echoed his own thoughts. In truth, while others dismissed their earlier claims as mere bluster, Su Luoxian believed that Feng Haoran's family indeed possessed such strength. Although the current cosmic rules were incomplete, reviving an ancient emperor was still within their capabilities. This was the astonishing power of the taboo races. Nearby, upon learning that Feng Haoran would be safe, Jiang Ruoxian exhaled a sigh of relief. Had anything truly happened to him, he feared he would never forgive himself, for it was he who had invited Feng Haoran from the Jiang family to train. At that moment, he had no interest in treasures, standing in a daze at the spot where Feng Haoran had vanished. Chapter 44. The inherently suspicious destiny within the Phoenix secret realm in a unique space. This area was not vast, resembling a modest training chamber of merely several thousand square meters, originally shrouded in darkness. The chamber was illuminated by a strand of blue flame-like essence blood suspended within a circular altar array at its center. Buzzing, the divine light emitted by the blue essence blood resonated with a humming sound, echoing throughout the space. However, this small item rendered the entire area exceedingly warm. Additionally, beside it floated an exquisitely crafted long sword of vivid crimson. The sword emanated a faint glow, indicating its extraordinary nature. Suddenly, the space trembled as a teleportation passage materialized out of thin air. Buzz whoosh. A figure was thrust out from the space, and just as the passage was about to close, a flash of divine light darted through, concealing itself in the void, unnoticed by the figure. Bang! The sound of a body crashing to the ground resonated, belonging to none other than Yi Chun, who had been treasure-seeking in the Hall of Inheritance. He brushed off the dust from his body and surveyed the space. Upon seeing the items on the circular platform, his heart soared with joy, and noticing the absence of anyone else, he shouted, "Master, is this the essence blood of the Phoenix?" Whoosh, as Yi Chen's voice echoed, a wisp of ethereal shadow drifted from the ring on his finger. "Indeed, this is the essence blood of that old fellow. With it, your supreme 10,000 ways body shall awaken completely. Moreover, the sword floating beside it is extraordinary. It is a divine weapon he obtained through fortuitous encounters in his lifetime. You, my boy, are destined to rise." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes burned with fervor as he fixated on the two treasures, excitement bubbling within him, yet he could not forget the humiliation of years past. Xiao Yuning. And that little wretch, just wait. "Master, How can I merge it with myself? Faced with the treasures before him, Yi Chen was at a loss for how to acquire them. Haha, it's simple. First, let us break this old fellow's array. Then, I will assist you in drawing the essence blood into your body, after which it will depend on your own endurance. Rest assured, master. To avenge the humiliation of the past, I will endure any hardship. Upon concluding his words, Yi Chen followed the ethereal figure to the circular platform. The elder wore a solemn expression, his fingers continuously shifting through intricate gestures, ultimately resting on the transparent light barrier. A low hum resonated, as the protective array of blue essence and the long sword erupted in a brilliant golden glow. With a sharp crack, a crisp sound echoed through the air. Suddenly, the blue essence surged violently, and a beam of white light shot forth, forming a figure. Startled, Yi Chen stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance. Had it not been for the ethereal presence beside him, he might have toppled off the platform. He gazed in terror at a man with crimson hair, clad in golden robes adorned with phoenix motifs, resembling a middle-aged figure. Ah, young man, congratulations on overcoming numerous trials to arrive here and receive my legacy, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Do not fear. This is merely a fragment of my consciousness left within the essence, meant to impart a few vital truths. Firstly, should you succeed in merging with my phoenix essence, you shall gain a fraction of my power. Additionally, it will cleanse your physical form, allowing for a complete transformation and enhancement of your corporeal being. Secondly, this long sword, known as the Crimson Blood Sacred Sword, was wielded by me in my lifetime. Classified as a Heavenly Emperor's sacred weapon, it harbors the treasured techniques of my phoenix lineage, making it exceedingly simple for you to comprehend these arts after assimilating the phoenix essence. Thirdly, there exist 4 fearsome beasts within these mountains, suppressed by my will for countless years. Their cultivation has likely waned from the ancient emperor realm. Once this transmission concludes, their seals will dissipate. You may utilize the Crimson Blood Sacred Sword to re-establish the seals, or, should you possess the capability, you may even subdue them. These 4 beasts are formidable, each possessing unparalleled ferocity and strength, alongside extraordinary potential. Should you manage to enlist their aid, it would undoubtedly bolster your defenses with the support of 4 mighty heavenly emperors. Alas, my lingering essence is limited. Everything now rests upon your shoulders. As the last words faded, the apparition vanished before the eyes of the master and pupil. Observing this, Yi Chen's mentor revealed an expression of sorrow. Ah, the noble spirit of an old friend. Since you hold such fondness, why not join him? Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind them. What? The astonished duo turned to find a figure had materialized. It was Feng Haoran. It is you. How did you come to be here? Yi Chen exclaimed, incredulous, for the area had been completely deserted upon his arrival. Moreover, given his mentor's prowess, it was inconceivable that he would remain unaware of his presence. Haha, why am I here? I owe my gratitude to the residual spirit of your esteemed teacher. Otherwise, I would have remained in ignorance of this ancient emperor's secret realm and would not have arrived here with such ease. As Feng Haoran paused, he cast his gaze upon the ethereal figure of the elder, and Yi Chen followed suit. Master, Yi Chen remarked, his face a canvas of confusion. Yet just as he was about to inquire, he was interrupted. It seems you have long since discovered my presence. Truly, you are worthy of the Forbidden Clan. It appears I have underestimated you, the ethereal elder mused, having come to this realization the moment Feng Haoran revealed himself, while Yi Chen struggled to accept it. No, it cannot be. Master, you have never manifested before outsiders. How could he possibly uncover your existence? Yi Chen speculated in his heart, suspecting that his master had been in secret communication with Feng Haoran. His inquiry was a test to gauge their reactions. Upon hearing this, the ethereal elder shook his head in dismay, while Feng Haoran erupted in laughter. Indeed, the nature of a destined one is rife with suspicion. Old man, you have orchestrated so much for him, yet he still does not trust you. Was it worth it? Here's what I propose. In light of your past as an ancient emperor, should you desire it, I shall forge for you a vessel of ancient imperial stature, granting you another chance at life. Yi Chen, upon hearing this olive branch extended to him, felt a surge of panic. Master, you promised to assist me in rising. I shall not concern myself with how he discovered your existence. As long as you continue to aid me, I, Yi Chen, will gather the finest materials from the wasteland to craft your body. The elder did not respond to Yi Chen, but turned to Feng Haoran. Since he is my chosen one, I shall not abandon him. Although you have perfected the art of concealment to evade the detection of ancient emperors, you shall not succeed in claiming the treasures here with me present. I had hoped for an ally of ancient emperor caliber. Since you do not cherish the opportunity to be reborn, do not blame me. Was upon the completion of his words, Feng Haoran unleashed the aura of the Supreme 9 Heavens from within him. What? Supreme 9 Heavens, Chapter 45, Devouring the Ancient Emperor's Soul. What? Supreme 9 Heavens. Faced with the aura emanating from Feng Haoran, the elder's shadow was rendered utterly astonished. Previously, in the Divine Dynasty, this young man, then merely a child, had already reached the immortal Saint King realm. Now, After 8 years, he had ascended to the Supreme Realm, and moreover, to the 9th level. When had the Supreme of the vast universe become so easily ascended? The elder pondered, realizing that even if he borrowed Yi Qin's body to engage in battle, he could only exert the power of the Supreme 9th level. Yet, as the body was not his own and could not be used for an extended period, defeat was inevitable. His only glimmer of hope rested on the possibility that this Taboo Clan use cultivation had been achieved solely through the accumulation of elixirs. Chinner, this battle is unavoidable. Whether we have a future depends on this confrontation. Through the conversation between the elder and Feng Haoran, Yi Qin finally comprehended his misunderstanding of his teacher. If the teacher truly resembled his prior assumptions, he could have easily distanced himself, yet he had not. Instead, choosing to fight to the death. Upon this realization, tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes as he choked out, "Dear teacher, I am sorry. It is Chun'er who is inept. Why speak of such things? If I were to be defeated today, I would simply dissipate into the void. After all, I have already faced death once. It is merely a pity for you. Had you not encountered me, perhaps you would have had ample time for cultivation. Teacher, enough of this empty talk. I am not like other great villains. Once I have resolved to eliminate you, I shall show no mercy." Whoosh buzz Feng Haoran raised his hand, and the desolate heavenly demon halberd was firmly grasped within his grasp. This marked his inaugural combat with the Divine Emperor's sacred weapon. Observing this, the elder refrained from further discourse with Yi Qin, transforming into a stream of divine light that merged into Yi Qin's being. Buzz whoosh, just as he intended to reach for the suspended crimson blood sacred sword, Feng Haoran's assault had already commenced. Bang the elder, utilizing Yi Qin's body, swiftly retreated as Feng Haoran's strike landed upon the circular platform, cleaving it in half. Rumbling, the circular platform began to collapse, while the phoenix's essence and the crimson blood sacred sword trembled in response. Buzz clang wail, the scorching heat emitted from the essence intensified, accompanied by the resonant cries of the crimson blood sacred sword. Feng Haoran cast a glance, not hastening to collect, but rather gazing mockingly at the possessed Yi Qin. What is this? A being of the ancient emperor realm, reduced to mere evasion? The possessed Yi Qin's eyes radiated a divine light as he fixed his gaze upon the archaic heavenly demon halberd in Feng Haoran's grasp. I never imagined the Forbidden Clan would part with a heavenly emperor sacred weapon for you to carry. It seems your talents are far beyond the ordinary. Is this the extent of your perception, limited to just one heavenly emperor sacred weapon? It appears your strength is rather lacking. Feng Haoran spoke, immediately revealing the Rautian sacred garment draped upon him and the swift shadow sacred boots adorning his feet. What? Feng Haoran's entire being was enveloped by ancient divine patterns, forming a celestial shield of unparalleled defense. His display left the elder, who had possessed Yi Qin, in a state of disbelief. The defensive armor of the emperor's sacred weapon level was formidable, yet, with the elder's ancient emperor strength barely holding on, and his own realm being on par with that of his opponent, he pondered the possibility of victory. Humph, what a naive old fool. This is merely half of my divine armaments. Such a sight is enough to instill fear in you. However, as for the other 3 pieces, you shall likely never have the chance to witness them. Whoosh. Feng Haoran transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting through space, directly charging towards Yi Qin. Humph, how intolerable. With the invocation of a divine technique, Yi Qin unleashed a formidable tempest accompanied by crackling lightning. The narrow confines were instantly engulfed by the 2 surging gales, emanating a terrifying aura of annihilation from the lightning within. Feng Haoran wore a cold smile as he swung his long spear, unleashing a dragon from the abyssal heavenly demon spear. This manifestation combined his ancestral spirit technique with the spear, resulting in a power greater than his own. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated, shaking the entire secret realm. In the Hall of Heritage, dozens felt the tremor, their bodies swaying involuntarily. What is happening? Is the secret realm collapsing? We must exit this hall. The time has come for its potential ruin. No, it cannot collapse. His Highness has not yet emerged. We cannot permit its destruction. Individuals from the Divine Dynasty, the Imperial Dynasty, and the 4 great royal dynasties hastily retreated from the hall. Inside, only Jiang Ruoxian, Feng Yukong, and others remained, attempting to stabilize the structure with their spells. Among them was Su Luoxian, who chose not to leave, for it was Feng Haoran who had guided her through the trials. Without his aid, her acquisition of the Heart of Creation remained uncertain. She waited, firm in her belief that Feng Haoran would not fall so easily. Moreover, even if the hall did collapse, she possessed means to escape. In the true place of inheritance, the elder, realizing his wind order technique had no effect, engaged in close combat. Their battle unfolded with the swiftness of lightning, each clash reverberating through space, divine light exploding in all directions. After a tremendous sound, both figures staggered back. The ancient emperor's battle experience was indeed extensive, but he saw in this young man a worthy opponent for honing his skills. The elder, possessing a spirit within Yi Qin, displayed a flicker of panic and profound astonishment. He had not anticipated the young man's formidable strength. It seemed his years of planning would ultimately lead to his demise. So be it. I shall expend my final ounce of power, hoping to ensure Chen's safe escape. With a swift motion, the elder detached from Yi Chun and roared, "Purgatory flames." Instantly, he was enveloped in icy blue flames. Casting a final glance at Yi Chun on the ground, "Chun, the path ahead is yours to traverse alone." "No, teacher," Yi Chun cried out, witnessing his mentor, who had aided him for years, charge towards Feng Haoran. It was clear that the elder intended to perish alongside him. As Feng Haoran beheld the burning spirit of his adversary, who sought to perish alongside him, he could not help but emit a derisive laugh. "Oh, I had intended to make use of you as a mere sparring partner, yet you foolishly aspire to dissolve into the cosmos with me? How utterly laughable. Do you still fail to comprehend the roles we play? Who wields the knife and who is the meat upon it?" With a smirk, he continued, "Since you are so eager to embrace death, I shall oblige you." In that moment, as Feng Haoran concluded his words, a wave of pitch-black divine light erupted from his chest, enveloping him entirely. His once vibrant azure eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, and his hair, previously a striking blue, shifted to a silvery shade at an astonishing pace. Even the sacred garment adorning him was tainted a deep crimson, as though he had emerged from the abyss itself. A titan of unfathomable terror. An overwhelming force of devouring energy pulsed forth from within him, a manifestation of the primordial demon bone embedded in his chest. The power of this bone was immensely formidable, far beyond what a mere ancient emperor's spirit could withstand. As this chilling force surged towards the flame-clad elder, the latter's face contorted in horror and disbelief. "How can this be? Why do you possess strength beyond the cosmos?" At that moment, Feng Haoran's laughter echoed with an otherworldly charm, reminiscent of the depths of a dark chasm. "Those who dare to extinguish me shall know no reincarnation." As the consuming power of the demon bone enveloped the elder's spirit, the once defiant elder, who had intended to accelerate his own demise in a final act of vengeance, found himself utterly powerless. He could only watch in despair as his strength was devoured, his spirit tormented by an agonizing bite, ultimately succumbing to the encroaching darkness. Teacher. Chapter 46. The First Kill of Destiny, the indomitable manifestation of divine demons. Teacher. Witnessing the consumption of his mentor, Yi Chun erupted in a fit of despairing rage. "Oh, demon, I shall slay you." In that moment, Yi Chun was devoid of reason, consumed by a hatred that had long since eroded his sanity. In the void, Feng Haoran remained surrounded by the lingering devouring power, descending like a demon from the abyss. With his silvery hair flowing gracefully and his crimson gaze fixed upon Yi Chun, he mused, "A mere insect dares to dream of rising against the heavens? Your confidence has been snuffed out by me. Are you prepared for your demise? Kill, kill, kill. I will kill you." Now utterly mad, Yi Chun paid no heed to Feng Haoran's words, driven solely by a singular, reckless desire to charge forth. Feng Haoran slowly raised his hand, transforming his palm into a claw. A resonant hum filled the air as an unseen force emerged, effortlessly drawing Yi Chun closer. Grasping him by the throat, he hoisted him high, his crimson eyes fixed upon Yi Chun's futile struggles. "The destined one is not so remarkable after all. I had anticipated you to be my strongest companion in this realm, but it seems others may surpass you." Feng Haoran wore a countenance of disappointment, and then, with a sudden surge of strength, he tightened his grip around the neck of his opponent. Crack! Rustle! A celestial king, a destined one, was thus choked to death, his form dissipating into countless twinkling stars. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on achieving the first kill of a destined one. Life Fragment 1. Presenting the indomitable divine demon body to the Master, a level equivalent to the forbidden celestial body. Upon reaching maturity, it allows for blood rebirth, rendering one immortal and indestructible. Upon hearing the system's reward, Feng Haoran felt that everything was intrinsically linked to survival. "System, how apprehensive are you that I might perish? First, life fragments. Then the elixir of eternal life, and now the indomitable divine demon body. What is this insinuation? Am I to stand against the myriad realms? Ding. Master. Without a defiant life, how can one possess the strength to tread upon the heavens? The emergence of the canine is meant to elevate you to an exalted existence, overlooking all beings." Though the system spoke in veiled terms, Feng Haoran discerned that his life would not unfold with ease. However, since the system refrained from elaborating, he chose not to inquire further, for he was still youthful. At his age, he ought to revel in leisure and follow his whims. Ding. Would the Master like to merge with the indomitable divine demon body? Will this fusion conflict with my forbidden celestial body? Ding. Rest assured, Master. The two not only coexist harmoniously, but also complement each other. One becomes immune to rules upon maturity, while the other assures immortality, paving the way for your invincibility. In that case, let us proceed with the fusion. Buzz. As Feng Haoran's voice faded, a surge of black and white divine light erupted within him. It ascended skyward, manifesting two terrifying figures in the void. The space trembled violently, seemingly unable to bear such existence. Just as this overwhelming aura was about to disperse, a beam of divine light cloaked it. The two figures fell silent. One was shrouded in demonic energy, obscuring its appearance, yet exuding an immense aura of destruction. The other, enveloped in a hazy rhythm, stood tall and imposing, as if capable of suppressing everything with a mere gesture. Their emergence caused the very fabric of space to collapse. Had it not been for the system's concealment, even the vast cosmos would have struggled to contain their presence. Under the system's control, the two suddenly merged into a streak of light. Buzz whoosh boom after their fusion. They formed a grayish sphere, which directly penetrated Feng Haoran's body. A howl escaped his lips, a cry of agony that felt akin to having one's bones extracted and blood replaced. Yet, under the amalgamation of the indestructible divine demon body, his aura surged. Buzzing filled the air as he transcended to the 9th level of the supreme realm, finally settling at the 1st level of the Emperor's realm. With a whoosh, the divine light receded, signaling the completion of the fusion. Feng Haoran, gasping for breath, collapsed to the ground. Huff, huff. Dog system. Why did you not warn me of such excruciating pain during the fusion? Beep. Master, one must endure hardship to rise above others. You not only possess an indestructible body now, but you have also ascended to the Emperor's realm, with even the tribulations required for this elevation shielded from you. The system, fearing it would incur Feng Haoran's wrath, diverted the topic by highlighting his ascension. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran turned his gaze inward, confirming that he indeed had reached the 1st level of the Emperor's realm. Although he recognized the system's attempt to change the subject, he acknowledged that it had not harmed him and had, in fact, saved him thousands of years of cultivation. With this thought, he decided not to dwell on it further. Now restored to his former appearance, he slowly rose and approached the blood of the undying divine phoenix and the crimson blood sacred sword. Beep. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring the ancient Emperor's undying divine phoenix blood. This item is of no use to one possessing the indestructible divine demon body. It is suggested that you bestow it upon Xiao Yuning, who possesses the supreme celestial phoenix body. Her fusion with it may yield unforeseen effects. Even if you do not mention it, I shall not use it. What right does a mere phoenix's blood have to merge with my body? Dog system. I do not wish to reveal my Emperor cultivation. Continue to maintain my presence at the supreme 9th level. Beep. Rest assured, Master. With this dog assisting you in concealing it, even the celestial Emperor will not detect it. Concluding his communication with the system, Feng Haoran stored the blue phoenix blood, gripping the crimson blood sacred sword with one hand. Buzz clang, the immense sword intent erupted instantaneously, as if refusing to be touched by Feng Haoran, striving to break free from its constraints. However, once something had entered Feng Haoran's grasp, it would not escape so easily. With an imposing aura radiating outward, he declared coldly, I care not who your previous master was. Now that you are in my possession, I am your master. Should you resist, I shall not hesitate to refine you anew. The crimson blood sacred sword, possessing its own spirit, sensed a powerful force of fear emanating from Feng Haoran and recognized his sincerity. To refine it into a celestial emperor's sacred weapon would be a trivial task, and it soon dimmed, signifying its submission. Just as the crimson blood sacred sword yielded, the secret realm began to collapse wildly. Boom! Feng Haoran, wielding the crimson blood sacred sword, carved a fissure in the void, his form vanishing into its depths. When he re-emerged, it was within the hallowed halls of the ancestral temple. The air thrummed with energy as the resounding echoes filled the space. The members of the esteemed Yukuan clan, upon witnessing the return of their sovereign, disregarded the tremors of the grand hall and joyfully approached their emperor, Haoran. Feng Haoran gazed around at the assembled crowd, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. His eyes swept across the gathering and were unexpectedly drawn to Su Luoxian, who was also present. After acknowledging her with a nod, he addressed the others. The secret realm is collapsing. We must exit at once. Chapter 47. The desire to subdue the 4 fiends. At this moment in the Luofeng mountain range, the barrier left behind by the ancient Phoenix Emperor vanished in an instant, causing the space to tremble violently. Boom. Whoosh. In the void, dozens of figures emerged in an instant. These were the individuals who had exited the secret realm. Out of the 100 who had entered, only half had returned, while the rest had perished within. Whoosh. Whoosh. Tian Kuei and Ying Yi rushed to Feng Haoran's side without delay. Young master, are you unharmed? They inquired. Your Highness. Feng Haoran nodded and smiled, remarking, it is merely a secret realm. How could it possibly threaten my life? However, at that moment, a terrifying roar echoed from the depths of the Luofeng mountain range, causing the onlookers to startle. This is bad. The barrier of the ancient Phoenix Emperor has vanished, and the 4 fierce beasts are set to emerge. We must flee. It is said that the 4 fierce beasts possess the cultivation of an ancient emperor, even though they have been suppressed for several epochs. They are likely at the level of a great emperor. What? The realm of a great emperor? What are we waiting for? In the realm of you, there are no beings of that caliber outside of imperial powers. Indeed, the Yundi prefecture is home only to imperial forces, and there is no one capable of subduing such ferocious beasts. We must run. The scattered cultivators and those of the imperial lineage who survived the secret realm fled in terror from the Luofeng Mountains. At that moment, two more ferocious roars resonated, and Feng Haoran found the cacophony rather bothersome. Observing this, Tian Kuei suggested, "Young master, since the beasts are so unruly, allow me to go forth and vanquish them." Feng Haoran was on the verge of acquiescence when he recalled the ancient words of the Phoenix Emperor in the secret realm, which spoke of the four fearsome beasts possessing exceptional talents and formidable powers, likely destined to ascend to the status of Heavenly Emperor. His gaze then fell upon Feng Yukong and the others, who had previously appeared like their mounts. Thus, it seemed prudent to explore further, providing an opportunity to exchange their steeds. The Emperor's formidable beasts were not something they could currently confront, and should they be conquered by others, it would pose a threat to their masters in the future. The prospect of receiving new mounts filled Feng Yukong and his companions with joy, for it indicated that the Emperor still considered their welfare, yet they hesitated to accept, recognizing their inadequacy to subdue the four fearsome beasts. "Fear not. All shall be entrusted to me. I assure you that the four beasts will pledge their loyalty to you." With Feng Haoran exuding such confidence, the four refrained from further protest. Just as they were about to delve deeper, two divine sons from the divine dynasty approached Xiao Yuning. "Elder sister, now that the secret realm has concluded, we shall take our leave to report to our Father God. If you have the opportunity in the future," Xiao Jiutian glanced at Feng Haoran before continuing, "do visit the divine dynasty more often." Though Xiao Yuning felt a pang of reluctance, she nodded in agreement, watching them embark upon their jade chariot. After their departure, Su Luoxian approached Feng Haoran. "I am deeply grateful for your assistance during our journey in the secret realm, young sir. This kindness shall be etched in my heart." In due time, the Wanling Academy in the Tsang domain will be enrolling disciples, which was also one of my purposes for this expedition. Should you require my aid, feel free to seek me at the Wanling Academy. While it was merely a matter of breaking through the valley's melodic barriers alongside Su Luoxian, Feng Haoran would have accomplished it regardless of her presence. However, upon overcoming the assessment's constraints, they encountered a fearsome avian creature, which he had vanquished. Furthermore, he had guided her directly to the Hall of Inheritance. Had she ventured alone, she might have been compelled to shatter her life-saving talisman to escape the secret realm, let alone obtain the Heart of Creation. Despite her usual pride, there was no need for her to bow in gratitude. Yet now, standing alone in the six domains, and recognizing that her counterpart was not her inferior, it was best to avoid enmity. Thus, her thanks to Feng Haoran were sincere. It was but a trivial matter. "Miss Luoxian, do not dwell on it. Since all is well, I shall take my leave." Feng Haoran spoke as he released bays and leaped into the air. With a resounding roar, bays soared deep into the Luofeng mountain range, prompting Feng Yukong and the others to hastily follow. As Tian Kuei departed, he cast a meaningful glance at Su Luoxian before taking his leave. Once they had vanished, Su Luoxian suddenly recalled something. "Alas, I forgot to inquire about his name." At that moment, the void behind Su Luoxian began to twist, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man. "Heavenly Maiden, though this individual is formidable, your esteemed status does not necessitate an expression of gratitude. He cannot bear it." Upon hearing this, Su Luoxian's expression turned icy. "Ming Jun, do I require your guidance on how to conduct myself?" Ming Jun, trembling, quickly knelt and begged for forgiveness. The middle-aged man, sensing her anger, immediately prostrated himself in penance. His identity is not inferior to mine in the grand cosmos. Out in the world, there are two ancient emperors accompanying you. Did you not perceive that? If the Heavenly Maiden desires, the Celestial Lord would arrange for 10 ancient emperors to attend you. That is enough." Su Luoxian cast a glance at the kneeling Ming Jun and swept away with her voluminous sleeves. Deep within the Luofeng mountain range, the four beasts, long suppressed by the Phoenix ancient emperor, had finally met their end. They surged forth from the dense forest, colliding with trees and trampling mountains, eager to emerge and trample upon the beings of the outside world, indulging their pent-up frustrations. Thunderous roars echoed in the distance as the depths of the forest crumbled, the rolling mountains visibly collapsing at an alarming rate. A beastly roar reverberated, and several figures materialized in the void above. Below, the countless ferocious beasts, led by the four beasts, suddenly came to a halt. Tao Tai, with a fearsome and terrifying visage, gazed into the void, his eyes brimming with a thirst for blood. "Haha, you all are quite astute, recognizing that we have been suppressed for countless years and have come to deliver yourselves to us. Excellent. Let you be my first meal upon awakening." With that, Tao Tai opened his wide maw, unleashing a tremendous suction. Yet, despite his efforts, the figures in the void remained utterly unmoved. Feng Haoran gazed down at the four formidable beasts, each resembling a mountain in size, yet grotesque in appearance. Indeed, the visage of these four beasts left much to be desired. However, the winged Xiongqi exuded an imposing and majestic aura. Fortunately, they possessed commendable aptitude and strength, making them suitable mounts capable of fighting alongside their master. "Ing-Yi, do you have the confidence to subdue these four beasts?" Upon hearing this, Ing-yi immediately soared forward. Rest assured, Your Highness, these 4 Emperor-level fiends are merely formidable in strength. Before an ancient emperor, they are insignificant. Howling in rage, the beast Tao Tai reacted fiercely to the notion of being reduced to mere mounts. Wretched beings, you seek death. We, the 4 fiends, shall never submit to another's dominion. Order your death, and I shall devour you. The 4 fiends roared in unison, their massive forms launching into the air, charging towards Ing-yi. Chapter 48. The emergence of the contracted sacred pill deep within the falling Phoenix mountain range. Ing-yi observed the 4 fiends as they soared towards him, their immense bodies shaking the very fabric of space itself. With a thunderous roar, the vast power of slaughter surged forth from Ing-yi, enveloping the void in an aura of bloodlust, intensifying the ferocity of the already savage beasts. Ants, I shall consume you. In an instant, the 4 beasts transformed into mere shadows, hurtling towards Ing-yi. Unfazed, he raised one hand, manipulating the power of slaughter. In the blink of an eye, this power morphed into 4 prison-like cages. Boom. The 4 fiends, just as they arrived, found themselves ensnared within the cages. This is bad. Tao Ye's eyes, glowing a deep crimson, gazed at the shimmering crimson prison. With a thunderous roar, it attempted to tear its way out. The cages, forged from the very essence of slaughter, were far more resilient than the cosmic crystal, rendering them impervious to the might of these emperor-level beasts. The raging 4 fiends relentlessly clawed at the cages, leaving not a single mark. In frustration, they began to enlarge their forms, attempting to break free by sheer force. Within mere moments, the void was filled with their colossal, meatball-like shapes. They were utterly unprepared for the astonishing durability of the cages that confined them. Curse you, wretched ants. If you possess the courage, do not resort to such underhanded tactics. Face me in battle. Ing-yi, holding a long black thread that connected the 4 cages, advanced slowly towards where the fiends were trapped. With each step he took, the cages shrank in size. Ant, what do you intend to do? The 4 fiends, feeling the cages constricting around them, were not only subjected to physical torment, but also experienced an insidious erosion of their souls by the essence of slaughter. The pain was a relentless squeezing, akin to being sliced by blades or whipped mercilessly. The anguished howls of the fiends echoed through the air, prompting the countless beasts below to wail in despair for their tormented king. Silence. Tian Kuei, concerned that the cacophony of the beasts might disrupt his master's spectacle, waved his sleeve. Countless blades of order, akin to a rain of swords, pierced the atmosphere, suppressing the throngs of beasts below. The ensuing chaos wreaked havoc among the beasts, resulting in a tumultuous scene of death and panic. Curse you, wretched ants. If you dare, release me, and I shall devour you. This proclamation came from Qiongqi. Yet before it could finish, a searing pain coursed through its soul. Release you? Humph. Were it not for His Highness's desire for you to remain alive, do you truly believe you would survive even a single exchange against me? Ing-yi stood between the 4 cages, now reduced to the size of monkeys. Tao Tai, with its eye nestled beneath its arm, glared at Ing-yi, sensing that this individual was beyond their capacity to challenge. Who are you? This question prompted even Feng Haoran, who had been merely spectating, to perk up, eager to hear the response. Ing-yi hesitated momentarily, his masked eyes darting about, yet a voice within him whispered, You are but a pawn beside my son. I am merely a loyal servant to His Highness. As these words fell, Tian Kuei, who had been observing from a distance, lowered his hand, believing for a moment that Ing-yi had slipped from his master's control. However, he was mistaken. The grip of Feng Qianjue was one that could not be easily escaped. As long as Feng Qianjue lived, Ing-yi would never regain his freedom. For how could he allow such a being to linger near his son? What? Such a powerful being is merely a servant to another? Tao Tai and the other 3 fiends were incredulous, for they were once ancient emperors. Yet, faced with the might of this ancient emperor, they could not muster the spirit to resist, especially when confronted with the overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from him. You speak too much. I shall ask but one question. Should your answer fail to satisfy me, you shall know the consequences. I require you to serve as mounts for His Highness. Do you consent to become an ant's mount? Absolutely not. The fiends' protests were abruptly cut short by another wave of agonizing pain piercing their souls. Though their physical forms had diminished, their roars resounded like thunder. How dare we, the chaos beasts, be reduced to mere mounts for another? Should you push us to the brink, believe that we shall self-destruct. It seems you have grown far too comfortable, Ing-yi declared, tightening his grip on the order chains. Instantly, the 4 miniature cages radiated a dark crimson light. The torment within their souls intensified, forcing them to howl in agony. From a distance, Feng Yuquan, Jing Zhan, Xing Chun, and Ziyuan glanced at Feng Haoran. Your Highness, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. These formidable beasts are not so easily subdued. As Feng Haoran felt the gazes of the 4 upon him, he contemplated the possibility of surrender. After all, they were formidable beasts. Yielding at this moment might not bode well for the future. Despite their immense power, disobedience could lead to dire consequences. Lost in thought, He was suddenly interrupted by the system's voice as Ing Yi executed a decisive strike. Ding! The system detected that the master was concerned for his subordinates' mounts and rewarded him with 4 sacred contract pills. These pills required only a drop of the user's blood for fusion, and if administered to the 4 beasts, they would henceforth share a bond of understanding with their master, pledging lifelong loyalty and an unbreakable allegiance. Ah, the system, you have excelled this time, sparing me from disgrace. Feng Haoran had previously assured them with unwavering confidence that he would certainly assist in suppressing their adversaries. He was on the verge of being proven wrong, but fortunately, the system intervened. Ding! A loyal companion shall never hinder its master, always adhering to the principle of prioritizing the master above all else. Very well, your loyalty is commendable. Now, hasten to retrieve the sacred contract pill. Buzz Feng Haoran extended his hand, revealing 4 crimson sacred pills resting in his palm. Yukong, Jingzhan, Xingqian, Ziyuan. Each of you shall take one. Let a drop of your essence blood fall upon it, and then present it to the ferocious beast of your desire. As you command, your majesty. Without hesitation, the 4 each took a pill, dripped their essence blood onto it, and soared towards the writhing beasts before them. Upon noticing Feng Haoran's nod, Ing Yi ceased his mental assault on the 4 beasts. A low growl escaped the creatures, their bodies trembling as they emitted pitiful whines akin to that of defeated hounds. This moment of vulnerability presented an opportunity for Yukong and the others. We are aware of your arrogance. Yet the world often claims that it is better to endure life than to embrace a noble death. Furthermore, as our mounts, you stand to gain much. My Feng clan is revered by all living beings. Our Lord is extraordinary. He is a forbidden celestial body, and once he matures, shattering this universe will merely be a matter of time. I assure you, that day is not far off. When it arrives, you shall accompany us into the cosmos, which is surely more advantageous than succumbing to death. Yukong's words resonated with the tormented beasts, who found a semblance of logic in his reasoning. Moreover, among these beings, there existed a legendary constitution, making their eventual return to chaos an imminent reality. The 4 beasts turned their gazes towards Feng Haoran, particularly at the Baizhe beneath him. An understanding dawned upon them. They then withdrew their gaze and, in hushed tones, expressed their willingness to submit. Very well, we shall bow in allegiance. Yukong, Jingzhan, and the others exchanged knowing smiles as they offered the sacred pills. Consume this. It will mend the wounds inflicted upon your spirits. Without hesitation, the 4 beasts opened their mouths and devoured the contract pills. In an instant, their bodies radiated a brilliant golden light, morphing into a celestial needle of starlight. The starlight needle gradually shrank and vanished into their foreheads. At that moment, the thoughts of the 4 beasts were laid bare to Yukong and his companions. Presently, they felt no inclination to rebel against their master. Master, the 4 beasts simultaneously prostrated themselves before Yukong and the others, demonstrating their sincere submission. Very well, Senior Ing Yi, Yukong remarked, glancing at Feng Haoran. Upon receiving his nod, Ing Yi withdrew his killing cage. Jingzhan, filled with exhilaration, marveled at his own status as an immortal saint king, while his mount now possessed the might of an 8th-tier emperor. Xingqian shared similar sentiments, eagerly observing his own 9th-tier emperor, the gluttonous beast, by his side. Yukong chose the equally formidable 9th-tier emperor, the Qiongqi, while Ziyuan claimed the 8th-tier emperor, the Tao. The strengths of the 4 were comparable, just as those of their respective beasts were. Haha, this brings joy to all. Chapter 49, The 6 Domain Forces. Haha, this brings joy to all. Feng Haoran let out a hearty laugh, while Jiang Ruoxian wore a puzzled expression. Haoran, what did you feed them? How could those ferocious 4 beasts, who were once so menacing, now behave as docile as kittens? Nothing much, just a contract saint pill, he replied nonchalantly. Contract saint pill? Why have I never heard of it? Jiang Ruoxian questioned, feeling bewildered. You, a novice, can hardly grasp the complexities of medicinal pills, Feng Haoran remarked lightly. Jiang Ruoxian felt a pang of confusion. After all, he was the scion of the Forbidden Clan. How could he be labeled a novice? Nonetheless, he acknowledged the remarkable effects of such saint pills and glanced at the Baizhe beneath him. I suspected as much. How could you possess supreme power without having subdued Baizhe in a similar manner? Feng Haoran merely smiled, choosing not to clarify, which only strengthened Jiang Ruoxian's conviction. By the way, Haoran, where are we headed now? I have no desire to return to the Feng Tian Chaos Sound Pavilion. It was simply too terrifying. Feng Haoran was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Ruoxian's words. Indeed, their previous journey to the Tianhong domain was driven by the quest for Yichun. Now, having witnessed the rise of destiny, which mirrored his previous life, he realized that it ultimately succumbed to his own hand. But where could he seek destiny next? Lying around the Feng Tian Chaos Sound Pavilion would surely be dreadfully boring. Suddenly, he recalled what Su Luoxian had mentioned about the Wanling Academy from a novel in his past life. Those who were destined often sought out spiritual academies and ventured along spiritual paths. Surely, there he might find the destiny he was searching for. Tian Kuei, enlighten me about this Wanling Academy, he requested. Tian Kuei responded with a smile. Ah, young master, as you embark on your journey of trials, allow me to introduce you to the powers across the 6 domains. The 6 domains comprise the Zhongling domain, the Xiantian domain, the Dahuang domain, the Tianyuan domain, the Tianhong domain, and the Diyuan domain. In these realms, aside from the 5 major forbidden clans, the dominant forces of the wasteland universe reign supreme. There are a total of 9 such factions, believed to have been born from the evolution within the cosmos. Each family boasts formidable strength, wielding the power to command the entire wasteland universe, which is why they are called dominant forces. However, with the passage of epochs, transitioning eras, and various conspiracies, many rebellious races and factions have emerged during these tumultuous times. Some have persisted to this day, while others have faded into the annals of history. Yet the 9 dominant forces remain. Nonetheless, their strength is no longer what it once was, as they now reside within the Diyuan domain. Amidst the sediment of these epochs, numerous powers, families, and sects have risen to prominence. Among them, those that can rival the dominant forces include the 1 academy, 2 pavilions, 3 halls, 4 dynasties, 5 mansions, and 6 sects. Whether they can truly rival the dominant forces remains to be seen, as none have ever fully committed to opposing the others. The aforementioned 1 academy refers to the Wanling Academy, currently located in the Zhongling domain. Although it ranks among the ancient, indestructible powers on par with the dominant forces, its strength has surpassed that of the 9 dominant factions, as its dean has reached the level of ancient emperor. Furthermore, Wanling Academy is open to all, welcoming any being with good roots to join, which leads to the emergence of numerous strong individuals and serves as a launching pad for smaller factions. Next are the 2 pavilions, namely the Xuanji Pavilion and the Tongtian Pavilion. The Xuanji Pavilion has few disciples, but each possesses extraordinary power and is renowned for their ability to calculate the secrets of heaven, leaving no detail overlooked. It is said that their existence is to await the birth of the destined ones and assist in their growth to break free from the wasteland. To this day, they have never truly revealed themselves, as if waiting for the destined ones to appear. On the other hand, the Tongtian Pavilion is an assassin organization that recruits many formidable warriors. It is rumored that as long as the price is right, even ancient emperors can be dispatched to eliminate foes, should one offend them. It is akin to being stuck with an adhesive plaster. The only outcomes are death or the annihilation of the entire Tongtian Pavilion, with no third option available. Following this are the 3 halls, the Emperor Flame Pill Hall, the Void Artifact Hall, and the Divine Dawn Formation Hall. These 3 halls are legacies of pills, artifacts, and formations, which the young master can easily comprehend. Next comes the 4 dynasties, which refer to the 4 great divine dynasties that dominate the Tianhong domain. The young master has gained some understanding of the Yutian divine dynasty over the years, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. The 5 mansions consist of the Ice God Mansion, the Sky Sword Mansion, the Divine Blade Mansion, the Sky Sun Mansion, and the Flower God Mansion. Their strengths are comparable, currently situated in the Xiantian domain. Lastly, we have the 6 sects, the Heavenly Buddha Sacred Sect, the Ethereal Sacred Sect, the Boundless Sacred Sect, the Nine Nether Sacred Sect, the Carefree Sacred Sect, and the Yaoqi Sacred Sect. These factions should not be underestimated, for if one were to offend the young master, be they a dominant force or an indestructible one, they would only face defeat. As Tian Kuei spoke, Feng Haoran and his companions reached the exit of the Falling Phoenix mountain range. After spending several months in the secret realm to seize treasures, Feng Haoran suddenly halted upon exiting the mountains. "Your Highness, what is the matter?" the others inquired, perplexed by his sudden stop. "Since the Wanling Academy is a place that welcomes all, how could I possibly miss out on such a lively venue?" Tian Kuei, noticing the young master's decision, smiled knowingly. In his view, only the Wanling Academy truly possessed the essence of a trial ground. Feng Haoran's words resonated with Jiang Ruoxian, who was eager to avoid returning to the Chaos Sound Pavilion, prompting him to laugh joyfully. "Haha, Haoran, you and I think alike. This is the essence of true trials." However, Ikong and the others appeared somewhat troubled. "Your Majesty, should you enter the Wanling Academy, we will be unable to accompany you. The Academy imposes restrictions based on bone age. Only prodigies under 100 years of bone age may take the assessment, and only 1 attendant is permitted." Feng Haoran was about to speak when the voice of Tian Kuei resonated. "It matters not that Song Domain also possesses vassal forces under its dominion. You few shall remain outside, assisting the young master in discerning the movements of other factions. Should the young master find himself in need or face inconveniences, you may intervene." Upon hearing this, the group acknowledged the wisdom in Tian Kuei's words, and Feng Haoran nodded in agreement, deeming this approach pragmatic. After all, a multitude does not always equate to an advantage, and he was uncertain of the circumstances within. In his recollection, those favored by destiny often ventured forth in search of opportunities. Thus, allowing Yukong and the others to remain outside would facilitate surveillance. With this thought solidified in his mind, he waved his sleeve and proceeded towards the Tsang domain. Chapter 50. Seizing opportunities. The Phoenix Secret Realm has drawn to a close. Yet all dynasties are now aware of the demise of their imperial heirs within the realm. At this moment, within a grand hall of the Tianqing dynasty, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe adorned with golden trim, the sovereign of Tianqing, clutched a shattered soul tablet. This was his most gifted prince, now fallen. Heartbroken, he bellowed towards the hall's entrance. Come forth. Clatter, clatter. A figure clad in silver armor entered promptly. Your Majesty, I shall dispatch someone to investigate who has slain Huier. Very well. Just as the guard was about to depart, a person resembling a eunuch rushed in from outside. Your Majesty, what is the cause of such urgency? The eunuch, holding a crystal missive, knelt swiftly before the enraged sovereign, hastily explaining, Your Majesty. This is a message sent by the third prince of the Dragon Elephant dynasty, requesting your immediate attention. The third prince Long Shixiang? The sovereign suppressed his fury, extending his hand to grasp the missive from the eunuch's hold. As he unfurled it with his thoughts, a divine light shot into the void, revealing the figure of Long Shixiang. Tianqing sovereign, I am Long Shixiang, the third prince. Regarding your son Xinghui's demise, I implore you not to pursue this matter further, for the one who took his life is beyond your reach. Not only your dynasty, but even my empire, and perhaps even the divine dynasty, would be unable to sway this individual. Therefore, for the continued existence of your Tianqing clan, let this matter rest here. As he spoke, his ethereal form vanished, leaving the Tianqing sovereign slumped in despair upon his throne. Huier, what sort of power have you entangled yourself with? Even the divine dynasty cannot be challenged. How can I avenge you? He did not perceive Long Shixiang's words as deceitful. Given his status, there was no need to fabricate lies over the death of a prince. Thus, the Tianqing sovereign was engulfed in profound sorrow and regret, lamenting that had he known, he would never have allowed his son to venture forth. Yet, it was all too late. Simultaneously, a similar tragedy unfolded in the Shengwu dynasty, yet Emperor Yi Shengwu refrained from sending forth an envoy to investigate, opting instead to journey personally to the Yutian divine dynasty. The outcome of this endeavor remained contingent upon how Xiao Yunting would elucidate the situation. Therefore, the fate of the Shengwu dynasty was indeed shrouded in uncertainty. In the imperial source domain, within the forbidden imperial palace of the sealed clan, since Feng Qianjue learned that his son could enhance his cultivation without the need for rigorous training, he has spent the past few years searching through the ancient texts of the Feng clan. However, he has yet to uncover any records regarding the forbidden celestial bodies that could facilitate a swift ascension to the status of an immortal holy king. Later, when his son returned to their ancestral homeland and awakened his bloodline, he found no abnormalities, and thus, Feng Qianjue no longer felt troubled by the matter. Now, as usual, he sat observing the elders of the clan as they presented documents concerning their vassal forces. At that moment, a sudden distortion of space occurred, revealing a figure clad in black armor, emanating an aura of terrifying power. Master, the young master has entered the Cangling domain. Oh, Feng Qianjue, intrigued, lifted his head and tossed the document upon the table before him. Indeed, the Wanling Academy was about to commence a new recruitment phase. Yet, as a figure nearing the great emperor realm, what purpose did he have in attending? His words seemed to echo both as a self-inquiry and a query directed at the armored figure beside him. Master, it is said that the young master recently vanquished a destined individual possessed by the ancient emperor's soul. Do you think he might be heading to the Wanling Academy specifically to seek out such individuals? After all, with the myriad of races present there, the emergence of such fated beings is inevitable. The words of the black-armored man prompted Feng Qianjue to ponder for a moment before he spoke again. Our ancestor claimed that he is a body of celestial taboo, an existence that even heaven fears. It stands to reason that he is innately sensitive to those destined for greatness, seeking to eliminate them swiftly. However, to be deemed a destined person by the currently fragmented will of the great Tao suggests that his fortune surpasses that of the ordinary by a significant margin. Inform the powers of the Cangling domain to cooperate with the emperor's will. Should a destined individual truly appear, my family would no longer need to exist. We must eradicate the root of the problem. Understood, master. However, what of the family of that individual known as Yi Chun, whom the young master slain? The black-armored man recalled Yi Chun at Feng Qianjue's mention and sought clarification. A brief silence enveloped the hall before Feng Qianjue's icy voice rang out. Send the earth fiend to handle it. Remember, leave not a single survivor. Yes, master. Such is the weight of high office, wielding the power of the Wanling Academy. With a single utterance, one can decree the fate of countless lives. Meanwhile, others toil in grief for the loss of their progeny, unaware that the peril of annihilation looms ever closer. The Cangling domain, a unique realm, free from the divisions and dominion of other ancient immortal powers. The so-called Wanling Guardian domain refers to the Cangling domain, possessing dual significance. Firstly, as an ancient and immortal institution, the Wanling Academy can defend this domain on its own. Secondly, due to the Academy's inclusivity of myriad races, it can also be termed the protector of the Cangling domain. Now, it is once again the season for the Wanling Academy to recruit new students. Beyond the borders of the Cangling domain, Numerous factions from the other 6 domains have gathered here. Within the expansive grounds of the Hongmeng Academy, spanning several 100,000 hectares and adorned with magnificent structures, individuals traversing the pathways or soaring through the vast void are abundant. Along a thoroughfare leading directly to the academy, vendors line the sides, calling out enticing offers. Oh, don't miss out. Come take a look at the celestial spirit pills, capable of enhancing your aptitude. With this pill, you are bound to gain admission. Experience the sacred body awakening technique. With this method, your divine body can transform into a sacred one. From all directions, young prodigies, some from distant lands such as Jimusi and Hugong, riding their steeds or traveling on foot, are drawn to the array of stalls, intrigued by the wares on display. A youth commanding a 9-headed divine lion, with his long hair tied back in a ponytail and adorned with a silver crown, approached a weapons vendor. He sensed that a rusted long sword hidden beneath the table was extraordinary. "What can I do for you, young master?" "Feel free to browse," the vendor inquired. Eager for business as the young gentleman, cautious not to reveal his true intentions, surveyed the items. His gaze fell upon a small cauldron, and as he reached for it, the vendor began to boast. "Ah, young master, you have a discerning eye. This is the Taiwan cauldron, crafted by an elder of the Void Artifact Hall. It is a high-quality sacred artifact, and with it, anything you refine will surely succeed." After examining the cauldron, the youth scoffed lightly. "Boss, although I am young, I possess a fair understanding of artifact refinement. Whether it qualifies as high quality is debatable. This cauldron might not even meet the standards of low-grade artifacts. At best, it is a subpar sacred item. As for its efficacy, it likely pales in comparison to a top-tier divine artifact. I am merely curious to study it further. So name your price, and if it suits me, I shall take it." The vendor, caught in the act of deception, wore an awkward expression. "Hee, young master. If you truly desire it, I shall let it go for 3,000 top-grade divine stones." "What do you say? 3,000 top-grade divine stones? How audacious of you. However, I have a penchant for studying various refinement techniques. Your price is rather steep. I find it hard to justify." He feigned a troubled demeanor, casting a glance at the rusted sword beneath the table, pretending to consider a compromise. "How about this? I will part with 3,000 top-grade divine stones. But you must gift me that rusted sword as well. What do you think?" The vendor, glancing at the useless rusted sword, realized he could not sell it anyway. Since someone was willing to pay 3,000 top-grade divine stones for the Taiwan cauldron, parting with a worthless sword would not be a loss. "Very well. Since you are so considerate of an old man's business, I shall include the rusted sword as a gift." Afterward, the young gentleman took both the rusted sword and the Taiwan cauldron, producing a storage pouch to settle the transaction. "Here you go, excellent. A fair trade, young master. We welcome you to return anytime." The merchant believed he had struck a lucrative deal, joyfully accepting the divine stone, unaware that the young gentleman behind him was already reveling in delight. He hastily stowed away the rusted sword, for he was the true beneficiary of this exchange. The merchant remained oblivious to the fact that this seemingly ordinary rusted sword was, in truth, a gem shrouded in dust, and with his mastery in weapon forging, he recognized it to be at least an exceptional sacred artifact, possibly even an imperial weapon. As the young man savored his good fortune, a voice called out to him from behind. Brother Tianhao, a beautiful maiden, radiant in her purity, rushed towards him. She was adorned in a flowing white veil that danced in the wind, resembling a fairy from a painting. Tianhao was the young man's name, his full name being Yi Tianhao, a direct descendant of the Evergreen family in the Zhongling domain. Born with the ancient sacred body capable of dispelling restrictions, this physique was akin to the legendary supreme bodies, a myth among sacred beings. He was the creator who once defied ancient emperors. Should he cultivate properly, ascending to the rank of emperor would be well within his grasp. However, due to this extraordinary gift, when his parents ventured out in search of divine herbs to nurture his sacred body, they mysteriously vanished without a trace. The Yi clan soon learned of their disappearance, and his uncle, harboring malicious intentions, extracted and grafted his sacred body onto his own son. On the brink of death, Yi Tianhao was saved by a sentient lotus in his ancestral land. With the lotus's aid, he escaped the Yi clan and was taken in by a branch family leader who was a friend of his father. He grew up in a small town, and during his journey of cultivation, he encountered Li Qianxuan, the granddaughter of the esteemed Lishan Emperor, one of the 5 great elders of the Wan Spirit Academy. Their bond blossomed, and under her guidance, Yi Tianhao made his way to the academy. At that moment, as he saw Li Qianxuan approaching with joy, he smiled warmly. "Qianxuan, brother Tianhao, you have finally arrived." Just as they were joyfully reunited, 3 striking figures appeared in the distance. They rode upon rare sacred beasts, the foremost being a majestic creature, entirely snow white, with 3 eyes and 9 horns, exuding an aura of power and dominance. Flanking this beast were 2 others, one mounted on a fiery phoenix and the other on a sacred dragon lion. However, it was not merely their mounts that drew attention, but rather their striking appearances. For the 2 young men were even more handsome than the women. These were Feng Haoran, Jiang Ruoxian, and the maid Xiao Yuning, who had journeyed from the Tianhong domain. Behind them, there was no sign of Feng Yukong and the others, only Ying Yi closely following. I cannot believe such handsome men exist in this world. They might even surpass women in beauty. Indeed, just look at the one riding the dragon lion. His visage is simply exquisite, not to mention the other. Both are equally remarkable. I must say, the woman beside them is truly captivating, a beauty that could eclipse nations. You should abandon that thought. Go home to your plain wife instead, and do take a look at the company she keeps. Exactly. What makes you think a toad like you could aspire to such swan-like beauty? As they walked along, the merchants lining the road speculated about the three. Upon hearing their chatter, Jiang Ruoxian turned to inquire of Feng Haoran. Haoran, are the items they sell truly genuine? Are sacred pills so commonplace now? While Jiang Ruoxian had some knowledge of pills, his current prowess rendered him unable to discern their authenticity. As he posed his question to Feng Haoran, the latter scrutinized the scene before him, reminiscent of a past life where makeshift stalls peddled counterfeit goods, an experience he was all too familiar with. Reflecting on those days, he could only shake his head in self-deprecation before responding. Even someone as inexperienced as you knows that sacred pills are rare. Do you truly believe what they are selling is real? What? Are they deceiving consumers then? Feng Haoran's explanation nearly incited Jiang Ruoxian's ire. Nonetheless, he continued speaking. In truth, this was not deception, for who was unaware that such places were often rife with trickery? Yet, some might be fortunate enough to stumble upon hidden treasures, even imperial weapons. Whether one could acquire genuine goods ultimately depended on personal fortune. Oh, so that's how it is. Jiang Ruoxian nodded, her expression indicating comprehension. Suddenly, a sharp rebuke echoed before them. Get lost, or you will pay the price. You, a waste stripped of the sacred body, dare to boast before me. Today, I have set my sights on this pure and lovely young lady. What? You refuse to accept it? As Feng Haoran and his companions arrived at the scene of the commotion, many onlookers perched upon their steeds, eager to witness the spectacle. Of course, some prudent souls hastily retreated. However, the three women remained intrigued, just in time to see the arrogant young man reaching out to caress the maiden's cheek. The object of his advances was none other than Li Qianxuan, and beside her, Yi Tianhao noticed the situation. In a swift motion, he positioned himself in front of Li Qianxuan, seizing the young man's wrist with a dark expression. Yi Jingfei, do not seek your own demise. Qianxuan is not someone you can provoke. Oh, so it turns out you, a waste stripped of the ancient sacred body, have now reached the first level of the immortal king. No wonder you dare to boast before me. However, today I shall show you just how vast the chasm is between your diminished self and my innate divine body. With that, Yi Jingfei exerted himself, his aura erupting with intensity. The celestial energies surged within him, coalescing in his palm. The celestial force within his hand whirled violently before he sprang into action. Bang whoosh his figure soared, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he charged towards Yi Tianhao. Witnessing the imminent confrontation, the onlookers scattered, fearing the repercussions of involvement. Feng Haoran, upon hearing Yi Jingfei's claim of the opponent being stripped of his sacred body, mused thoughtfully, cradling his chin with one hand. It dawned on him that Yi Tianhao was undoubtedly a destined individual. Moreover, given the unfolding events, it was likely that his family's influence was substantial. The woman by his side must also possess considerable significance. Thus, he thought, system, it is time for you to reveal your insights. What is the golden finger of this fated child? Ding. The system is now presenting all information regarding this destined child to the master. Destined individual, Yi Tianhao family. The evergreen Yi clan of the Congling domain cultivation. First level of the immortal king. Actual cultivation at the 5th level. Physique. Ancient sacred body that broke through restrictions. Potential to rival the supreme body and slay the ancient emperor. Alas, now stripped. Cultivation method. 8 desolations breaking heaven technique. Chaotic level body refining technique. Common weapon. Flying dragon spear. Supreme artifact. Mount. 9-headed divine lion golden finger. Rebirth and reconstruction of the chaotic emperor Lotus history, following the disappearance of his parents. His uncle extracted the sacred body and grafted it onto his son's physique. On the verge of demise, he was saved by a sentient lotus in his ancestral land. Recently, due to the vendor's ignorance, he stumbled upon the supreme imperial weapon, the 10,000 dragon divine sword. Cosmic techniques, spirit techniques, immortal techniques, divine techniques, sacred techniques. Emperor techniques, ranging from low grade to supreme, with emperor techniques classified into great emperor, ancient emperor, and celestial emperor. Yi Tianhao's chaotic method, however, does not exist within the cosmos. With the system's revelations, Feng Haoran gleaned every detail about Yi Tianhao. Interesting, this is far more impressive than Yi Chun. His golden finger is merely the remnant soul of an ancient emperor, while this fellow has the support of a reborn chaotic emperor Lotus. Chapter 52. The Academy of All Spirits boom. A resounding explosion jolted Feng Haoran back to reality. He observed the aftermath of the confrontation, where Yi Jingfei was sent staggering back several meters, while Yi Tianhao remained unscathed. his expression a mask of humiliation. Waste. I never expected that after years apart. You have indeed gained some strength. However, before my innate divine body, you shall not stir the tides. With that, a tremendous force erupted from within Yi Jingfei, signaling his intention to unleash the power of his divine body. Yi Tianhao exhibited no sign of trepidation, yet concern flickered in Li Qianxuan's eyes. Tianhao, why not let me handle this? Qianxuan, do not worry. I can manage. Yi Tianhao reassured her with a comforting glance. Just as he prepared to confront his adversary, an ethereal figure appeared in the void, slicing through space and descending towards them. Bang! A powerful shockwave stirred up dust, revealing a magnificent divine tiger enveloped in flames. Upon its back sat a young man of striking appearance, exuding an air of aloof elegance. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Yi Jingfei immediately retracted his divine body, approaching with a sycophantic demeanor. Heh, Brother Tianyu, you have finally arrived. Yi Tianyu, the scion of the evergreen Yi clan, was also the one who had deprived Yi Tianhao of his ancient sacred body. He regarded Yi Jingfei with haughty indifference, casually remarking, "You arrived rather early. Why not proceed to the Academy of All Spirits for the assessment? Oh dear, this fellow truly knows how to put on airs. You, a mere minor antagonist, dare to assume a greater demeanor than I." Feng Haoran, observing from a distance, could not help but curse inwardly. However, the sight of him sparked an amusing scheme in Feng Haoran's mind, to let these brothers engage in a dog-eat-dog scenario while he reaped the benefits from behind the scenes. As this thought crossed his mind, a peculiar smile graced his face, which did not escape Jiang Ruoxian's notice. "Haoran, that expression of yours is quite unsettling. What mischief are you plotting now? What mischief could I possibly be concocting? I merely find their family dynamics rather entertaining." With that, he guided Bai Zhe towards the Academy of All Spirits. Entertaining? What could be amusing about a bunch of grown men? Jiang Ruoxian scoffed, shaking her head as she hurried to catch up. The Academy of All Spirits, a venue capable of accommodating 1,000,000 individuals for assessments, was currently far from its capacity. This was not due to a lack of talented individuals arriving at the academy. Rather, the recruitment period for disciples spanned half a month, with 13 days already elapsed. Those from the 6 domains who were meant to come had all arrived. After subduing the 4 ferocious beasts, Feng Haoran and his companions set out from the Tianhong domain, which caused them to arrive over 10 days late. Although the Wanling Academy is known for its inclusive teachings, it still considers one's innate talent and physical constitution. Without these attributes, one cannot even enter the outer sect. Within the academy, aside from the ever-elusive ancestor, the founder of Wanling Academy, the position of the dean reigns supreme, followed by the 5 esteemed elders. Next come the 5 hall masters, the leaders of the 9 peaks, elders, and deacons. Disciples are categorized into Daozi, Shengzi, direct disciples, core disciples, inner sect, outer sect, and miscellaneous disciples. There is only one Daozi in the academy, who is the dean's disciple. Rumor has it that Dean Wang Daolin has never taken on a disciple, as none have met his standards over the years. Thus, the position of Daozi has remained vacant. Even among this generation, which boasts many prodigies, 13 days have passed without anyone capturing Wang Daolin's attention. The Shengzi position is limited to 10 spots throughout the academy, all of which have fallen to the 5 esteemed elders. In the past 10 days, it is said that the 5 elders have only accepted 6 disciples, leaving 4 spots open, which will be determined in the final 2 days. This clearly illustrates how challenging it is to gain the favor of those at the pinnacle of this competitive academy. The 5 hall masters have 50 slots for their direct disciples, while the core disciples of the 9 peaks depend on their own acceptance. The inner sect has countless members, as there are tens of thousands of elders in the academy. The outer sect and miscellaneous disciples abound, engaging in tasks such as spiritual herb cultivation, handling miscellaneous items, and serving core disciples and above. Suddenly, the examination venue erupted into a dazzling golden light, as a venerable elder with a full head of red hair materialized from the void, exuding an imposing presence. Flanking him were 9 figures, their genders slightly imbalanced. The men appeared middle-aged while 3 of the women possessed extraordinary beauty and grace. In the grand examination arena, 1,000 elders emerged, standing in an orderly fashion on stone platforms. The leading figure cleared his throat softly, but his voice resonated in every ear, silencing the crowd. Once the venue fell quiet, the leader began to speak. "Esteemed prodigies, I welcome you from the 6 domains to partake in the academy's recruitment. I am Pawanjun." "What? The master of the Taitsong Hall, Pawanjun?" Whispers filled the air. It is said that Pawanjun is the strongest among the 5 hall masters, having reached the 9th level of the Emperor realm, with strength comparable to that of the 5 esteemed elders. Indeed, within the academy, aside from the dean and the elders, Pawanjun is considered the most formidable, even surpassing the one from the transmission hall. Who would have thought he would preside over the recruitment today? Everyone yearns to be chosen as his direct disciple. Cut it out. You're not the only one wishing for that. Everyone here desires it. He oversees all treasures, pills, artifacts, and array materials within the academy. Just being near those herbs could significantly enhance one's cultivation. Who could deny that? However, these are merely unattainable dreams. My expectations are modest. If I could earn the Elder's recognition, that would suffice. After all, each Elder is a supreme being of the world. Go away, with your aspirations. We ought to at least secure a position within the 9 peaks, right? Did you not see those 3 extraordinarily beautiful peak masters? It is rumored that their peaks are predominantly composed of female disciples, all possessing beauty that can outshine the moon and stars. Just the thought sends shivers of excitement down my spine. After Po Wanjun introduced himself, the previously tense atmosphere erupted into chaos. Some less confident prodigies aimed only for direct or core discipleships, while others aspired to become Daozi or Shengzi. However, Po Wanjun paid no heed to the commotion below. Instead, he signaled the 1,000 elders to activate the heavenly pillars for testing qualifications. The elders on the stone platforms nodded in unison, then began to chant ancient incantations. Suddenly, divine light burst forth, followed by a thunderous roar. The prodigies witnessed 1,000 enormous star pillars, emanating an ancient aura, slowly rise beside the elders. These pillars were adorned with 9 crystals of varying colors, the material of which remained indiscernible. Esteemed prodigies, these are the heavenly star pillars of Hongmeng Academy, utilized for testing qualifications. Every disciple aspiring to join the academy must pass this test. However, fret not, this test is quite simple. You only need to place your hand upon the star pillar. If you can illuminate even 1 crystal, you will become a miscellaneous disciple of the academy. 2 crystals signify entry into the outer sect. 3 and 4 crystals will earn you the recognition of the elders, granting you a place as an inner sect disciple. Should you light 5 or 6 crystals, congratulations, you will become a core disciple of the academy. At this point, not only do the 9 peaks have the right to select you, but you may also choose your preferred peak master. For those who illuminate 7 crystals, they will be sought after by us 5 hall masters, becoming our direct disciples. If you manage to ignite 8 crystals, a position among the Shengzi of the academy will surely await you. As Po Wanjun spoke, the crowd gasped in astonishment at the elevated status of the Shengzi within the academy. Aside from the dean and the elders, the Shengzi holds an unparalleled position. At this moment, everyone was brimming with excitement, eager to showcase their talents. Among the crowd, Yi Tianhao clenched his fists in rage. If only his holy physique had not been taken away, becoming the Shengzi would have been a mere formality. Yet now, achieving even a direct or core disciple position seemed like a significant accomplishment. Frustrated, he glanced at Yi Tianyu's back, just in time to catch the latter casting a dismissive glance in his direction, accompanied by a cold smirk. Just as Yi Tianhao felt his emotions spiraling out of control, a gentle light resonated within him, calming his turbulent heart. He recognized that it was the imperial lotus within him that provided the solace, prompting a heartfelt expression of gratitude. Thank you, senior. Everyone. Po Wanjun observed the crowd's fervor and called out. Since the inception of the current dean, there has not been a Daozi for 10 epochs. The legendary 9-star prodigies have yet to emerge in these epochs. I hope that one among you can rise to such heights. Now, let the testing commence. Chapter 53. Jiang Ruoxian's talent in the examination hall of Hongmeng Academy. As the testing commenced, the crowd buzzed with anticipation, eager for their turn. Guided by the 1,000 elders, the first group approached the heavenly star pillars. Impatiently, they placed their hands upon the pillars. However, only a few responded, illuminating 1 or 2 crystals at most. Those who failed to light up any crystals shook their heads in disappointment, leaving with their spirits downcast. The onlookers were left in disbelief. What? Hardly anyone was selected, and the highest illumination was merely 2 stars? Indeed, those accepted by Hongmeng Academy should possess extraordinary qualifications. It seems improbable that some without merit could gain entry. Quite so. Otherwise, after 10 epochs, the dean has yet to accept any disciples. Is it truly the case that within the vast expanse of that, there exists not a single prodigious talent? That is merely your perspective. Not only you, but even your lineage may struggle to comprehend the depths of among the legendary 9 sovereign powers, who would allow such extraordinary individuals to be nurtured by others. Furthermore, are you aware that beyond the sovereigns, there exist forces that transcend their dominion? Such powers would never relinquish their prodigies. They would cherish them as precious treasures, safeguarding them with utmost care. One by one, the listeners nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of the speaker's words. In the distance, Feng Haoran appeared contemplative. On the day he parted ways with Su Luoxian, he had heard her mention her intention to attend the academy. Given her exceptional aptitude, she should have been capable of illuminating the 9 stars upon the celestial pillar. Yet, why was this not the case? Could it be that she had ulterior motives for being here, rather than seeking to cultivate her abilities? Hence, she may be deliberately concealing her true potential. Feng Haoran recalled the previous time in the secret realm, where others remained oblivious to the heart of creation. Yet she was even aware of the collection of the magical incantations. This woman is indeed extraordinary. I am quite curious about your true intentions for this journey. Suddenly, a brilliant divine light emanated from the testing celestial pillar, signaling the activation of the 7 stars. Ha ha ha, splendid. At last, a prodigy of the 7 stars has emerged. Come now, wait aside. There will be a distribution of legacies conducted by the 5 halls of this emperor. The young man, now a disciple of the 7 stars, walked aside with an elated expression, his heart ablaze with excitement, feeling as if he were walking on air. Soon after, the 5 stars and 6 stars appeared in quick succession, with the masters of the 9 peaks nodding in approval. After countless batches had passed, it was finally Tianyu's turn. He strode forward confidently to the divine pillar of the heavens. Slowly, he extended his hand and pressed it upon the pillar, instantly illuminating a series of crystalline stones. Po Wanjun looked on in astonishment as the crystals on the celestial pillar began to rise. Then, with a thunderous roar, a blinding divine light erupted from the heavenly pillar. Whoosh! What? Could it be that he has ignited the 9 stars, thus causing this phenomenon? No, surely that cannot be. Aren't the 9 stars exceedingly rare? The radiance was so intense that it obscured all vision, leading those present to believe Tianyu had achieved the 9 stars. In the crowd, Tianhao strained his eyes against the dazzling light, attempting to discern the truth of Tianyu's star count. However, with his current cultivation level, he ultimately failed to pierce through the divine glow. Ha ha ha, this child belongs to me, Zhongli. You must not snatch him away. A boisterous laugh reverberated throughout the Wanling Academy, and then a figure appeared in the void. With a mere gesture, he suppressed the blinding light back into the celestial pillar. At that moment, the crowd finally opened their eyes, revealing that the celestial pillar bore the mark of the 8 stars. Suspended in the void was an elder, the source of the earlier laughter, who turned out to be one of the 5 supreme elders, Zhongli. This sight filled the disciples present with envy. What significance does the Holy Sun hold? Tianyu, await your reckoning. One day, I shall reclaim all that you have taken from me. Tianhao clenched his fists tightly, his nails piercing his flesh, crimson blood trickling through his fingers. Young man, would you consider becoming my disciple? As Tianyu turned, he cast a glance at Tianhao, a fleeting cold smile gracing his lips. Disciple Tianyu pays respects to the master. Ha ha ha, splendid. I shall take you back to the Supreme Palace at once. With a wave of his sleeve, he vanished with Tianyu. Among the 10 Holy Sun positions, 1 had now been filled, bringing the total to 7. With only 3 remaining, the excitement surged, quick to arrive and quick to depart, as the testing continued. Time passed, and another 1,000 ascended, among whom were Jiang Ruoxian and Tianhao. Haoran, I shall go and give it a try, Jiang Ruoxian declared, dashing forward. Although he was aware of his own constitution, he was eager to discover how many stars he could attain at the academy. At the celestial pillar, Tianhao was quite anxious, striving to calm his mind. In contrast, Jiang Ruoxian appeared nonchalant, effortlessly placing his palm upon the pillar. Buzz boom, a spectacle unfolded. As a powerful divine light shot into the sky, infused not only with the might of the Tao, but also brimming with vitality. Rumble, whoosh whoosh whoosh. This is the might of the Tao. How could this be? This child possesses the undying Tao body. Another holy sun is about to emerge? Ha ha. Today's recruitment of disciples is truly exhilarating. The supreme level undying Tao body indicates that the Wanling Academy is set for another ascension in this era. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in the void. They were the supreme elders of the academy. Among them were 2 women, radiating an aura even more formidable than Po Wanjun's. Buzz the 3 acted in unison, dispelling the pressure of the Tao, and then began to announce their names. We are the Palace of Questions, Lishan, and Beigong. Young man, we 3 are willing to accept you as our disciple. You may choose among us. Jiang Ruoxian scratched his head, momentarily perplexed, unsure of whom to select. Just as he was about to make his choice, a sword intent that shook the heavens erupted from the palace of the 5 supreme elders. Following that came an exceedingly domineering voice. This child is mine. A sword madman. 3 years ago, his disciple ventured to the heavenly sword palace for guidance, but was inadvertently slain by them, leading him to cease accepting disciples. Throughout these eras, the holy sun positions under his name have been granted to us. Why does he suddenly appear now? The sword madman, second only to the founder of the Wanling Academy in strength, has devoted himself to the study of swordsmanship. Years ago, he accepted a disciple, only to have them slain by those from the heavenly sword palace. Due to the conflicts among the younger generation, the academy was reticent to intervene. Unable to bear it, the sword madman single-handedly stormed the heavenly sword palace, annihilating 3 ninefold emperors and countless supreme beings. At that time, he was merely a ninefold emperor himself, and his purpose was to demonstrate that the academy's swordsmanship was not inferior to that of the heavenly sword palace. After settling the matter, he departed. Yet the ancestral figure of the heavenly sword palace emerged to demand an explanation. The 2 battled for several years without a victor, until the academy's president, Wang Daolin, intervened, leading to an unresolved conclusion. Since then, the sword madman had not taken in any disciples until today, when he finally made his appearance. This child is mine. Do you all consent? Buzz at that moment, a figure emerged before the 3 supreme elders. It was a young man, clad in a silky azure robe. silver hair cascading elegantly, exuding an ethereal presence. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes radiating supreme sword intent, causing the three women to feel a sense of trepidation. He, sword madman, you have not taken a disciple for several eras. Since you have set your sights on him, let him belong to you. Indeed, you have previously bestowed those positions upon us. Now that you have found someone worthy, we have no reason to contest. The three, Lishan, Beigong, and Wu Xian, uttered. Though they were reluctant, they had no choice but to concede due to his overwhelming power. The sword madman then shifted his gaze to Jiang Ruoxian. Do you wish to become my disciple? Jiang Ruoxian was already awestruck by the manner of his entrance, the imposing voice, formidable strength, and celestial demeanor. This was the very embodiment of the role he aspired to fulfill. When asked, he did not hesitate. Disciple Jiang Ruoxian pays respects to the master. Very well. Come with me to the Supreme Palace, and we shall proceed with the formalities of your apprenticeship. With a mere flick of his sleeve, he offered no opportunity for Jiang Ruoxian to speak, vanishing in an instant. The other three elders returned empty-handed, and after their departure, Tianhao's heart, which had just begun to settle, was once again stirred. Damn it! Why should he have four esteemed ones vying for him? I can do the same. Despite lacking the sacred body, Tianhao, firmly believing in himself, finally pressed his handprint upon the celestial star pillar. Buzz where he watched as the crystals illuminated one by one. The first three lit up quickly. However, upon reaching the fifth, they fluctuated erratically, igniting his fury. Ah, Senior, I humbly beseech you for assistance once more. In his heart, he continuously implored, and after a few breaths, the chaotic Emperor Lotus within him seemed to respond, sending forth a divine light that surged along his arm into the star pillar. Instantly, a radiant light emanated from the pillar, and at that moment, 7 crystals were illuminated. This spectacle left the other prodigies, yet to undergo their tests, in astonishment. Is this even possible? This must be a deception. It clearly halted at 5 stars. Yet upon his outburst, it astonishingly reached 7? Could it be that the star pillar is faulty? The prodigies harbored doubts regarding Tianhao's test. Yet Puan Jun merely smiled. Congratulations on lighting up 7 stars. You may enter the inner circle. For 7 stars? That suffices. I shall, by my own strength, gradually pull him down from his position as the Holy Sun. Thank you, Senior. He then stepped down from the testing platform. While below, Feng Haoran shook his head. Alas, this is the halo of the protagonist. However, the stronger you are, the more entertaining it becomes for me. Your Highness, it is your turn to take the stage. Xiao Yuning reminded him from beside him, and Feng Haoran turned to glance at her. Aren't you going to give it a try? Xiao Yuning resolutely shook her head. Your Highness, although the academy is formidable, with you by my side, Yuning desires for nothing. With your presence, Yuning has everything. Bang Feng Haoran gently tapped her head and chuckled, saying, you certainly excel at lounging even more than I do. However, you are indeed correct about one thing. With me around, everything is taken care of. As Feng Haoran spoke, he stepped onto the testing platform. While Xiao Yuning feigned pain by touching her head, her face alight with joy. Approaching the celestial star pillar, a sigh escaped Feng Haoran's lips. Let me assume this so-called Taoist identity. With this status, I can harvest the destiny. Having said that, he pressed his palm against it. In an astonishing turn of events, the 9 crystalline stones of the celestial star pillar began to rotate up and down like a revolving lantern. The legendary spectacle was one that even Puan Jun had never witnessed. How could this be? Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as Feng Haoran's star pillar shattered. The once resplendent pillar of divine light dimmed instantaneously, rendered utterly ineffective. What is happening? Surely, this cannot be blamed on me. Must I bear the cost? Feng Haoran, feigning terror, took several steps back as the imposing figure of Wan Jun swiftly approached his side. After scrutinizing the star pillar, he confirmed its malfunction and addressed Feng Haoran. This star pillar is indeed broken. We must replace it. Following the incident with Tianhao, those below deemed today's test to be rather haphazard. A mere shout could elevate the stars, and although the 9 stars illuminated, they fluctuated erratically. Upon hearing the words of the great Emperor Wan Jun, they collectively exhaled in relief. Ah, I knew it. It was broken all along. Was the previous one also faulty? A single shout elevated 2 stars. Could it be? Shouldn't we retest this? They sighed. Well, the Emperor hasn't spoken. Who are we to take the lead? Indeed. Feng Haoran approached another star pillar, placing his palm upon it once more. A resonant hum echoed, followed by a swift whoosh, and once again, the scene unfolded similarly to before, leaving everyone utterly astonished. One might understand if the first pillar had malfunctioned. After all, it had just been used. However, the recurrence of this phenomenon piqued their curiosity. With a thunderous crack, the sound of the star pillar shattering resounded again, prompting Puan Jun to hastily arrive. The Emperor stood there, momentarily transfixed by the sight of the star pillar, then glanced at Feng Haoran. In a bid to clarify the situation, he intended to ask Feng Haoran to attempt it once more, when a voice emanated from the Wuling Academy. No need for further trials. This young man's talent is beyond the star pillar's capacity to measure. Suddenly, An elderly man with hair as white as snow materialized in the void, his golden-patterned robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze. "Greetings, Dean." Upon the elder's arrival, Po Wanjun, along with the various peak masters and elders, promptly bowed in respect. "What? He is the Dean Wang Daolin of Wuling Academy? He seems less formidable than the Sword Emperor. You know nothing. Do you not comprehend the essence of returning to simplicity? Wang Daolin is a being who has ascended to the realm of the ancient emperor." "What? An ancient emperor?" The murmurs among the younger generation did not escape Wang Daolin, who remained unfazed, his grayish eyes fixed intently on Feng Haoran. In that moment, Feng Haoran sensed that this individual was exceptionally extraordinary. Were it not for the presence of the system and the Hongmeng pearl, he might have feared that everything about him was laid bare before this man. "Oh, my young friend, I did not expect you to visit Wuling Academy," Wang Daolin proclaimed with a hearty laugh, as if he were already acquainted with Feng Haoran. "You know me?" Feng Haoran inquired, but Wang Daolin sidestepped the question, posing one of his own. "My young friend, would you care to join my ranks and become a disciple of the academy? Are there any benefits?" Feng Haoran's words left the present youth astounded. As the esteemed head of the Wanling Academy, it was already a privilege for him to accept a disciple, yet he audaciously sought benefits in return. However, Wang Daolin's subsequent remarks sent the crowd into a frenzy. "Benefits? Well, everything I possess shall be yours. Does that seem agreeable? What on earth is happening in this world?" The illustrious head of Wanling Academy is actually attempting to curry favor with a young man. "Surely, I must have arrived in an improper manner. I must still be dreaming." The youths pinched themselves and rubbed their eyes, convinced they were in a reverie. Meanwhile, Etienne's discontent surged once more. Why should he receive the headmaster's acknowledgement? Why not me? No, this cannot be. I am the one who deserves the reverence of Wanling. Humph, just wait. You who have usurped the honors that rightfully belong to me, you shall pay. Just as the crowd held their breath, awaiting a response, Feng Haoran spoke. "Your idea seems rather appealing. In that case, let us return to the palace together. But do not forget to bring my maidservant along." Feng Haoran understood that Wang Daolin intended to take him away from this place. Having witnessed the events unfold before him, he quickly spoke up, fearing that Wang might overlook Xiao Yuning. Since entering the academy, Ying Yi had not followed them, remaining hidden in the void for protection. As an ancient sovereign, he believed that apart from a few individuals, no one in the academy could detect his presence. In the void, Wang Daolin, prompted by this realization, waved his sleeve, also taking Xiao Yuning with him. After their departure, the tests were set to continue, and now the academy's Daozi had appeared. Thus, what these individuals longed for were the coveted 2 slots for the position of the Holy Sun. The Wanling Academy Dao Palace was the residence of the unparalleled president, Wang Daolin. At this moment, he led Feng Haoran into the magnificent hall. Xiao Yuning, sensing that the two had matters to discuss, wisely chose to stay at the entrance of the grand hall. Inside, the curious Feng Haoran spoke first. "From what you just said, do you recognize me, your highness?" Wang Daolin, instead of taking his place upon a high seat, stood at the same level as Feng Haoran. With a serene expression, he gazed at Feng Haoran and chuckled softly. "Ah, when you were born, phenomena erupted, shaking the entire wasteland of the 6 domains. How could I not recognize you? You know me?" Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran took a few cautious steps back, prompting a laugh from Wang Daolin. "There's no need to be tense. I mean you no harm. On the contrary, I shall devote all my efforts to assist you in your growth." "Assist me? Hee. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Speak, what do you require?" Wang Daolin remained silent for a while before releasing a long sigh. "Do you know what a forbidden body is?" "I do, a physique that even the heavens fear. Indeed, the universe is governed by the great Tao, while the will of the Tao enforces its rules. Although it cannot embody the great Tao, it merely upholds its will in operation. When the wasteland was established, the will was incomplete, leading to the birth of beings whose roots were extremely defiant. They cultivated at an astonishing pace, and during that time, emperors were as common as dogs, and ancient emperors roamed freely. Even the heavenly emperor was numerous. Such a grand era made the great Tao wary, fearing that beings might escape its control, and it sought every means to incite self-destruction among them. At that time, a great war loomed, and the wasteland was filled with suffering. Regardless of race or roots, countless beings perished. Although the fall of these beings brought some relief to the great Tao, it was short-lived. Suddenly, one day, a colossal hand tore through the spatial barrier, bringing a race of formidable strength into the wasteland universe. This race's power evoked a sense of danger in the great Tao, prompting it to incite the beings of the wasteland to expel the newcomers. However, after several battles, only 9 races of the originally born defiant beings remained. The great Tao feared that if this continued, its wasteland universe would revert to its primordial state. Consequently, it devised a plan to introduce several races of equal strength to counterbalance the newcomers. Yet, the 4 races that migrated and possessed no memories of their past. To clarify this matter, the great Tao descended upon the wasteland, only to discover that the will birthed from the wasteland universe had already attained wisdom, intending to trap the great Tao within. Upon entry, he found himself at the level of the celestial sovereign, and in his panic, he realized he had fallen into a trap. He attempted to flee, but it was too late, for the wise will had altered the rules of the wasteland universe. To prevent the great Tao from escaping, the intelligent spatial will deceive the heavenly emperor into a different space. It then withdrew its control over the wasteland and separated a lower will to govern it. Because the lower will lacked complete rules, it could not contain the heavenly emperor. The 9 heavenly emperors of your Feng clan ultimately utilized powerful spatial rules to escape. Thus, the wasteland universe was devoid of the heavenly emperor. However, not long after several epochs, the usurped will of the great Tao began to stir trouble again, falsely claiming that the path to becoming a heavenly emperor had emerged, and that one could attain it by treading upon it. At that time, all ancient emperors in the wasteland universe rushed to it, but only the 5 great taboos permitted their vassal ancient emperors to proceed. Therefore, in the entire wasteland, only the Hongmeng Academy and the forbidden races possessed ancient emperors. Of course, whether any rulers emerged in the epochs that followed remains uncertain. As Wang Daolin reached this point, he paused, and Feng Haoran began to piece together the implications. So, you are the usurped great Tao? Indeed. If that is the case, your willingness to assist in my growth is to empower me to eradicate the current great Tao, allowing you to reclaim dominion over this space. Wang Daolin's expression grew complex upon hearing this. What would it mean to reclaim dominion? In my past, I was overly radical. Fearing that the beings birthed from the space I created might surpass me, I constantly suppressed them. Yet, ultimately, I was still usurped by the will. Now, all I desire is to escape this space, for it is a humiliation. I had nearly given up on this thought until your birth 16 years ago reignited my hope. You have shared much, but how does it relate to my forbidden body? It certainly does. The term forbidden body is merely a label within the cosmos. Know this. In the chaos beyond the universe, it is referred to as the heavenly taboo body, a physique that even the chaos fears cannot be restrained by a single universe. Thus, your rise is inevitable, and you shall be the catalyst for upheaval across the heavens, a force that rises against the tide. The current wasteland universe has languished in darkness for so long. If the present great Tao has not yet restored its will, then beings from the 3,000 universes will inevitably come to consume this universe. Should that occur, all beings in this space will be enslaved. Feng Haoran found himself in agreement with Wang Daolin's words. After all, in the world of cultivators, it is the law of the jungle. If one remains stagnant, one will inevitably be devoured. Little did they know that someone was already scheming for this universe. Oh, by the way, just as Feng Haoran was lost in thought, Wang Daolin suddenly recalled something. The Xuanji Pavilion was established by the will of the great Tao. It was meant to cultivate fate for him to utilize. Previously, Feng Haoran had heard Tian Kuei speak of the Xuanji Pavilion, thinking it would be an asset to himself. Now it seemed that the wasteland universe was far more intricate than he had imagined. However, one thing was certain. His ancestor must have been a formidable being within the chaos. The future of the wasteland would not affect the Feng clan. Since he sought to cultivate fate, this sovereign would eliminate the destined ones one by one, even uprooting the Xuanji Pavilion entirely. Thus, do you wish to become my disciple? Wang Daolin's words left Feng Haoran in a state of astonishment. Are you aware of the origins of my esteemed Feng clan? I do not know. Yet it is clear that one must surpass my former self to enter this universe without my consent, knowing that you transcend my existence. How dare you take me as your disciple? Do you not fear the wrath of my ancestors? Wang Daolin pondered for a moment before finally responding. I cannot predict your future, but in your present state, you require my assistance. I can swiftly aid you in becoming the celestial emperor, or even transcending beyond. Feng Haoran was nearly amused to the point of laughter by the old man before him. How could he be reduced to a mere stock? In truth, I did not come to Hongmeng Academy to seek a master. If I desired a mentor, would not the ancestors of the Feng clan be far more formidable than you are at present? Nonetheless, I consent to all your propositions, save for the matter of apprenticeship. This includes vanquishing the fated and even compelling the current Tao to kneel before you, allowing you full discretion over its fate. Hearing Feng Haoran's agreement to all matters except for apprenticeship left a somewhat bitter taste in his heart. Yet, to force the issue would likely yield counterproductive results. And after a moment's contemplation, he resolved to let it go. Very well. However, the identity of the Daozi shall remain yours. You shall henceforth cultivate within this Tao Palace. Should you require anything, feel free to consult me. All resources of Hongmeng Academy are at your disposal. Upon hearing these words, Feng Haoran found the old man rather agreeable, evidently having gained profound insights over the years. Consequently, he decided not to dwell on the matter of joining further. Oh, by the way, what manner of existence is the Tao? Tao, the sovereign path, often leads one to reminisce about the past. The Tao is, in fact, a living entity. Its will merely governing the fabric of space. Unfortunately, my will has birthed a consciousness of its own, which has led to my current predicament. Feng Haoran, on the other hand, believes that the present is far better. Had he been in charge, he might not have arrived in this realm. Do you possess any understanding of chaos? Furthermore, at that time, what level of cultivation did you possess to create this space? Feng Haoran's words elicited a self-deprecating smile from Wang Daolin. Ah, chaos. In truth, I am a being born beyond its confines. The reason for my endeavor to create the universe was to utilize space as a means to elevate my cultivation before entering chaos. As for my cultivation, it merely pertains to a transcendent realm. I am unaware of what lies beyond. Had I not engaged in reckless actions in the past, I might have already entered chaos by now. But who can say? What if you were to perish in chaos? Perhaps that would be for the best. Wang Daolin turned to Feng Haoran, a smile gracing his face. Heh, you little rascal, how can you curse someone to death while attempting to offer comfort? Oh, consider it a penance for your past transgressions. Would that not lighten your heart? Penance. Indeed, I have harmed so many beings in the past, and now I find myself among them. Perhaps it confirms the saying, the cycle of heaven's justice is relentless. Who can escape its grasp? With that, he strode out of the great hall, leaving Feng Haoran to gaze at his departing figure, feeling a pang of pity. Ah, yes, the cycle of heaven's justice is relentless. Who can escape? Truly, the pitiful must possess some despicable qualities. Chapter 57. It is time to confront the little antagonist in the Tianhong domain, Yuzhou Pingtiangu. Within the Shengwu dynasty's royal palace, several maidens and a few eunuchs gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Have you heard? The prince, Yi Chun, has perished. What? How is that possible? The prince's talents are extraordinary. None of the other princes can match him. How could he possibly fall? Ah, but that is merely within our Shengwu dynasty. The outside world is vast, teeming with prodigies. It is entirely normal for one to be slain. What a pity. Once ridiculed for his lack of talent. Who would have thought that now? Indeed, it seems the competition among the princes is set to commence once more. As they lamented, a figure materialized in the void above the Shengwu dynasty, revealing a bloodthirsty visage as he surveyed the sprawling palace below. Since the master has commanded that none remain, to save time, let this group of ants accompany the Yi family into oblivion. Consider it an act of kindness, allowing them to serve the Yi family below. Just as he prepared to strike, the immense imperial aura failed to detect the presence of the royal sovereign, Yi Shengwu. He then overheard the maiden's idle chatter, learning of the sovereign's whereabouts. Ah, I must make a trip to the Yutian divine dynasty as well. You may depart for now, as your sovereign shall arrive shortly. With a hum, an overwhelming imperial might enveloped the void, transforming the once clear sky into an ominous darkness. The powerful ancestors of the Yi family sensed the disturbance and swiftly gathered several figures to confront the void. Who dares to wreak havoc in our Shengwu dynasty? Humph. Merely a few insignificant ants are unworthy of knowing my identity. Begone. Instantly, a colossal blood-red handprint manifested in the void, racing toward the Yi family ancestors. Witnessing such a terrifying assault, they hastily banded together to resist. In a resounding clash, the meager strength of the half-emperors was obliterated before the blood-red handprint. Akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, the blood-red imprint surged downward, causing the space to shatter under the tremendous pressure. The inhabitants of the palace, witnessing such power descending upon them, were gripped by terror, their faces paling. The residents of the royal city began to tremble, struck dumb by the spectacle. Then, with a thunderous boom, a massive mushroom cloud erupted, flames erupting, and even the royal city was caught in the aftermath. The figure in the void, having confirmed there were no survivors, tore through space and departed. The Shengwu dynasty was thus annihilated, and the Yi family's ruling ministers were poised to ignite a fierce struggle for power. In the Congling domain, the recruitment at the Wanling Academy has now concluded successfully. In this session, the position of Daozi, vacant for 10 epochs, has finally been filled. As time swiftly passed, 3 months had elapsed. Within the Dao Palace stood an opulent hall known as the Daozi Palace, prepared by Wang Daolin for Feng Haoran. Now, they could be considered confidants. Feng Haoran, seated within the elegant confines of a pavilion, was unperturbed by the matter of harvesting destiny within the academy. As he savored the Dao tea bestowed upon him by the system, his gaze wandered to the cascading waterfall in the distance, while Xiao Yuning quietly awaited beside him. Suddenly, a figure materialized behind Feng Haoran. Heh, you little rascal seem quite at ease. Presently, the new students of the academy are filled with curiosity about you, the chosen one. They wish to witness firsthand what makes you so extraordinary, and are contemplating ways to challenge you. Feng Haoran, without turning his head, poured a cup of enlightenment tea for the empty seat beside him. A group of attention seekers, unworthy of his consideration. Come, indulge in this, my former peer in the Dao, and assess the quality of this enlightenment tea. The one who approached was none other than Dean Wang Daolin, who took a seat at the vacant chair. He lifted the cup of enlightenment tea, inhaled its aroma, and then took a sip. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment, as if savoring an exquisite flavor, and he promptly drained the remaining tea in one gulp. Such a remarkable enlightenment tea, if one lacked the imperial realm, could likely cause an explosion with just a single drop. Could it be that you have attained the imperial realm? Why must my enjoyment of tea be entwined with your cultivation level? Feng Haoran disregarded Wang Daolin's astonished gaze, pouring himself tea with nonchalance. a sovereign of merely 16 years of bone age. Even though I was once the great Tao, such a phenomenon is unheard of. It is no wonder you now dare to overlook the prodigies of the academy. With your current prowess, even several of the hall masters may not be your match. Why such exaggerated astonishment? You are, after all, a former great Tao. One must learn to master one's emotions. Were it not for the harmony between your bone age and divine soul, I might suspect you had been usurped by a formidable entity. Feng Haoran smiled gently, choosing silence as he continued to savor the enlightenment tea. Wang Daolin once again raised his cup to his lips, then sighed deeply. Alas, although this tea is of exceptional quality, it is of no use to me at present. If only the rules could be completed, I could ascend to the position of the Heavenly Emperor instantly. Oh, so it seems your cultivation is on par with several ancestors of my esteemed family? In response to Feng Haoran's words, Wang Daolin shook his head. While our cultivation levels may be comparable, I have previously sensed the spatial power of the Feng clan, and it may not be easily overcome. This was precisely why I harbored such trepidation towards the Feng clan in the past. It is evident that their standing within the chaos is quite elevated. Yet, what perplexes me is why such a formidable race would choose to forcibly descend into this lowly universe. What purpose do they seek here? With such energy, it would be wiser to discuss matters of destiny. Feng Haoran's words left Wang Daolin momentarily stunned. Have you discovered something? Indeed. The discarded scion of the Chongqing Yi clan has now arrived at the academy. Observing his fate wheel, it was destined for an early demise. Yet he persists in life until now. Even his future trajectory eludes my calculations. Furthermore, in these past few months, the Xuanji Pavilion has arranged for a successor to come to the academy, and this individual has already entered. It is only a matter of time before an encounter occurs. Oh, at this moment, Feng Haoran finally became intrigued. He set down the teacup in his hand and fixed his gaze upon Wang Daolin beside him. It seems that the Xuanji Pavilion is not as formidable as it appears. Not long ago, I personally vanquished a being of destiny. Do not underestimate the Xuanji Pavilion. They are indeed a creation of the Tao. Not only are their skills in divination exceptional, but their power is also astonishingly formidable. As he spoke, Wang Daolin gestured with his hand, causing an ancient spatial ring to hover in his palm. I had intended to hold a disciple ceremony for you, but if you are disinclined, then so be it. However, the various peaks and the 5 halls, along with the elders, have sent some treasures over. I am aware that your Feng clan does not lack such items, yet when facing destiny, these artifacts may prove useful. Feng Haoran extended his hand, and an ancient ring soared into his grasp. Upon peering within, he discovered a few imperial treasures among an array of sacred items. He chuckled, remarking that while these would constitute a vast fortune for the destined ones, to him, they were merely a heap of refuse. Yuning, take a look and see if there's anything you require. Take a few pieces and send the rest to Yuko and the others. Understood. Beside him, Xiao Yuning accepted the spatial ring, while Wang Daolin, unsurprised, understood the power of the Feng clan better than anyone else. It was not just a handful of rare celestial treasures. It was likely that many chaotic treasures lay within their possession. Wang Daolin had come for 2 purposes, to deliver treasures and to inform Feng Haoran of the destined matter. With those tasks accomplished, he rose to depart but paused, recalling an important detail. Although the academy permits other disciples to bring only 1 attendant, you are an exception. That ancient emperor lingering in the void must be here to protect you. I sense his intent for slaughter. In the wild heavens, only the Ying clan, whom I brought here, possesses such capability. Years ago, to restrain the Feng clan, I exerted immense effort to locate the 4 great rule clans. Unexpectedly, one became a family allied with the Feng clan, while the other was turned into a death warrior. Your clan's strength is indeed formidable. He continued, henceforth, do not allow him to remain concealed. Let him be in plain sight. This includes Tian Kuei, who has visited several times over the past few months. He is a man of unparalleled wisdom and can contend with the Xuanji Pavilion by your side. Having spoken, without awaiting Feng Haoran's reply, he departed. Once he vanished, Feng Haoran slowly rose, a smile gracing his features. Indeed, as expected of the former Tao Lord, so well-versed in all matters of the Myriad Spirits Academy. Ingyi, he called, and instantly, Ingyi appeared. Inform Tian Kuei that he need not run back and forth. He shall remain by my side henceforth. Also, take those treasures from Yuning to Yuko and instruct them to stand by. Understood. At Feng Haoran's behest, Xiao Yuning selected a few necessary items and handed the spatial ring to Ingyi. It's time I met that little antagonist. With a wave of his sleeve, a beastly roar resonated. Roar. Baize's figure hovered outside the pavilion as Feng Haoran descended gracefully, transforming into a streak of white light that shot toward the heavens, with Xiao Yuning hastily following suit. Chapter 58, revealing Yi Tianhao's destiny in the Grand Hall of the Myriad Spirits Academy, within the esteemed Elder Zhong Li's imperial palace. Sat a youthful figure, his eyes narrowed as he listened to the reports from below. Upon hearing the name Yi Tianhao, he suddenly froze. Are you saying that besides the granddaughter of the Li Mountain's supreme elder, there is an unknown woman of power by his side? Yes, young master. That woman is exceedingly beautiful, and judging by her attire, she seems to be a disciple of a major power. The speaker was Yi Jingfei, who had previously quarreled with Yi Tianhao. He had entered the academy as a direct disciple of one of the 5 great hall masters due to his innate divine physique. Now, he had come to report recent happenings within the academy to Yi Tianyu, the Holy Son. Yi Tianyu, seated at a high position, wore a contemplative expression, muttering softly. I never expected his sacred body to be extracted, yet he still possesses the qualifications of a 7-star talent. Moreover, the granddaughter of the Li Mountain's supreme elder has taken a liking to him, and now a mysterious woman has appeared. Has he encountered some extraordinary fortune? As he pondered, a sudden voice echoed from outside the hall. His fortune is truly remarkable. The unexpected voice startled Yi Tianyu, who shot up in anger, glaring at the entrance. Who dares to intrude upon my holy son's hall without announcement? At that moment, an exceptionally handsome young man entered, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman. They ignored the gazes of the two within the hall and found a place to sit. How audacious you are to disregard etiquette. Did the Holy Son invite you to take a seat? The intruders were Feng Haoran and his maid Xiao Yuning, who paid no heed to Yi Jingfei's furious outburst. Yi Jingfei's distinctively fierce eyes quickly dulled, and he glared. Buzz. Whoosh. Bang. Yi Jingfei was sent flying, crashing into a massive pillar, blood spewing forth. Clutching his chest, he glared menacingly at Feng Haoran, seething, You seek death. Enough. A sharp admonition from Yi Tianyu halted Yi Jingfei's actions. He slowly rose, scrutinizing Feng Haoran and Xiao Yuning. Your arrival without prior notice to the Holy Son's hall suggests that you are that Daozi? What Daozi? Yi Jingfei's fury turned into shock upon learning of Feng Haoran's status as the Academy's Daozi. Yi Tianyu's speculation made Feng Haoran regard him with newfound respect. Who said that antagonists lacked intelligence? With a smile, he languidly replied, Indeed, you possess a modicum of wit, unlike your companion here. His strength is lacking, yet he is so impulsive. Such recklessness could easily cost him his life. Despite Feng Haoran's derision, Yi Jingfei, now aware of his identity, dared not utter another word. Yi Tianyu, now fixated on Feng Haoran, realized he knew nothing about this Daozi. Might I inquire why you have come to my holy son's hall today? It seems we are not well acquainted. Though he addressed him as Daozi, there was no trace of respect on his face. I have heard that your Chongqing Yi clan had an internal conflict years ago, where your uncle extracted his nephew's sacred body for his own son. Are you here to seek revenge for Yi Tianhao? Before Feng Haoran could finish, Yi Tianyu's expression darkened, as if he were ready to strike at any moment. No, he does not possess the qualifications to provoke me. I have come to offer my assistance. Do you not wish to eliminate Yi Tianhao? I can help you. Without my aid, you will find it impossible to vanquish him. Instead, you may very well be slain by him, and your entire Chongqing Yi clan could face annihilation. Uft. Yi Tianyu scoffed at Feng Haoran's words. A useless person like you does not even warrant my attention, much less now that he has lost his sacred body. Even if his ancient sacred body were intact, it would be child's play for me to extinguish him. Feng Haoran did not rush to respond. Instead, he took a moment to brew a cup of enlightenment tea for himself. After casting a sidelong glance at Yi Tianyu, he began to speak slowly. As the original bearer of the ancient sacred body, despite having his sacred physique extracted, his innate talent still reached 7 stars. Do you not find that suspicious? To my knowledge, the members of the Xuanji Pavilion have emerged, prepared to wholeheartedly assist him. This Xuanji Pavilion, which has remained hidden for several epochs, is now willing to support a so-called waste devoid of a sacred body. Do you not wish to uncover the reasons behind this? What? The Xuanji Pavilion? The very same immortal force that comprehends the past and present and stands alongside the rulers? What do you think? Is there another Xuanji Pavilion amidst the desolate heavens? Upon receiving confirmation, Yi Tianyu fell back onto his throne in shock, his expression frozen in disbelief. No, it cannot be. How could he possibly gain the recognition of the Xuanji Pavilion? It is said that the Xuanji Pavilion only emerges for the fated ones. What merit does he? A mere waste, possessed to receive their aid? You have mentioned it yourself. The Xuanji Pavilion emerges solely for the fated. If they are willing to be by his side, does that imply you are suggesting that Yi Tianhao is the fated one? Feng Haoran's words were once again interrupted, yet he remained unperturbed, slowly rising to his feet and emitting a soft chuckle. Reflecting on the past, he mused on how he was able to survive the extraction of his innate sacred body, even managing to cultivate and thrive. What could be the reason for this? Had it been anyone else, they would have long since become nothing more than a memory, yet he continued to live quite well. Now, having spoken thus, I shall take my leave. The rest is for you to contemplate. As Feng Haoran's voice faded, he began to stride towards the grand hall's exit, only to suddenly halt his steps. If you do not believe me, you may rely on the strength of your clan and the holy son of the academy to see if you can slay him. Of course, should you require assistance, you are welcome to come to my Daozi palace at any time. Having achieved his objective, Feng Haoran did not linger and exited the hall. At this moment, the Holy Son's hall was left with only Yi Tianyu and Yi Jingfei. Noticing Feng Haoran's departure, The latter cautiously inquired of the one seated at the elevated position. Young master, is what he said true? Is that waste, Yi Tianhao, truly the fated one? At this juncture, Yi Tianyu reflected on the events since his father had extracted the holy body for him. Despite the family's numerous attempts, they had failed to eliminate Yi Tianhao. For at every critical moment, someone had intervened to save him. Even in the ancestral land, when Yi Tianhao was in a state of unconsciousness, a powerful force had whisked him away from the Yi clan. The more he pondered, the more fear enveloped Yi Tianyu. For within the eternal records of the evergreen Yi clan, there existed accounts of the fated ones, beings whose destinies defied the heavens and who could attract talented individuals to aid and protect them. Although he had already convinced himself of a 90% certainty regarding Feng Haoran's claims, he still wished to test it once more. Jingfei, inform my father to mobilize several immortal holy kings from the clan to lay in ambush outside the academy. When that waste ventures out, notify me immediately. I shall see for myself whether he truly possesses the so-called destiny. Yi Jingfei hurriedly complied and departed from the Holy Sun's hall. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyu squinted his eyes, casting a sinister glare towards the direction outside the hall. Let me see just what abilities you, the so-called fated one, truly possess. In the grand hall of the Wanling Academy, the foremost among the 5 hall masters, the Taicang Hall, a luxurious and elegant separate courtyard surrounded by mountains and waters housed 2 individuals seated at a round stone table. Among them, a woman of extraordinary beauty captivated the eye. Clad in a red-sleeved white gauze dress, her exposed shoulders accentuated her serene elegance, resembling a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, breathtakingly exquisite. Her frosty visage was akin to an iced lotus, while her bright eyes sparkled like emeralds, leaving an indelible impression. This woman was Feng Qingwu, the inheritor of the Xuanji Pavilion. The other was a young man dressed in white, his hair gathered into a ponytail, adorned with a silver-crowned feather atop his head, and 2 strands of hair falling elegantly across his forehead, revealing a handsome countenance. This individual was Yi Tianhao. As he faced the enchanting Feng Qingwu, admiration and reverence surged within him, yet he maintained an air of composure, too timid to gaze directly at her beauty. Miss Qingwu, you mentioned that your master sent you to find me, to assist me in becoming the supreme of the wild heavens? Indeed, young mastery. With the great era upon us, prodigies are emerging one after another. My master has foreseen the descent of the taboo celestial body. Those who bear it will usher calamity upon this universe. Whether they are peerless geniuses or ordinary mortals, they shall become mere stepping stones beneath his feet. Where he treads, the ground shall be littered with corpses and bones. Yet, the great Tao is compassionate and has granted a sliver of opportunity to the wild heavens and all beings. That opportunity is you, for you inherit destiny and are sheltered by the will of the Tao. Only by your growth can you stand against him. Therefore, to ensure you do not perish halfway, I shall wholeheartedly assist you henceforth. Feng Qingwu's graceful demeanor and melodious voice were as soothing as a spring breeze. However, her words rendered Yi Tianhao incredulous. For in his understanding, if he were indeed the fated one, why must he endure such inhuman suffering? Had he not encountered the divine lotus in the Yi clan's territory, he would have long perished. Seemingly perceiving his thoughts, Feng Qingwu continued. I am aware of your past trials. The pain of having your holy body extracted is indeed beyond what ordinary beings can bear. But have you considered that if an ordinary person were to have their holy body taken, they would not survive? This is a test from the Tao. Those who aspire to achieve greatness must first endure hardship. Look at you now. Through various fortuities, you have achieved a measure of success, have you not? Yi Tianhao was somewhat persuaded by Feng Qingwu's words. He was unaware that before him, another fated one had appeared, only to fall before the assessment of the Xuanji Pavilion. Reflecting on the years spent honing his skills, he realized he had indeed reaped numerous benefits. Even when purchasing a weapon from a vendor, he had acquired a long-buried imperial artifact. Now, with the knowledge that he was destined and with the support of the Xuanji Pavilion, was it not possible to exact revenge for the extraction of his holy body sooner rather than later? Miss Qingwu, if I am indeed the fated one, what must I do now? You need only to focus on your cultivation and hone your true self. There is no need for any deliberate actions. When the time is right, even the grievances of the Yi clan will see the Xuanji Pavilion intervening on your behalf. Feng Qingwu's words allowed Yi Tianhao to accept the reality of being the fated one. Brother Tianhao, at that moment, a melodious female voice resonated from outside the courtyard. Yi Tianhao, recognizing the voice, exchanged an awkward glance with Feng Qingwu. The latter responded with a sweet smile, saying softly, no need for concern. I am now a registered disciple of the master of the Ask Immortal sect, hence I can enter the Wanling Academy freely. Hearing that she was also a disciple of the academy put Yi Tianhao at ease as a young woman entered the courtyard. This was Li Qianquan, who originally wore an expression of joy, but upon seeing the breathtakingly beautiful Feng Qingwu, her smile vanished instantly. Tianhao, who is she? Qianquan, allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Qingwu, the registered disciple of the master of the Ask Immortal sect. Miss Qingwu, this is my friend Qianquan, the granddaughter of the Taishang of Lishan. Feng Qingwu greeted Li Qianquan courteously. Miss Li, a disciple of the master of the Ask Immortal sect? Why have I not heard of her? Li Qianxuan regarded Feng Qinwu with a hint of hostility, yet the latter remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. I have only recently become my master's disciple, so of course. Miss Qianxuan would not have known. Qianxuan, did you come to find me for something? Tianhao, sensing the unfriendly demeanor of Li Qianxuan, hastily shifted the topic to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Ah, I almost forgot the important matter. Brother Tianhao, I came to invite you to the Academy's martial arts arena. I heard that the personal disciples of the 5 great halls and the holy sons and daughters of the Taishang Palace have issued challenges to the Daozi whom they have yet to meet. As the personal disciple of the Emperor Wanjun, were you not invited to join them? Mentioning the Daozi brought back memories of the day of the assessment, when the headmaster had personally appeared to take away the young man who had damaged 2 celestial pillars. At that time, he had felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Yet now, as the fated one, a surge of pride filled him. As a being of destiny, it was only right that he should seek to understand the prowess of these prodigies. Since they are going, I cannot afford to appear too conspicuous. Let us go together and have a look. As Tianhao spoke, his gaze turned toward Feng Qinwu. As a pioneer of exceptional talent, she initially had no intention of involving herself in the disputes of the younger generation. However, her current mission was to safeguard the growth of the destined ones. Reflecting on this, Feng Qinwu smiled and nodded. Then let us go and observe. Upon her agreement, an inexplicable joy surged within Tianhao. Let us proceed. Chapter 60. The arrogant and dominant Feng Haoran at the Wuling Academy, a vast martial arena was already filled with disciples. The excitement among them was palpable. For the prominent disciples and the holy sons had issued challenges to the Daozi. The Daozi, who had not been seen since the academy head took him away, was finally to be witnessed. Feng Haoran, having emerged from the Taicang Hall, initially planned to return directly to the Dao Palace. However, as he passed the academy's martial arena, he heard the raucous shouts of various holy sons and disciples. Although he had no desire to engage with them, their incessant barking was indeed irksome, prompting him to resolve the matter quite casually. In the center of the arena sat an exceptionally noble imperial chair, upon which rested Feng Haoran, lounging lazily. One hand supported his forehead, adopting a posture of feigned slumber, while Xiao Yuning stood behind him. The throng of newly initiated disciples below gazed at Feng Haoran in the arena, erupting into a fervor. Wow, is this the Daozi? Truly extraordinary. Indeed, look at his demeanor. He faces the challenges of all the holy sons and disciples without a trace of fear. He remains unperturbed even when faced with imminent danger. A true idol in my eyes. What lineage does this young man hail from to possess such grandeur? His appearance and elegance are reminiscent of the legendary saying, like a jade among men, unmatched in the world. To witness such a remarkable figure in my lifetime, I have no regrets. Oh, my heart. It beats so fiercely, as though enchanted by some unseen force. I am utterly smitten. Why is his attendant not a swan? Even if I am drained nightly, I would gladly endure it. A throng of infatuated maidens, captivated by Feng Haoran's appearance, surged with uncontrollable excitement. Suddenly, dozens of figures descended from the void, landing in the arena with a resounding thud. They were the personal disciples of the 5 great hall masters. Leading them was a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, clad in white attire. He stepped forward and shouted at Feng Haoran, "Are you the Daozi, personally brought back by the academy head and bestowed with the title that has not been seen for a millennium?" Feng Haoran, feigning slumber, slightly opened his eyes and surveyed the group from a distance. Among them, he did not spot Tianhao but recognized a familiar figure. He then uttered a seemingly soft voice that nonetheless reached the ears of the dozen disciples. "Are you planning to join them? If I intervene, they shall rest for a year or 2. You should consider this." The familiar figure among the crowd was Long Shixiang of the Dragon Elephant Empire. Initially, he was unaware of the Daozi's identity, driven by an inherent desire for battle due to his innate combat physique. Upon seeing his fellow disciples arrive, he could hardly contain himself. Yet, upon realizing it was Feng Haoran before him, he began to waver. Feng Haoran's words, however, drew ire from others. Though the academy head has conferred upon you the title of Daozi, your qualifications and strength are yet to be proven. Do you not fear the consequences of your arrogance when faced with numerous disciples? Indeed, even if the academy head claims your talent is extraordinary, strength is what truly matters. And the outcome remains uncertain. I have encountered many arrogant individuals, yet this academy values strength above all. Who shall rest on a bed of recovery remains to be seen. Long Shixiang, although aware through Su Luoxian that Feng Haoran's identity was formidable, was still uncertain of his actual strength. Driven by an insatiable thirst for battle, especially against those stronger than himself, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Even if I cannot defeat you, I, Long Shixiang, must still challenge you. Only then can I enhance my combat prowess. We are the radiant sun in the sky. How can we not fight? Just as Long Shixiang finished speaking, a voice resonated from the void, followed by the appearance of 3 figures in the arena. With a loud crash, as the divine light dissipated, it revealed Tianhao, Feng Qinwu, and Li Qianxuan. The crowd gasped in astonishment at Tianhao's arrival, flanked by 2 stunning beauties. Who is this? He brings along 2 such exquisite women. Indeed, how can such extraordinary beauties choose to stay by the side of such an ordinary person? What have we done wrong? Regarding looks, well, He does possess a modicum of charm. However, that hardly alleviates my feelings of dissatisfaction. Look at the Daozi, exuding such grace. His status is so elevated. And he has only one lovely companion. Yet this man is two. He must not be an ordinary son, especially that woman in the white veil. So cold and stunning, how could she possibly be drawn to him? The appearance of Feng Qingwu and Li Qianxuan once again set the scene ablaze. Yet, while their beauty left the crowd in awe, they maintained an air of calmness before Feng Haoran, as if unperturbed by the commotion. At this moment, Feng Haoran slowly rose from the imperial throne, casting a cold gaze upon them, dismissing Yi Tianhao's words with a scoff. Heh, the radiant sun? You truly have a talent for self-aggrandizement. If you consider yourselves the sun, then I am the master of all creation. I summon you forth. You shine as the sun. But if I choose otherwise, you shall remain in the endless darkness. Such domineering declarations could only emanate from Feng Haoran, whose imposing aura rendered the crowd momentarily speechless. Upon her arrival, Feng Qingwu felt an unmistakable depth to Feng Haoran, as the air of the Xuanji pavilion. She sensed he was the true destined one capable of challenging all. Since her entrance, her gaze had never strayed from him. Witnessing this, Yi Tianhao felt a twinge of jealousy and anger. He stepped forward, blocking Feng Qingwu's line of sight, and addressed Feng Haoran. Anyone can speak pretty words. Now that you have accepted the challenge, do not indulge in idle boasts. Indeed, since you hold me in such low regard, for the honor of the 5 great halls, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. As Yi Tianhao concluded his statement, a fellow disciple of the sect emerged, and with a sudden tremor beneath his feet, he launched himself into the air, unleashing an assault towards Feng Haoran. Buzz, whoosh. Upon witnessing this, Feng Haoran's lips curled into a cold smile. A mere insect. How can it possibly shake the heavens? With that, he slowly extended one hand from behind his back, allowing his voluminous sleeves to envelop his arm. The onlookers held their breath, eager to witness how Feng Haoran, as a disciple of the Tao, would respond to this onslaught. However, what followed left them utterly dumbfounded. Feng Haoran's seemingly gentle palm erupted with a terrifying surge of blue energy. Buzz, whoosh, he then casually flicked his hand, and the azure divine light traced an arc through the void. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the disciple's palm, resulting in a thunderous boom. Crack, ah. The resounding clash echoed throughout the training ground, followed by the sickening sound of bones fracturing and a cry of anguish. The disciple was sent hurtling away, crashing to the ground in a state of utter defeat. Thud, the arena fell into a profound silence. This outcome was entirely unexpected. The disciple possessed the strength of a fifth-order celestial king, yet was effortlessly struck down by a single blow, rendered incapacitated. What? Is this the power of the Tao's disciple? He managed to injure a fifth-order celestial king with a mere flick of his hand. Such terrifying strength. And he appears so young, how can he wield such power? This must be a trick. Could it be that this disciple is merely acting? Before Yi Tianhao and the others could fully comprehend the situation, Feng Haoran's voice rang out once more. It is not that I look down upon you. Before me, you were even less than refuse. The reason I accepted your challenge was to seek peace, to avoid your incessant barking outside the Tao Palace. To save time. Let all of you disciples come at once. Chapter 61. The might of the primordial heavy eyes. Such provocative words ignited the spirits of the disciples. Meanwhile, Yi Tianhao had already positioned himself as the leader of this group. Clenching his fist and furrowing his brow, he prepared to step forward to engage Feng Haoran. However, Li Qianxuan grasped his arm. Brother Tianhao, he is formidable. Do not act impulsively. Yi Tianhao turned to her with a reassuring smile. Qianxuan, do not worry. I will be fine. After gently pushing her aside, he boldly proclaimed to Feng Haoran, it suffices for me, Yi Tianhao, to defeat you alone. Whoosh, no sooner had he spoken than he surged forward. In the void, he concentrated his strength into a single punch, causing the air to resonate with a thunderous roar. Roar of the 8 desolations. His voice boomed with the authority of a king, resonating throughout the training ground. Swish, 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 countless fist shadows surged forth, targeting Feng Haoran. However, Feng Haoran regarded him with utter indifference, even as the attack closed in. Unhurriedly, he transformed his fist into an open palm, and in an instant, a hexagram array appeared before him, blocking the assault. Boom, boom, the fist shadows collided with the starry array, producing a series of explosive sounds. Yi Tianhao was taken aback to see his attack so effortlessly neutralized. Refusing to lose face in front of the gathered disciples, he clenched his palm, summoning a rusty sword to his hand. Clang. Though he recognized the sword's inferior quality, his current strength was insufficient to unleash its true potential. Yet, as he brandished the rusty sword, a sword shadow cleaved through the air, resonating with a piercing sound. One sword breaks the heavens. As he cried out the technique, he darted forward like lightning, the rusty sword transforming into a silver flash, sweeping through the air with an unstoppable force. Swish, buzz, the sheer might of this sword strike left the onlookers in stunned silence. This young man's cultivation was merely at the first order of the Celestial King. Yet this attack could rival that of a first-order Celestial Emperor. Perhaps even stronger. It would not be an easy feat for him to withstand this onslaught. Although the Tao's aptitude had garnered the headmaster's approval, the limitations of his age were apparent. Yi Tianhao, wielding the strength of a first-order Celestial King, unleashed such a fierce attack, prompting Feng Qingwu to nod in silent acknowledgement. His prowess had, at last, earned her respect. As Feng Haoran felt a fierce wind sweep over him, lifting his garments and hair, the formidable shadow of a sword relentlessly approached. Just when the onlookers believed he could hardly withstand the assault, he suddenly turned his previously sideways body. With a resonant hum, a tremendous divine aura emanated from within him, his eyes radiating a grayish divine light. This power originated from the primordial heavy eyes, which wielded the ability to discern life and death with a single glance. With a thunderous boom, as the primordial heavy eyes manifested, the laws permeating the void were instantaneously shattered. Even the very fabric of space began to tremble. While Yi Tianhao's sword might was obliterated in an instant, a surge of deathly force relentlessly surged towards Yi Tianhao, who immediately turned pale. A sense of dread blossoming deep within his soul. Oh no. Upon witnessing this, Feng Qingwu had no time to spare for words, her figure vanishing in the blink of an eye. When she reappeared, she had already positioned herself in front of Feng Haoran. She softly murmured, and a tempest arose, conjuring a terrifying and ancient defensive star formation. With a resounding crash echoing through the martial arena, the powerful collision shattered the very space itself. The ancient star formation created by Feng Qingwu continued to hold against Feng Haoran's onslaught. However, her complexion had already turned ashen, and beneath her crimson lips, traces of blood began to surface. Crack! The star formation began to fracture, and soon after, a thunderous roar erupted as it was breached. The overwhelming power of the primordial heavy eyes surging forward. Then, a delicate cry, accompanied by the sound of blood being spat, pierced the air. Ah! Ft! Bang! Bang! The sound of a body crashing to the ground resonated, followed by the noise of retreating footsteps. At that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had been paused. Even Li Qianquan, whose heart was tethered to Yi Tianhao, stood in a daze. Feng Haoran stood with his hands clasped behind his back, shifting slightly as he faced Feng Qingwu, who covered her chest with one hand, and Yi Tianhao, who knelt on the ground, his face a mask of disbelief. He understood that had it not been for Feng Qingwu shielding him, he might have already perished. Brother Tianhao! Li Qianquan's loud cry shattered the silence, causing the stunned onlookers to awaken from their stupor. Was this truly the caliber expected from the younger generation? My heavens! A mere glance rendered a disciple of such celestial prowess utterly defenseless. Had it not been for that beautiful woman's intervention, they would have likely met their demise in that strike. It appeared that Daozi's strength was indeed astounding. No wonder he was the favored disciple of the Academy's head. Among the disciples of Wanling Academy, I shall recognize no one but him as the Daozi. In the training arena, Feng Qingwu, clutching her chest, was profoundly shocked. She was a first-generation prodigy with the cultivation of an immortal king at the 9th level. Yet now, she could hardly withstand even a single blow from her opponent. Had it not been for the secret techniques of the Xuanji Pavilion, both she and Yi Tianhao would have surely perished beneath that strike. Just how formidable was this individual? Furthermore, judging by his youthful appearance, he was not yet 20, yet possessed such strength. Feng Qingwu glared at Feng Haoran, who remained unfazed, her lips parting slightly. This is merely a display of strength. Why must you resort to lethal force? Are you not afraid of repercussions from the Academy? That strike had been deliberate on Feng Haoran's part. He sought to ascertain whether the Xuanji Pavilion would intervene. If she refrained from acting, it would offer an opportunity to observe the power of the Imperial Lotus. However, should she choose to intervene, it would reveal the strength of the Xuanji Pavilion and serve to intimidate the other disciples. He was reluctant to squander his time on such insignificant beings. Nonetheless, Feng Haoran found himself somewhat dissatisfied with the power of the Hongmeng heavy eye. It was said to sever life and death with a single glance. Yet it had only left one severely injured and the other incapacitated. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Qingwu's secret technique was one capable of withstanding an ancient emperor's assault, and yet it had been breached by a mere emperor, leaving him with a sense of grievance. Moreover, the Hongmeng heavy eye had yet to reach its full potential. It was not even at the stage of completeness. Thus, the level of power he could currently wield was already remarkably formidable. Feng Haoran did not rush to respond to Feng Qingwu's words. Instead, he returned to his throne with a leisurely demeanor and then spoke slowly. I have already made my intentions clear. Should you wish to challenge me, be prepared to spend a year or two recuperating in bed. If you choose to disregard this warning, it will be your own folly. Furthermore, do not invoke the Academy to pressure me, even if I were to inadvertently slay him. The headmaster would not hold me accountable. Feng Haoran's audacious demeanor incited her ire. Just as she pondered how to respond, 10 figures soared through the void. These individuals were none other than the 10 holy sons of the Academy, initially intending to allow their direct disciples to gauge Daozi's prowess. However, a resounding explosion had just reverberated throughout the entire Academy, even rousing the 5 esteemed elders and the palace masters, who chose to remain concealed within the ethereal realm. With a flurry of motion, the 10 figures materialized in the martial arts arena, among them 2 whom Feng Haoran recognized well, Jiang Ruoxian and Su Luoxian, whom she had encountered in the mystic realm. Of course, Yi Tianyu, whom she had met earlier, was also present. Haha, I knew it. Who possesses such extraordinary talent to catch the Dean's eye? It turns out to be you, Haoran. Chapter 62. Overwhelming the Soul Clan's Emperor Xian. As Feng Haoran observed Jiang Ruoxian approaching him with a smile, he jestingly remarked, "What is this? Are you also seeking to challenge my prowess in this art? I think I shall pass, although I have diligently honed my swordsmanship under my master's tutelage over the past few months. It is not meant for the sake of rivalry. From Jiang Ruoxian's words, it is evident that his strength has significantly improved. Feng Haoran curiously surveyed the scene before him, noting that he had now ascended to the 9th level of the Immortal King realm. Within a few months, Jiang Ruoxian had progressed from the 5th to the 9th level, a testament to the considerable prowess of his sword-obsessed master. Indeed, reaching such heights in the Immortal King realm suggests that your mentor has treated you quite favorably. My lord, after several months apart, I never anticipated that the Daozi of the Academy would turn out to be you. At that moment, Su Luoxian approached Feng Haoran. Do you believe that I lack the qualifications to be the Daozi of the Academy? Although Feng Haoran's words were tinged with jest, Su Luoxian misinterpreted them as hostility directed toward her. My lord, you are mistaken. I would never entertain such thoughts. With your abilities, it is only natural for you to become the Daozi. A hint of discomfort flickered across Su Luoxian's face, inciting a hearty laugh from Feng Haoran. Ah, Miss Su, do not take it so seriously. I merely jest with you. No sooner had he spoken than Feng Haoran turned his attention to a group of his direct disciples. Do you wish to challenge me further? If so, do not waste time. Come at me all at once. Hearing this, dozens of disciples exchanged glances and instinctively began to retreat, silently cursing their predicament. How foolish it would be to challenge someone with such extraordinary strength. Observing their withdrawal, Feng Haoran realized his intimidation had taken effect. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and he bellowed, If you do not wish to fight, then be gone. Ah, yes, Daozi. A palpable tension gripped the disciples, who were now filled with trepidation. Their manner of address transformed, becoming exceedingly respectful. Even Long Shixiang, the embodiment of the desolate heaven battle body, silently exited the training ground. Yi Tianhao glowered at Feng Haoran, his teeth clenched in frustration. He had anticipated today would mark his rise to fame. Who could have foreseen that this individual possessed such formidable power, even wounding the one from the Xuanji Pavilion? Tianhao, your injuries are severe. Let me assist you in seeking treatment. Li Qianxuan whispered gently in his ear, just as Feng Qingwu arrived. With the support of the two women, he too left the training ground. Feng Haoran beheld that all his direct disciples had descended, a wicked smile playing upon his lips as he regarded the other 8 saints in the arena. I have heard that you harbor doubts regarding my identity as Daozi. Each of you seems eager to challenge me. Now, I present you with this opportunity. Should you band together and withstand a single strike from me, then the position of Daozi shall be relinquished without hesitation. Humph. Young ones, do not underestimate your peers. Do not presume that being favored by the Academy's head grants you the right to speak so presumptuously. We are not to be compared with those mere direct disciples. Today, let the imperial figure of the Soul Clan, Xian, come forth to engage in battle with you. With a swift motion, a young man clad in silver attire appeared at the center of the training ground. Feng Haoran remained seated, pondering why there are always individuals who, in their arrogance, feel compelled to showcase themselves. Just as he was about to rise, Jiang Ruoxian murmured beside him, Haoran, I heard from our master that Di Xian is a descendant of one of the 9 ruling powers, the Soul Clan. He currently possesses the strength of a 9th-level celestial king, so you must be cautious. Jiang Ruoxian remained unaware of Feng Haoran's true prowess, believing him to be weaker than herself. Although endowed with remarkable talent, she assumed he could not surpass her significantly, hence her warning. To her caution, Feng Haoran merely smiled, showing little concern. Why do you not rise to battle? Are you afraid? Di Xian, with his head held high, arrogantly proclaimed, as the disciples below, already aware of Feng Haoran's strength, silently mourned for him. His boastful demeanor was undoubtedly an invitation to demise. Suddenly, a chilling voice escaped Feng Haoran's lips. With a swish, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before Di Xian in the blink of an eye. Ah! Di Xian felt a gust of wind approach, and upon focusing his gaze, he realized the person before him was none other than Feng Haoran, who had moments ago been seated upon the imperial throne. The sudden appearance startled him, causing him to stumble back several steps. Yet, recalling that the majority of the Academy's disciples were present, he summoned the power of his sacred body, chanting incantations as his hands formed intricate seals. With a hum, golden beams of light descended from above, illuminating Feng Haoran's form. This was the Soul Clan's forbidden soul technique, and just as Di Xian believed he had confined Feng Haoran's spirit, a sinister smile spread across the latter's face. He raised one hand, and a divine light burst forth from his palm. With a swish and a bang, Di Xian's forbidden soul technique was instantly shattered. He thought, incredulous that Feng Haoran had so effortlessly breached his spell. As he prepared to launch an attack, Feng Haoran moved. In a single step, he unleashed a punch. Bang! Instantly, his fist connected with Di Xian's abdomen. Ugh! Di Xian's body was propelled upward as if severed from its tether, soaring into the void, his screams echoing long and drawn out. With a swish, Feng Haoran, who had been grounded moments ago, vanished again, only to reappear in midair. Observing Di Xian bending over backward, he delivered a swift kick. Bang! Swish! Di Xian shot through the air like a released arrow, hurtling towards the ground. Bang! The martial arena was immediately left with a crater, dust rising in a cloud. As the dust settled, a cry of anguish resounded from within the gray pit. Ah, let me go. Gradually, as the debris cleared, Feng Haoran's imposing figure emerged, standing tall with Di Xian beneath his foot. In a flash, Feng Haoran's movements were executed with remarkable swiftness. His assault was undeniably seamless. Chapter 63, The Rise of Malevolence, The Ascendance of the Supreme Being. Within the martial arena of the Wanling Academy, scarcely anyone could discern the nature of his strikes, only the chilling cries and the sounds of impact against the ground echoed. A holy sun was thus trampled beneath his feet, leaving Jiang Ruoxian questioning her own perception. Astonishingly, Haoran's power was indeed formidable. Even I could not comprehend the manner of his attack. However, Su Luoxian remained unfazed, for she had already been apprised of his formidable strength during their time in the secret realm. As for the other 7 holy sons, they wore expressions of bewilderment, grappling with the question of how someone so young could possess such might. Humph, a mere swarm of ants, how dare you challenge me, ignorant wretches, he sneered, revealing his murderous intent as he lifted his foot from where he had pinned Di Xian, preparing to crush his skull. Ah, this is dire. He intends to kill Di Xian. How dare he? Di Xian is of the Soul Clan and a disciple of the esteemed Li Shan. Quickly, we must intervene to save him. The holy sons and holy daughters, filled with urgency, understood that if Di Xian were to perish, they would share in the responsibility, having collectively decided to challenge the Dao Child. Yet, before they could act, Di Xian seemed on the brink of demise beneath that foot. In their panic, they soared into the air, desperate to halt the impending doom. Stop. Release Di Xian at once. He is a disciple of the Li Shan. Feng Haoran turned to gaze at the few individuals who had rushed towards him, his face brimming with disdain. He paid no heed to their counsel, instead accelerating his pace even further. As he seemed poised to crush Emperor Xian beneath his feet, the holy sun suspended in midair cried out in unison, "No, don't." He was, after all, a member of the Soul Clan, a ruling force. They hoped to leverage his identity to instill fear in Feng Haoran. But would he truly fear the ruling powers? Alas, a cadre of ignorant fools, attempting to impose their authority, how laughable. They had no inkling of the terror his identity could invoke. Su Luoxian observed as the others rushed forward in a futile attempt to intervene, feeling a pang of exasperation in her heart. At the moment Feng Haoran was about to bring his foot down upon Emperor Xian's head, a beam of divine light suddenly manifested, intercepting his descent with a resounding crash. Boom. The impact was so forceful that it sent Feng Haoran sprawling backwards, leaving a long trail on the ground. Buzzing, he quickly summoned his inner strength to stabilize his retreating form. The onlookers collectively exhaled, relieved, for they understood that someone from the academy had intervened. Haha, Daozi, why must we resort to such drastic measures in a friendly spar among peers? An elder appeared in the void, hands clasped behind his back, gracefully descending into the training arena. With a benevolent smile directed at Feng Haoran, he spoke again. I am the supreme of the academy, and also the master of Emperor Xian. Although this matter was instigated by the Holy Sons, the academy has its regulations. As Holy Sons, they possess the right to challenge the Daozi. Should the Daozi be defeated, his title would be assumed by his conqueror. The fact that Emperor Xian could not best you merely indicates his lack of strength and does not warrant a death sentence. I implore you, Daozi, to spare him this time, in consideration of my standing. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Feng Haoran's icy voice reverberated throughout the entire martial arts arena, causing everyone present to involuntarily gasp. The words of Daozi could be deemed as an affront to the esteemed Taishang of Li Shan. Truly, what a remarkable figure, daring to display such disrespect even towards the Taishang. If one must offend, so be it. Does Li Shan's Taishang truly carry more weight than the Dean? Ah, it seems he does. Regardless, I have made my decision. Henceforth, Daozi shall be my idol in heart and spirit. Within the arena, Li Shan's expression initially registered shock, quickly morphing into a stiff smile. Teaching you how to conduct yourself is not my responsibility. After all, you have the Dean to guide you. Since my affairs are of no concern to you, what gives you the right to prattle on here? Witnessing Feng Haoran show him no respect. One might say even a clay figurine has its limits, let alone a Taishang of an academy. He is my disciple, the holy son of the academy. Challenging you is permitted by the academy's regulations. However, the academy's rules forbid disciples from engaging in combat. Your actions blatantly disregard these regulations. By your reasoning, as Daozi, I should indeed be subject to challenges from the academy's disciples. If every disciple were to challenge me, would I have any time left for cultivation? If they wish to challenge me, their lives or deaths are for me to determine. Others have no qualifications to interfere. In the past, when there was no Daozi in the academy, I was unaware of your customs and had no desire to learn them. But now, as the Daozi of Wanshan Academy, those who wish to challenge me must adhere to my rules. Thus, today, I shall take his life, and no one can change that swish having spoken. Feng Haoran charged towards Emperor Xian, who was being assisted by other holy sons. Ah, damn it. Upon witnessing this, Li Shan's countenance shifted in alarm, and his figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had already positioned himself in front of Feng Haoran. With me here, you cannot kill him. Oh, is that so? Feng Haoran initially intended to unleash the power of an emperor and engage in battle with Li Shan. However, upon recalling the presence of the enigmatic members of the Xuanji Pavilion alongside the Fated One, He refrained from prematurely revealing his true strength before fully comprehending their motives. It is worth noting that, under the system's concealment, he could only exhibit his status as a supreme being. Just then, he sensed the auras of Ying Yi and Tian Kuei, which prompted a disdainful expression to cross his face. Lishan, believing that he could vanquish Emperor Xian through his own might, boldly proclaimed, "Although I am unaware of your cultivation methods with your supreme power, attempting to kill in my presence is nothing but a fool's errand." Lishan's words left all the disciples present in a state of astonishment. What? The Daozi possesses the strength of a supreme being? Goodness, what does that even mean? How old is he? To attain such a status already? No wonder he dares to challenge the supreme elders. What manner of lineage does he hail from to produce such an extraordinary being? Su Luoxian stared blankly at Feng Haoran, who was obstructed by Lishan. She realized that her previous assessment had been too narrow, underestimating his prowess at such a young age. He had already reached the realm of supremacy. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruoxian, upon hearing this, felt a tempest of emotion surging within her. Her lips twitching as she uttered a single word: freak. Injured yet resolute, Feng Qingwu and Yi Tianhao, among others, wished to witness the confrontation between the esteemed disciples and thus remained. Now, upon learning that Feng Haoran was indeed a supreme being, Feng Qingwu furrowed her brow, seemingly connecting the dots. Could it be that he is? No, even a forbidden celestial being could not possibly ascend to supremacy in merely 16 years. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. Yet beside her, Yi Tianhao wore a grim expression, his heart seething with indignation. Why? Why can you achieve the status of a supreme being? Today, the most radiant figure ought to have been me, yet your existence has overshadowed that. Daozi, is it? And you, Yi Tianyu, along with the entire Yi clan, await my vengeance. When I shatter the emperor's reign, I shall reclaim all that you have taken. Chapter 64. Lishan's fury in the training arena's void. Just as everyone anticipated a clash between Daozi and Lishan, a hum resonated through the air. The space began to warp. And suddenly, a figure clad in black robes and a mask emerged from the distorted realm, declaring, "Step aside, I intend to take a life." The emotionless voice of Feng Haoran resonated, his gaze dark and fixed upon Emperor Xian. Ah, who is this person? Why does he evoke such a suffocating sensation within me? Li Shan, observing the figure clad in black robes, Ying Yi felt an involuntary tension rise within him. However, Feng Haoran afforded him no opportunity for contemplation upon Ying Yi's arrival. His form flickered and vanished. When he reappeared, it was directly above Emperor Xian and the others. Li Shan, witnessing this, was about to intervene when Ying, under Feng Haoran's command, obstructed him. "You shall contend with me. Who exactly are you? The Academy does not permit the entry of guardians." In a moment of desperation, Li Shan shouted loudly, but upon seeing Ying Yi's utter indifference, he turned his gaze towards Feng Haoran. "Young man, you have already become the Daozi of the Academy. I advise you not to mislead yourself." Such excessive words indeed. Feng Haoran disregarded Lishan's words and instead addressed the surrounded Emperor Xian. "Is a mere branch disciple of the Soul Clan truly formidable? I have proclaimed it. Today, you shall perish, and no one can save you." With a whoosh, the other holy sons exclaimed, "Quick, everyone, join forces to thwart him." As they witnessed Feng Haoran charging forth, they simultaneously unleashed a barrage of attacks in his direction. Buzz, whoosh, the light of fireflies dares not compete with the brilliance of the full moon. No sooner had he spoken these words than a protective energy shield enveloped Feng Haoran's form. Buzz, hiss, he made no movement, resolutely advancing towards their onslaught. What? Is this the might of a supreme being? The holy sons' expressions turned grave as they beheld his indifference to their assaults. Then, they watched as Feng Haoran waved his sleeve. Buzz, a tremendous force rippled through the void, surging directly towards them. Boom, ah. The 6 holy sons and the holy maiden were instantly sent flying, leaving only Emperor Xian behind. He gazed at Feng Haoran, who approached step by step, terror etched across his face as he involuntarily retreated. "Do not come any closer. I am a disciple of the Soul Clan S branch, a follower of the main lineage's young emperor. If you kill me, the Soul Clan will not spare you. I have stated it clearly. The Soul Clan cannot serve as your support, so you may as well relinquish such illusions and be turned to dust." Buzz, whoosh, Feng Haoran transformed his hand into a claw, a tremendous force drawing Di Xian closer. Grasping his neck and lifting him high, he coldly observed Di Xian's struggles. "Release me. I am a member of the Soul Clan, the sovereign force. If you kill me, even as the Daozi of the Academy, you will pay the price. Not even the Dean can shield you." Despite the dire circumstances, Di Xian continued to threaten with his connection to the Soul Clan, eliciting a cold laugh from Feng Haoran. "I have never feared anyone when pursuing my goals." Just as Feng Haoran was about to strike, Li Shan, restrained by Ying Yi, roared, "If you dare to slay him, I swear I will not let you live." Given that they were within the Academy, both wielded extraordinary powers and were suppressing their true strength. Unleashing their full capabilities would likely reduce the Wanling Academy to ruins. At that moment, as Li Shan's thunderous shout echoed, Di Xian, held firmly by Feng Haoran, suddenly revealed a crystalline orb in his hand. Realizing his impending doom, a smile more wretched than tears surfaced on his face. "Higi, even if I perish, you shall not survive long. I shall await you in the depths below." Crack. As soon as he finished speaking, he shattered the crystalline orb in his grasp. Feng Haoran turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. In Di Xian's eyes, he should have revealed a countenance of fury or terror. However, what Feng Haoran ultimately left him with was a countenance adorned with a peculiar smile. Suddenly, a surge of terrifying power emanated from Feng Haoran's iron-like fingers, obliterating Di Xian's soul, sea, and spirit in an instant. Di Xian's bewildered eyes remained wide open, unable to close, as a holy sun fell so easily. In the end, even his physical form vanished from Feng Haoran's grasp. This scene left the disciples present in a state of shock, their mouths emitting faint sounds of disbelief. Ah! Daozi truly annihilated him. He wasn't merely intimidating, he actually did it? Why did the dean not intervene to stop this? Is it merely because he is a Daozi that he can slay other disciples at will? Since when did the Wanling Academy adopt such a rule? Isn't it only through life and death battles that one determines fate? To them, it seemed that the Daozi intended to frighten everyone. Yet they found themselves confronted with the grim reality of murder. Ah! Insignificant pest, this emperor will eradicate you. Li Shan was engaged in a lackluster battle with Ing Yi when he sensed the demise of his disciple. Turning to look, he discovered that even the body was gone. And a torrent of rage surged within him. Boom! A powerful aura, akin to that of an ancient emperor, radiated from his being, instantly enveloping the entire training ground. The immense pressure caused the disciples present to tremble uncontrollably, their faces flushed and beads of sweat forming rapidly. Some of the weaker cultivators collapsed onto the ground, rendered immobile. Even the immortal Saint King, Feng Qinwu, struggled to maintain a defensive barrier, shielding Yi Tianhao and Li Qianxuan within. Witnessing her grandfather's fury was rare for Li Qianxuan. And though she felt immense concern and wished to intervene, she was held back by Yi Tianhao. In an instant, Li Shan was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, while the void around him was ravaged by a fierce wind. Child, I demand you accompany him to the afterlife. Li Shan's voice resonated with the majesty of a deity from the heavens. He gazed at the seemingly indifferent Feng Haoran, raising a hand. As the ancient emperor's will stirred, the power of order surged within his palm, coalescing into a formidable force. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, a golden beam of ordered divine light shot towards Feng Haoran, piercing through the very fabric of space itself. Boom, boom, boom. In the face of such a cataclysmic assault, Feng Haoran showed no fear, even neglecting to summon any defense. Just as the attack surged forth, Ing Yi positioned himself before Feng Haoran, effortlessly waving his palm. A violent aura of slaughter erupted from his hand, followed by a resounding explosion. The clash of such formidable forces instantly cleaved the space apart. Crack! Bang! The relentless winds from beyond poured in, wreaking havoc upon the Academy's training grounds. The disciples found themselves not only contending with the raging winds but also enduring the tremendous pressure from the confrontation of two ancient emperors. Help me, Li Shan. I implore you to cease this. The winds were too powerful for them to withstand. The standoff continued, yet Ing Yi had yet to unleash his true power. He merely allowed Li Shan to assault him. No matter how much force Li Shan exerted, he could not gain an inch. The divine light continued to sway through the void, growing more potent with each moment. Other elders, who had been lurking in the shadows to observe, had intended to intervene when Feng Haoran struck down Di Xian. However, they were deterred by another presence, and now, witnessing the chaos unleashed upon the training ground, they prepared to emerge in defense of the disciples. Just as they were about to reveal themselves, a voice echoed throughout the Wanling Academy. Enough! The voice, infused with the power of order, swept through the standoff between Li Shan and Ing Yi, forcing them apart with an unyielding force. Boom! Ah! Li Shan stumbled backward, while Ing Yi flicked his sleeve, standing protectively in front of Feng Haoran. The previously ruptured space began to mend itself rapidly. Some of the disciples, still with strength to spare, looked on in astonishment. Is this the power of the Dean? It's astonishing. Moments later, the fractured space was restored, while the disciples who had fiercely resisted collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Breathe, breathe. At that moment, Wang Daoling's figure appeared in the void, his expression cold as he surveyed the training ground before finally fixing his gaze upon Li Shan. It seems you harbor resentment towards my lack of intervention in saving Di Xian? With a resonating boom, his voice struck at Li Shan's spirit. Li Shan's eyes flickered, but he resolutely met the gaze. Dean, the Academy has regulations. Apart from life and death battles, one cannot inflict lethal harm upon disciples. Yet today, the Daozi, relying on his formidable strength, has slain my disciple. I beseech you, Dean, to adjudicate how this child should be dealt with. Dealt with? Li Shan, you cannot be unaware of the purpose for which the Soul Clan members enter the Academy, can you? Knowing full well he is from the Soul Clan and their intentions, you still chose to protect him. Li Shan, I must ask you, do you believe you have lingered in the Wanling Academy long enough and wish for a change of environment? What? Could it be that elder Li Shan wishes to join the Soul Clan? This is truly shocking. Although the Soul Clan is a dominant force, it does not seem to surpass the Academy, does it? Why would elder Li Shan entertain such thoughts? It seems he desires to straddle both sides. The dean's words sparked murmurs among the disciples, while Li Qianxuan shook her head earnestly. No, that is not my grandfather's character. Qianxuan, do not rush. The dean's words are merely conjecture. Let us hear your grandfather's explanation. Yi Tianhao hurriedly consoled her. At that moment, Li Shan's expression was complex, and he feigned confusion. Dean, this old man does not grasp the meaning of your words. The Wanling Academy upholds the principle of inclusive education. Since I have accepted Di Xian as my disciple, I naturally bear the responsibility for his safety. As for his purpose in coming to the academy, I am unaware. If the dean seeks to protect the Daozi by unjustly imposing accusations, as an elder of the academy, I will, of course, comply with your arrangements. Li Shan's words were indeed remarkable. Before his disciples, he not only denied his ignorance of Di Xian's intentions but also made it clear that all his actions were for the sake of the academy. Now, as the headmaster, you seek to impose further sins upon him for the sake of your disciples, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. At that moment, a fleeting cold smile appeared on Li Shan's face, only to vanish swiftly. Wang Dalin, I am well aware of the Soul Clan's motives for coming to the academy. However, with no evidence to substantiate your claims, what can you do to me? Perhaps you should ponder how to confront the disciples of the academy instead. This predicament is all due to that young man thwarting my plans. The Soul Clan's techniques that were once within my grasp are now lost. At this juncture, the disciples began to perceive Li Shan's unwavering righteousness. He was merely adhering to the academy's rules and was unaware of Di Xian's true purpose for coming. Thus, defending his disciples was only natural. However, the headmaster's decision to penalize him for the sake of his disciples was indeed illogical. Throughout the martial arts arena, countless disciples cast skeptical glances at the headmaster, eager to see how he would adjudicate the matter. Upon witnessing Li Shan's obstinate demeanor, Wang Dalin shook his head and sighed. Ah, Li Shan, why must you be this way? I had intended to grant you an opportunity for redemption, to spare you the humiliation before your disciples. Yet now, your refusal to repent leaves me no choice but to reveal your true nature to the academy's disciples. Wang Dalin's words sent a shiver of foreboding through Li Shan. Subsequently, he and the academy's disciples watched as the headmaster waved his sleeve. In an instant, a scene materialized in the void, depicting Li Shan conversing with Di Xian, who wore a sly smile as he addressed Li Shan. Li Shan, as long as you assist my young lord in obtaining that item, I shall ensure that the supreme divine scripture of the Soul Clan is delivered to you personally. Li Shan, furrowing his brow in contemplation, remained silent while Di Xian patiently awaited his response. After a brief pause, Li Shan's frown dissipated, replaced by a smile. I can agree to your request, but rest assured, Li Shan, the young lord has prepared a divine technique for you. As he spoke, Di Xian produced a jade slip containing the divine technique and handed it to Li Shan. Once this matter is resolved, I will personally deliver the supreme divine scripture of the Soul Clan to you. Feeling the immense power of the divine technique, Li Shan erupted into wild laughter. Aha, splendid. Di Xian, you shall have my disciple in the academy. Once that location is opened, I will inform you of the item's whereabouts. Aha, I thank you, master. As the scene concluded, the disciples were left in disbelief. It turned out that Li Shan was indeed such a person. Just moments ago, they believed he acted out of nobility for the academy and to protect his disciples, only to realize it was all for his own selfish desires. Such a person was unworthy of remaining in the academy. Yes, for his own selfish interests, he is allied with external forces. He is unfit for the position of senior elder and must be expelled from the academy. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the disciples roared in outrage. Li Qianquan sat helplessly on the ground, her once amiable grandfather now reduced to a figure of disillusionment in her eyes. No, this cannot be my grandfather. He would never act in such a manner. At a loss for words, Etienne struggled to comfort her. Aha, who would have thought? Your power has reached such heights, and you are capable of leaving behind such vivid impressions of the events in the academy. I have nothing left to say. How will you proceed? Direct your ire at me alone. Qianquan is innocent. Li Shan, realizing there was no need for further defense, openly acknowledged his actions and accepted the academy's punishment, with the sole condition that his granddaughter be spared. Li Shan, you are foolish, exclaimed Beigong and Zhongli, shaking their heads in disapproval. Foolish? Since my ascension to the ancient emperor, I have made no progress in my cultivation. Without a stronger divine scripture, I have seen my limits. Rather than remain stagnant, I would rather take a gamble. Alas, it is merely a matter of timing. This young man has thwarted my plans. You, young man, I am curious about your lineage. How is it that you possess such power at such a young age? Li Shan, recognizing the end of his journey, became intrigued by Feng Haoran's identity. Had it not been for him, no one would have noticed his dealings with the Soul Clan. Everything had unraveled due to Feng Haoran's existence. Standing in the void, Feng Haoran took a few steps forward, hands clasped behind his back. I am Feng Haoran of the Feng Clan. Chapter 66, Have you decided how you wish to perish? Upon the introduction of Feng Haoran, the disciples of the academy exchanged glances, seemingly unfamiliar with this lineage. What is the Feng Clan? Is it formidable? I have never heard of such a race. Indeed, the 9 sovereigns and the immortal powers have never mentioned the Feng Clan. It stands to reason that a lineage capable of producing a figure like Daozi must be extraordinary. Perhaps we are merely ignorant. Although some disciples from lesser factions or wandering cultivators may not recognize the existence of the Feng Clan, it is quite normal. However, when it comes to the forbidden clans, they are certainly aware. Yet, even if they are oblivious at this moment, the elders of the academy are well acquainted with the surnames and the rules governing the 5 forbidden clans. The Space Forbidden Clan, the Feng Clan, how intriguing. It seems I have lost fairly. Considering your age, it is likely that the celestial phenomenon of the Forbidden Realm that appeared 16 years ago coincided with your birth. Li Shan, you have chosen death. With a resounding hum, a powerful strike was unleashed by Wang Daoling, who had not anticipated that Li Shan would inadvertently reveal Feng Haoran's connection to the Forbidden Realm. The force of the blow sent Li Shan crashing backward, and as he hit the ground, he clutched his chest and coughed up blood. What's wrong? Do you still wish to conceal the matter of the Forbidden Realm? I told you, you have not taken a disciple for 10 epochs, yet you appear personally this time. How curious that the Forbidden Realm has come forth. Just as Wang Daoling was about to make another move, Feng Haoran spoke up. No worries, I had no intention of hiding it. Old fellow, you have surmised correctly. I am indeed the possessor of the Forbidden Realm. With Feng Haoran's confirmation, shock rippled through the Academy disciples, causing them to stagger back. The Space Forbidden Feng Clan is indeed a forbidden race. As one among the disciples inadvertently uttered the term forbidden, the void erupted in a tempest of thunder and lightning. Crackling sounds echoed as visible crimson threads of causality materialized above their heads. A bolt of punitive lightning cleaved through the air, striking those disciples ensnared by the causality. Boom. Crying out for salvation, the sound of multiple explosions rang out, instantly reducing them to ashes. Those nearby the fallen disciples quickly covered their mouths, fearing they might lose control. Wang Daoling, however, made no attempt to intervene in the punitive lightning of causality, for it was their own doing. Even if he were to intervene, the repercussions would ensnare him as well, drawing the attention of the great Tao. Thus, he refrained from acting. It truly is him. The individual predicted by my master has appeared. At that moment, Feng Qingwu whispered to herself. Having never anticipated that the Forbidden Realm was the manifestation of supreme powers in the universe, how could she assist in slaying the destined? Moreover, with an ancient emperor by his side, she could hardly contend with a sovereign, let alone an ancient emperor. No, I must convey this information to my master, surely. They must have contingency plans. With that thought, she employed a secret technique to extract a drop of her essence blood, which she placed upon a communication crystal. As the blood was absorbed, a ray of divine light shot forth from her brow and melded with the crystal, conveying her intentions. In an instant, the communication crystal vanished from her grasp. At this moment, Etienne trembled beside her, his hands clenched tightly. This cannot be. How could he possibly be the Forbidden Realm? With his current cultivation, how can I confront him? No, this cannot be real. I must kill him. The wasteland cannot perish at his hands. I must kill him. Unbeknownst to him, Etienne began to babble incoherently, his eyes glowing a blood-red hue. This is a sign of demonic possession. His mind is consumed with the desire to slay Feng Haoran. Tianhao, wake up. Sensing the danger, Feng Qingwu urgently called out, trying to rouse him. Yet, regardless of her pleas, the demonic energy surrounding Etienne intensified. Panic gripped Feng Qingwu. If he were to expose his intent to kill Feng Haoran now, both of them would meet their demise. Tianhao, please wake up. Just as he was on the verge of losing control, the Chaos Emperor Lotus within Etienne's being radiated a refreshing divine light, suppressing the demonic energy that enveloped him. What happened? What was I just doing? Now fully aware, Etienne had no recollection of his previous actions. Upon witnessing his return to lucidity, Feng Qingwu let out a sigh of relief. Tianhao, you nearly succumbed to demonic possession. Remember, you must always control your mind. Do not let the power of the Forbidden Realm lead you astray. I have already conveyed this matter to my master, rest assured. They will have further arrangements. Feng Qingwu's words filled Etienne with a sense of dread. Had he fallen into darkness at that moment, it would not only be Feng Haoran he had to worry about, but even the Academy's headmaster might personally seek his demise. Lady Qingwu, I apologize, but rest assured, I will never let this happen again. Meanwhile, Etienne, who had remained motionless since his appearance, now regarded Feng Haoran as the Forbidden Realm with a look of realization. So, he is the Forbidden Realm. No wonder he knew of Etienne's destined identity. Those of that race are indeed extraordinary. It seems I must have a serious conversation with him about this matter. Now that Feng Haoran had revealed his identity, aside from Feng Qingwu, the other sons of the great clans also began sending messages. Feng Haoran observed this quietly, not intervening. For him, attracting the attention of those great clans was, in fact, beneficial. Old fellow, I truly did not expect that the individual I casually dispatched would turn out to be a thief in the Academy. I never anticipated that the usually united elders of the Academy would harbor someone like you. Since I have unraveled your doubts, have you decided how you wish to meet your end? No, Headmaster. Daozi. My grandfather was merely momentarily bewitched. I implore you, for the sake of his dedication to the Academy, spare him this once. Li Qianquan, witnessing Feng Haoran's intent to kill her grandfather, hurriedly pleaded with both men. Devoted? He is likely self-serving. If such a person were to remain in this world, the Wanling Academy would not be far from ruin. Boy, feel free to kill or maim. Do not presume to be noble here. Li Shan, fearing that this matter might implicate his granddaughter, eagerly sought his own demise. Feng Haoran could undoubtedly discern his intentions. Subsequently, he cast a sidelong glance behind him and uttered a soft call. And he instantly comprehended Feng Haoran's meaning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared atop Lishan Mountain. The overwhelming might of the ancient emperor surged forth from him, resonating with a profound hum. Following this, a devastating order of slaughter coalesced in his hand as he extended a finger. The speed was such that even if Lishan harbored a desire to flee, it was utterly futile against this singular gesture. Moreover, Lishan, in that moment, sought only death. His eyes slightly closed, he felt a surge of attack at his brow. In an instant, a violent force of slaughter surged into his body. A resounding crash echoed from within Lishan, causing the prominent elders he worked alongside to close their eyes. Unable to bear witness to this moment, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Li Qianxuan, who stumbled away in a frantic dash. Lishan slowly opened his eyes, watching as his granddaughter rushed towards him. A look of regret and reluctance graced his features. Sinner, live well. Before Li Qianxuan could reach him, Lishan's form began to dissipate. She lunged forward, tears streaming down her face as she cried out to the heavens. Originally adorned with flowing black hair, it transformed visibly into a snowy white. Even her once clear, bright eyes turned blood-red in that moment. She swiftly pivoted, her blood-red gaze fixed on Feng Haoran, a chilling voice escaping her lips. This enmity, I, Li Qianxuan, shall not share with you. Chapter 67. The Soul Clan's young emperor, the emperor's wrath. Originally a pure and innocent young girl, she now harbored such animosity due to her grandfather's demise. How dare you seek vengeance against the prince? Today, I shall resolve this for him. Before Feng Haoran could respond, the previously silent Xiao Yuning stepped forward. In a flash, her figure cut through the void, charging towards Li Qianxuan. Miss Qinwu, please. Yi Tianhao. Witnessing Xiao Yuning's intent to eliminate Li Qianxuan, had no power to intervene and could only plead with Feng Qinwu before he could finish his sentence. She had already soared into the sky. Just as Xiao Yuning's attack was about to reach Li Qianxuan, Feng Qinwu's silhouette appeared, meeting the strike with her palm. A powerful divine light erupted, sending ripples through the air. Given that Xiao Yuning was of the Supreme Ninefold, her assault was far beyond what Feng Qinwu could withstand at that moment. Under the overwhelming pressure of the Supreme's might, Feng Qinwu was sent hurtling away. As she steadied herself, blood spilled from her mouth, her heart racing with fear as she gazed at Xiao Yuning suspended in the void. To her astonishment, even a mere attendant beside her turned out to be a supreme being. This child of slaughter had awakened, and he would be exceedingly difficult to contend with moving forward. She hoped her master would dispatch a powerful ally to assist. With this thought, she feared Xiao Yuning might act again and stood straight, addressing Wang Daolin. Dean. While Lishan's actions were indeed reckless, he has dedicated his life to the academy. Now, due to an error yet to fully manifest, he meets his end. And his descendants should not bear the consequences. As the saying goes, calamity should not befall one's family. Qianxuan is still young and naive, entirely uninvolved in this matter. The words she spoke were born from the grief of losing a loved one, her heart consumed by hatred. I trust that all esteemed elders and the palace lord are aware of her character, thus I earnestly beseech the dean to spare her life. Please, dean, let Qianxuan go. As Feng Qinwu interceded on her behalf, the elders and palace lords simultaneously voiced their pleas. We implore the dean and the palace lord to forgive Sister Qianxuan. Among the disciples present in the training hall, apart from Zhang Ruoxian, Su Luoxian, and Yi Tianyu, nearly all rallied to plead for Li Qianxuan. Wang Daolin's gaze roamed the assembly until it landed on Feng Haoran. At that moment, Xiao Yuning refrained from acting impulsively again and turned to observe as well. Feng Haoran surveyed the crowd, a cold smile curling upon his lips. Ah, how fitting it is for the fated beauty, even in her final moments, to elicit pleas from nearly the entire academy. However, should he act now, it would incite collective wrath, yet was he afraid? Manifestly, he was not. But the troubled gaze of old Wang lingered in his mind. Very well, I shall grant him this favor, treating it as a service to this personage. I do not relish being indebted to others. At worst, I shall let her perish alongside the fated one, and it would be a mutual benefit. With this thought, he nodded at Wang Daolin, signifying his acquiescence. Wang Daolin then spoke. Lishan disregarded the academy's rules by engaging in trade with the Soul Clan, and his demise is thus a fitting end. However, considering his young descendant, Li Qianxuan, is unaware of this matter, we shall grant her another opportunity. She may proceed to the inner sect. Wang Daolin had initially intended to expel Li Qianxuan from the academy but reconsidered, aware of her close ties to the fated one. Should she leave, the trajectory of fate would be altered significantly, making it difficult to control. Thus, he opted to retain her presence. Thank you, Dean. Upon hearing the dean's decision, the crowd erupted in joyous gratitude. You may disperse. With that, Wang Daolin vanished from sight, just as Feng Haoran was about to depart. The system's voice echoed. Ding. Due to the master's first display of power before the world, instilling awe within the disciples of Wanling Academy, a critical reward has been triggered. The master is granted 4 pieces of divine armor, should any of the master's subordinates don them. They may disregard heavenly punishments and remain unaffected by the fated one's intelligence reduction. The master receives 5 emperor pills, which, upon consumption, will elevate him to the 9th level of the emperor realm without side effects. Ensuring lifelong loyalty, the master cannot utilize these. The master is also awarded 1 emperor beast pill, exclusive to Baizhe. Additionally, the master receives 10,000 years of cultivation. The rewards have been distributed. Please collect them at your convenience. Should you wish to merge your cultivation, merely inform the hound. Once the system's voice faded, Feng Haoran immediately grasped the implications of the rewards bestowed. It seemed that the news of his emergence would incite profound chaos in the realm of the heavens. In truth, a life devoid of any seasoning lacks the thrill of surprise. Feng Haoran's figure flickered as he rushed toward his Daozi hall, followed closely by Ying Yi and Xiao Yuning. Tianhao watched their departing figures, gritting his teeth. Just wait, I will avenge Qianquan, he muttered, making his way to the training ground, softly calling out to Li Qianquan. Li Qianquan, originally tense, opened her mouth upon seeing Tianhao's silhouette, but before she could speak, she fainted. Ah, Qianquan. He anxiously caught her in his arms. While Feng Qinwu sighed deeply. It's all right. She is just overwhelmed by the recent blow, making it difficult for her to cope. Knowing she was safe, Tianhao carried her back to his residence. In the Empire Source Domain, on the Soul Continent, within the opulent floating palace of the Soul Clan. A young man adorned with a purple gold crown and dressed in a silver robe with golden edges exuded an air of nobility, leaning against his throne. He rested his forehead on one hand, his narrowed eyes listening to the report from below. This man, known as Di Shirtian, was the first prodigy of the Soul Clan and its young emperor, possessing strength comparable to Feng Yukong and others. Upon hearing of Di Xian's death and the events leading to it, he suddenly opened his eyes and calmly remarked, "Let us see the scenes he left behind. I wish to know who has the audacity to harm my people." Below him, a captivating woman delicately held a communication crystal, under her mental command. The crystal emitted a radiant glow, projecting an image. In the projection, Feng Haoran gripped Di Xian's neck, the latter gasping for breath as he uttered, "Let me go. I am of the Soul Clan. Should you kill me, even as a Daozi, you will pay the price. The director cannot protect you." "Ha! I have never feared anyone in my endeavors." Di Xian sneered, "Even if I perish at the Wuling Academy, you won't live long either. I will wait for you below." With a crack, the sound of his neck snapping echoed, and the image vanished. The young man on the throne erupted in fury. "Humph! A mere Daozi from an academy dares to disregard this young emperor. Xueji, prepare the carriage. I shall personally deal with this arrogant insect." Just as the woman below was about to comply, an elderly servant appeared, stating, "Young Emperor, the Soul Emperor has reported that the forbidden celestial body has emerged. He requests you to proceed to the Songling Domain's Wuling Academy. He said, if possible, to eliminate it, but never reveal that the Soul Clan is involved, if exposed. Leave no witnesses." "Oh, what a coincidence. I was already heading to the Songling Domain. I shall take care of it then." Chapter 68, the first generation of the Ing Clan. Yu. After Feng Haoran revealed his identity, many disciples of the Wuling Academy spread the news. Instantly, the entire vast heavenly universe erupted. The 9 dominant forces and the immortal factions all received word of the forbidden celestial body's emergence. Some sought to eliminate it swiftly, while others aimed to establish a connection. Even among the 5 great taboos, 3 families that opposed the Feng clan began to make arrangements. At this moment, within the forbidden Ing clan, beside a vast spiritual river, a young man cloaked in a black robe with golden edges stood still, his hair billowing in the wind as he held a golden fishing rod. He was not fishing for ordinary fish. This river housed numerous sacred beasts. Suddenly, the rod trembled violently, and his previously closed eyes snapped open. A beam of golden light shot from his gaze as he exerted force, pulling the rod sharply. A sound akin to a dragon's cry echoed from the river. With a splash, a blue creature leaped from the water, caught by the fishing rod. In pain, it writhed before being tossed onto the bank by the cloaked youth. Upon closer inspection, it was a water blue qilin, resembling a dragon-headed, deer-horned, lion-bodied creature with eagle claws, adorned with luminous blue scales. It emanated an aura of a 5th-tier celestial being, while the young man wielding the rod had just entered the 1st tier of celestial power. Before the young man could reel in his catch, a voice resonated from the void. "Congratulations, Xiaohao, you have captured a sacred beast, the water qilin." Xiaohao was the title of the next clan leader of the Ing clan, and this young man was Xingyu, a first-generation prodigy of his generation. He gazed at the newcomer without speaking, focusing instead on reeling in the rod. Approaching the water qilin, he coldly inquired, "Will you live or die?" The beast's enormous eyes reflected terror as it sensed the overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from him, as if its answer would determine its fate. To preserve its life, the water qilin knelt before him, emitting a low sound as if to express its willingness to submit. Xingyu, seeing this, stroked the creature's head before turning to face the newcomer, a middle-aged man who spoke in a subdued tone. "Why are you here instead of by my father's side?" The man smiled obsequiously. "Xiaohao, the clan leader said the forbidden celestial body has appeared. 16 years ago, our clan suffered a setback against the Feng clan. He believes it is time for you to make them pay." Upon hearing this, Xingyu paused, his expression darkening. "Humph, have you finally decided to come out? I have awaited your arrival for a long time." With that, he mounted the water qilin and called out into the void, "Yin Tian, bring the Haotian guards. Follow me into the world." Understood. As the response echoed through the void, the water qilin let out a long cry before vanishing into the ether. Similar occurrences unfolded across other factions. Meanwhile, within the forbidden Feng clan, Feng Qianjue remained in the imperial palace attending to matters when a figure clad in black armor silently reappeared in the hall. "Master. The young master has revealed his identity at the Wuling Academy." "Oh, is that so?" Feng Qianjue responded with a mere 3 words, as if he had anticipated this outcome. The man clad in black armor, witnessing his master's demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. Caught in a quandary, he hesitated, unsure whether to leave or stay, struggling to find his voice before ultimately swallowing his words. Fortunately, at this moment, Feng Qianjue spoke again. It seemed he deemed no one among his peers worthy of his intervention, thus luring out the initial leaders from various factions. This was agreeable. He would allow those nascent prodigies to serve as his honing stones. Should we increase our personnel to ensure the safety of the young master? The inquiry from the armored figure prompted Feng Qianjue to ponder for a brief moment before he responded. If we dispatch guards from our clan, Haoran will have no room to maneuver. Thus, he instructed that Chasing Wind and his companions remain on standby for Tian Kuei's orders, ensuring they would respond promptly should any extraordinary circumstances arise. Understood. In the Songling domain, within the Daozi Palace of the Wanling Academy, Feng Haoran summoned Xiao Yuning to gather Yukong and the others. Meanwhile, he released Bai Zhe, who immediately manifested its exclusive Emperor Beast pill. Upon seeing the alluring pill in Feng Haoran's hand, Bai Zhe fixated on it intently. As the pill was tossed towards it, Bai Zhe wasted no time and swallowed it whole. With a hum, the supreme power within Bai Zhe was swiftly engulfed by an unparalleled imperial force. A roar erupted as the imperial power surged violently within, causing it excruciating pain, prompting Bai Zhe to howl incessantly. Fortunately, this torment was fleeting, as Bai Zhe's cultivation visibly soared at an astonishing rate. In just a few heartbeats, it ascended from the supreme 9th level to the Emperor 9th level. With a triumphant roar, Bai Zhe flashed to Feng Haoran's side, affectionately nuzzling against him and even licking his hand. In such a short time, it had progressed from the 5th level of the Heavenly Supreme to the 9th level of the Emperor. Such rapid advancement without depleting its foundation was undoubtedly a source of immense joy. Bai Zhe felt immensely grateful for its earlier choices. Suddenly, 5 streaks of light pierced through the void, heading towards Feng Haoran. As they materialized, it was none other than Xiao Yuning and Yukong along with their companions. Your Majesty, Yukong, Jingzhan, Xingchen, and Ziyuan bowed in respect. We have arrived. Feng Haoran caressed the pristine fur of Baize with one hand while holding 4 exquisite battle armors in the other. These armors, comparable to the rarest treasures of the wasteland, were known as the divine armors of the Great Path, one for each of you. As he spoke, the armors flew from his grasp to the 4 individuals before him. They exchanged glances and then knelt in unison. Your Majesty, such invaluable treasures should remain by your side. With them, your safety will be further assured. Haha. Since I have bestowed them upon you, take them. My identity has already been revealed. I imagine those self-proclaimed prodigies of the powerful clans will soon arrive in the Songling domain. From now on, you shall remain by my side. But your current cultivation is still too feeble. Therefore, keep the divine armors and consume this pill. A moment later, 5 pills appeared, including one for Xiao Yuning, who stood nearby. Upon seeing this, an unmistakable joy illuminated her features. Years ago, she had encountered such pills and had initially doubted their ability to enhance cultivation. However, reality had proven otherwise, so when she saw the pill again, she grasped it without hesitation and knelt in gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for bestowing the pill once more. With that, she placed the pill in her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, unleashing a torrent of imperial power that surged through her entire being. The laws within her began to coalesce, and divine light erupted forth. The 4 of Yukong, witnessing this transformation, were struck by fear. What kind of pill is this? It propels her directly towards the imperial realm. They were astonished, yet no one could provide an answer, for Xiao Yuning was the finest explanation. Before long, Xiao Yuning, now at the 9th level of the Emperor realm, rose slowly, elated as she sensed the power within her. How does it feel? Your Highness, it feels magnificent. Just as she was about to encourage Yukong and the others to take their pills, they abruptly snatched the floating pills and consumed them. In the vast expanse of the wasteland universe, 3 years had swiftly passed. During this time, the progenitors of various factions flocked to the Songling domain. Yet these initial prodigies found only disappointment. 3 years prior, a celestial phenomenon had erupted in the wasteland sea of the Songling domain, prompting speculation of the emergence of extraordinary treasures or ancient secret realms. The true nature of this phenomenon remained a mystery. The only immortal faction in the Songling domain, the Academy of All Spirits, naturally sought to investigate. Consequently, disciples above the core level of the Academy ventured into the wasteland sea in hopes of discovering the treasures. As the fated one, Tianhao was at the forefront of this endeavor. It is said that where celestial phenomena arise, treasures must follow. And those destined for greatness are the harvesters of such treasures. Thus, under Feng Qingwu's leadership, they had already arrived at the wasteland sea. Of course, Feng Haoran, the fated harvester, was an indispensable presence. After all, the treasure-seeking mouse was fully prepared, and his absence would be unfathomable. Consequently, upon hearing the news, the initial prodigies of the various factions hastened to the Wasteland Sea. The Wasteland Sea occupies 1/3 of the Songling domain, aptly named for its vastness, housing many unknown creatures. Some reside on floating islands, others on divine mountains, yet the majority dwell beneath the waves. Long ago, many beings unaware of the perils of the sea ventured in search of treasures, most of whom never returned, leading to its reputation as one of the 2 treacherous locales in the Songling domain, the other being the ghostly forest of Yomi. Now, due to the celestial phenomenon, countless young prodigies and even emperor-level powerhouses were drawn to the Wasteland Sea. This phenomenon had persisted for 3 uninterrupted years. Yet signs of the treasures or ancient secret realms remained elusive. On a colossal island near the phenomenon, A young man clad in white attire was accompanied by two extraordinarily beautiful women. One possessed an ethereal, icy beauty reminiscent of a snow lotus, while the other radiated pure brilliance, her silvery hair cascading like fresh snow. Both women were stunning in their own right, and together, they were Tianhao, Feng Qinwu, and Li Qianxuan from the Academy of All Spirits, having recently endured a fierce battle. The ground was littered with the remains of unknown creatures as they eagerly excavated beast course. Suddenly, from the body of a crocodile-like creature, a delicate silver token emerged. "What is this, Qinwu?" Tianhao inquired, holding the floating silver token in his palm. Feng Qinwu hurried over, her graceful figure gliding swiftly, accompanied by a gentle fragrance. As she approached, she examined the silver token, while Tianhao gazed at her, momentarily entranced. This object bears ancient divine inscriptions. It resembles a key. A key? But what does it unlock? Feng Qinwu extended her slender hand to return the silver token, shaking her head. "I cannot say. But since you have come into possession of it, you will surely discover its purpose in due time." With a nod, Tianhao accepted the silver token and stored it away. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of figures traversing the space. "Haha, my dear brother, there you are. I have searched high and low for you." "What? He's here?" The voice was familiar to Tianhao, and soon, a figure he would never forget emerged. The newcomer was Tianyu, flanked by a group of masked individuals, approximately a dozen in number, who were elders of the everlasting clan at the sacred king level. To prevent exposure of their identities, they concealed their faces. "Tianyu, what brings you here?" In the past 3 years, Tianhao had enhanced his cultivation to the immortal emperor realm, yet facing a dozen powerful sacred kings left him feeling inadequate. Now, the three had gathered. And as the only male, Tianhao positioned the two women behind him. "Hehe, I have come to seek treasures and to eliminate you, the bane of our family." Tianyu's expression suddenly darkened. "Eliminate me? We shall see if you possess the capability. Qinwu, I will hold them off. You and Qianxuan must leave immediately." "No. I refuse to leave. I shall fight alongside my brother Tianhao." Tianhao was acutely aware of the formidable presence of the 10 or so individuals opposing him, and thus resolved to remain behind to delay them, allowing the two women to escape first. However, Li Qianxuan was unwilling to comply. During these 3 years, her heart had silently committed itself to him. She regarded Tianhao as the one to whom she would entrust her life, and how could she abandon him in danger? The sight of their determination caused Feng Qinwu to shake her head in disapproval. "Very well. I shall hold off those dozen or so holy kings while you two join forces against Tianyu. If the opportunity arises, flee without concern for me. I will find you once I am free." "No, Sister Qinwu, we will stay together. Enough of this sentimental chatter. Rest assured, I shall be fine." "I'm trying to escape? Did this young master grant you permission?" Observing the whispers exchanged among the trio across from him, Tianyu swiftly discerned their intentions. He then motioned to the holy kings behind him. "Go, eliminate them." With a silent rush, the elders surged forward. Feng Qinwu's expression hardened as she formed intricate hand seals, emanating a powerful aura from her being. Without hesitation, she charged into the fray, only to find herself encircled by a multitude of opponents. With a graceful wave of her hand, a golden light burst forth, illuminating the void. "Get her," one voice commanded, and in an instant, the group launched themselves at her, igniting a fierce battle. The sound of powerful collisions echoed through the air, as divine forces intertwined and erupted spectacularly. On the ground, Tianhao observed Feng Qinwu skillfully handling the onslaught, his worries gradually dissipating. His gaze, however, remained icy as it fixed upon Tianyu. "Flee? Humph. I will not depart without slaying you." As Tianyu perceived the threat approaching him, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he struck out with a powerful palm. The air erupted with a deafening roar as raging flames surged toward Tianhao. The latter, agile as a shadow, evaded the fiery assault, reappearing before Tianyu. 8 desolations breaking heaven fist. A fist shadow erupted from Tianhao's arm. "Come at me." Tianyu's expression was one of amusement, unperturbed as he met Tianhao's gaze, then unleashed a fierce palm strike. Heaven's flame palm. A colossal fiery palm imprint collided with Tianhao's fist shadow, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the ground, cleaving nearby trees and foliage in half. As the young master of the evergreen clan, Tianyu had already reached the 9th level of the immortal emperor realm. Over the years, under the meticulous guidance of the esteemed Zhongli, and with the aid of extraordinary resources and cultivation within a spatial treasure, he had ascended to the realm of the saints. In the past, entering such a realm would have been a pipe dream without millennia of accumulation. Yet, in this era of great calamity, with various supreme bodies and saintly physiques emerging, even the laws of heaven and earth were more comprehensible than before. Coupled with Tianyu's innate Dao bone and his fusion with the ancient sacred body, he was indeed a rare prodigy, possessing unmatched strength. With just that one strike, Tianhao was sent flying 1,000 meters away, leaving a long trail in the earth. When he finally came to a halt, his internal energy surged violently. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, prompting Li Qianxuan to rush to his side, her face etched with concern. "Brother Tianhao, are you all right?" "Haha. My dear brother, I forgot to mention that I have now attained the saint realm. Only now do I comprehend what it means that all beneath the saints are but ants. Even if you conceal your strength, you are no match for me. Even if you are a half-saint, How infuriating. Tianhao wiped the blood from his mouth and charged forward once more. This time, however, he wielded the Wanlong Divine Sword. A supreme imperial weapon. The sword, once sealed, had been progressively unsealed over the years. As he drew it forth, the celestial energy within him surged into the blade. A resonant sword cry echoed, radiating immense imperial might throughout the void. What? I did not expect you to possess an imperial weapon. One sword, 10,000 dragons. The response to Tianyu was a multitude of divine dragon phantoms that erupted from the sword, their roars shaking the heavens. The myriad dragon shadows spiraled in the air before surging towards Tianyu. Break. Tianyu's voice boomed as he unleashed a formidable force, effortlessly dissipating Tianhao's attack. The flames of heaven within him roared, as if they could incinerate all. What of your imperial weapon? Alas, you lack the strength to wield it. With a single swing of his sword, Tianhao found himself gasping for breath, having exhausted half of his immortal emperor energy. Die. Great Luo Heaven Flame Palm. As Tianyu swung his palm, a cataclysmic imprint of destruction manifested in the void. The overwhelming pressure surged toward Tianhao, who furrowed his brow. Sweat beaded at his temples as he gripped his sword, channeling the last remnants of his immortal emperor energy. With the infusion of celestial energy, the Wanlong Divine Sword radiated brilliantly, absorbing the power of the surrounding loss. 10,000 dragons returning to one sword breaking heaven. In an instant, the dragon shadows coalesced into a colossal dragon, entwined with a gigantic sword, surging toward the palm imprint with cataclysmic force. The two powers clashed in the void, sending ripples through the surrounding space. The sparks resulting from the collision resembled fireworks in the night sky, brilliant yet fleeting, evoking deep contemplation. With a resounding explosion, Tianhao's body was flung away like a kite with severed strings, utterly defenseless against the overwhelming force. Conversely, Tianyu's silver crown was knocked from his head, his hair flowing wildly, and his face marred with blood. Clutching his chest with one hand, he stared in shock, realization dawning upon him. Was this what he referred to as destiny? Despite having attained the saint realm, his combat prowess was seemingly on par with Tianhao's. If Tianhao were also a saint, would he not be able to defeat him with a single blow? He absolutely cannot be allowed to remain. Realizing this, Tianyu, despite his grievous injuries, rose up from the ground. You must die today. With a swift motion, a long blade materialized in his hand as he struck at the exhausted Tianhao from the void. The latter, with great difficulty, raised his heavy eyelids, filled with immense unwillingness. Just as he thought his demise was imminent, Li Qianxuan's figure appeared before him, grasping a long sword meant for women. She positioned it horizontally in the void. A sharp clang echoed as the sword and blade collided. Tianyu's formidable power was far beyond what Li Qianxuan, with her current cultivation, could withstand. She was pushed back, spitting a mouthful of blood, collapsing to one knee. Were it not for the sword supporting her, she would have already fallen. Qianxuan, Tianhao, leaning on the divine dragon sword, stumbled toward her. How are you holding up? I'm fine, brother Tianhao. Li Qianxuan managed to force a smile, not wishing to burden him with her worries. Haha, a waste is still a waste. You've even made a woman take the blow for you. Now that you're exhausted, is there anyone left to shield you from this strike? Tianyu sneered as his laughter echoed, and if Feng Haoran were present, he would undoubtedly remark that villains ultimately perish due to their verbosity. Suddenly, Tianyu's gaze sharpened. Let me play the Good Samaritan and send you both to hell as a pair of ill-fated lovers. He gripped his blade tightly and, with a tremor of his feet, leaped into the air. Die. As Tianhao and Li Qianxuan heard the sound of the long blade slicing through the air, they sensed death approaching and were prepared to close their eyes and await their end. Suddenly, a melodious clash resonated. Tianhao opened his eyes to see a graceful figure appear before him, Feng Qinwu, the one who had battled the E-clan's elder earlier. With her arrival, a dozen E-clan elders followed suit. What are you all doing? You can't even deal with her? Tianyu's anger surged as he realized he was once again thwarted from delivering the fatal blow to Tianhao. Feng Qinwu, however, bore the marks of battle, her body riddled with wounds from facing multiple immortal holy kings. Even with her half-step sovereign cultivation, she found it difficult to contend with them. She glanced at the two exhausted figures behind her and began to weave hand seals. Suddenly, Tianhao and Li Qianxuan found themselves levitating into the air. Sister Qinwu, what are you doing? Get moving. I will follow shortly, Feng Qinwu replied without further explanation, sweeping her robe. A transparent light enveloped the two, and they vanished into the void. Sister Qinwu, hurry after them. Tianyu's frantic roar echoed as he watched Tianhao being spirited away by the woman before him. Just as the elders prepared to pursue, Feng Qinwu stood resolutely in their path. You will face me. Do not think that just because you are from the Xuanji Pavilion, I am afraid of you. Kill her. Chapter 71. The Emperor who wishes to fish in troubled waters in the Songling domain, in the desolate sea region. A divine light connected with the heavens, its terrifying aura radiating across a vast expanse of 10,000 miles. This was the phenomenon that had occurred 3 years ago, still persisting today. Beings seeking treasure had taken refuge on floating islands and divine mountains far beyond. They remained unaware of how long this anomaly would endure, each hoping to be the first to seize the opportunity. In the void above an island, 10,000 meters distant in the desolate sea, a resplendent jade palanquin floated majestically. Surrounding the palanquin were nearly 100 armored guards, standing like celestial beings at its side. Suddenly, a streak of light dashed across the sea, approaching the jade palanquin. It was a strikingly beautiful woman who bowed before it. Young Emperor. A languid voice emanated from within the palanquin. Has anyone found news about the one who killed Emperor Xian? Not yet. The woman, known as Xueji, responded with a hint of anxiety. The voice from within the palanquin spoke again. What of the one harboring the celestial body? None as well. At that moment, silence fell within the palanquin, perhaps a moment of contemplation or the quiet before a storm. After a brief pause, a young man with a sullen expression emerged from the palanquin. He was Tian, the young emperor of the Soul Clan, his gaze dark and piercing as he cast a sidelong glance at Xueji. Have I been too lenient with you, allowing you to repeatedly dismiss me? 3 years have passed, and you have not even managed to gather news on one of the two individuals I seek. What purpose do you serve beside me? Mere decoration? With a resounding crash, Tian's cold voice reverberated as Xueji and the armored guards knelt in unison. Young Emperor, please do not be angry. It is as if the celestial body has evaporated. Not only do we have no information, but no other factions have uncovered his whereabouts either. Oh? Which factions are searching for him? Upon hearing that others had failed to find him, Tian's anger subsided, replaced by curiosity. According to my subordinates, the Blood Clan and the Dao Clan are also in pursuit, yet they have turned up empty-handed. Xueji wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, conveying the information she had gathered. So it is those two clans. Intriguing. Relay this, with the Blood Clan and the Dao Clan searching. We need only follow their lead. If they find him first, conflict will surely arise with the celestial body. And then I shall reap the benefits as a fisherman in troubled waters. Understood, Xueji replied, her figure transforming into a streak of light as she sped toward the horizon. Across the vast desolate sea, numerous factions were currently seeking Feng Haoran. Meanwhile, Feng Haoran himself found refuge on a divine mountain, situated a mere 1,000 meters from the site of the anomaly. The nameless mountain valley was littered with the corpses of ferocious beasts and unknown creatures. Feng Haoran and his entourage of 8, undeterred by the formidable pressure surrounding them, vanquished numerous ferocious beasts and enigmatic creatures. Initially, he was unaware that the slain beasts or unidentified entities would occasionally yield 1 or 2 ancient silver tokens upon their demise. Drawing upon his extensive reading of novels in his past life, he surmised that these silver tokens were undoubtedly the key to unlocking the treasures hidden within the mysterious phenomena. Thus, he ventured from a distance of 10,000 meters to within a mere 1,000. Throughout this journey, he observed that the closer they approached the source of the anomaly, the more powerful the beasts and creatures became. The ferocious beasts they had just defeated were all formidable, possessing the strength of saint kings or even supreme beings. He pondered that if they advanced another few hundred meters, they might encounter entities of the Emperor realm. Rather than assist others in forging a path, it would be more prudent to find a place to observe the situation first. Perched upon the back of Baizhe, he gazed into the distance, finally fixing his gaze upon the summit of the divine mountain. Tian Kue, let us rest atop the mountain peak. We have already gathered sufficient ancient tokens. After all, I prefer the role of a seeker of opportunities over that of a pathfinder. Tian Kue followed Feng Haoran's gaze toward the mountain peak, then surveyed the surroundings. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and unleashed the ancient emperor's consciousness, which spread out like a vast expanse. Upon reaching the summit, he felt an overwhelming pressure that was at least tenfold greater than that below. With a furrowed brow, he opened his eyes. Young master, the anomaly at the summit exerts an overwhelming force which is unsuitable for prolonged stays. It would be wise for us to retreat to the foot of the divine mountain, where the pressure is minimal. Should the treasures of the anomaly manifest, or a secret realm open, we would be in the most advantageous position. Very well. Let us proceed to the location you suggest. Upon receiving Feng Haoran's consent, Tian Kue soared ahead to lead the way, while the rest of the group followed closely on their mounts. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a clearing at the base of the mountain, facing the ocean and sheltered by the divine mountain. Indeed, this place is quite suitable. Feng Haoran surveyed his surroundings with great satisfaction, while Tian Kue waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a structure resembling a pavilion emerged from the ground. Young master, he said, for the time being, you must rest within this pavilion. It is of no consequence. Feng Haoran replied. This place, nestled by mountains and waters, exudes a sense of tranquility and detachment from the world, which I find quite delightful. Feng Haoran spoke as he dismounted from the Baizhe and entered the pavilion. Meanwhile, Yukuan and the others stood guard in their respective positions. For this was a maritime region teeming with ferocious beasts and unknown creatures. To ensure the emperor's tranquility, they had no choice but to remain vigilant. Tian Kue, observing their protective formation, swiftly ascended to the mountain's peak, fixated on the extraordinary phenomenon that had persisted for 3 years. What extraordinary treasure could warrant such a prolonged gestation? It seemed that once again, many lives would be extinguished. Upon entering the pavilion, Feng Haoran was greeted by the system's voice. Ding! The canine sensed its master's physical and mental fatigue and activated the reward mechanism. It presented a vat of innate spiritual liquid, which, when immersed in, could alleviate the master's exhaustion. Even though the master reveled in nightly festivities, he remained oblivious to the concept of fatigue. System. I am increasingly convinced that you are more suited to be human than other beings, demonstrating such consideration. Ding. Indeed, have you forgotten who my master is? This dog's entire existence, both body and spirit, is devoted to its master. Now, release the innate spiritual liquid, and you may kneel in peace. Ding. Very well. My beloved master. But as the system's words faded, a white bathtub materialized in the room where Feng Haoran resided. It was an exact replica of the bathtub from his previous life as hotel, and in fact, it surpassed it by 100-fold. Remarkably, he found himself able to indulge in a bath he had once longed for but never dared to experience. If only a maiden were to join him, it would be all the more fitting. Upon seeing the bathtub, he briefly entertained the thought of having Xiao Yuning attend to him during his bath. Yet he dismissed the notion as rather inappropriate. Feng Haoran shook his head, attempting to dismiss the chaotic thoughts swirling within him, and stepped into the warmth, ethereal liquid of the bathtub. Indeed, indulging in such a luxurious soak was undeniably pleasurable. Chapter 72. The dreams that become reality. Whether it was the influence of the mystical liquid or simply the fatigue weighing upon him, Feng Haoran soon succumbed to slumber. Within the realm of dreams, he found himself engaging in a playful bath with a beautiful maiden, their laughter echoing as they frolicked together, eventually escalating into a more intimate exchange. The ambience was exquisite, captivating enough to elicit a mischievous grin upon his face. As the saying goes, delightful dreams are fleeting. And Feng Haoran was abruptly awakened by the sound of his own laughter. Realizing it had merely been a beautiful illusion, he remained with his eyes closed, indulging in self-deprecating thoughts. The trials of youth. One is often lost in fantasies of the opposite sex, which only serves to hinder the swiftness of one's blade. Just as he contemplated wiping his face with his damp hands to shake off the remnants of the dream, he discovered that his hand rested upon a part of his body that was not his own. Still with his eyes shut, he felt a peculiar sensation beneath his palm. Something soft and warm, yet his own body remained oblivious to it. A startling realization dawned upon him, compelling him to confirm his suspicions. He embraced the object, and the warmth of it caused his body to stiffen in surprise. Gradually opening his eyes, a string of expletives escaped his lips. What the hell? There is indeed someone here. Upon his awakening, he beheld a delicate figure before him, though she was in a state of unconsciousness. The tattered remnants of her clothing revealed the severity of her injuries. However, the sight of her form was laid bare before him, particularly her remarkable physique. A soft sound broke the silence, and just as he was about to take in her features, Feng Haoran immediately halted his movements. The woman stirred awake, her injuries healing in the soothing embrace of the ethereal liquid. As she opened her captivating eyes and surveyed her surroundings, her first instinct was to realize she had been rescued. As she attempted to rise, she discovered the surface supporting her was both smooth and resilient. In her dazed state, she instinctively grasped onto something for support, only to emit a cry of pain. The sudden exclamation caused her to turn abruptly, their eyes locking in mutual shock. It's you. The woman before him was none other than Feng Qingwu, who had fought valiantly to allow Etienne to escape. She had battled against numerous immortal Saint Kings, initially holding her ground until her resources were exhausted. With her body gravely wounded, she had used a secret technique to flee, only to find herself in Feng Haoran's bathing sanctuary. Instantly alert upon seeing him, Feng Qingwu inquired, "How did you end up here?" Feng Haoran retorted, "I wish to ask you the same. I came here to bathe and fell asleep, only to awaken to your unexpected presence. Is that so? You lecher. Surely, you must have done something to me." Feng Haoran chuckled in disbelief at her accusation. "What could I possibly have done? Before you make such assertions, might I suggest you release your grip?" Upon realizing her hand's placement, Feng Qingwu's face flushed crimson. She hastily withdrew her hand and attempted to rise. But the abundance of the ethereal liquid caused her tattered dress to slip away, revealing her flawless skin and alluring figure. "Well, you do possess a commendable physique," Feng Haoran remarked, only to find that his words had struck a nerve. In a flurry, she quickly covered herself and retaliated by kicking him in the abdomen. Leveraging the force to catapult herself out of the bathtub, Feng Haoran, momentarily stunned by the sight of her emerging from the water, felt a rush of indignation but was captivated by the scene. As she turned to face him, her garments magically reassembled themselves. "You lecher. I shall kill you." With a swift motion, Feng Qingwu summoned a long sword, directing it towards Feng Haoran. Yet, he remained unfazed, extending 2 fingers to effortlessly catch the blade. With a cold glint in his eyes, he exerted a forceful twist, shattering the sword into pieces. Rising gracefully, he summoned the liquid from the bathtub to shield his form. Donning a majestic blue-gold robe that flowed elegantly around him, his icy blue hair cascading freely, even as a celestial maiden of the Xuanji Pavilion, Feng Qingwu found it challenging to resist the allure of Feng Haoran's presence. Clutching the remnants of her sword, she was oblivious to the entranced expression upon her face. "Have you seen enough?" he asked, his voice devoid of emotion. "Who is watching you, you lecher? If you dare to call me a lecher again, I won't hesitate to bring you to justice right here." The predatory demeanor of Feng Haoran caused the typically aloof Feng Qingwu to shrink back, fear evident in her eyes. Observing her expression, Feng Haoran flashed a wicked smile and let out a soft snort before departing the room. Outside, Xiao Yuning, who had been waiting, intended to follow the prince, only to notice another figure emerging from within. "Why are you in the prince's chamber, Feng Qingwu?" she inquired. "Must I report my whereabouts to you?" Feng Qingwu retorted loudly at Feng Haoran, who was already at the edge of the sea. "Stop right there, you lecher," she cried, her voice echoing in the air. Feng Haoran, unable to tolerate her words, thought to himself, "Woman, do not dare to challenge my limits. Do not presume that your beauty makes me hesitant to act against you. If you persist in this folly, believe me, I shall cast you to the beasts as a meal. It is one thing to utilize my spiritual essence to mend your wounds. It is quite another to speak so recklessly, as if I were made of clay." A low hum resonated in the atmosphere as Feng Qingwu listened to Feng Haoran's words. A powerful aura of the emperor emanated from him, causing her heart to skip a beat and her body to involuntarily retreat a few steps. How is this possible? You are actually at the emperor realm? In my presence, nothing is impossible. You should return to where you came from. Do not let the destiny you guard so fervently fall into the jaws of a ferocious beast. Feng Qingwu was unable to believe her ears. She had never anticipated that this forbidden celestial being was already aware that Etian Hao is the destined one. You already know he is the destined one? Humph. Merely a small destiny. He believes that with the support of the Xuanji Pavilion, he can dare to oppose me. I am uncertain whether he is simply naive or if you Xuanji Pavilion are arrogantly overestimating yourselves. Let me inform you, Etian Hao cannot be protected by your Xuanji Pavilion. If I wish to kill him, even the great Tao cannot shield him. However, now is not the time. I still have use for him. Is this truly the legendary forbidden celestial being? He appears to possess a profound understanding of everything regarding the destined. Such a devilish figure. Can a feeble destiny truly shake him? After hearing Feng Haoran's words, Feng Qingwu felt her resolve waver regarding the promise she made to her master. As long as Feng Qingwu, am present, I will never allow you the opportunity to kill the destined. Feng Haoran merely laughed dismissively at her declaration and turned to gaze upon the sea. Admiring the scenery. Chapter 73. The chaotic spirit garden emerges. The Feng clan is about to appear in the desolate sea region, where celestial phenomena occurred. A powerful divine light surged skyward, emanating strong rules of heaven and earth. At this moment, at the source of the anomaly, Wang Daoling led the 4 supreme elders of the academy to observe for 3 years, yet they had discovered nothing of the secret realm that was about to open. Dean. The rules emanating from this divine light do not resemble those of a secret realm. Typically, when a secret realm opens, it is often the legacy of ancient beings. Thus the power of the rules is limited. However, the current celestial anomaly seems to be intermingled with thousands of rules. This is indeed not a precursor to the opening of an ancient powerful being's secret realm. Rather, it resembles a convergence of the rules of 3,000 universes. Moreover, while these rules have not reached perfection, they are remarkably stable, as if forming a mysterious space. Buzz, rumble, before Wang Daoling could complete his analysis. A sudden roar echoed through the void. Instantly, fierce winds arose, and the once cleared Songling domain became shrouded in darkness. Simultaneously, not only Songling, but even the other 5 domains descended into profound gloom. The beings within the 6 domains were thrown into chaos, for this did not resemble the precursor to a storm. The current signs of fear felt akin to the collapse of space itself. The oppressive darkness was overwhelming. Could this be the impending doom of the desolate heavens? Why must the desolate heavens be this way? Is it true that the incompleteness of spatial rules will lead to collapse? I do not wish to die. No. I do not want to die. I have devoted my entire life to cultivation, hoping to live a little longer. If space were to collapse now, I would die unwillingly. Feng Qianjue stood suspended in the dark void, his expression devoid of any trace of concern. For, with his current strength, he could sense that the fabric of the chaotic heavens remained stable. Unlike the outside world, where the encroaching darkness instilled a profound sense of unease, leading many to believe that the chaotic heavens were on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, the space beside Feng Qianjue distorted, and an elderly figure emerged from within. It appeared that the 3,000 universes were about to descend into turmoil, and the words of the ancestral progenitor were nearing fulfillment. Great ancestor, you have arrived. Upon encountering the elder, Feng Qianjue respectfully bowed. Such extraordinary phenomena manifesting in this world piqued my curiosity. I wish to observe the fragmented path of this realm and discern what kind of demon it may conjure. By the way, has the little fellow ventured into the world for his trials? He now resides in the Songling domain, where I have heard he has already stepped into the wild sea region. The strange occurrences there have persisted for 3 years, and they must surely be connected to today's events. The words of the great ancestor plunged Qianju into deep contemplation, and he subsequently regarded him with utmost seriousness. Qianju, you are now the master of the Feng clan in this realm. In the past, your father sealed you within the chaotic divine source as a newborn to assist our ancestors in combating the chaotic demons. He brought you to this small universe to ensure the continuation of the Feng clan's lineage, with the hope that one day we could return to the chaos. Alas, fate was unkind. You encountered great tribulations at birth, and upon arriving in this universe, you faced further setbacks as the path was usurped. Had it not been for these misfortunes, you would not have remained sealed for so long. It was only millions of years later that you broke free from the chaotic divine source, achieving your current realm of the ancient emperor. Had fortune favored you, you might have already ascended to the chaotic level. In response to the great ancestor's remarks, Feng Qianju did not perceive himself as unfortunate. Rather, he considered himself quite fortunate. Although he had spent an indeterminate number of epochs within the chaotic divine source after breaking his seal, he encountered his destined companion during his trials. Now, with his own child, he felt that he had gained much. As for his strength, a peculiar smile crept across his face at this thought. Just as he was about to speak, the voice of the great ancestor resonated once more. Last time, when the little one's bloodline reverted, the spectral image of our ancestor appeared. From his words, it seems the chaotic demons have been temporarily subdued. However, it must have been a Pyrrhic victory. Otherwise, given the temperament of our ancestor, he would have summoned our entire clan back that very day. He likely fears that the little one's constitution might draw unwanted attention and intends to pave the way for him before bringing him back. Thus, it implies that the little one is pivotal to whether the Feng clan can enter that realm. Therefore, we must safeguard him diligently. Of course, you must not squander your own remarkable talents. Remember, your father was a presence closely rivaling our ancestor, one whom we admired greatly in our youth. At times, we old fellows ponder what sort of prodigies your family comprises, each born more extraordinary than the last. With a hearty laugh, the great ancestor added, "Such words may seem distant, yet we are all of one lineage." Upon hearing this, Feng Qianjue could not help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, "Do not refer to me as the great ancestor. In terms of birth, I am but a few years your senior. We are of the same generation, with the only distinction being that you have been sealed by the source of chaos for quite some time. As you have stated, I was sealed at birth, and by the time I break free, you will have already attained the status of an elder. Thus, you are indeed worthy of that title. While I cannot bear such a designation, in this realm it is tolerable, but upon our return, your identity shall be restored. With my current cultivation, devoid of the primary lineage status, I lack even the qualifications to be a guardian within the family." Just as Feng Qianjue was about to speak further, a resounding boom echoed through the void. The voice of the great Tao reverberated across the desolate heavens. "I am the essence of the great Tao of the desolate heaven universe, for the emergence of the chaos spirit garden draws near, bridging 3,000 universes. After 3 years of exploration, numerous treasures have been discovered, including the immortal sacred fruit, supreme divine liquid, and the edicts of the heavenly emperor. Consuming these will enable one to attain sanctity, supremacy, or even the realm of the heavenly emperor, without undermining their original foundation. Furthermore, countless chaotic artifacts, divine medicines, and sacred elixirs lie within. The Chaos Spirit Garden will open in 10 days. This time, except for those of the Great Tao. Even those at the Heavenly Emperor level may enter. However, due to the top 500 ranking within the Desolate Heaven universe, only 10,000 may gain entry. To enter the Spirit Garden, one must possess the Sacred Chaos Order, which I have already infused into the body of a ferocious beast." At this juncture, the Great Tao's voice paused momentarily. Suddenly, in the dark void of the 6 domains of the Desolate Heaven, a colossal, ancient silver order appeared. This artifact is none other than the Sacred Chaos Order, and the opening of the Spirit Garden is crucial for the survival of the Desolate Heaven universe. I implore everyone to unite in purpose. As for the missing Heavenly Emperors, I shall employ my divine abilities to transport them there. Once the Chaos Spirit Garden concludes, the missing rules of the Desolate Heaven will be restored. At that time, the future of the Desolate Heaven shall be yours to shape." As the voice of the Great Tao faded, the dim void within the 6 domains instantly returned to its former clarity. However, the living beings were driven to frenzy. In the void of the Feng clan, the elder beside Feng Qianjue trembled with excitement. The Chaos Spirit Garden, the fabled Chaos Spirit Garden has emerged. I never imagined it would manifest in such a small universe. Elder, do you know of this Chaos Spirit Garden? Could it not be the ruse of the false Great Tao to deceive the living? Noting the elder's overwhelming excitement, Feng Qianjue inquired with curiosity. The Chaos Spirit Garden is a phenomenon of the chaos space. According to our clan's records, no one can perceive its existence, for it only opens once every billion years. A mere Great Tao from a small universe could never fathom the secrets of the Chaos Spirit Garden. Only when it truly appears can the 3,000 Great Taos become aware of it. Moreover, the Sacred Chaos Order that was just revealed serves as the key to entering the Chaos Spirit Garden. With its emergence, we shall soon return to our clan. Quickly, gather the ancient emperors and great emperors of our family, and proceed to the Songling domain. This shall be the moment our Feng clan reveals itself to the world. We must secure at least 5,000 sacred chaos orders from the 10,000 available. Anyone who dares to utter a word of dissent shall face annihilation. With that, he activated his half-step Heavenly Emperor consciousness, summoning the other elders. Elders 2, 3, 4, and 8, follow me to the Songling domain. Boom. In the ancestral land of the Feng clan, 7 beams of divine light surged into the heavens, subsequently vanishing into the void. Moments later, 7 figures materialized beside the great ancestor and Feng Qianjue. The reason the great ancestor summoned only 7 was to leave the other elders behind to guard the Feng clan, preventing any potential intrusions. Upon their arrival, the 7 bowed respectfully. The great ancestor paid them no heed and addressed Feng Qianjue, saying, "Qianjue, the Chaos Spirit Garden is fraught with peril. None of us can guarantee a safe return. However, within it lie treasures of chaos that even those families residing within the chaos covet. Thus, the Feng clan must venture forth. You shall arrange the family accordingly." After speaking, the great ancestor and the other elders vanished into the void. Feng Qianjue exhaled deeply as he watched them depart. After so many years of ease, it is time to stretch my limbs. Since our ancestors have paved the way for Haoran, how can I, as a father, lag behind? Suju, lead the clan. We shall proceed to the Songling domain. Suju, a figure clad in black armor who had frequently appeared at his side, was also the foremost among the 7 absolute heavens, wielding formidable strength. As soon as Feng Qinjue finished speaking, a voice resonated through the void. Noble deities. Dear followers of the pumpkin, please rally for a free update. If you find it delightful, bestow a 5-star rating. If not, kindly point out the flaws for improvement. It would be best to leave your thoughts at the chapter's end, as comments in the middle may go unnoticed, compelling me to search through them. Therefore, I welcome everyone to voice their critiques. Chapter 74. The various clans emerged to seize the Chaos Saint Order within the vast cosmos. As the awe-inspiring sound of the Great Tao gradually faded, countless factions, both large and small, surged toward the enigmatic Songling domain like a tidal wave. Among them were the other 4 major factions of the Forbidden Clan. At this moment, the atmosphere within the G-Clan was fervent. As all the G-Clan emperors gathered together, they hovered in the air, patiently awaiting the orders of the 7 esteemed ancient emperors before them. The elder standing in the central position was none other than the supremely revered great ancestor, Jishin Wang. His profound gaze scrutinized the nearly 1,000 emperors before him, his eyes glimmering with wisdom and authority. Esteemed ones, a magnificent opportunity has descended upon us, marking the moment for the G-Clan to emerge. Although the Chaos Spirit Garden is accessible to both ancient and heavenly emperors, the fortunes within shall be claimed according to one's abilities. Naturally, dangers lurk at every turn. For the sake of our clan and personal cultivation, we must brave this venture. Should we obtain the Heavenly Emperor's Tao, it will usher in an unparalleled powerhouse for our clan. At that point, stepping beyond this universe shall no longer be a mere dream. Therefore, as members of the G-Clan, we must prioritize the future of our family. The great ancestor spoke slowly, although his voice was soft. It resonated with boundless strength and profound meaning, stirring the hearts of all present. Everyone understood that this opportunity held immense significance for the entire Forbidden G-Clan, potentially determining the future honor or disgrace of their lineage. Consequently, as the great ancestor spoke, none dared to exhibit even a hint of negligence. They listened intently. Let us proceed into the Songling domain. As Jishin Huang's words fell, nearly 1,000 emperors responded with unbridled excitement, as if they had already secured the Heavenly Emperor's Tao. Observing the eager emperors of his clan, Jishin Huang nodded inwardly and then shouted, "Onward!" The Forbidden Jiang clan, known for their life rules, was led by a remarkably youthful and strikingly beautiful figure with flowing purple hair, suspended in the void as he gazed at the lined-up emperors of his clan. Esteemed ones, we, the Jiang clan, belong to the Forbidden Life clan. In terms of combat, we may be somewhat lacking compared to other clans. Yet, now that the Chaos Spirit Garden is opening, it is also the time for our Jiang clan to rise against the odds. The Great Tao has previously stated that within the Spirit Garden, even the Heavenly Emperor's Tao has been possessed. Such an opportunity will surely compensate for our Jiang clan's inherent shortcomings. In the future, not only shall we possess eternal life rules, but we shall also gain formidable battle rules. Do you all have confidence? Yes. The enthusiastic responses from his kin prompted Jiang Ni Huang, the great ancestor of the Jiang clan, to wave his hand. Onward. With that, they all vanished into the void alongside Jiang Ni Huang. Meanwhile, within the Forbidden Ing clan, great ancestor Ing Poi gazed solemnly at his kin. With opportunities arising and the Heavenly Emperor soon to manifest, our Ing clan must reclaim the indignities suffered in this era. Let us proceed to the Songling domain to seize the Chaos Saint Order. Similar sentiments echoed within the Forbidden Shuer clan. Furthermore, even among the 9 dominant factions of the Imperial Source domain, there was an exhilarating fervor as they prepared to lead their clan emperors toward the Songling domain. Throughout the 6 domains, the immortal and evergreen factions, as well as the ancient factions, were almost entirely headed toward the Wasteland Sea domain. As for forces ranked below the imperial and royal levels, aside from a few supreme and immortal sacred kings, none dared to venture there. For at this moment, the Wasteland Sea domain was teeming with formidable figures. Any attempt to seize the Chaos Saint Order would be tantamount to courting death. Although the Chaos Spirit Garden harbored countless opportunities, they also needed the fortune to contend for them. In the Songling domain, amidst the extraordinary phenomena rising from the Wasteland Sea domain, on an island, a youth clad in white attire, his complexion pale, was currently tending to the wounds of a beautiful woman with silver hair. These two were none other than Yi Tianhao and Li Qianquan, who had been sent away by Feng Qinwu. With a sigh of relief, Yi Tianhao withdrew his healing powers, concluding the treatment. To think that the silver token I obtained is actually the Chaos Saint Order granting entry to the Chaos Spirit Garden. Heaven truly has not been unkind to me, however. I only possess 1 token now, while Qianquan and Sister Qingwu have yet to receive theirs. I cannot allow this to stand. I must hunt down the culprit. Sister Qingwu risked herself to save us. I must secure this Saint Order for her. He glanced at the still unconsciously Qianquan and, surveying the surroundings, discovered a cave that could accommodate only 1 person. He then lifted Li Qianquan and made his way to the cave. After safely placing her inside and leaving a message regarding his departure, he set off. At the same time, within a floating jade palanquin, Di Shirtian joyfully emerged, encountering the returning Shueji. Young master, the sound of the great Tao just echoed. I haven't yet dispatched the order to secretly follow the other 2 clans in search of the heavenly body. Should I issue it now? What order? The most pressing matter at hand is to slay the savage beasts and obtain the Chaos Saint Order. I trust that my father and the ancestors have already arrived. Quickly, let us advance 1,000 meters and slay the beasts. Di Tian shot a glance at Xueji, his tone impatient. Understood. Roars of savage beasts and the cries of beings in distress echoed throughout the islands and sacred mountains of the Wasteland Sea domain. Just 1,000 meters away from the extraordinary phenomena, beneath a divine mountain facing the sea, Feng Haoran and Feng Qinwu stood at the edge of the sea. The former's face displaying an enigmatic expression. It seemed as though everything unfolded exactly as he had anticipated, with the sole exception that this time. It was the chaotic spirit garden that was to be unveiled. The participants would comprise beings from the 3,000 universes, however, for him. This undoubtedly represented yet another opportunity for harvest. In contrast, Feng Qingwu's demeanor was markedly different. Her face was etched with contemplation. Although her heart brimmed with yearning for the opening of the chaotic spirit garden, it was also heavy with trepidation. At that moment, Tian Kue and Yukong arrived. Their hearts filled with exhilaration. Young Master, the Master, accompanied by his subordinates, is en route to this location. He has instructed us to continue battling the ferocious beasts. The Tao has decreed that we, the Feng clan, must acquire 5,000 of the 10,000 chaotic holy orders. What? 5,000? Feng Qinwu exclaimed. Her expression one of astonishment. In the entire desolate expanse, there existed only 10,000 chaotic holy orders, and the Feng clan demanded 5,000 of them. What? Do you harbor objections to the holy orders that my clan seeks? Feng Haoran gazed at her with a look of astonishment. Stealing a glance before addressing Yukong and the others, let us proceed as per the family's directive. We shall gather 5,000 chaos sacred orders. Should we fall short? We shall seize them from others. With that, Yukong and his 3 companions mounted their fierce beasts, the Qiongqi and other chaotic creatures, soaring into the sky. The 4 fiends were filled with exuberance. The emergence of the chaos spirit garden signified their impending return. Feng Haoran released bays and was about to leap into the air when he suddenly turned to glance at Feng Qinwu, ultimately shaking his head before departing. The latter, witnessing this, wanted to say something but found herself unable to speak. At the source of the anomaly, Wang Dalan remained unsettled long after the voice of the false Tao had vanished. At this moment, he gazed into the void, pondering whether the time had come for completion. Alas, it seems that this opportunity is one you cannot partake in. Rather, it shall benefit the true self. Chapter 75, The Chaos Sacred Order is plundered in the domain of the Wild Sea, on a massive island. A young man named Etianyu was followed by a dozen masked elders. He had initially believed that his meticulously crafted plan would ensure Etianhu's demise. Yet, in the end, the latter managed to escape, leaving Etianyu filled with resentment. He intended to continue searching for Etianhu's whereabouts in the sea. But upon hearing that the Chaos Spirit Garden was about to open, the treasures within it became irresistibly alluring. Now, he regretted not having struck himself in the face, as his combat prowess had significantly diminished. To enter the Spirit Garden, one must slay ferocious beasts to obtain the Chaos Sacred Order. With his weakened strength, he could only place his hopes on the elders, as he wished to avoid the foolishness of losing both his wife and soldiers. Elders, for the future of the Evergreen E-Clan, we must secure the Chaos Sacred Order this time. Otherwise, after the Chaos Spirit Garden opens, other forces will rise, and our E-Clan will be left behind in the river of time. I trust my father and the others have already set out, but with my current diminished power, I must rely on you all. Rest assured, young master, we are unwavering in our commitment to the clan's rise and fall. Hearing their responses, Etianyu felt a sense of relief, but thoughts of Etianhu darkened his expression. Worthless. Regardless of your destiny, you shall meet your end within the Chaos Spirit Garden. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. The major forces in the Wild Sea, utilizing ancient imperial powers, saw many beings arriving at this location. The void of the sea was occasionally illuminated by streaks of light. In a dense forest on an island, several youths were engaged in a fierce battle against an emperor-level flame-winged dragon. Exhausted and bloodied, they gasped for breath as the dragon soared towards them. One young man, whose gaze shifted, suddenly took flight, aiming the sharp tip of his spear at the dragon's neck. With a piercing sound, the dragon was pierced, followed by its soul-wrenching roar. The dragon, which had aimed to devour them, was taken aback, realizing their exhaustion had been feigned. Its final cry was filled with a hint of unwillingness before it perished completely. As the dragon fell, a silver ancient token emerged from its body. Haha. Who would have thought that within this dragon lay the Chaos Sacred Order? The youths rejoiced at the sight, but as they approached to collect it, the token suddenly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the void, accompanied by a laughter. Haha, youngsters, the Chaos Spirit Garden is ill-suited for you. It is fraught with peril. To preserve your lives, I shall take this Chaos Sacred Order for you. The youths exchanged glances, realizing that after their fierce struggle, they had inadvertently prepared a wedding garment for another. Cursed be this. Their anger compelled them to stamp their feet in frustration, yet there was little they could do. For the aura of the speaker was beyond their capability to confront. Such occurrences unfolded countless times across other islands or divine mountains. Meanwhile, Etianhu was single-handedly battling 4 saber-toothed tigers, unaware of how many ferocious beasts he had slain. Armed with the 10,000 Dragons' divine sword, he was besieged by the tigers, with both sides seeking an opportunity. Suddenly, one saber-toothed tiger let out a thunderous roar, leaping forward with its sharp claws bared. as though intending to tear Tianhao apart. The latter smirked coldly. Come forth. With a swift motion, he swung his divine sword, channeling celestial energy into it. A resounding sword cry echoed as he unleashed a sweeping strike. The sword light tore through the air, colliding with the saber-toothed tiger. The blade cleaved through the tiger, which let out a final anguished wail before falling. However, upon witnessing their companion's demise, the remaining 3 saber-toothed tigers charged without hesitation. Tianhao sensed the roar behind him and swiftly evaded, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. In a flash, the 3 tigers plummeted to the ground, lifeless. As the 4 saber-toothed tigers fell, 2 chaos sacred orders floated above their corpses. Ecstatic, Tianhao rushed forward to claim them, but just as he reached out, an elder appeared before him. With a flick of his sleeve, the 2 orders vanished instantly. The sudden turn of events ignited Tianhao's fury. He raised his gaze to see a calm elder, stroking his beard. Senior, what is the meaning of this? Little friend, I am saving you. The Chaos Spirit Garden, while enticing, is a path to certain death for someone of your cultivation. Thus, these 2 sacred orders shall be kept by me for your safety. Tianhao frowned at the elder's words, inwardly scoffing. Humph, shameless old man, how dare you justify your theft with such pompous words? Fortuitously, I have already obtained the quantity I require, otherwise. Yet, to prevent the elder from probing his soul, he feigned reluctance. Senior, I just slayed 2 beasts to acquire these sacred orders. Please, allow me to keep one, and the other can be my tribute to you. Apologies, young friend. I must claim both. As the elder's words fell, he vanished from sight, leaving Tianhao shouting in vain. Senior, please return one of the sacred orders. It is not easy to slay ferocious beasts. No matter how he called, silence was his only response. However, Tianhao's expression shifted from frustration to calm. Now that all major forces had arrived, keeping the 3 sacred orders in his spatial ring was no longer safe. To prevent others from prying, he had to take a gamble. As he spoke, Tianhao transferred the Chaos Sacred Order within his ring directly into the Sea of Souls. Aware of the extraordinary nature of the Emperor Lotus residing there, he intended for it to serve as his guardian. Having completed this task, he set off towards the direction where Li Qianxuan was located. In the Divine Mountain, 1,000 meters away from the anomaly, Feng Haoran, accompanied by Yu Kong and others, relentlessly slaughtered ferocious beasts. With their cultivation surpassing that of emperors, they found it exceedingly effortless to confront these newly ascended Emperor Realm beasts. In merely 5 days, the ferocious creatures within this sacred mountain had been nearly exterminated. As Feng Haoran rode on by Zhe, searching the void for more beasts, a sudden roar echoed through the air. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a titan giant ape towering over Tianzhong, exuding an aura of the 6th level of the Emperor Realm. It was continuously pounding its chest, glaring furiously at a figure before it, which appeared as insignificant as an ant. Its visage was grotesque, with blood-red eyes fixed upon a severely injured woman, none other than Feng Qinwu, whom Feng Haoran had left at the foot of the mountain. She yearned to acquire a Chaos Sacred Order, yet was unaware that within this sacred mountain, every ferocious beast was either of the Supreme Realm or of the Emperor Realm. With her current cultivation, she stood no chance of victory. Had she not possessed the secret techniques of the Xuanji Pavilion, she would have long since become a meal for the beasts. At this moment, her secret techniques had been exhausted, and facing the Titan giant ape, which was at the 6th level of the Emperor Realm, her grievous injuries rendered her utterly defenseless. As she watched the Titan giant ape raise its arms high, preparing to strike her down, she realized she could not withstand such overwhelming force, and in her weakened state, even moving her body was a tremendous effort. Was she truly destined to perish here? She had once implored her master to dispatch a strong protector for Tianhao. Why had her master not yet responded? Was she to become a discarded pawn? No, she refused to believe it. Her master was not that kind of person. Surely, he would send someone to her aid. Perhaps they simply had not yet found her. It must be something like that. But time was slipping away. As she closed her eyes in resignation, tears streamed down her face at the impending doom. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion resonated through the air. The terrifying residual power of the Emperor surged forth, causing the surrounding trees and flora to be uprooted, as the ground within a radius of several miles collapsed, forming a circle around the Titan giant ape. Yet, as Feng Qinwu awaited the searing pain that never arrived, she felt her veil and hair fluttering gracefully. A wave of joy surged within her. Believing her prayers had been answered, her master had sent someone to rescue her. Could it be that you wish for me to embrace you? A magnetic voice resonated, striking a familiar chord within her. She hastily opened her eyes, only to find a magnificent white beast with wings before her, and upon it stood a man of almost ethereal beauty, his expression wickedly charming as he gazed at her. It was none other than Feng Haoran. Why was it him? Had her master truly cast her aside as a mere pawn? With this thought, tears of despair once again fell from her eyes. Do not be too moved. I merely happened to pass by and am not here specifically to save you. At this moment, Feng Haoran believed that her tears were a result of being touched by his act of saving her. Reflecting on the tribulations she had faced in recent days, where she had narrowly escaped death on 2 occasions, both times thanks to the very man before her, her master, who had demanded her to slay him, she pondered deeply. Who, indeed, was the true harbinger of chaos in this vast universe, the one who slaughtered countless beings and treaded upon heaps of bones? At least to her eyes, the man before her did not appear to be a bloodthirsty individual. Rather, He seemed to be one who was perpetually embroiled in the troubles instigated by others. Still not coming forward? Feng Qingwu was roused from her deep contemplation by Feng Haoran's voice once more. She lifted her gaze, and a beam of sunlight filtered through his icy blue hair, illuminating his face with an almost divine radiance. Slowly, she extended her small hand, stained with blood, up to her wrist. Observing this, Feng Haoran shook his head in exasperation, then leaned down and pulled her into his embrace. As Feng Qingwu found herself atop the back of Bai Zhe, the colossal titan ape lay vanquished upon the ground, utterly defeated. Yet, hovering above its lifeless form was an ancient silver medallion, gleaming with an aura of mystery. As Feng Haoran observed her gaze lingering on the chaos sacred order, he could not help but chuckle softly. What is it? Have you lost the strength even to retrieve the sacred order? No, it is you who has slain it. This sacred order should not be mine to claim. Your ability to save me has already filled me with contentment. From her words, Feng Haoran sensed a profound resignation within her. This was precisely what he sought, as a facilitator of destiny. It would surely be more entertaining if she were to harbor a deep-seated hatred for it. Ah, merely a chaos sacred order. I possess an abundance of such. He continued. You nearly perished at the hands of the titans for this. Out of sheer benevolence, I shall bestow it upon you. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingwu turned to scrutinize Feng Haoran, detecting a clarity in his eyes that belied any ulterior motives. Subsequently, she extended her hand to accept the sacred order. Thank you, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, offering her gratitude to the Feng Haoran behind her. Feng Haoran paid no heed to his surroundings and called out to his companion, Xiaobai. The white beast, understanding its master's intent, let out a long howl and, with a powerful leap, lifted itself into the air. With a swift flap of its wings, it transformed into a streak of light, soaring away. Now, as the day approached for the Great Path, it was already the final day. Creatures who had received the chaotic sacred order were gradually making their way to the source of the anomalies. However, with the impending opening of the Chaos Spirit Garden, the oppressive force in the area had diminished considerably. Some smaller factions had arrived early to await the event, including Wang Dowling and his companions, who had been present from the beginning. They had already slain numerous fierce beasts and consequently acquired a substantial number of sacred orders. At this moment, Tian Kuei and Ying Yi, accompanied by 4 others and Xiao Yuning, had just arrived. Wang Dowling, initially meditating with his eyes closed, sensed Tian Kuei's aura and slowly opened his eyes. It was unexpected that the unparalleled sage, Tian Kuei, had ascended to such heights. It filled them with a sense of humility. Director Wang, please refrain from jesting. With your prowess, even 10 of me would hardly pose a challenge to you. Their flattery left the others present in astonishment. The name of the unparalleled sage was well known to many, despite his prior disappearance. Now, to witness him in person thrilled his admirers. Suddenly, hundreds of beams of light shot down from the heavens. In an instant, figures appeared before the anomalies, all exuding a sense of murderous intent. The leader, an elderly man with murky gray eyes, scanned the crowd before fixing his gaze on Ying Yi. Upon sensing Ying Yi's aura, his cloudy eyes momentarily froze. Old 7? Indeed, he is Old 7. These individuals were from the Ying clan, and the leader was Ying Poyul, who recognized Ying Yi's identity at a glance. The 5 others behind him, initially incredulous, soon confirmed their suspicions through careful sensing. An elder stepped forward, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Old 7, so it is you. Sir, you must be mistaken. He is a death warrior of our clan's young master. Tian Kuei stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Ying Yi. The elder, enraged at the thought of his brother being reduced to a mere death warrior, seethed with anger. You court death. How could an ancestor of the Ying clan become your death warrior? With that, he raised his hand, and a terrifying aura of slaughter enveloped his arm. As the order of slaughter pierced through the void towards Tian Kuei, the latter remained unfazed. With a flick of his fingers, an immense force of cosmic order manifested. A resounding crash echoed as the very fabric of space trembled. Ah, is this the power of an ancient emperor? How terrifying. What? An ancient emperor? What manner of clan is the Ying clan, to possess such a being? They are of the Ying surname, the only clan within the wild heaven to originate from the domain of the emperor. Upon this realization, the crowd struggled to believe that the opening of the Chaos Spirit Garden had stirred such a lineage. The battle between Tian Kuei and the 6th ancestor of the Ying clan raged fiercely. Although Tian Kuei was merely at the 6th tribulation stage of an ancient emperor, his strength matched that of the Ying ancestor. Their conflicting powers shattered the surrounding space, sending shockwaves through the smaller factions in attendance. Meanwhile, as the 6th ancestor struggled to subdue Tian Kuei, another elder flew into the fray. Old 6, allow me to assist you. In that instant, Ying Yi moved to shield the elder. Old 7, I am your 5th sister. What has happened to you? I am not the Old 7 you speak of. I am a death warrior for his highness, living solely for him, Ying Yi retorted, inciting the elder's fury. Since you are so determined, I shall awaken you from your rebellious delusions. Just as she prepared to strike, a voice echoed through the void. How lively. A powerful aura erupted from the depths of the void, and a rift in space opened. Figures emerged from the breach, led by a middle-aged man clad in a silver and gold robe, with striking features and flowing silver hair. His presence exuded a faint ancient aura, causing even the resonating Tao rhythm in the air to retreat in his wake. Chapter 77, The terrifying Feng Qianjue at the source of the anomaly in the wild sea. The sudden arrival of over 4,000 individuals left the onlookers stunned into silence. The leader, with hands clasped behind his back and eyes as deep as the vast cosmos, radiated boundless wisdom and power, seeming to possess insight into all things. His arrival rendered the smaller factions mute, paralyzed by fear. Even Wang Daoling, a former champion of the Great Path, felt a sense of trepidation upon witnessing this figure. Reminiscent of his first encounter with the 9 great source ancestors of the Feng Clan, such a presence could even chill the spine of a half-step heavenly emperor like him. To his awe, the figure before him was none other than Feng Qianjue, leading his retinue of over 4,000 emperors and ancient emperors. Meanwhile, Tian Kuei, sensing his master's arrival, swiftly unleashed a powerful force of order like a bolt of lightning, pushing back the adversary. As he moved like a shooting star towards Feng Qianjue, he knelt and offered his respects. Tian Kuei welcomes the master's presence. What? The unparalleled sage is but a servant to this man? The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that their idol, whom they revered, was merely a subordinate. Feng Qianjue lifted his gaze slightly, casting a faint glance at the Tian Kuei kneeling before him. What has transpired? Before Tian Kuei could finish his words, the 6th ancestor of the Ying clan descended from the void, pointing a finger menacingly at Feng Qianjue. Boy, swiftly hand over my Ying clan's 7th ancestor, or I shall undoubtedly bring about your demise. Feng Qianjue had yet to utter a word when a figure clad in black armor, Su Ju, dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he arrived before the 6th member of the Ying clan, his power surging like tumultuous waves. Despite being a legendary emperor, the 6th Thing was momentarily unable to discern Su Ju's form. Suddenly, an excruciating pain radiated from his soul sea, sending his body careening backward like a kite severed from its string. Without granting the Ying clan's 6th any respite, Su Ju left behind a fleeting shadow in the void before vanishing once more. Upon reappearing, he found himself behind the retreating Ying, enveloped in a shroud of dark radiance. He resembled a harbinger of death, unleashing a torrent of lethal energy from his being. He sought a swift and decisive strike in his realm. None dared to act recklessly before his master. Ying Poya sensed the impending danger and swiftly stepped forward, catching his 6th brother while channeling his own murderous intent to thwart Su Ju. A resounding explosion echoed as the clash of their powers erupted, illuminating the void in a kaleidoscope of colors and causing the very fabric of space to collapse. A relentless gale surged forth from the rift in the shattered space. At this moment, Feng Qianjue made his move, taking a measured step. With a surge of spatial power erupting beneath his feet, he channeled energy into the fragmented fissure. In the blink of an eye, the rift wrought by the earlier collision was mended, leaving the onlookers gasping in astonishment. What manner of power is this? A whisper of awe escaped the lips of a minor faction, yet no one provided an answer. In the void, Ying Poya, supporting the 6th Thing with one hand, found himself several thousand meters away from Su Ju, propelled by the force of their earlier clash. Internally shaken, he feigned calmness. My lord, this seems excessive. Those who show disrespect to my master shall meet death, came Su Ju's cold retort as he prepared to strike again. However, at that moment, Feng Qianjue's voice rang out. Enough, return. At the command, Su Ju's figure flickered and returned to his previous position. Feng Qian gazed despondently at Ying Poya, then let out a soft chuckle. Indeed. Your assumptions are correct. He hails from the Ying clan. However, I trust you remember what transpired 19 years ago, and there is no need for me to remind you. When one commits a transgression, one must face the consequences. That I have refrained from annihilating him is already a gesture of leniency towards your clan. To have him serve as my son's warrior is a privilege for him. Should you continue to press the matter, I would not hesitate to uproot your Ying clan entirely. Boom. Feng Qianjue uttered these words, each syllable measured and deliberate. Immediately, a formidable aura surged forth from him, overwhelming the atmosphere with an intense pressure that instilled fear in all present. What? How can this be? Why is his power so immense? Ying Poya felt the force radiating from Feng Qianjue, a tempest of tumultuous emotion swirling within him. Yet, considering that his Ying clan was equally a taboo, and that the Emperor of Heaven from their lineage was soon to return, his confidence swiftly surged. Feng, do not be so arrogant. The Tao has proclaimed that the rules are about to be completed, and at that time, the Emperor of Heaven shall indeed return. What you have done to my Ying clan today shall not be forgotten. The Emperor of Heaven? Is he truly that formidable? A retort from Feng Qianjue caused Ying Poya to glare furiously. Do not take pride in mere words. You shall see what awaits you. Just then, a crisp slap resonated in the air. Despite the considerable distance, the esteemed ancestor of the Ying clan was struck by this unexpected blow. From afar, members of the Ying clan rushed forward, baring their teeth in anger as they glared at Feng Qianjue. Ying Poya's gaze darkened as he cast a sidelong glance at his adversary. Yet, before he could utter a word, Feng Qianjue's voice echoed once more. If I grant your Ying clan some grace, you must be able to withstand it. My Feng clan is not one to be trifled with by myriads. This serves as your warning. Do not mistake my tolerance for your license to act recklessly. Just as Feng Qianjue finished speaking, a magnificent white auspicious beast soared through the air, carrying 2 elegantly attired young individuals towards them. Chapter 78, The Father Emperor's Shamelessness in the Midst of the Silence. A roar from the beast pierced the atmosphere. Upon the back of the white auspicious beast were 2 youthful figures, Draped in flowing garments, none other than Feng Haoran and Feng Qingguo. Master, the young master has arrived, Suju whispered softly in Feng Qingjue's ear. At that moment, Feng Qingjue's gaze was fixed on Yingboyu, preventing him from utilizing his imperial perception. Upon hearing Suju's words, he turned to see his son riding alongside a young woman. On the countenance of Feng Qingjue, a sudden smile emerged, illuminating his previously stern visage. Haha. My son has grown. With a swift motion, Bai Zhe, materializing from the void, spread his wings and transformed into a streak of luminescence, arriving before the assembly. As he touched down, the over 4,000 individuals kneeling behind Feng Qingjue immediately bowed their heads in reverence. We pay our respects to the young master. In response to their homage, the newly arrived Feng Haoran merely nodded. His gaze then settled upon Feng Qingjue. Yet he was taken aback by the peculiar smile that adorned his father's face, instilling within him a sense of unease. Father, what is this? The gaze of Feng Qingjue was assessing the graceful figure of Feng Qingwu, before shifting to his son. Indeed, they appeared quite compatible. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingwu finally comprehended the reason behind his scrutiny. It was due to the overly intimate actions shared with Feng Haoran at that moment. Consequently, she hastily descended from Bai Zhe's side, her injured form struggling, and began to clarify the situation. Senior, you are mistaken. My relationship with him is not as you presume. He saved me. Ah, young lady, there is no need for explanations. I understand, truly, he replied with a chuckle. Before Feng Qingwu could finish her sentence, Feng Qinjue's gaze belied his words, seeming to twist her meaning further. In exasperation, she turned her eyes toward Feng Haoran, seeking assistance. Yet he remained indifferent. There is nothing to explain. The innocent will clear themselves. Feng Haoran leaped down and approached his father. Father Emperor, did you not say that our ancestor would also come? Why are only the two of you here? Oh, our ancestor arrived quite some time ago. They are likely still vanquishing ferocious beasts to obtain the sacred orders. By the way, how many chaos sacred orders did you acquire this time? Are they sufficient for those I brought? Feng Haoran glanced at the approximate quantity behind his father and shook his head. It was insufficient, merely close to 2,000. Just as he finished speaking, the air around him began to distort, and suddenly, the space opened up, revealing 8 venerable elders emerging from within. The arrivals were the 8 ancestral figures of the Feng clan, led by the grand ancestor, Feng Wancheng. The moment he appeared, his gaze fell upon Feng Haoran. Ah, splendid. Truly, you are a worthy son of the Feng clan. By the way, Qingjue, we old fellows have vanquished the ferocious beasts, yet we have only acquired 2,000 pieces. How many have you and Haoran gathered? Haoran has nearly 2,000 on his end, and combined with what you possess, ancestor, it amounts to just over 3,000. It appears we still lack 1,000. Feng Qinjue's response left the great ancestor Feng Wancheng in astonishment. Did you not venture forth to slay the ferocious beasts? Upon hearing Feng Qinjue's words, he noticed the gaze of the crowd upon him, his expression remaining utterly unchanged. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed those present. Was there a more convenient solution at hand? Why expend such effort to slay ferocious beasts? The 8th ancestor had once advised me that when one's own resources are insufficient, one might as well borrow, or seize, a bit from others. As soon as these words escaped his lips, Feng Jingtian, who had previously appeared indifferent, suddenly twitched at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Feng Haoran experienced a moment of clarity, realizing why he had not considered this approach. Indeed, his father, the emperor, was remarkably shameless. Upon hearing Feng Qinjue's statement, the onlookers instinctively took a step back, their leader watching him with the vigilance of a hen guarding her chicks. Feng Wancheng turned to observe the gathering, noting that, apart from the Feng clan, there were scarcely 2,000 individuals present. To fulfill the Feng clan's demand of 5,000, it seemed they would have to exhaust the entire assembly. Was this truly appropriate? In this location, only the great ancestor was present. There was no rush, as a considerable number of people were still en route. Beside him, Feng Qinwu, upon overhearing the family's discourse, nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment. They were, after all, a forbidden clan, brazenly discussing matters of plunder in the open. At that moment, a cacophony of beastly roars echoed through the void, followed by the sight of numerous jade-lit carriages and mounts soaring through the skies toward this place. To his surprise, Dean Wang had arrived quite early, indicating that he must have gathered substantial rewards. Wang Daoling recognized the individual greeting him as Lei Wuqing, the patriarch of the Lei clan. He descended with 100 companions, among whom were 2 formidable ancient emperors. This clearly demonstrated the depths to which the 9 dominant powers had concealed their strength. Shortly thereafter, the Qin clan, led by Patriarch Qin Changsheng, arrived with over 100 emperors, including 2 ancient emperors. Following them, representatives from other ruling factions poured in, including Chu Tianxing of the Dao clan, Shou Tianxing of the Demon clan, Yiwudi of the Feather clan, Huyin Juesher of the Blood clan, Lan Roaling of the Spirit clan, Di Shuhuan of the Soul clan, Shiklin of the Beast clan, Long Badian, and Feng Qingyi, among others. Each of them took their place, and the void shimmered incessantly with streaks of light. These individuals hailed from the 2nd Pavilion, 3rd Palace, 4th Dynasty, 5th Court, and the 6 Holy Sects. Their arrival, witnessing the presence of ancient emperors among the ruling factions, stirred a sense of shock within them. The world often equated immortals with the strength of the rulers, yet Should a life-and-death battle erupt, they would find themselves at the mercy of fate. Fortunately, the emergence of the Chaos Spirit Garden had compelled the foundational strengths of each faction to surface, allowing for mutual understanding. The smaller factions in the Ying clan, upon seeing the smiling faces of those present, could not help but scoff inwardly. Laugh while you can. Soon enough, there will be tears. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Soul Clan, Emperor Shitian's gaze swept across the void before finally settling on Feng Haoran. He pointed a finger at Feng Haoran and bellowed, "You, brat, are the one who slayed Emperor Xian? Do you know he was a subordinate of mine?" "Oh, and what of it?" Feng Haoran's cold voice suddenly drew the gaze of all present. Over at the Xuanji Pavilion, an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow fixed his murky gaze upon Feng Qinwu, who stood nearby. However, after surveying the surroundings, he failed to identify the prophesied one. His brow furrowed slightly, and he called out to Feng Qinwu, "Qinwu, come over to your master." Upon her arrival at the Xuanji Pavilion, Feng Qinwu had indeed seen him, but her reluctance to approach stemmed from a growing rift between her and the pavilion. She felt abandoned by her master for not sending a formidable ally. Yet now, her master beckoned her, prompting her to glance back at Feng Haoran, as if seeking an unspoken approval or hope. However, he merely nodded casually, leaving her with a profound sense of disappointment. Since he did not urge her to stay, she took flight towards the Xuanji Pavilion. Once she departed, the voice of Di Shitian, laced with murderous intent, rang out towards Feng Haoran. "You know he is a man of this young emperor, yet you still wish to slay him. Therefore, today, this young emperor demands your life in return." As soon as he finished, Di Shitian charged forward, but suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed through the air. A dark shadow streaked through the void, piercing the fabric of space, and hurtled towards Di Shitian. The emperors of the Soul Clan were taken aback, for the approaching beast was none other than a creature of the 9th-level emperor realm. A beam of divine light erupted from the back of the beast. At that moment, sensing the presence of an emperor, Di Shitian momentarily lost his capacity to react. However, one of the ancient emperors within the Soul Clan sprang into action. With a swift movement, he placed himself before Di Shitian and unleashed a palm strike to meet the divine light. The clash produced a resounding explosion, sending shockwaves that rippled through the air. Many of the weaker cultivators were thrust back several thousand meters, while the more powerful figures remained steadfast, unyielding as mountains. It was astonishing that, in this era, someone had actually broken through to the Emperor realm. A voice echoed from the crowd, expressing disbelief at the sight. "What? The first generation of prodigies has already ascended to Emperor? Which clan does he belong to?" No one answered. Instead, their attention was drawn to the imposing figure of the beast, which bore dark scales, horns upon its head, and wings upon its back, resembling a tiger. With a thunderous roar, they finally discerned the identity of the assailant, a fierce creature known as Qiongqi, carrying a striking young man upon its back. He regarded the one who had exchanged blows with him with cold indifference before shifting his gaze to Di Shitian, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. "With such meager strength, you dare to summon the Emperor? Do you believe yourself worthy?" Di Shitian, awakened by the earlier attack, trembled with rage as he faced this public mockery. "What are you? This young Emperor is speaking with your master. Where do you find the audacity to interject? Humph. You require even my single strike to be met by your ancestral emperor? What face do you have to command my emperor's involvement?" With that, the aura of a 9th-level emperor enveloped the space, causing shockwaves among the onlookers. "What? A 9th-level emperor? This individual is actually at the 9th level of emperor. My heavens! Which clan produces such a prodigy, and yet he merely serves as a follower?" As Feng Yukong demonstrated his prowess, he stirred a wave of excitement. Meanwhile, Feng Xinjue gazed meaningfully at his son, a smirk playing on his lips. This lad harbors quite a few secrets. Indeed, in this merciless realm of cultivators, how could one aspire to eternity without some hidden truths? On the other side, if it were not for the Soul Clan's ancestor standing against the overwhelming pressure, Di Shitian would have long succumbed to the ground. His countenance darkened, eyes gleaming with malice, fully aware that he was no match for his opponent. Initially, he intended to belittle the other based on age, yet both he and the opponent were of the same generation. In a bid to salvage his dignity, he turned his gaze towards Feng Haoran. "What? Will you merely cower behind others? Are you too timid to confront me?" Di Shitian uttered these words with the intent to provoke Feng Haoran. Upon hearing this, the latter's lips curved into a subtle smile as he clasped his hands behind him and ascended to the center of the arena. "Yukong, you should return for now." "Understood." Feng Yukong understood that his emperor was about to intervene personally, so he withdrew. Subsequently, Feng Haoran's emotionless voice resounded. "Since you desire to engage in combat with me, I shall oblige. However, I will only employ a single strike. Should you manage to withstand it, I shall forfeit my own cultivation. If you fail to endure, your ancestral Soul Clan will dare to intervene, and I shall obliterate you." What? Is this youth courting death? He is challenging the imperial lineage of a dominant force. Indeed, Di Shitian, the first-generation prodigy, audaciously dares to act in such a manner. Does he fancy himself akin to the previous emperor? His mindset is still insufficient. It appears this fellow is inviting humiliation upon himself. The newcomers were unaware of Feng Haoran and his companion's origins, yet the name of the Soul Clan resonated with them. Such unbridled arrogance. Today, I, the young emperor, shall make you pay for the death of Emperor Xian. seeing that he had successfully provoked his opponent. Tian envisioned the scene of mercilessly tormenting the other. With a swift motion, he positioned himself directly before Feng Haoran, gazing down with an air of superiority. Foolish child. Arrogance comes at a cost. Prepare to meet your demise. In an instant, the formidable power of the 9th-level Saint King erupted from Tian, transforming him into a streak of brilliance racing forward. The energy of the Saint King spiraled within his palm, and as he approached Feng Haoran, a cold smirk crept across his face. Humph. This is a secret technique of my soul clan. If struck, even if you do not perish, your spirit will surely be gravely injured, leaving you at my mercy. Tian's imagination was exceptionally grand, yet as he stood before Feng Haoran, the latter's icy blue hair was swept up by a violent gust, cascading gracefully over his shoulders. Feng Haoran stirred, uttering 2 words, confinement. Suddenly, the space within a kilometer radius centered around him appeared to be isolated. Tian's attack, mere centimeters away, was rendered impotent and unable to advance. His body, which was hurtling towards Feng Haoran, was frozen mid-air. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as if it too had been ensnared by Feng Haoran's power. What was happening? What had transpired in their space? It seemed to be related to the laws of space. The laws of space? The foremost among myriad laws? Who in the world could comprehend such an extraordinary principle? I understand now. He belongs to that forbidden lineage. The laws of space. He is one of the forbidden Sealing clan. The Soul clan, in a state of panic, saw their leader, Dishuyo, realizing his son could not break free from this spatial confinement, hastily sought aid from the Patriarch. Patriarch, I implore you to save Tianar. The ancient Patriarch, having lived countless ages, did not respond immediately but instead gazed towards Feng Qinjue. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. There were dozens of individuals whose cultivation he could not discern. Trouble. The Patriarch of the D clan thought, reflecting on their earlier arrogance and assuming their dominant position, they had neglected to investigate the cultivations of others. Even when the initial prodigy of the Ninefold Emperor had appeared, he had dismissed them as mere lucky individuals, never considering they might belong to the Forbidden Clan. For in his view, such a clan would not be present so early. Thus, he swiftly turned his gaze back to Feng Haoran, about to speak, when a chilling voice interrupted. Space fragmentation. With a resounding crack, the space Feng Haoran had confined shattered like a mirror. Tian's body followed suit, disintegrating before the eyes of his father, who let out a frantic roar. Ah, you little beast, I shall make you pay with your life. Stop. The Patriarch of the D clan attempted to intervene, but it was too late as Di Shuyo charged forward. Meanwhile, Shu Jue and Tian Kuai, standing beside Feng Qinjue, considered intervening but were halted by the former. No rush, just an emperor, let us first observe Haoran's strength. Since the master had spoken, the 7 absolute heavens refrained from making a move, including Yingyi, who remained still. Di Shuyo's arrival seemed anticipated by Feng Haoran and company, prompting a sardonic smile from Feng Haoran. Ah, so you've sent the elder after striking the younger. In that case, I shall extinguish you without fail. With that, a massive surge of power erupted from within him. At that moment, a dragon's roar emanated from his being, reverberating through the heavens. Instantly, a phantom of an azure dragon soared into the sky, coiling above him. The ancestral dragon technique. Why does he possess the ancestral dragon technique of my dragon clan? The dragon's visage manifested, and the beast clan's Long Batian immediately recognized the technique Feng Haoran wielded. What? It's the ancestral dragon technique. The astonished crowd could hardly believe their eyes. This youth not only grasped the laws of space but also wielded the techniques of the beast clan. At the location of the mystic pavilion, the pavilion master, Tai Xian, upon discovering the extent of this youth's power, felt a surge of curiosity. He performed a divination for Feng Haoran, yet despite employing the great Dao divination technique, he could not unravel the mystery. Tai Xian's heart sank. Could it be that this youth is the bearer of the forbidden celestial body from 19 years ago? Due to Feng Haoran's possession of the Hongmeng pearl, which could obscure all probing, even Tai Xian's mastery of the great Dao divination proved futile. He turned his gaze towards Feng Qinwu, demanding, Qinwu, is this person the bearer of the forbidden celestial body? Feng Qinwu lowered her head in silence, while Tai Xian pressed, his voice strained. Speak. Is it true or not? It is he, the one from the forbidden clan who possesses the celestial body. Tai Xian's heart ignited with murderous intent upon her response. Then why were you by his side earlier? And what of the destined one? Tai Xian continued his interrogation, showing no concern for her well-being. Despondent, Feng Qinwu bitterly smiled, her heart heavy with sorrow, yet she divulged everything regarding Yi Tianhao's intervention. In the void, Feng Haoran unleashed the ancestral dragon technique. His gaze icy as he regarded the oncoming Di Shuyo. He slowly extended a hand and thrust it forward. The azure dragon phantom spiraled above him, launching like a bolt from about toward Di Shuyo. Swish, swish, crack. As the dragon's shadow passed, the space ruptured once more, as if crumpled parchment. Di Shuyo, propelled by fury, poured all his strength into avenging his son. Behind Di Shuyo, a massive surge of soul power coalesced into a formidable giant phantom, attempting to crush the azure dragon with a colossal hand. Boom. The clash echoed, shaking the heavens and transforming the void into a kaleidoscope of colors. The might of the emperor struck like a falling sky, sending ripples through the void, toppling the forces protected by ancient emperors. Ah, help. This audacious youth. Who would have thought his strength had grown to such a degree? As Feng Qianjue witnessed the prowess of his son, he felt an overwhelming shock within. Yet his face radiated pride. The entire family was extraordinary. The esteemed ancestor Feng Wanchong, upon witnessing Feng Haoran's strength, could not help but exclaim in a mix of laughter and scorn. This child is truly terrifying. Could this be the potential bestowed by the forbidden celestial body? Tai Xian's expression turned to one of astonishment as he contemplated the situation. In the depths of the chaotic spirit garden, he resolved to spare no effort in nurturing Tianhao's growth. Buzzing echoed through the void as the azure dragon and the colossal phantom remained locked in confrontation, while Feng Haoran appeared utterly at ease. In stark contrast, Di Shiwu's complexion was ashen, straining to harness the power of the laws, his body trembling uncontrollably. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. With a slight parting of his lips, Feng Haoran unleashed a devastating force, causing the azure dragon to erupt with a formidable power. The air resonated with the sounds of thunderous roars as Di Shiwu's soul form was shattered in an instant, and he himself was propelled backward, spitting forth a spray of blood. How could this be possible? The leader of the Soul Clan has attained the Emperor realm. How could he be defeated? Such youth, yet capable of ascending to Emperor's strength, indeed, a prodigy of the Forbidden Clan. This child, likely not yet 20 in bone age, had vanquished the long-standing leader of the Soul Clan, a peerless genius. None of our Qin clan shall oppose this child. Anyone who dares to harbor enmity against him shall be expelled from the Qin lineage. I shall not concern myself with any past grievances from henceforth. It is imperative that none oppose him. The Ling clan was commanded to ensure that this child could only forge alliances, and any defiance would result in expulsion from the clan. An emperor with less than 20 years of bone age was unprecedented in the wasteland. Even future generations would find it impossible to surpass his innate gifts. Thus, the leaders of the other 8 clans among the 9 sovereign forces warned their kin. As Feng Haoran witnessed Di Shiwu being sent flying, he stepped forward, intent on delivering the final blow. My young friend, mercy should be granted when possible. This incident is a result of our Soul Clan's folly, and he is not a true dragon. I beseech you, for the sake of the beings of the wasteland, spare Di Shiwu this once. The elder of the Soul Clan rushed forward to catch Di Shiwu, speaking words of persuasion. As for the matter of Emperor Shi Tian, he had no intention of pursuing it, only hoping to secure Di Shiwu's safety. However, given Feng Haoran's astonishing prowess, even with dozens of ancient emperors present in his clan, they remained passive. The Soul Clan could only muster 2 ancient emperors. What could they possibly do against such might? If the conflict persisted, the Soul Clan would surely face annihilation. Old man, do you take my words lightly? I previously stated, should anyone dare to obstruct me, death is the only outcome. Feng Haoran declared. If he seeks his own demise, I shall oblige him. However, if you insist on intervening, I shall not hesitate to send you into reincarnation as well. The elder of the Soul Clan was taken aback. Despite his esteemed status, he had humiliated himself to plead, yet Feng Haoran remained unyielding. Reflecting on his countless epochs of existence as an ancient emperor, he felt an intense rage brewing within, though his exterior remained composed. What must my young friend do to spare our clan leader? Old man, you have 2 choices. Either you perish, or he does. The words of Feng Haoran instantly silenced the assembled crowd, all of whom were eager to discern the choice of the ancestral figure from the Soul Clan. The 2 individuals exchanged glances. One awaited the answer, while the other bore a heavy gaze, caught in a dilemma. Yet, at that moment, a voice shattered the tranquility. Little one, why must you be so aggressive? Leave some foundation for the chaotic celestial realm. We are on the brink of the chaos spirit garden and must vie for treasures against the beings from 3,000 universes. If you were to slay the powerful of the Soul Clan, would that not merely benefit the denizens of other universes? Moreover, this encounter is bound to incite a cosmic plunder war, for the Soul Clan is indeed one of the primordial beings of the chaotic celestial realm. Their combat prowess is formidable and will undoubtedly contribute to the strength of the chaotic celestial realm in the future. The speaker was Wang Dowling of the 10,000 Spirits Academy, a former master of the Great Tao. He was no longer the same as before. Fearing that someone from the chaotic celestial realm might surpass him, he had orchestrated the slaughter of countless formidable beings. Having realized the grave error of his ways, he now wished for the survival of the primordial beings of the chaotic celestial realm. Feng Haoran turned to look at him, yet remained silent for a long time. However, the voice of his father, Feng Qianjue, resonated. Enough, Haoran, they are but a swarm of insignificant ants. Why waste your breath on them? This was the confidence bestowed by power, to openly declare in front of the crowd that the ruling force, the Soul Clan, were mere insects. Yet, not a single person present dared to challenge his words. Feng Haoran, upon hearing his father's words, felt a sense of realization. What was he truly accomplishing amidst a throng of mere ants? Nevertheless, his display of authority had certainly established his position. He then turned his gaze toward the 100 or so members of the Soul Clan, recalling his father's mention of the sacred decree. A cunning and treacherous smile crept upon his lips. Since the head of the Wanwan Academy and the esteemed emperor had both spoken, I shall grant you, the Soul Clan, a reprieve this time. However, while your lives may be spared, compensation is undoubtedly necessary. If you wish to safeguard him, you shall procure 50 Chaos Sacred Orders from your clan as payment. What? 50 Chaos Sacred Orders? Is there truly any distinction from outright robbery? Is the Feng clan now resorting to plundering? Laugh all you wish. The true power players have yet to utter a word, and soon, you shall find yourselves in tears. Alas, 50 orders are still a show of goodwill. At least it allows for participation in the Chaos Spirit Garden. Feng Haoran's words led most of those present to perceive him as seizing an opportunity amidst chaos. The earliest group of individuals understood that the Forbidden Feng Clan was about to leverage the sacred orders. In Chapter 81, Excessive Deception, the elder of the Soul Clan, upon hearing that he intended to take 50 Chaos Sacred Orders, felt a pang of regret, yet for the sake of Emperor Hongmeng, he could only acquiesce. Turning to the more than 100 members of the Soul Clan, despite his reluctance, he spoke, "Bring forth the 50 Chaos Sacred Orders." Another elder of the Soul Clan extracted 50 sacred orders from the crowd, delivering them through the air to Feng Haoran. Observing the sacred orders floating towards him, Feng Haoran smiled faintly, accepted them, and then stepped back into the void to return to his previous position. As he departed, the listless Emperor Shuyo trembled as he retreated to the Soul Clan's domain. Throughout the ordeal, he remained silent, the anguish of losing a child rendering him utterly desolate. At that moment, the air was once again filled with the sounds of beasts, followed by several streaks of light traversing the void towards the source of the anomaly. The clans arriving were the Forbidden Jiang Clan, the Ji Clan, and the Azura Clan. Haoran. The voice calling out was Jiang Ruoxian, who had just awakened from his secluded training in the academy due to the profound words of the Tao. Under the protection of Jiang Lan, he joined the members of the Jiang Clan. Now, having just dismounted from the Jade Palanquin, he spotted Feng Haoran and called out loudly, "Haha, Haoran. We can embark on another solo adventure, and this time amongst the elite of the 3,000 universes. Just the thought of it fills me with excitement." Feng Haoran, observing his exuberance, could not help but offer a word of caution. Ruoxian, although this opportunity is indeed fortuitous, it is fraught with peril. Remain vigilant once we enter. "Fear not," Jiang Ruoxian replied, her expression brimming with confidence. "My master has imparted numerous sword techniques to me over the years." Just as they were about to exchange further words, the voice of Feng Qinjue resonated. "Everyone is gathered, I presume?" As soon as he uttered these words, the earliest arrivals understood that a heist was imminent. "Are we commencing?" A sigh escaped his lips. "Well, I suppose it is time to present what has been prepared. Given their formidable strength, it is prudent to surrender a portion." Meanwhile, the later arrivals, who constituted a significant portion of the assembly, were left bewildered by this inexplicable salutation. All eyes turned towards Feng Qinjue, who stepped forward with deliberate grace. "I am Feng Qinjue, of the taboo lineage you speak of. Without further ado, I find myself in need of over 1,000 Chaos Saint Orders. Might I inquire if any of you could assist in gathering them for me?" "Goodness, Haoran. Is your father truly planning to rob in front of the formidable powers of the wasteland? This is utterly exhilarating." Feng Qinjue's veiled words were astutely unraveled by Jiang Ruoxian. Meanwhile, the other taboo clans, aside from the Ying clan, exchanged apprehensive glances. They could scarcely fathom that Feng Qinjue would orchestrate such a spectacle. As for the 9 dominant powers, each bore a solemn expression, uncertain of how to proceed. After all, the Taboo Clan possessed the strength to utterly overpower them. The other immortal and evergreen forces turned their attention towards the Taboo Clan and the sovereign powers, eager to discern whether these apex entities of the would capitulate. "Feng Qinjue, your clan currently holds 1/3 to 1/4 of the total chaotic holy decree of the. What do you propose? Do you expect us to contribute half? Is that not excessive?" At that moment, the ancestral elder of the Ji Clan, Ji Shenwang, voiced the collective sentiment of the assembly, boldly questioning, "Do you have any objections to what this emperor requires?" The voice of Feng Qinjue suddenly turned ominous, and with a fierce glare, he unleashed an overwhelming aura that surged forth like a tidal wave towards Ji Shenwang. The latter, caught off guard by the sheer magnitude of Feng Qinjue's power, felt a sense of trepidation, despite being a formidable figure in the realm of temporal order. Faced with such imperial might, he could not help but feel fear. As the imperial pressure bore down upon him, he gathered the power of time within him, releasing it in an instant. The collision of the 2 ancient emperors' auras shattered the space once more. In the wake of this clash, Ji Shenwang found himself forced to retreat. Fortunately, he was supported by his kin behind him, who gazed at Feng Qinjue with astonishment. This scene left the 9 dominant powers in a state of disbelief. They could hardly fathom such a vast disparity among those deemed forbidden. Moreover, the Ji clan's representative was an ancient emperor, yet he was so effortlessly repelled. This clearly illustrated that the Feng clan was beyond comparison to other forbidden factions. "Feng Qinjue, you have gone too far. Do you not fear the alliance of our forces against your Feng clan?" The Shura treading heaven, filled with resentment, was unwilling to share the hard-won Chaos Saint Order with others, especially not with their sworn enemies. The humiliation inflicted by Feng Jingdian in the past remained fresh in his memory. Witnessing the retreat of Ji Shenwang from the time forbidden clan, he realized that no single faction could triumph over the Feng clan. Thus, he voiced his thoughts, hoping to rally the others to unite. He could not believe that the Feng clan could disregard the entirety of the Wild Heaven forces. However, as soon as his words fell, a figure emerged from the void behind him. Just as Shura treading heaven sensed something amiss, he found himself unable to move. A chilling voice then echoed from behind him. "Do you think yourself clever? Today, we shall settle the score for the assassination of my son by your 3 clans from years past." "Big brother." The Shura clan members looked on with worry as they saw Shura treading heaven-bound by the constraints of space, just as Feng Qianjue was about to take action. A sudden surge of deathly energy erupted from the trapped Shura treading heaven. The sound of space fracturing resonated as he was enveloped by the aura of death. Resembling a lord of the underworld who judged life and death, Feng Qianjue, do not overstep your bounds. The voice that resonated, akin to that of an abyss, issued forth from Shura treading heaven. Feng Qianjue scoffed at his words, emitting a cold chuckle. Heh, this emperor can deceive you at will. What can you do about it? Do you truly believe that by escaping my grasp, you have the right to negotiate with me? Humph. Your worth shall be revealed in due course. The scythe of death materialized with a resounding hum, enveloping the air around him in a palpable aura of demise. Its sudden appearance transformed the vast expanse into a crimson abyss, exuding an intensely terrifying presence. Why does my soul tremble so? Some among the crowd murmured, sensing their spirits threatening to break free from their mortal confines. Help, save us. The less powerful cultivators felt an overwhelming urge to escape, while the forbidden clans and sovereign forces, shielded by their ancient emperors, managed to withstand the onslaught. The smaller factions struggled to maintain their composure. Chapter 82. Gather the holy orders for this emperor. It shall not be a burden, shall it? The individuals from the smaller factions suffered under the torment of the scythe of death's soul-binding pull. Witnessing their plight, Wang Dowling felt a surge of compassion and, wishing to shield them from the chaos, waved his sleeve, enveloping them in a protective aura. Instantly, their souls found tranquility, as they wiped the sweat from their brows in relief. In the vastness of space, Feng Qianjue raised his gaze as the scythe of death descended upon him. At that moment, he merely tapped the void lightly. A soft, resonant sound echoed through the air, seemingly without effect. Observers believed he intended to endure the impending strike. But then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The scythe of death, mere inches from Feng Qianjue's head, could not descend further, despite its relentless descent. What is the meaning of this? Such terrifying power approaches, yet it remains silent? Confusion enveloped the minds of the onlookers. Wang Dowling, stroking his white beard with an air of understanding, spoke calmly. This is the power of spatial manipulation, known as spatial overlap. To the naked eye, the attack appears imminent, yet it is separated by dozens of spatial layers. What? Such a power exists? The crowd gasped. Does that mean that with this skill, any attack from beings of this world would be rendered ineffective? If that were true, would not those who wield spatial rules be invincible? In response to their astonished inquiries, Wang Dowling reiterated, it is not merely about strength. All obstacles shall vanish if your power is sufficient. Shura Taitian seemed to validate Wang Dowling's assertion, raising the scythe of death once more and proclaiming, judgment of death. Chains of order pierced the void, shattering Feng Qianjue's spatial overlap effortlessly. In an instant, the chains encircled Feng Qianjue, as if possessing a will of their own, intent on restraining him. Suddenly, Feng Qianjue appeared to falter, and the chains swiftly ensnared him. Shura Taitian's expression turned scornful. Humph, is this all the strength you possess? Today, I shall demonstrate the might of my Shura clan. Annihilate. With a fervent cry, the scythe of death surged forth, imbued with destructive energy, aimed directly at Feng Qianjue. The onlookers held their breath, hoping for Shura Taitian's victory. Yet, only Ying Zuzong, the elder of the Ying clan, shook his head in dismay. Alas! Could Feng Qianjue truly possess such limited power? If I am not mistaken, he has likely ascended to the realm of the heavenly emperor. Shura Taitian may very well meet his demise. Reluctantly, he closed his eyes, bracing for the impending calamity. In the void, bound yet composed, Feng Qianjue gazed at the descending scythe of death and chuckled softly. The game ends here. Such a nonchalant declaration reverberated through the hearts of the spectators, leaving them in disbelief. Despite the certainty of his injury, he proclaimed it a mere game. They exchanged incredulous glances. With a thunderous crash, as the scythe of death descended, Feng Qianjue inexplicably broke free from his restraints and, with a single finger, halted the scythe's advance. The force of death rippled through the void, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. How is this possible? They gasped in astonishment, witnessing an unbelievable turn of events. What transpired next would further defy their comprehension. Feng Qianjue's lips parted slightly, uttering a single word. In an instant, a thunderous roar resonated as a force foreign to this universe erupted violently from within him. Following the trajectory of his fingertips, it shattered the Grim Reaper's scythe. The power of the Shura was instantaneously repelled by this overwhelming force. Whoosh! Ah, great ancestor! Upon witnessing this, the Shura tribesmen, in a state of desperation, rushed to catch him. Yet, Feng Qianjue, with his back turned to them, exhibited a profound gaze as an immense and terrifying power surged forth from him. Hum! Boom! Swish! The entirety of the Shura clan was flung into the air, with several elders sliding through the void for thousands of meters. What manner of force was this, that with mere essence, it could send 6 ancient emperors and hundreds of great emperors flying? Feng Qianjue had no intention of prolonging the mockery. He stepped forward, instantly appearing before the suspended figure of Shou Luo Ta Tian, his face now suffused with murderous intent. This emperor requires a warning chicken to admonish the monkeys. You are fortunate to be valued by me. As Feng Qianjue's voice resonated, Shou Luo Ta Tian's body began to levitate autonomously. What do you intend to do? Release me at once, or the forces of the wild heavens will unite, and your Feng clan will not withstand them. The terrified Shou Luo Ta Tian struggled incessantly, Yet no matter how hard he fought, he remained ensnared. Your words are overly repetitive. Even if the entire wild heaven were to oppose this emperor, I would meet them head-on. Regardless, you shall see none of it. Boom. Just as Feng Qianjue concluded his statement, Shou Luo Tian's body erupted in an explosion, transforming into a mist of blood, unable to utter a single cry of despair. The effortless annihilation of an eternal emperor epitomized Feng Qianjue's formidable strength. At that moment, silence enveloped the scene. Even the entire Shu'er clan, witnessing this spectacle, could not muster a sound. It remained uncertain whether their silence stemmed from an extreme fury or a shock that rendered them incapable of roaring. Feng Qianjue, adorned in a resplendent robe woven with silver threads and golden patterns, traversed the void, his long silver hair flowing elegantly behind him. Upon reaching the central point, he surveyed the surroundings and disrupted the tranquility. I request that you gather some sacred decrees. This should not pose a challenge, should it? The assembly, momentarily taken aback, found themselves at a loss for words, unable to formulate a response. For this ancient emperor of the Feng clan, known for his capricious temperament and decisive ruthlessness, instilled a sense of dread. Your words are too modest. It is our honor to serve the emperor of absolute heaven, spoke Poyu of the Ing clan. Witnessing even the ancient emperors fall before him with such ease, he surmised that this individual must indeed possess the power of the heavenly emperor. Yet, the mystery of how he achieved such prowess in this incomplete realm eluded him. With the heavenly emperor still absent, they could only bide their time in silence, awaiting his return for further deliberation. Ah, the heavenly emperor. Could it be he has reached that pinnacle? Such thoughts were unfathomable, as the rules of the barren realm had yet to be restored, raising questions about his ascension. The revelation of his status as the heavenly emperor clarified the source of his formidable strength. As others absorbed the Ing clan's elders' acknowledgement, reactions varied from skepticism to unwavering belief. Clearly, the Feng clan was an anomaly, necessitating careful strategizing. Tai Xin of the Xuanji Pavilion, recognizing Feng Qianjue's extraordinary power, which transcended the confines of the Great Tao, fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Feng Qianjue offered no further elucidation on the title of Heavenly Emperor. With his hands clasped behind him, he levitated in the void, awaiting developments. This is a token of 200 chaotic sacred decrees from our Ing clan. May the Heavenly Emperor graciously accept them. Originally intent on reclaiming Yingyi from the Feng clan, circumstances had shifted, leading to an unexpected alliance. Thus, for cultivators, strength was indeed the ultimate truth. Seeing the Ing clan present their offerings, Ji Shenwang from the Ji clan also proffered 200 sacred decrees. These are 200 sacred decrees from our Ji clan. We hope you will accept them. With the recent demise of the Shu'er clan's patriarch, they found themselves under Feng Qianjue's scrutiny. Despite their inner rage, desiring to exact vengeance, they recognized the futility of confrontation against such might. For the sake of their clan's survival, they resolved to endure, awaiting the emergence of their own heavenly emperor. A disgruntled elder, struggling to contain his fury, nevertheless presented the chaotic sacred decrees. Having lived for countless years, they understood that now was not the time for impulsive actions. Patience was essential for achieving greater ambitions. In the grand scheme of survival, such sacrifices paled in comparison. As the three major Taboo clans submitted their offerings, only the Jiang clan remained immobile, their members squinting, feigning ignorance of the situation. Particularly, Jiang Qingsong turned his head aside, completely disregarding Feng Qianjue. However, Jiang Ruoxian, struck by Feng Qianjue's overwhelming power, did not wish for his uncle to affect other factions' willingness to present their chaotic sacred decrees due to the Jiang clan's reluctance. He called out, "Uncle, I came to deliver the chaotic sacred decrees for Haoran. Our Jiang clan's portion has already been submitted." His declaration resonated differently with the others, particularly the term uncle, revealing the Jiang clan's alliance through marriage with the Feng clan. Even if offerings were made, it would be inappropriate for the Feng clan to refuse them, leading others to refrain from drawing comparisons with the Jiang clan. Feng Qianjue smiled at his wife's nephew and chose to remain silent. "Your Majesty, this is 60 tokens from my heavenly clan, which constitutes a significant portion of the entire Lei family's youth. I hope you will graciously accept them." Lei Wuqing presented the sacred tokens with both hands. Feng Qianjue raised his gaze and noted that there were indeed just over 100 individuals present. To offer 60 tokens was quite commendable. "Your Majesty, these are from my Qing clan, from my Dao clan, the Chu family, and from my Spirit clan." An hour later, Feng Qianjue received over 1,800 tokens. Exceeding his expectations, he returned to his position and cheerfully handed the sacred tokens to Feng Wanchong. "Haha, esteemed ancestor, do you think this is sufficient?" Feng Wanchong gazed at him as he approached, seemingly not recognizing the person before him, and did not extend his hand to take it. Instead, he fixated intently on Feng Qianjue, for the latter's prowess had left him utterly astonished. At that moment, facing him felt akin to standing before an insurmountable mountain. An overwhelming presence that seemed impossible to surmount. "Qianjue, I never imagined you would attain such a level. Even if we old fellows joined forces, we would likely fall short against you. What? Does the ancestor truly fear that I might be usurped by another?" "Aha." Feng Qianjue comprehended the meaning behind his words. Thus he replied half-jokingly. Upon hearing this, Feng Wanchong was momentarily taken aback, followed by a hearty laugh. "Aha, my boy. It is indeed a good thing to possess formidable strength, It will afford you an additional layer of protection within the chaotic spirit garden. With that, he shifted his gaze towards Feng Haoran. Young one, once we enter the chaotic spirit garden, we shall inevitably be dispersed. Even if we enter simultaneously and at the same location, it is unlikely we will end up together. You are the future of the Feng clan. Rest assured, my ancestor. I possess the ability to safeguard myself. Do not forget, I am now at the Emperor realm, capable of contending even with ancient emperors. Feng Haoran was acutely aware of what the elder would convey, yet such an opportunity was not one he could afford to relinquish. Elder, allow him to embark on this journey. Though Haoran possesses a unique constitution, he cannot perpetually remain under our protection. A majestic eagle must ultimately spread its wings and soar high. If he dares not venture into the chaotic spirit garden, he will find survival in the true chaos even more daunting upon his return. As his father, I firmly believe in his capabilities, even if he falters. I, Feng Chenjue, would traverse the very fabric of time to ensure his rebirth. For those of the Feng clan, it is not death that instills fear, but rather the courage to confront it head-on. Upon hearing these words, Feng Wanchong felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. Suddenly acutely aware of an overwhelming force from beyond the heavens, he found himself gazing intently at Feng Chenjue, ultimately nodding in agreement. Indeed, your words resonate profoundly. As members of the Feng clan, we must embody the valor to face death. With that, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Upon entry, exercise utmost caution and vigilance. After repeated admonitions from Feng Wanchong, he fell into silence. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. The void was immediately engulfed by a fierce wind and dark clouds. The magnificent phenomenon, resembling a towering pillar, began to expand slowly. Is this about to open? The crowd, in unison, gazed at the gradually widening spectacle, and gasps of astonishment arose. At that moment, Yi Tianhao and Li Qinshuan appeared, gliding in from a nearby island. This was his intention, as he feared arriving too early and being suppressed. Seizing the moment while others were fixated on the horizon, he approached the crowd and caught sight of Feng Qingwu. Overjoyed, he rushed toward her. Sister Qingwu, I'm so relieved to see you safe. Chapter 84. Entering the chaotic spirit garden. Sister Qingwu, I'm truly glad you're all right. As he spoke, Yi Tianhao's face was alight with joy, yet Feng Qingwu's demeanor had shifted entirely. Previously warm and welcoming, she now appeared as cold as ice, seemingly unwilling to acknowledge him. Sensing something amiss, Yi Tianhao stepped forward with concern. Sister Qingwu, what's wrong? Have I done something to upset you? I'm fine, she replied curtly, her icy response leaving Yi Tianhao feeling unsettled. At that moment, Tai Xian, who had been gazing into the distance, withdrew his gaze upon spotting Yi Tianhao, and nodded to himself. Indeed, you must be Yi Tianhao. While Yi Tianhao was still perplexed by Feng Qingwu's behavior, he was interrupted by the voice of an elder. Elder, who might you be? I am Tai Xian, the master of the Xuanji Pavilion. You may call me Elder Xian or Pavilion Master Xian. Upon realizing that the figure before him was the master of the Xuanji Pavilion, Yi Tianhao's heart soared with joy. This individual was renowned for his profound knowledge of past and present, and the Xuanji Pavilion was a formidable force. If he were to gain his assistance, could it not mean that the deep-seated grievances of the Yi clan would soon be avenged? Young man Yi Tianhao, I pay my respects to Elder Xian. Naturally, he opted for the more familiar title. Haha, excellent. Tianhao, the chaotic spirit garden is about to open. You must remember to tread carefully once inside. This is a unique communication stone of my Xuanji Pavilion. Should you encounter peril within the spirit garden, you can use it to inform me, and I shall arrive at the earliest opportunity. Seeing Tai Xian's cordiality, Yi Tianhao couldn't help but marvel at the sudden stroke of fortune. Trembling, he reached out to accept the radiant communication stone. Thank you, Elder Xian. Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated through the void once more. The once towering phenomenon now stretched across the sky like a curtain. Buzzing and rumbling ensued as the magnificent heavenly gate unfolded within the luminous veil. At the center of the gate, four powerful characters coiled like dragons, boldly inscribed with chaotic spirit garden. In an instant, a terrifying voice boomed from within the gate, echoing like thunder. In the beginning of chaos, all things emerged. The supreme is hard to find. Only my spirit garden remains. The chaotic spirit garden only permits the fated to enter. I am the guardian of the spirit garden, and my arrival in the universe is due to the discovery of a being that should not exist here, hence I come to guide them. This chaotic spirit garden will be open for a century, and the opportunities within are hidden. Whether one can seize them depends on your own fortune. To enter the spirit garden, one must present the chaotic holy order. Each order can only bear one destined battle beast or steed. Should there be any other beings concealed within, they shall be stripped of their qualification to enter. As the voice faded, a shimmering blue barrier reminiscent of a sapphire rippled within the heavenly gate, a sight to behold. Haha, it is opening. Come, let us see what treasures chaos holds. Quickly, present the chaotic holy order and let us enter the spirit garden. A century of exploration begins now. Our clan's ascension depends on the gains and losses within the spirit garden. As the heavenly gate opened, numerous factions grew impatient, hastily presenting their holy orders to enter. Meanwhile, in the distance, Feng Haoran had been observing those present, noting that everyone who was meant to be there had arrived. However, he had yet to spot Su Luoxian. Aware that her identity was anything but ordinary, Given the significance of this opportunity, she could not possibly remain uninvolved. After much contemplation, he finally considered a possibility. It seemed she was not from the Huangtian universe. Haoran, why are you lost in thought? We should set off. Jiang Ruoxian grasped his arm, ready to rush toward the entrance of the chaotic spirit garden. Wait a moment. Feng Haoran entrusted all his sacred orders to his imperial father, retaining but a single one for himself. Subsequently, he soared into the air alongside the 4 members of the royal guard and Xiao Yuning, making their way towards the entrance. As they observed the entrance to the chaotic spirit garden, where groups of individuals sporadically ventured inside, Feng Qianjue, who had remained motionless, finally spoke. Ancestor. The dangers within the spirit garden are unpredictable. You must exercise great caution. I believe that in a century's time, it will be the moment of our return. Rest assured, the expanse within the chaotic spirit garden is infinitely larger than a miniature universe and remarkably stable. I trust that the primordial ancestors will also find their way in. Well then, let us not linger any longer. It is time for us to depart. A group of 8 individuals, led by Feng Wanchong, swiftly vanished into the entrance. Let us commence our journey as well. Feng Qianjue, accompanied by nearly 5,000 subordinates, ventured into the boundless chaos spirit garden. This vast expanse could accommodate 3,000 universes, filled with countless mysterious realms and perilous terrains. The air here was thick with a profound chaotic essence. From a lofty vantage point, the landscape appeared hazy, reminiscent of an ethereal realm shrouded in mist. Within this stable environment, the gravity was formidable. Not even an ancient emperor from a small universe, nor the heavenly emperor, could teleport in this realm. This indicates that the spatial laws of the chaos spirit garden have reached a state of perfection. In a desolate area within the spirit garden, a unique expanse stretched for billions of kilometers, devoid of life. It resembled a battlefield from ancient times, ravaged by cataclysmic wars, where a dense aura of annihilation lingered. Even the most vigorous beings would find survival impossible here. Suddenly, a streak of light pierced through the void, tracing an arc across the sky and descending towards the ground. With a resounding crash, a figure collided with the earth, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Ouch, that hurt. A youthful voice lamented as a disheveled young man slowly rose from the ground, surveying his barren surroundings. Where is the promised undying Saint King? The Supreme Spirit Liquid? The Heavenly Emperor's Tao? How did I end up in this desolate wasteland? A cascade of bewildering questions flooded his mind, yet no answers emerged. What is this? Why is it continuously eroding my vitality? The young man utilized his skills to cleanse himself, revealing his ethereal features. He was none other than Feng Haoran, who had entered the Chaos Spirit Garden. With his eyes closed, he turned inward to inspect his soul's sea, seeking the source of the vitality drain. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for entering a high-level spatial realm. You are rewarded with the Chaos Dragon Pattern Divine Armor, impervious to all laws and taint-free. The unexpected reward brought joy to Feng Haoran, especially the part about being impervious to all laws. Concerned about the entity draining his vitality, he urged, quickly, System, equip me. Ding. Understood, Master. A divine light radiated from Feng Haoran, transforming his blue-golden patterned sacred body into a resplendent white dragon pattern divine armor. At this moment, he no longer resembled a graceful young gentleman but exuded an aura of majesty and power. Excellent. I like this. After assessing his new armor, Feng Haoran noticed it emanated a gentle luminescence, effectively shielding him from the invasive aura surrounding him. System, do you know where I am? In his aimless state, Feng Haoran sought the system's insight. Ding. Master, you are in the desolate wasteland of the Chaos Spirit Garden. It is said that in ancient times, a great battle took place here, leading to the demise of many powerful beings. The lingering destructive essence has, over time, transformed into this aura of annihilation. Even the most vigorous of life forms would not survive beyond 2 days here. What? Not survive beyond 2 days? If I had not donned this Chaos Dragon Pattern Divine Armor, would I have perished? The system's explanation filled Feng Haoran with trepidation. Ding. You are correct, Master. However, such perilous places often harbor extraordinarily powerful treasures. Oh? Intrigued by the mention of a transcendent treasure, Feng Haoran's interest piqued. Yet, in this desolate and uninhabited land, where could such opportunities arise? System, are you certain you are not deceiving me? Feng Haoran stood with one hand on his waist and the other resting on his forehead, gazing into the distance. Ding. Master, with your current cultivation, you certainly cannot discern the mysteries of this place. However, you are the possessor of the primordial dual pupils. All illusions shall be laid bare beneath their gaze. He chuckled at his own oversight, realizing the treasures he held yet remained unaware of their use. With a self-deprecating smile, he gradually closed his eyes. After a brief moment, Feng Haoran suddenly opened them wide. But instantly, a golden light erupted, and his once vibrant eyes now shimmered with a grayish divine light. The desolate land he beheld transformed before him. The entire void was suffused with a dark gray aura of obliteration. Following the essence of this atmosphere, he arrived at a location where the aura was most concentrated, a celestial pit. Had Feng Haoran not activated his primordial dual pupils, he might have unwittingly stepped into it. For the pit was entirely concealed by the obliteration's presence. The shape of this abyss suggested it was formed by a powerful being wielding unimaginable strength. However, After countless years of erosion by the obliteration aura, no remnants of its former destructive force remained. Whoosh suddenly. A sound reminiscent of a breath surged forth from the depths of the celestial pit. The dense obliteration aura billowed like mist, soaring skyward before dissipating. This scene finally illuminated for Feng Haoran the reason for the desolation of this place. System, you mentioned a fortuitous encounter lying beneath this celestial pit? Ding. Your speculation is indeed correct. The opportunity awaits below. Alas, it is unfathomably deep. I am currently unable to tear through space. Can I descend without peril? Ding. Rest assured. Master, the system shall not harm you. If you were to perish, the system would cease to exist as well. Upon hearing this, Feng Haoran felt it was indeed the case. After all, he had already met his demise once on Blue Star. As the saying goes, the timid starve while the bold gorge themselves. With that thought, he leaped into the abyss. A mournful sound filled the air as he felt his body plummeting. The rush of wind creating a haunting melody around his ears. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and just as he had been falling, his body suddenly halted, suspended in midair. A low hum resonated through the void as he gazed downward, discovering a spherical mass of grayish energy pulsating with flickering divine light. Furthermore, the aura of annihilation emanated from it with each flicker. Feng Haoran propelled his body downward, eventually arriving beside a spherical entity. His curiosity piqued. He cautiously extended a finger to make contact, and in an instant, a blinding light surged forth. Instinctively, Feng Haoran shut his eyes, yet at that moment, the grayish sphere began to flow into his being through his fingertip. A hum echoed within him. Initially, he perceived his meridians as being nourished by a mysterious force. However, as time passed, that energy grew increasingly ferocious, relentlessly battering his meridians and physical form. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he let out a roar to the heavens. Just as the voice of the system reverberated in his mind. Ding. Master, swiftly employ the principles of space. This entity is the essence of annihilation. Far beyond your current capacity for absorption. Allow it to enter your spatial principles. Its integration will yield unforeseen benefits. In agony, Feng Haoran hastily invoked the power of spatial principles. The hum intensified as the principles began to operate, with the essence of annihilation utilizing Feng Haoran's body as a conduit, continuously flowing inward. Gasping for relief, Feng Haoran observed the trajectory of the annihilation essence. As the grayish essence infused the spatial principles, the once pristine force transformed into a murky haze. Time seemed to elapse without measure until, suddenly, a divine light erupted from the depths of his soul sea. Was this an ascension? Indeed, his cultivation, having already reached the 6th tier of the Emperor through system rewards, now attained the ancient Emperor realm. A series of resonating sounds followed, marking his progression from the first tribulation of the ancient Emperor to the 6th tribulation. Yet, this was not the end. The power of the annihilation essence was overwhelmingly vast. Feng Haoran distinctly sensed the continuous advancement of his order power. At this moment, he found no necessity to comprehend it himself. The resonating hum echoed, Ancient Emperor, 10 tribulations, 12 tribulations, and extending to 24. Originally, one could ascend to the status of an Ancient Emperor at merely the 12th tribulation, yet he astonishingly reached the 24th. He had shattered the ultimate boundaries of the Ancient Emperor. With a resounding boom, Feng Haoran ascended to the realm of the Ancient Emperor. As his cultivation progressed, the essence of annihilation, which initially manifested as a singular conduit, now formed two distinct streams. One continued to refine the order power, while the other nourished his meridians and physical form. A continuous emanation of grayish divine light radiated from within him, resembling the boundless glow of chaos, mysterious and profound. In that moment, Feng Haoran resembled a sacred vessel, quietly receiving the influx and transformation of the essence of annihilation, as if undergoing an unparalleled metamorphosis. With a thunderous roar, akin to the reverberations of the cosmos at its inception, the brilliance of the ancient emperor's domain shimmered around him. Divine light surged like arrows, traversing the void with unparalleled might. A deep resonance echoed, reminiscent of an ancient call, reverberating within his soul. Suddenly, within his spirit, a profound enlightenment struck him like a divine revelation. His heart of Tao became clear, akin to a mirror, once perplexed by the laws of heaven and earth. He now comprehended them with clarity, as everything transformed into transparency. The order he had previously ascended to now evolved into the realm of rules. Suddenly, the corporeal form of Feng Haoran shattered, merging the forbidden celestial body with the indomitable divine demon physique, along with the innate bloodline possessed by the Feng clan. At that moment, it began to revolve incessantly within his spirit. After circulating through myriad cycles, it ascended to become the source of regulatory energy, recommencing the solidification of his physical form. A resonating hum echoed as streams of regulatory force spiraled around his soul. After a mere dozen breaths, a flawless body manifested. The essence of annihilation simultaneously integrated within Feng Haoran's being. At this juncture, Feng Haoran found himself completely unclothed, his body levitating cross-legged in the void. His once ice-blue hair had transformed into a striking gray, cascading over his shoulders. Coupled with his ethereal features, he exuded an otherworldly charm. His long-closed eyes snapped open in an instant. A resonant wave of gray power, imbued with the essence of destruction, surged forth. With a thunderous roar, the distant mountains disintegrated at an observable pace, dissipating like ash in the wind. Is this for real? Such formidable power. Could it be that I have ascended to the realm of the Celestial Emperor? Chapter 86. The Ancient Reincarnation Coffin, the Chaotic Nether Puppet. Feng Haoran never anticipated that upon stepping into the chaotic spirit garden, he would encounter such an extraordinary opportunity. Even more astonishing was the fact that merely attempting to open his eyes resulted in the obliteration of the mountain before him, reduced to mere ashes. He took a moment to assess his own rules and physical prowess, and could not help but exclaim in wonder. Is this the realm of the Celestial Emperor? It feels as though with just a glance, I could annihilate an entire domain. How incredibly powerful. At that moment, he was profoundly astonished by the strength he possessed. Ding. Master. Did not your loyal companion deceive you? Are you not satisfied with this opportunity? The voice of the system resonated within Feng Haoran's mind at that instant. Haha. I am exceedingly pleased. Yet, Ding. Master, is there perhaps something that leaves you unsatisfied? Not at all. I simply feel that even before experiencing the might of the ancient emperor, I have already ascended to the status of a celestial emperor. Alas. My unparalleled charisma has evidently garnered the favor of even the guardians of the chaotic spirit garden. System. Feng Haoran's display of ostentation rendered even the most sycophantic system speechless. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, sending a chill through him. Lowering his gaze, he realized he was devoid of any garments to shield his form. System. Where has my majestic divine armor gone? Ding. Master, upon your ascension to the status of celestial emperor, the rules necessitated a reformation of your corporeal form. Hence the system has temporarily stored it away for you. Upon hearing that the system had secured his armor, Feng Haoran exhaled in relief. Phew, what a stroke of luck. I thought I had lost my awe-inspiring, formidable chaos dragon pattern divine armor forever. With a mere thought, the white armor adorned him once more, instantly showcasing an extraordinary aura. His gray hair now possessed a unique flair, seemingly rendering him even more handsome than before. After Feng Haoran meticulously arranged his attire, he was about to turn and leave. However, as he pivoted, he was astonished to discover that the previously obscured void, shrouded in an aura of obliteration, had vanished without a trace. In its stead was a remarkably refreshing and natural scene, allowing him to finally discern the entirety of this pit's depths. What is that? An entity capable of withstanding the ravages of obliteration without decay. Surely, it must be a rare treasure. Within the pit, towering cliffs surrounded him, free from the earlier oppressive atmosphere, revealing the full expanse below. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to an ancient bronze coffin perched upon the precipice. Remarkably, this bronze coffin, after enduring countless years of decay from the essence of obliteration, remained utterly intact. This instantly piqued Feng Haoran's deep curiosity. With a swift motion, he approached the archaic bronze coffin like a specter, scrutinizing the runes inscribed upon it. Alas, these symbols were inscrutable, akin to celestial scripts, despite his earnest efforts. He could not decipher their meaning. Driven by curiosity, he gently extended his hand to touch the bronze coffin. With a click, the coffin opened of its own accord. Inside lay a spacious chamber filled with dazzling chaotic divine crystals. Yet, what commanded the most attention was the figure of a strikingly handsome young man nestled amidst the crystals. His hair cascaded like a waterfall, his eyes were tightly shut, resembling a tranquil slumber, his nose was regal, and his features resolute, adorned in a robe of gold-threaded purple, enhancing his grandeur. System, why does this individual, devoid of life, remain imperishable within this bronze coffin? The appearance of such an enigmatic coffin and corpse must be extraordinary. Ding. Master, this coffin is born of the essence of obliteration and is known as reincarnation. As for the body within, it is a mere shell without a soul. Referred to as the chaotic underworld puppet. Should you bestow it a drop of your essence blood, it shall serve you for life. Judging by its derivation, its power has already transcended cosmic levels. In the chaos, it would indeed be classified as a peerless powerhouse. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Feng Haoran wasted no time, directly drawing forth a drop of his essence blood. As the blood merged with the puppet's third eye, its previously pallid skin instantly blushed with vitality. Boom. At that moment, the underworld puppet's eyes suddenly opened, unleashing a terrifying aura that erupted from within. Even Feng Haoran, now a celestial emperor, was sent flying by this force. Could it be that this creature intends to devour its master? Suddenly, the chaotic underworld puppet's form vanished from within the coffin, reappearing behind Feng Haoran. A force restrained him as the puppet knelt in the void, a hoarse voice emanating from its throat. I greet my master. Supported by a gentle force, Feng Haoran swiftly turned to see the puppet kneeling before him. He did not hastily command it to rise, but instead regarded it thoughtfully. Such a formidable chaotic underworld puppet, combined with the essence of obliteration within me, if it were to arrive, could it not mean the potential annihilation of my clan? The more he contemplated, the more trepidation he felt, yet the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Master, the essence of obliteration does not merge with just anyone. It has sensed your forbidden nature, the dual celestial bodies of divinity and demon, along with your supreme bloodline. Thus, it chose to merge with you, even humanely expanding your meridians, aiding your ascension to celestial emperor, and altering your rule's power. Were it another, they would have been obliterated upon approach, let alone daring to touch it. Oh, enlightened. Feng Haoran suddenly realized he was indeed the destined one of unparalleled fortune. It seems my luck is quite favorable. However, I remain curious about the potency of this altered rule's power. As he spoke, Feng Haoran waved his hand, and the spatial rule materialized before him. Within that realm, A dense aura of obliteration permeated the air, exuding a dreadful destructive essence. Were any cosmic beings to enter at this moment, they would likely be obliterated in an instant. Is this truly the spatial rule I possessed before? This power is utterly terrifying, since this is the fusion of my spatial force with obliteration. I shall henceforth name it Oblivion Space. Having named his rule as power, he suddenly noticed the chaotic underworld puppet still kneeling behind him. From now on, you shall be called Oblivion. Yes, master. Oblivion rose and stood quietly behind Feng Haoran. System, what level is this reincarnation coffin? Ding. Master,